Chapter 1. Reacquaintance. Your Highness? Your Highness? Li Huaying sat before her Wang phoenix-scarved vanity, gazing vacantly at her reflection. A vision of captivating beauty, she possessed a countenance that could launch 1,000 ships. Her brow, however, bore an innate air of noble refinement, betraying her upbringing as a pampered blossom nurtured within gilded walls. By some unforeseen providence, she had returned to her 18th year. It was then that she had first beheld Lin Huaiyuan, the newly crowned #1 scholar, and undeterred by his humble origins, vowed to await the completion of his 3-year mourning period before marrying him. The mere thought of the harrowing future she had narrowly escaped ignited a fierce resentment within her. Her hands trembled imperceptibly. "Your Highness, is something amiss? Do you feel unwell?" Ing Shi hastened forward, her concern palpable. Ing Fei, who had just entered the room with a copper basin, also rushed to her side. "If your Highness is indisposed, how can you possibly attend upon Madame Lin for the morning and evening rituals? Nothing is more important than your well-being." Morning and evening rituals? A sardonic glint flickered in Li Huaying's eyes. When had she ever been required to pay obeisance to another? She was the most beloved daughter of the great Shaw Emperor, her mother having once saved his life. She had been personally bestowed the title of Protector Princess, her rank equivalent to that of the Crown Prince, an unprecedented honor in history. Not even the Empress had ever demanded such displays of filial piety from her. Yet, in her previous life, she had been beguiled by Lin Huaiyuan's honeyed words into performing these rituals for his mother for 7 long years. Regardless of the discomfort Madame Lin inflicted upon her, she had chosen to endure it all. She had humbled herself, striving to be the ideal daughter-in-law, the perfect wife. She had tended to her mother-in-law's illnesses with unwavering devotion, showering the Lin household with gold, jade, silks, and satins. But what had been her reward? The loss of her child, stillborn, and the disdain of Madame Lin, who deemed her worthless and compared her to a common sow. As fate would have it, Lin Huaiyuan's promotion coincided with this tragedy, and his mother forbade any memorial rites for the child, fearing it would taint the celebratory atmosphere. Did Madame Lin not realize that great Shuo valued martial prowess above all else? Had it not been for Li Huaying's tireless efforts and her imperial brother's unwavering support, coupled with Lin Huaiyuan's status as a royal consort, how could a mere, impoverished scholar have achieved 7 promotions in 7 years, rising to the pinnacle of power? Recalling the past, Li Huaying's eyes burned with indignation. Ing Shi and Ing Fei exchanged worried glances. What had befallen their princess? Just then, voices echoed from outside. Huayu parted the curtains and entered, her voice bright and clear. "Your Highness, Dashuo has arrived and inquires whether you will be attending Yuzhong Hall for the morning." "Greetings." "No." Li Huaying retorted. "Herr Tonne Eg." Huayu was taken aback before curtsying and departing. She couldn't help but wonder what had gotten into the princess. She vividly recalled the last time the princess had overslept, rushing to the hall in a panic, only to be reprimanded by the consort, which had left her heartbroken and weeping. Li Huaying noticed the astonishment on Ing Shi and Ing Fei's faces and offered a wry smile to herself. It had only been a month since her marriage into the Lin family, and she was wholeheartedly devoted to fostering marital harmony and familial concord, even at the cost of her own comfort. But Lin Huaiyuan was utterly undeserving of such devotion. It was only in her final moments that she had discovered that while she had spent her youth waiting for him to complete his mourning period, he had been engaging in illicit affairs, fathering a child. How dare he, defying the law, disrespecting the imperial family? Yet, Lin Huaiyuan had even brazenly brought the woman into their home, deceiving her by claiming she was the widowed daughter of his esteemed mentor, seeking her care for her orphan child. Huaying had meticulously cared for the pregnant woman, even summoning a skilled midwife from the palace in the dead of night to ensure a safe delivery. In the end, it was this very child who had pushed her pregnant, causing her to fall ill and become bedridden. Lin Huaiyuan had then declared with cruel satisfaction, "Before our marriage, you told others that I was a frail scholar, utterly useless. Now I will show you that I can rise to greatness without you. Do you know that the one thing I detest most in this life is being called Fumaye? If it weren't for Li Yu and Chun'er, I truly don't know how I would have endured these 7 years of marriage to you." Her eyes bloodshot, she coughed up blood and fell unconscious. When she awoke, she was here, now. Surely, Even the heavens could not bear to see her deceived by such a vile and treacherous man for so many years, toiling and squandering her wealth for the sake of the Lin family. She was the most revered princess of the great Shuo Empire, with the entire imperial family standing behind her. Now, given a second chance, she would no longer play the role of the dutiful daughter-in-law, the devoted wife, the benevolent sister-in-law. She would make them rue the day they crossed her. She would ensure that Lin Huaiyuan and his entire family met a tragic end. Your Highness, shall I prepare a meal? Li Huaying was jolted back to reality. Yes, I desire lotus seed and mint soup. The fire in her heart was simply too intense. She needed something to quell it. Ingshi responded with a smile. The kitchen staff swiftly prepared and presented the meal. Lambskin flour threads, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pigeon meat, exquisite shrimp dumplings, cherry-flavored rice wine, lotus seed, and mint soup, along with several dishes of candied fruits and pastries, adorned the table. Huaying's mood lifted at the sight. Ingshi served her, mentioning the upcoming flower appreciation banquet. Your Highness, the second miss has been clamoring to attend as well these past few days. The second miss? Lin Huaiyuan's younger sister, Lin Jinyan. In her previous life, this sister-in-law had constantly harassed her, both overtly and covertly, and with Lin Huaiyuan and his mother's protection, she had reaped considerable benefits. This time, she would not let her have her way. Let her go, then. I wonder if the second miss might require assistance in selecting her headdress and attire for that day. Ingshi gently ladled the soup, placing the small bowl before Li Huaying. Ing Fei, ever outspoken, declared, Ingshi, you're being far too polite. Your Highness, you have no idea. This second miss has practically emptied your Eastern private treasury. Fortunately, we only gave her the key to the Eastern treasury. Otherwise, with her avaricious nature, your Highness wouldn't even have decent accessories for the flower appreciation banquet. Scraping meat from a heron's leg. How apt. Li Huaying chuckled. She recalled how, in her previous life, Lin Jinyan had come to her, lamenting her lack of fine clothes and jewelry, complaining of being ridiculed and pitted. Li Huaying, feeling compassion for her rural background, feared she would be humiliated among the noble ladies of the capital without proper attire. Lin Huaiyuan's salary was meager, and his mother was notoriously stingy. So, Li Huaying had entrusted her with the key to the Eastern treasury, allowing her to select whatever she needed. She had even instructed Lin Jinyan that any future purchases of jewelry or silk scarves could be charged to the princess account. From then on, Lin Jinyan never wore the same outfit or accessories twice, frequenting the clothing stores and cosmetic shops of the capital, becoming a valued customer. Yet, she remained unsatisfied, constantly coveting the keys to her remaining private treasuries. Such insatiable greed would be repaid in full. Since it is empty, we shall replenish it for her, Li Huaying said, turning to Ing Fei, whose face was filled with indignation. She smiled and asked, What? Are you still upset? This servant feels it is unfair to your Highness. In the past, the Emperor and Empress doted on you like no other, but since arriving at the Lin household, your Highness has treated them with utmost sincerity, yet they have shown no genuine appreciation, only avarice. Ing Fei, you are speaking ill of the consort's family, Ingshi said with a smile. Huaying sighed inwardly. After only a month of marriage, even Ingshi and Ing Fei could discern the truth, yet she had been blinded by it for an entire lifetime. Lin Huaiyuan was nothing but a mere pawn. She had truly been blinded by pig fat to allow the Lin family to trample upon her. A chilling glint flickered in Li Huaying's eyes. Ingshi retrieved some of the items bestowed upon me by my imperial father and mother and placed them in the Eastern private treasury. Ingshi's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Li Huaying's intentions. Also, send word to the jewelry shops I frequent that, starting tomorrow, the princess estate will no longer settle Lin Jinyan's debts. Furthermore, this backyard is unclean. Have Suja bring a squad of the prince's guards to stand watch at the gate. This servant will see to it immediately. Ingshi, her face beaming, curtsied and hurried off. She collided with Huayu, who was entering, her steps even more urgent than Ingshi's. Your Highness, a female guest has arrived at the manor, claiming to be an old acquaintance of the consort. An old acquaintance? More likely, a former paramour. Let us go and see that in her previous life, she had been manipulated by the Lin family. But this time, she would take the reins of this performance. Huaying strolled through the Yaoxian courtyard, where the pavilions and corridors stood in orderly elegance, the eaves adorned with azure tiles glimmering under the sun. Upon ascending the winding corridor, one could behold the meandering waters and the flourishing fragrant trees. The garden, encircled by mountains and water, presented a splendid scene of spring that invigorated the spirit. Naturally, such picturesque views were absent from the Lin residence, which Lin Huaiyuan lacked the means to sustain. Before marrying into the Lin family, Li Huaying had purchased the two adjacent grand estates, investing a substantial sum in their renovation. She had also opened the wall between her estate and the Lin residence, accommodating her maids, servants, gardeners, and guards. Residing in the Yaoxian courtyard, close to the Lin family, all the expenses for the property were her personal assets. Yet, Lin's mother seized upon this situation, refusing to allocate her the silver and provisions she was entitled to. Li Huaying certainly did not owe this meager amount. However, such a miserly demeanor was truly despicable. Lost in her thoughts, as she approached the Yuzhong Hall, she overheard the sound of a woman weeping and a man offering soft reassurances. The moment Li Huaying stepped inside, the murmurs within the hall abruptly ceased. Chapter 1: Old Acquaintance. Your Highness, Your Highness? Li Huaying sat before the intricately carved Wang Wali dressing table, gazing vacantly at the reflection in the mirror. Radiant and enchanting, she possessed a beauty that was both ethereal and regal. However, there was an inherent air of nobility about her, a clear indication that she was a favored daughter raised in a golden abode. To her astonishment, she had somehow returned to the age of 18 that time. She had fallen for the newly minted scholar Lin Huaiyuan, determined to marry him despite his humble origins, even willing to wait 3 years for his period of mourning to pass. The thought of her terrifying future in her previous life engulfed her with intense hatred, causing her hands to tremble slightly. Your Highness, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Ingshi hurriedly approached, filled with concern. Ing Fei, who had just entered the room, set down the basin and rushed over as well. Your Highness, if you are unwell, why rise to pay morning and evening respects to Lady Lin? Nothing is more important than your health. Morning and evening respects? A smirk of derision crossed Li Huaying's face. When had she ever needed to rise early to pay homage to others? She was the most cherished daughter of the great Shu emperor, her mother having saved the throne. Furthermore, she had been officially bestowed the title of Princess Protector of the Nation, holding a rank equivalent to the crown prince. She had set a precedent throughout the ages. Even the empress had never demanded such morning and evening rituals from her. Yet in her previous life, she had been deceived by Lin Huaiyuan, dutifully offering morning and evening respects to his mother for 7 long years. No matter how uncomfortable his mother made her feel, she chose to endure. She had sacrificed her own comfort to be a good daughter-in-law and a devoted wife. When Lin's mother fell ill, she tirelessly attended to her, sending endless gifts of gold and silk to the Lin household. Yet what had she ultimately received in return? Her child had been lost, and Lin's mother had scorned her as useless, comparing her to a country pig. Just when Lin Huaiyuan was promoted, Lin's mother forbade even a memorial for the child, fearing it would mar the joyous occasion of his advancement. Did she not consider that great Shuo favored martial prowess over literary merit? Had it not been for her diligent efforts, her brother's protection, and Lin Huaiyuan's princely status, how could a mere country scholar ascend to such heights in just 7 years? As Li Huaying recalled the past, her eyes brimmed with tears. Ingshi and Ing Fei exchanged glances, filled with worry. What had befallen the princess? At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through from outside. Huayu lifted the curtain and entered, her voice bright and clear. Your Highness, the prince is here and inquires if you will visit Yuzhong Hall to pay your respects. I shall not go, Li Huaying curtly declined. Huayu paused, momentarily taken aback, before bowing and exiting. Yet in her heart, she wondered what had transpired with the princess today. She recalled the last time when the princess had awoken late, rushed to pay her respects, and returned in tears after a few harsh words from the prince. Li Huaying noticed the surprised expressions on Ingshi and Ing Fei's faces and could not help but smile bitterly. Just a month into her marriage with the Lin family, she had envisioned a harmonious union with Lin Huaiyuan. She had been willing to endure any hardship for the sake of peace within the Lin household. However, Lin Huaiyuan was hardly worthy of such devotion. It was only before her demise that she realized, after waiting 3 years for him during his mourning, he had taken another as his lover, resulting in a child. How dare he? To defy the law, to scorn the imperial family. Yet Lin Huaiyuan had brazenly brought the woman into their home, claiming she was a bereaved teacher's daughter, seeking her care for the illegitimate child. She had tenderly cared for the woman throughout her pregnancy, even summoning the finest midwife from the palace to assist with the delivery. But in the end, that child had pushed her, causing her to fall ill, and Lin Huaiyuan had proclaimed with delight, "Before our marriage, you called me a feeble scholar, of no use at all. Now I shall show you that I can rise without you. Do you know the one thing I despise most in my life? Being called prince. Were it not for Li Yu and Chun Ge, I truly do not know how I would have endured these 7 years of marriage to you." Her eyes reddened, and she coughed up blood, fainting. When she opened her eyes again, it was to the present. Surely heaven could not bear to see her deceived by such a vile scoundrel as Lin Huaiyuan for so many years, exhausting her heart and fortune for the Lin family. She was the most esteemed princess of the great Shuan nation, standing proudly behind the entire imperial family. Now that she had a second chance, she would no longer play the role of a good daughter-in-law, wife, or sister-in-law. She would ensure they regretted their actions. She would see to it that the entire Lin family faced their own demise. "Your Highness, shall I prepare a meal?" Li Huaying snapped back to reality. "Yes, I would like to have lotus heart and mint soup." Her simmering anger needed to be quelled. Ingshi smiled and complied. The small kitchen quickly prepared a feast, presenting a table laden with delicacies. Lamb flour silk, 3-flavor bamboo shoots, stir-fried with dove, exquisite shrimp dumplings, cherry wine, lotus heart, and mint soup, along with several plates of candied pastries. Huaying's mood lightened considerably as she observed the spread, while Ingshi, busy plating, began discussing the upcoming flower banquet. "Your Highness, the second miss has been clamoring to attend as well." The second miss? Lin Huaiyuan's sister, Lin Jinyan. In her previous life, this sister-in-law had not hesitated to undermine her at every turn, with Lin Huaiyuan and his mother shielding her, allowing her to take full advantage. This time, she would not let her have her way. "Let her go. I wonder if the second miss requires assistance in selecting her attire and accessories for that day." Ingshi gently ladled the soup into a small bowl and placed it before Li Huaying. Ing Fei, ever quick-witted, chimed in. "Ingshi, you are indeed being generous, Your Highness. You may not know, but the second miss has nearly emptied your eastern treasury. Fortunately, I only gave her the key to the eastern treasury. Otherwise, with her insatiable greed, you would have had nothing left for the flower banquet." Insatiable greed indeed. Li Huaying chuckled. She recalled how Lin Jinyan had come to her in her previous life, lamenting her lack of decent attire and jewelry, claiming to be ridiculed for her unfortunate appearance. Feeling sympathy for her humble background, Li Huaying had granted her access to the eastern treasury, allowing her to choose some suitable garments. She even permitted Lin Jinyan to purchase jewelry and silk, charging it to the prince's account. Since then, Lin Jinyan had donned a different outfit and accessories daily, becoming a cherished patron at the boutiques of Shengjing. Yet she remained unsatisfied, constantly coveting the keys to the prince's remaining treasuries. Such insatiable greed would be dealt with appropriately. "Since the treasury is nearly empty, let us replenish it for her," Li Huaying said, glancing at Ing Fei, whose face betrayed her indignation. "What? Did she truly anger you that much? I cannot bear to see Your Highness treated so poorly. For in the past, the Emperor and Empress cherished you dearly. Yet here in the Lin household, Your Highness has opened your heart to them, while they only reveal their greed. Ing Fei, do not speak of the merits or faults of the prince's family," Ingshi laughed. Li Huaying sighed inwardly. In just a month of marriage, Ingshi and Ing Fei had discerned what had taken her a lifetime to realize in her previous life. It was merely Lin Huaiyuan. She had truly been blinded by foolishness, allowing the Lin family to trample over her. With a hint of coldness in her eyes, Li Huaying commanded, "Ingshi, gather some items bestowed upon me by my father and mother, and place them in the eastern treasury." Ingshi's eyes brightened, quickly grasping Li Huaying's intention. "Also, send word to my regular jewelry shops. Starting tomorrow, the second miss debts will no longer be settled by the prince's household. Furthermore, the back courtyard is unsightly. Have Suge bring a unit of palace guards to keep watch. I shall attend to it at once." With a smile on her face, Ingshi hurriedly bowed and exited. She nearly collided with Huayu, who entered with an urgent demeanor, appearing even more flustered than Ingshi. "Your Highness, a female guest has arrived, said to be an old acquaintance of the prince." "An old acquaintance?" "More likely an old flame. Come, let us see who it is that in her previous life, she had been manipulated by the Lin family, but this time, it was she who would orchestrate the drama." Li Huaying strolled through the Yao Xian courtyard, where the pavilions and corridors stood in harmonious order, their flying eaves and azure tiles glimmering in the sunlight. Ascending the winding corridor, she beheld the meandering waters and flourishing fragrant trees. The garden, encircled by mountains and water, presented a splendid scene of spring, invigorating the spirit. Naturally, the Lin residence lacked such picturesque surroundings, as Lin Huaiyuan could not afford to maintain such a grand estate. Before marrying into the Lin family, Li Huaying had purchased the two adjoining mansions, investing a considerable sum in their renovation. She had also connected the properties by dismantling the wall between them, thereby accommodating her maids, servants, gardeners, and guards, residing in the Yao Xian courtyard, which was conveniently close to the Lin residence. All the expenses were naturally her own private possessions. However, Lin's mother leveraged this arrangement to justify withholding the silver and allowances that were rightfully hers. Li Huaying, of course, did not owe this meager sum. Yet, such a miserly disposition was truly disgraceful. As she pondered this, she approached the Yuzhong Hall and heard the sound of a woman weeping accompanied by a man's soft words of comfort. The moment Li Huaying stepped inside, the atmosphere in Yuzhong Hall fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 1. Old Acquaintance. "Your Highness, Your Highness?" Li Huaying sat before the intricately carved phoenix vanity, staring blankly at the reflection in the mirror. Radiant and graceful, she possessed an innate elegance that bespoke her noble upbringing, clearly a cherished daughter of a wealthy family. Unbeknownst to her, she had somehow returned to the age of 18. At that time, she had set her eyes on the newly crowned top scholar, Lin Huaiyuan, resolutely deciding to marry him despite his humble origins, even willing to wait 3 years. During his mourning period, the terrifying future she had experienced in her past life flooded her mind. A fierce hatred ignited in Li Huaying's eyes, causing her hands to tremble slightly. "Your Highness, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Ing Shi hurriedly approached, filled with concern. Ing Fei, who had just entered the room, set down the basin and rushed over. "Your Highness, if you are unwell, why rise to pay your respects to Madame Lin? Nothing is more important than your health." Paying respects? A scornful look crossed Li Huaying's face. When had she ever needed to rise early to greet anyone? She was the most beloved daughter of the Emperor of Dashuo, with her mother having saved the throne. She was even officially granted the title of Princess Protector, holding a rank equivalent to that of the Crown Prince. No queen had ever demanded morning and evening greetings from her. Yet in her previous life, she had been foolishly persuaded by Lin Huaiyuan to pay respects to his mother for 7 long years. Regardless of how uncomfortable she felt with Madame Lin, she chose to endure, sacrificing her own happiness to be a good daughter-in-law and wife. When Madame Lin fell ill, she attended to her tirelessly, sending lavish gifts to the Lin household without hesitation. But what had she received in return? Her child had perished, and Madame Lin had scorned her, comparing her to a useless sow. At the time of Lin Huaiyuan's promotion, Madame Lin even forbade her from mourning for their child, fearing it would bring bad luck to the promotion. Did she not realize that Dashuo valued military prowess over scholarly achievements? If it were not for her meticulous efforts, her imperial brother's protection, and the identity of Lin Huaiyuan as a prince consort, how could a mere scholar from a humble background achieve such high ranks in just 7 years? As she recalled the past, her eyes reddened. Ing Shi and Ing Fei exchanged worried glances, concerned for their princess. Suddenly, voices echoed from outside. Huayu lifted the curtain and entered, her voice bright. "Your Highness, the prince consort has arrived and inquired whether you will visit the Yuzhong Hall to pay your respects." "I shall not," Li Huaying coldly replied, startling Huayu momentarily before she bowed and exited. Yet, Huayu pondered, what was troubling the princess today? She recalled the last time the princess had arrived late and rushed to pay her respects, only to return in tears after being reprimanded by the prince consort. Li Huaying observed the surprise on Ing Shi and Ing Fei's faces, bitterly smiling to herself. Just a month into her marriage with the Lin family, she had initially yearned for marital harmony and a peaceful household, even willing to endure hardships. But Lin Huaiyuan was hardly worth her effort. It was only moments before her death that she discovered he had taken advantage of her patience, indulging in infidelity during the mourning period and fathering a child. How dare he? Disregarding the law, disrespecting the royal family. Lin Huaiyuan had brazenly introduced the woman as the daughter of a deceased mentor seeking her care. She had dutifully attended to her, even inviting skilled midwives from the palace for the delivery. Ultimately, that very child had pushed her down, leaving her bedridden. Lin Huaiyuan had gleefully proclaimed, "Before our wedding, you call me a weak scholar, useless in all matters. Now I shall show you that I can ascend without you. Do you know? The title of Prince Consort is what I despise most. If it weren't for Li Yu and Chun Ge, I wouldn't know how to endure these 7 years of marriage to you." With her eyes burning with rage, she coughed up blood and fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the present. Surely, heaven could not bear to see her deceived by such a despicable man for so many years. She had exhausted her heart and wealth for the Lin family. As the most esteemed princess of Dashuo, she had the entire imperial family backing her. Now that she had a second chance, she would no longer play the role of a dutiful daughter-in-law, wife, or sister-in-law. She would make them regret their choices. She would ensure that Lin Huaiyuan and his family met with misfortune. "Your Highness, shall we summon a meal?" Li Huaying regained her focus. "Yes, I desire lotus heart and mint soup." The fire in her heart needed to be quelled. Ingshi smiled in agreement. The small kitchen quickly prepared a feast. Lamb-flower silk, stir-fried bamboo shoots with pigeons, exquisite shrimp dumplings, cherry rice wine, lotus heart, and mint soup, accompanied by several plates of candied pastries, adorned the table. Huaying's mood lifted considerably as she observed the spread, while Ingshi spoke of the upcoming flower appreciation banquet. "Your Highness, the second young lady has been clamoring to attend as well." The second young lady? Lin Huaiyuan's sister, Lin Jinyan. In her past life, this sister-in-law had consistently conspired against her, taking advantage of Lin Huaiyuan and Madame Lin's protection. This time, she would not let her have her way. "Let her go. I wonder if the second young lady will need assistance in selecting her attire and accessories for the event," Ingshi said, gently ladling the soup and placing a small bowl before Li Huaying. Ing Fei, quick in speech, remarked, "Ingshi, you are being too kind. Your Highness, you may not know, but the second young lady has nearly emptied your eastern treasury. Fortunately, I only gave her the key to the eastern treasury. Otherwise, with her insatiable greed, there would be nothing left for your Highness at the flower appreciation banquet." Such a vivid description of her greed. Li Huaying chuckled. She recalled how Lin Jinyan had once come to her, lamenting her lack of fine garments and hairpins, claiming to be pitifully mocked. Li Huaying, feeling sympathetic for her humble origins, had granted her access to the eastern treasury, allowing her to select some items. She even permitted Lin Jinyan to purchase jewelry and silks on credit from the prince's estate. Since then, Lin Jinyan had adorned herself in new outfits and accessories daily, becoming a frequent visitor to the finest clothing and jewelry shops in the capital. Yet, she remained unsatisfied, constantly coveting the keys to Li Huaying's remaining treasuries. Such insatiable greed deserved to be repaid in kind. "Since her treasury is empty, let us replenish it for her," Li Huaying said, glancing at the displeased expression on Ing Fei's face, smiling. "What? Has this upset you? I am indignant on your behalf. In the past, the Emperor and Empress treated you with utmost care. Yet here in the Lin household, you offer your heart and soul, but they only see your generosity as an opportunity for their avarice. Ing Fei, you still speak of the Prince Consort's merits?" Ingshi laughed as well that Huaying sighed inwardly. Just a month into her marriage, even Ingshi and Ing Fei had discerned the truth, while she had been ensnared by Lin Huaiyuan her entire life. How foolish she had been, allowing the Lin family to trample upon her. A cold glint flickered in her eyes. "Ingshi, take some of the items bestowed upon me by father and mother and place them in the eastern treasury." Ingshi's eyes lit up, immediately understanding Li Huaying's intentions. "Also, send a message to the jewelry shops I frequently visit, instructing them that starting tomorrow, the prince's account will no longer cover Lin Jinyan's debts. And this back courtyard is unclean. Send Suja with a team of palace guards to keep watch. I shall do so at once." With a smile on her face, Ingshi hurriedly left. Just as she did, Huayu entered, looking even more hurried than Ingshi. "Your Highness, A lady visitor has arrived, reportedly an old acquaintance of the prince consort. Old acquaintance? Perhaps an old flame. Let us go and see that in her previous life, she was manipulated by the Lin family, but this time she would take charge of the unfolding drama. Li Huaying strolled through the Yaoxian courtyard, where the pavilions and corridors were arranged in harmonious order, their eaves adorned with azure tiles glistening in the sunlight. Ascending the corridor, one encountered meandering streams and flourishing herbs and trees. The garden, encircled by mountains and water, presented a delightful springtime scene that invigorated the spirit. Naturally, such splendid scenery was absent in the Lin residence, which was not supported by Lin Huaiyuan's meager allowances. Before marrying into the Lin family, Li Huaying had purchased and renovated 2 grand mansions adjacent to the Lin estate, expending a considerable sum. She had also connected the walls between her mansions and the Lin residence, accommodating her maids, servants, gardeners, and guards. Residing in the Yaoxian courtyard, everything here was, of course, her private possession. However, Lin's mother used this as a pretext to deny her the silver and provisions she was entitled to. Li Huaying certainly did not owe these few taels of silver. Yet, such a miserly demeanor was indeed shameful. As she pondered this, she approached the Yuzhong Hall and heard the sound of a woman weeping inside, accompanied by a man's low murmurs of comfort. Upon stepping inside, the hall fell abruptly silent. Chapter 1: Old Acquaintance. Your Highness, Your Highness? Li Huaying sat before a Wangwali carved phoenix dressing table, staring blankly at the reflection in the mirror. She was strikingly beautiful, a vision of grace and elegance. Yet, amidst her delicate features, there resided an air of regal dignity, unmistakably a favored daughter raised in the comforts of opulence. To her astonishment, she found herself inexplicably returned to the age of 18. In that time, she had fallen for the newly acclaimed top scholar, Lin Huaiyuan, resolutely deciding to wait 3 years for his filial duties to conclude, with unwavering determination to marry him. The thought of her dreadful future in her previous life ignited a fierce hatred within her, causing her hands to tremble slightly. Your Highness, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Ingshi hurried forward, her concern palpable. Ing Fei, who had just entered, placed down a basin and rushed over. Your Highness, how can you rise to greet Lady Lin in your condition? Nothing is more important than your health? Greet Lady Lin? A sneer crept into Li Huaying's eyes. When had she ever needed to rise early to pay respects to others? She was the most cherished daughter of the Dashuo Emperor, her mother having saved the realm. She had even been granted the title of Protectorate Princess, her status equivalent to that of the Crown Prince. No empress had ever demanded such formalities from her. Yet, in her previous life, she had foolishly been coaxed by Lin Huaiyuan into paying her respects to his mother for 7 long years, regardless of the discomfort it brought her. She had sacrificed her own dignity to be a dutiful daughter-in-law and wife. When Lin's mother fell ill, she devoted herself tirelessly to her care, showering the Lin household with gifts of gold and silk. But what had she received in return? The loss of her child, only to be scorned by Lin's mother, who likened her to a useless sow from the countryside. As Lin Huaiyuan ascended the ranks, his mother forbade mourning for their child, fearing it would overshadow his promotion. Did she not consider that the Dashuo favored martial prowess over scholarly pursuits? Were it not for her meticulous networking and the protection of her royal brother, and Lin Huaiyuan's status as a son-in-law, how could he have risen so swiftly from humble beginnings? As Li Huaying recalled the past, her eyes brimmed with tears. Ingshi and Ing Fei exchanged worried glances. What had befallen their princess? Suddenly, voices from outside interrupted their thoughts. Haiyu entered, her voice bright. Your Highness, the prince consort has arrived, inquiring if you will visit Yuzhong Hall to pay respects. I shall not, Li Huaying replied coldly, her refusal immediate. Haiyu paused, then bowed and exited, her mind racing with concern for the princess. She recalled the last time Li Huaying had been late, hurriedly visiting the prince consort, only to return in tears from his harsh words. Li Huaying observed the surprise on Ingshi and Ing Fei's faces, stifling a bitter smile. Just a month in her marriage to the Lin family, she had yearned for harmony, willing to endure personal grievances for the sake of peace. But Lin Huaiyuan was hardly worth such sacrifices. It was only upon her demise that she realized he had taken advantage of her 3-year wait, engaging in illicit affairs during his period of mourning, fathering a child. How dare he defy the laws and the royal family? Yet Lin Huaiyuan had brazenly brought his paramour into their home, claiming she was a widowed teacher's daughter seeking her care. Li Huaying had dutifully attended to the woman, even summoning skilled midwives from the palace for the birth. Ultimately, it was this very child who caused her downfall, leading to her illness. Lin Huaiyuan had callously proclaimed, "Before our marriage, you called me a feeble scholar. Of no use now, I shall show you that I can thrive without you. You know, the title of Prince Consort is the bane of my existence. Had it not been for Li Yu and Chun Ge, I would not have endured these 7 years of marriage." Her eyes reddened, she coughed blood and fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she was in the present. Surely, heaven could not bear to see her deceived by such a vile man for so long, expending her efforts and wealth for the Lin family. She was the most esteemed princess of Dashuo, with the entire royal family backing her. Now that she had a second chance, she would no longer play the role of the dutiful daughter-in-law, wife, or sister-in-law. She would ensure they regretted their past actions. She would see to it that the Lin family faced dire consequences. "Your Highness, shall I arrange for a meal?" Li Huaying regained her composure. "Yes, I desire a lotus heart and minced soup." Her anger simmered, needing an outlet. Ingshi smiled and complied. The small kitchen promptly prepared an array of dishes: lamb flour silk, 3 fresh bamboo shoots stir-fried with pigeons, exquisite shrimp dumplings, cherry wine, lotus heart, and minced soup, accompanied by several plates of candied pastries, creating a lavish spread. Huaying felt her spirits lift as she surveyed the feast. Wang Shi mentioned the upcoming flower viewing banquet. "Your Highness, the second young lady has been clamoring to attend as well." The second young lady? Lin Huaiyuan's sister, Lin Jinyan. In her previous life, this sister-in-law had been a constant thorn in her side, taking advantage of her kindness under the protection of Lin Huaiyuan and his mother. This time, she would not allow her to bask in glory. "Let her go if she wishes. I wonder if the second young lady will need assistance with her attire," Ingshi remarked as she gently ladled soup into a small bowl before placing it before Li Huaying. Ing Fei interjected with a quick tongue. "Ingshi, you are being too generous. Your Highness, you are unaware that the second young lady has nearly emptied your eastern treasury. Fortunately, I only granted her the key to the eastern treasury. Otherwise, with her insatiable greed, you'd have no fine garments left for the flower viewing banquet." Insatiable greed indeed. Li Huaying chuckled, recalling how Lin Jinyan had once come to her, lamenting her lack of fine clothing and jewelry, pleading for her sympathy as she faced ridicule in the capital's elite circles. Huaying had been moved by her humble origins and, despite Lin Huaiyuan's meager salary and his mother's stinginess, had given her the key to the eastern treasury, allowing her to select what she needed. She even permitted Lin Jinyan to charge jewelry and silk on the princess account for future purchases. From that day forth, Lin Jinyan adorned herself in a different ensemble each day and became a frequent patron of the capital's finest boutiques. Yet she remained dissatisfied, always yearning for access to the remaining treasury keys. Such avarice deserved to be met with consequences. "Since the treasury is nearly empty, let her be replenished," Li Huaying said, glancing at Ing Fei, whose face showed indignation. "What troubles you so? I feel it unjust on your behalf. The emperor and empress cherished you dearly. Yet here in the Lin household, you have offered your heart, only to be met with their insatiable greed. Ing Fei, you dare speak well of the prince consort's family?" Ingshi laughed. Huaying sighed inwardly. Just a month into her marriage, even Ingshi and Ing Fei could see the truth that had ensnared her for a lifetime in her previous life. For the sake of a mere Lin Huaiyuan, she had allowed herself to be trampled upon. An icy resolve glimmered in her eyes. "Ingshi, gather some items bestowed upon me by my father and mother, and place them in the eastern treasury." Ingshi's eyes brightened as she grasped Li Huaying's intent. "Also, send a note to the jewelry shops I frequent, informing them that starting tomorrow, Lin Jinyan's debts will no longer be settled by the prince's household. And have Suja bring a team of palace guards to oversee the rear courtyard. I want it secured. I shall attend to it at once." With a smile upon her face, Ingshi hurriedly bowed and left. Just then, she collided with Huayu, who entered in a hurry, looking even more flustered than Ingshi. "Your Highness, A female guest has arrived. She is said to be an old acquaintance of the prince consort. An old acquaintance? Perhaps an old flame. Come, let us see that in her previous life, she had been manipulated by the Lin family, but this time she would take the reins of this unfolding drama. As Li Huaying walked through the Yao Xian courtyard, the pavilions and terraces were arranged with elegance and order. The flying eaves and azure tiles glimmered under the sunlight, and upon ascending the covered corridor, one could behold the meandering waters and flourishing fragrant herbs. The garden, encircled by mountains and waters, presented a splendid spring vista that was truly refreshing to the spirit. Naturally, the Lin residence lacked such picturesque scenery, and Lin Huaiyuan did not possess the means to sustain such an estate. Before marrying into the Lin family, Li Huaying had purchased 2 grand houses adjacent to the Lin residence, investing a considerable sum in their renovation. She had also connected these houses with the Lin estate by breaking down the walls, thereby accommodating her maids, servants, gardeners, and guards. She resided in the Yao Xian courtyard, which was conveniently close to the Lin residence, and all the flowers and plants there were rightfully hers. However, Lin's mother took advantage of this situation, refusing to allocate the silver and provisions that were rightfully due to her. Huaying was certainly not in debt for a few taels of silver. Yet, this miserly behavior was truly disgraceful. As she pondered this, she approached the Yuzhong Hall, only to hear the sound of a woman weeping and a man's soft reassurances from within. The moment Li Huaying stepped inside, the atmosphere in the Yuzhong Hall fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 2. Expecting Lin Huaiyuan donned a stone-blue robe adorned with ink patterns and cloud sleeves, secured by a black bat-pattern belt, and crowned with a white jade tiara. He stood tall like a pine or bamboo, his brow furrowed as he gazed at her. "What brings you here, Your Highness?" "I heard a delicate guest had arrived at the residence, and naturally, I had to come and see," he replied. Lin Mu stepped forward with a smile, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. "This is the daughter of my late husband's mentor, who has come to seek refuge with us after finding life unbearable in her widowhood." "I see," Li Huaying said with an enigmatic smile. Lin Mu gently ushered the young woman, hiding behind Lin Huaiyuan, into view. "This is Li Yu of the Xia family. Come now, greet the princess." Xia Liu stumbled slightly as Lin Mu pulled her forward. Lin Huaiyuan quickly steadied her by her arm, whispering, "Be careful." A blush crept onto Xia Liu's delicate face as she lowered her head in silence, her body unconsciously leaning closer to Lin Huaiyuan. She wore a white silk dress. The gossamer belt cinched delicately, and as she bowed, the little pearl hairpin adorning her coiled hair swayed gently, imparting a sense of youthful shyness. Lady Xia is a widow. Why does she still wear her hair in a youthful style? I thought she was a young, unmarried lady. Yingfei scoffed, having navigated the intrigues of the palace for many years. She had encountered many a coquette, and this Xia Liu seemed almost glued to the prince. Xia Liu lifted her head, biting her lip as she looked at Lin Huaiyuan. "Brother Yuan, I'm unaware of these customs. I traveled alone from Jiangdu and do not know the rules of Xinjiang. If I have offended anyone of noble status, I shall redo my hair." Lin Huaiyuan shook his head, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. "There is no need. After your long journey, you should not tire yourself further. Indeed, Lady Xia must be quite exhausted. After all, it is the burden of 2, Li Huaying remarked lightly. Xia Liu and Apos' face paled. Lin Huaiyuan pressed his lips together, glancing at Li Huaying, who wore an untroubled expression on her exquisite face. He suppressed his astonishment. If the emperor were to learn that he had been involved with another during his engagement, and that she was with child, it would surely lead to severe consequences. "How did you come to know that Li Yu is with child, Your Highness?" Having seen much in the palace, she observed that Xia Liu's waist was still slender, but her lower abdomen bore a hint of fullness. Xia Liu instinctively placed her hand on her belly, attempting to conceal it. Her skin was fair, though her neck appeared slightly darker. Darker neck? Panic flashed in Xia Liu and Apos' eyes as she quickly covered her neck with a silk handkerchief. Just moments ago, she had deliberately revealed her slender neck to garner his affection. Her chin appeared swollen, and there were brown spots on her cheeks. Xia Liu couldn't help but gasp in dismay. What? Despite her arduous journey, she had not checked her reflection often, relying on the little conveniences bestowed by her uncle in Xinjiang. She had thought herself as beautiful as before, yet her face bore spots. Xiao Liu glanced at Li Huaying, whose splendid attire was made of materials she had never encountered. The fabric shimmered as she moved, dreamlike and ethereal. The wide sleeves were adorned with silver-threaded butterflies, fluttering gracefully with her motions. She had never seen such exquisite garments in her life. Yet this was merely one of Li Huaying's ordinary outfits. A flicker of resentment sparked within Xiao Liu. Not only the attire, but that radiant face, akin to a dew-kissed peony, exuded a luminescence. An atmosphere enveloped her that was both inviting and intimidating. Xiao Liu bit her lip, yet her hand on her belly suddenly filled her with a sense of confidence. With a child on the way, everything was an open question. Xiao Liu gazed at Lin Huaiyuan, only to find him deeply focused on Li Huaying. Your Highness possesses great insight. Huaiyuan admires you. After all this talk, it is time for lunch. Lin Mu wiped the cold sweat from her neck. Her voice now lighter. The household had begun to prepare a sumptuous feast brought by the imperial chef, courtesy of Li Huaying. Everyone took their seats. Li Huaying occupied the main seat, with Lin Mu to her left and Lin Huaiyuan to her right, while Xiao Liu sat beside Lin Huaiyuan. The table fell momentarily silent as Xiao Liu beheld the array of exquisite delicacies, many of which she had never seen before. Her gaze wandered to the intricately carved screen of blossoming crabapple trees, the coral-inlaid cabinet, and the mother-of-pearl and gold-threaded curtains. Her heart raced. She had made the right choice. With the child in her womb, all these treasures would one day belong to her. As her excitement flushed her cheeks, a piece of snow-white fish landed in her bowl. Xiao Liu looked up to find Lin Huaiyuan gazing at her with warmth. Eat more. Xiao Liu smiled shyly and nodded gently. Lin Huaiyuan turned to see Li Huaying raising an eyebrow at him. Jiangdu is a long way from Shengjing. Liu must replenish her strength after such a journey. As he spoke, he placed another piece of fish in Li Huaying's bowl. Your Highness should eat more too. Li Huaying instantly felt Xiao Liu's gaze upon her, her eyes brimming with a hint of grievance. Amusement flickered within Li Huaying. One might think she was the one without a name or status. How did Lady Xia become a widow? Li Huaying inquired nonchalantly. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks ceased at the table. Xiao Liu raised her head, her eyes already reddening. This was a painful subject for her. Lin Mu quickly interjected. Huaying, why bring up such matters during a meal? Liu, do not mind. Eat more. The child in your belly also needs nourishment. How considerate of you. Auntie, Xiao Liu said gratefully, rubbing her eyes. Li Huaying understood. Such sorrow, it seems speaking of it is a taboo. I imagine the circumstances of his passing were quite tragic. He wouldn't have died without a trace. Would he? Cough. Lin Huaiyuan, sipping his soup, suddenly choked, coughing violently. Oh dear, are you all right, Yuan? Let me help you. Lin Mu rushed over, patting his back while casting a disapproving glance at Li Huaying. What sort of talk is this during a meal? It caused Yuan to choke, and you sit there without a care in the world. Li Huaying chuckled lightly, her tone laced with mockery. She had heard such remarks countless times in her previous life. Perhaps because she once harbored feelings for Lin Huaiyuan, she had never found them inappropriate. But now, hearing it again, it was truly laughable. A grown man choking on his food, needing someone to come and pat his back. Li Huaying scoffed. One might think he was an infant who had yet to wean. Lin Huaiyuan's face, already flushed from coughing, turned even redder upon hearing this. He pushed his mother's hand away. Mother, I am fine. Please return to your meal. Yet Lin Mu continued speaking as she walked away. What of it? My son will always be my little boy. Indeed, the prince must be dearly nurtured by his mother, Li Huaying said with a tone of inexplicable levity, her eyes sparkling as she teased Lin Huaiyuan. He knew she was mocking him, looking down upon him from her lofty perch. Yet, his heart trembled nonetheless. Brother Yuan. Xiao Liu's soft voice broke through, pulling Lin Huaiyuan from his reverie. Will I be settled? She asked, her expression filled with anxiety and helplessness, her eyes radiating trust and dependence. Lin Huaiyuan frowned. With Xiao Liu alone and vulnerable in Shengjing, relying solely on him, and with her carrying his child, it would be inappropriate for her to reside within the household. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke gently. I shall find a residence for you outside and send some capable maids and servants to take care of you. Li Huaying, Hearing this familiar proposal echoing her past life revealed a hint of a cold smile. In her previous existence, she had been oblivious, allowing Xia Liu to be settled outside the household just like that. Lin Huaiyuan often sought excuses to linger in her residence. It was not until she was in her 10th month of pregnancy and had given birth that she declared living outside had been too arduous, leading to her and her child being welcomed into the manor. This time, she would not allow them to revel so freely. Chapter 3. The Fragrance Pavilion. How inappropriate it is. Miss Xia is with child. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise outside, we would be unable to reach her in time. Moreover, what if a malicious person were to take advantage of her situation as a solitary widow? Li Huaying expressed her heartfelt concerns. Upon hearing this, Lin and Appo's mother immediately responded, indeed. There are numerous precautions to take during pregnancy. How can I rest easy without being present to oversee her? As she spoke, she caught sight of Li Huaying and quickly added, if anything were to happen to Liu, I would never be able to face Yuan and Appo's esteemed teacher in the afterlife. With that, she closed her eyes and began to chant Amitabha. Lin Huaiyuan pondered for a moment and remarked, Your Highness makes a valid point. Liu, it would be best for you to remain in the estate and avoid unnecessary turmoil. The thought of residing in the estate brought joy to Xia Liu and Appo's heart, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. However, Lin Huaiyuan's thoughts were clouded by Li Huaying's concerns. If someone in the court discovered his arrangement for Xia Liu and reported it to the emperor, it could lead to dire consequences upon further investigation. Contemplating this, his gaze towards Xia Liu darkened. The timing of this child was indeed unfortunate. Yet, witnessing the hopeful and affectionate look in her eyes, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging that this was, after all, his first child. Once the formalities were concluded, Li Huaying declared that she was finished with her meal and returned to the courtyard. Suja was already waiting patiently in the yard. As the steward of the princess and Appo's residence, he was young, yet meticulous in his duties. Your Highness, the guards have been stationed as per your instructions throughout the Yaoxian courtyard. They have doubled their presence around the treasury in your main quarters. Though the courtyard is connected to the Lin residence, aside from my people, others are only permitted to stroll in the garden. Should they wish to enter any pavilion or chamber, it requires my approval, Li Huaying instructed in a calm voice. Suja nodded in agreement, but hesitated slightly. If he dares to intrude, we shall deal with it accordingly, she replied lightly before returning to her chamber. Ingshi had prepared water and was ready to assist her in washing her hands and face. Your Highness, I have heard there is considerable commotion in the eastern courtyard as they prepare the fragrance pavilion for that Miss Xia. The Lin residence was situated to the east, while the Yaoxian courtyard was to the west. The maids often referred to the Lin estate as the eastern courtyard. Upon hearing this, Ing Fei's expression shifted dramatically. How could a widow from Jiangdu be residing in the fragrance pavilion? It was no wonder she reacted so strongly. The fragrance pavilion was the closest courtyard to Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's Wusong courtyard. Just a few steps beyond the Wusong courtyard led directly to the fragrance pavilion, where Xia Liu had lived after giving birth in her previous life. Li Huaying took a handkerchief to wipe her hands, her movements casual. Her staying there is certainly due to someone's intention. This thought struck the maid as strange. Ingshi remarked, You were not present in the Yuzhong Hall this morning. You did not witness how the prince and Madame Lin doted on Miss Xia. Anyone would think she was Madame Lin and Appo's own daughter. That Miss Xia did not even greet our prince, and the prince indulged her. It is truly lacking in decorum. She even addressed him as Brother Yuan, a widow calling him that makes me feel embarrassed for her. Ing Fei's face flushed with indignation as she spoke. Ingsh's expression grew serious. This was utterly absurd. The princess, born of noble lineage, marrying into the Lin family, and they were elevating a widow from Jiangdu. What could possibly be their motive? After all, she was right under their noses. Any upheaval would depend on my discretion. Li Huaying leaned back against the imperial concubine's couch, visibly displeased. Ingshi, sensing the tension, inquired, Your Highness, are you feeling fatigued? A bit, she replied. Why has the weather turned so warm all of a sudden? This year has warmed up earlier than usual, Ingshi said as she helped Li Huaying remove her hairpin and outer garments, fanning her gently with a peony silk fan infused with dragon brain incense. Instantly, the atmosphere became much cooler. Your Highness should rest for a moment. Huayuan and Lying have just prepared some fruits. I believe we can enjoy them in the afternoon. Li Huaying nodded and, having cleansed her face, settled down to rest. Lying entered, panting and sweaty, carrying a tall bronze ice jar. Without uttering a word, Ingfei gently hushed her. Lying immediately controlled her breathing, carefully placing the ice jar in a corner of the room. Through the beaded curtain, she noticed Ingshi sitting beside the couch, fanning the air, and she smiled and nodded before quietly withdrawing. As soon as she stepped outside, Ingfei seized her arm and wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. You managed to carry such a large ice jar all by yourself. That is quite impressive. Lying chuckled, accepting the handkerchief. Huayuan and I are both from the Shun family. If we didn't have a bit of strength, how could we serve the princess? Well, I see that the Lin residence is anything but tranquil. You know about that too? Come, let us check the fruits in the backyard. That sounds wonderful. I shall pick some to prepare ice, pearl honey water for the princess. Meanwhile, as Li Huaying gradually awakened, the room felt pleasantly cool. Your Highness, you are awake. Miss Xia has arrived and is waiting in the garden, Ingshi announced as she assisted Li Huaying in getting up. Ingfei brought over a jade bowl filled with a clear, honey-colored broth. Beneath it rested various round fruit pieces, with several small ice pearls floating atop, looking refreshingly delightful. Your Highness, please enjoy some ice pearl honey water to cool off. Li Huaying smiled and remarked, you have a knack for concocting these delicacies. Ingfei stuck out her tongue playfully. If the princess enjoys it, then I am pleased. After savoring a few spoonfuls, Li Huaying felt her agitation subside, and she recalled Ingshi earlier words. Please summon Miss Xia. Ingfei complied and went to relay the message. Before long, Huayuan returned with Xia Liu. Noticing her flushed complexion and sweaty brow, it was clear she had endured the heat outside. Upon entering, the sweltering heat dissipated, and she felt the refreshing coolness of the room. The exquisite decorations caught her eye, leaving her momentarily speechless. Miss Xia, why are you standing there? Hurry and greet the princess, Ingfei urged, noticing Xia Liu's hesitation. Regaining her composure, Xia Liu bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to your highness. You may be seated, Miss Xia. Huayuan brought over a carved pear-wood stool adorned with a silver thread embroidered blanket representing the 4 seasons. Xia Liu felt somewhat shy as she sat on the delicate stool, subtly smoothing the wrinkles in her garment. Li Huaying had just risen, her expression still somewhat languid, casually sipping the ice, pearl honey water. Xia Liu did not touch her cup of tea, her gaze drawn to Li Huaying's bowl of honey water, and she gently licked her lips. Ingshi noticed this and exchanged a glance with Ingfei. Though Ingfei was reluctant, she stepped outside and quickly returned with a bowl of chilled watermelon drink. Miss Xia, please have some of this refreshing drink to cool off. Xia Liu smiled at Ingfei and took a few spoonfuls. The icy sweetness was delightful. Indeed, the offerings of the princess were exceptional. This is truly exquisite, Xia Liu said, placing her spoon down with a grin. Ingfei and Appo's eyes narrowed slightly with disdain. How naive she seemed. Are you implying that the Lin residence and Appo's offerings are lacking? Li Huaying invited her tonenoitrad. Xia Liu immediately waved her hands in a panic. No, your highness. Please do not misunderstand. I simply rarely have the chance to enjoy such refined, icy beverages. Li Huaying, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, directly asked, Miss Xia, did you come here for a specific reason? It may seem a bit abrupt. Xia Liu's cheeks flushed with shyness. Brother Yuan has arranged for me to stay in the fragrance pavilion, and while the servants have been prepared, I have yet to find someone to accompany me. Brother Yuan mentioned that there are more maidservants available here, so I came to seek your highness's assistance in recommending a couple for me. Chapter 4. Nobility and commonality. Upon the utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Li Huaying gently returned her spoon to the jade bowl. The sound crisp and clear. Ingshi presented a silk handkerchief, allowing Li Huaying to dab her face, while Ingfei stood by with a small bronze basin. waiting to offer the handkerchief once she had cleansed her hands. Huayu approached silently, collecting the jade bowl from the table. Xiao Liu observed this scene with a tinge of discontent. Why must one be served even while partaking in a meal? Yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Would she, too, one day possess such grandeur? However, as the silence lingered in the room, an unease gripped her heart. Your Highness, Li Huaying chuckled softly, but remained silent. Ingshi stepped forward, saying, Miss Xia, to deceive in front of His Highness is a grave offense, a profound disrespect. Xiao Liu's body jolted, and she hastily waved her hands. That is not me, Li Huaying, feeling vexed, replied coldly. The lowest rank among my maidservants is at least of the 7th grade. You must kneel and bow thrice before a mere 9th grade magistrate in Jiangdu. And now you wish for my maidservants to serve you? It seems Lin Huaiyuan, this scholar of governance, is becoming increasingly muddled, failing to discern the distinctions of rank. Xiao Liu's lips turned pale. The dampness of her back clung to her garments, chilling against the cool breeze. In Jiangdu, she was merely the daughter of a teaching academy lecturer. She understood the lowly status of maidservants, but had never fathomed that they could possess ranks akin to officials. Li Huaying's words struck her like a thunderbolt, making her acutely aware of the vast chasm between them, as distant as the clouds above from the mire below. Yet, a sense of defiance lingered in her heart. Nobility and commonality? You hold the esteemed position while I remain lowly. What of it? As long as Lin Huaiyuan stands by my side, victory shall inevitably be mine. It is Liu who is mistaken, Liu who is lowly without uttering another word. Xiao Liu dashed out, her eyes reddened with tears. Had it not been for Ying Fei's quick reflexes to steady the table, it would have been nearly overturned. How utterly uncouth. His Highness has not spoken, and she departs in such a rude manner. I have never encountered someone like her, who, upon meeting His Highness for the first time, eagerly sought favors. She shamelessly entangled herself with the prince consort. How could he possibly be unaware of such antics? Seeing her run off, Ying Fei could no longer restrain her indignation. A mocking smile danced on Li Huaying's lips. Even Ying Fei, who deemed her to lack manners, treasured Lin Huaiyuan. Why concern herself with such trivialities? Better to enjoy the company of Xiulu in the garden. Li Huaying was disinterested in Xiao Liu's petty schemes. Once she bore a child, her crimes would be forgiven. Yet the repercussions of her actions would remain. It is indeed heating up. Xiulu, with its thick fur, must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Ingshi replied. As the group exited, several rough maidservants held up a yellow silk parasol adorned with peonies and a fan embroidered with auspicious patterns, shielding them from the sun. Where is Lu Ying? Li Huaying Yingqidat. Lu Ying adores playing with Xiulu. She is surely in the Xiulu garden at this hour, Ingshi responded. A smile crossed Li Huaying's face, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Xiulu was an exotic dog from the western regions, raised by her since childhood, larger than ordinary dogs, with a coat of pure white and a gentle temperament. In her previous life, while bedridden, Xiulu had fallen ill and passed away, leaving her heartbroken for a long time. Now, witnessing it alive and lively brought her immense comfort. Soon, they arrived at the Xiulu garden, where 4 guards in black stood at the entrance, bowing to Li Huaying and stepping aside. The moment they entered, a large white fluff ball joyfully leaped towards Li Huaying, barking excitedly, its bushy tail wagging vigorously. Li Huaying's eyes sparkled with joy as she gently stroked its soft fur. Xiulu, sister has come to see you. Xiulu let out a joyful bark, opening its mouth and extending its warm tongue to lick Li Huaying's hand. A boy standing quietly nearby stepped forward urgently, exclaiming, Xiulu, no, it's nothing. Li Huaying said, turning to the boy. He appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, tall and with an honest gaze, somewhat familiar to her. You are the dog servant newly assigned to care for Xiulu? Yes, I am Yang Li, and I have been looking after Xiulu for a month, the boy answered respectfully. Lu Ying, grinning, added, Xiulu has been much more spirited lately and is eating better than before. Xiulu, now 11 years old, had seen a decline in appetite and energy. Yet, it certainly appeared livelier now. Yang Li has done well. You shall be rewarded, Li Huaying declared. As her words fell, Huayu produced a plump silver-threaded pouch adorned with cloud patterns from her satchel and cheerfully placed it in Yang Li's hands. Yang Li quickly bowed, expressing gratitude. His face flushed, unsure whether from joy or embarrassment, prompting Lu Ying to stifle a laugh nearby. Li Huaying played with Xiaolu until she settled in the pavilion, observing Yang Li and Lu Ying frolicking with the dog. As the sun began its descent, Li Huaying meticulously instructed Yang Li before her departure. Ensure that Xiaolu's chamber is equipped with an ice basin, slightly smaller to prevent it from feeling cold, and refrain from feeding it too many heat-inducing dishes like venison. Yang Li responded respectfully. Xiaolu obediently sat, its moist eyes fixed on Li Huaying, letting out soft whimpers that tugged at her heart, making it difficult to part. Someone from the Yuzhong Hall has come to urge the meal, Huayu remarked. The group proceeded towards the Yuzhong Hall, and upon entering, they were greeted by laughter and cheerful voices. It appeared that Lin Jinyan had returned, eagerly catching up with Xia Liu, both brimming with joy. Upon seeing Li Huaying enter, Lin Jinyan pulled Xia Liu towards the dining table. Sister-in-law has arrived. I've been waiting so long that my stomach is growling. You must come earlier next time. Ying Shi chuckled. Miss Tu might be too hungry to think straight. The princess hasn't even taken her seat, yet you've already seated yourself, and Miss Xia. Xia Liu sprang to her feet, looking utterly flustered. Lin Jinyan pouted, shifting her position but refusing to rise. Jinyan, that is quite rude. Lin Huaiyuan turned to Li Huaying and gestured. Please, Your Highness, take your seat. In the past, Li Huaying would have been apprehensive about causing discord between the siblings, likely making a conciliatory remark that they needn't stand on ceremony. However, the Lin family had always taken advantage of her politeness. Her courtesy only encouraged their arrogance. As expected, it was the prince consort who understood decorum. Li Huaying wore a subtle smile, taking her seat at the head of the table. Lin Huaiyuan paused, glancing at Li Huaying with a furrowed brow, sensing she seemed different somehow. She had never been one to invoke rules, often indulging Lin Jinyan. Lin Jinyan sulkily sat down. Why must we bother with so many formalities? You're always so full of yourself. Though she didn't face Li Huaying, her voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Li Huaying remarked lightly, well said, but it's a pity that one who doesn't understand etiquette is barred from any banquet in Shengjing. Lin Jinyan's expression stiffened as she turned to Li Huaying. Questioning, what do you mean? Are you not taking me to the flower viewing banquet? Li Huaying smilat silanli. Lin Jinyan's face fell, and she clutched Lin Huaiyuan's sleeve, pouting, elder brother, I want to go to the flower viewing banquet. If not, how will I show my face in the noble lady circle? No one will want to befriend me. I must go. Elder brother, elder brother. Her voice was insistent and loud, filled with a sense of entitlement. Lin Huaiyuan frowned, then turned to Li Huaying, saying, Your Highness, Jinyan has a point. As her sister-in-law, you are well-versed and should take her to make friends. Though Lin's mother had no idea what the flower viewing banquet was, she chimed in, indeed. As the elder sister-in-law, you should not be so petty. You must take her to this flower viewing banquet. Chapter 5. Sharing the meal, Li Huaying smiled gently. Why is everyone so anxious? I never said I wouldn't take her along. After all, it is only when we go that we can witness the splendid performance. Lin Jinyan chuckled with satisfaction. She knew that as long as she mentioned her elder brother, Li Huaying would comply. Lin mother nodded in approval, saying, This is how it should be. You are married to Yuan and Amp. Oppos, and Jinyan is your dear sister. You must always consider and accommodate her. However, her words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Jinyan, who had grown accustomed to her mother's ramblings and never took her seriously. At that moment, she was eagerly fiddling with a dish. What is this? Why is there an orange steamed? Lin Jinyan laughed heartily as she poked at the yellow orange on the porcelain plate. Sister-in-law, you call this a royal chef and Oppos dish? I dare say, it's not even as good as the food from the restaurants in Jiangdu. Ying Shi stepped forward, a smile gracing her face. The second young lady seems to have misunderstood. This dish is called crab stuffed orange. It involves selecting a round, yellow orange, hollowing it out, and filling it with succulent crab meat before steaming it to perfection and drizzling it with a secret sauce. The flavor is both aromatic and fresh. This delicate description made everyone's mouth water, and they were about to pick up their chopsticks. Yet, Upon seeing Ing Shi's composed smile, Lin Jinyan inexplicably exploded with criticism. Crab-stuffed orange? It's merely a big bug that crawls in the water. Such a thing wouldn't even be eaten by the chickens in Jiangdu if thrown on the ground. The people of Shangjing really love to put on airs, concocting such bizarre dishes. Using an orange to serve crab is nothing short of a farce. It's barely edible. What is there to show off? After her tirade, the fragrant aroma of the crab and orange wafted into her nostrils, and she swallowed hard, preparing to feign reluctance as she reached for the dish. With a mere glance from Li Huaying, Ying Fei swiftly removed the plate of crab-stuffed orange. Lin Jinyan found herself empty-handed. Jinyan was right. This dish should be taken to the honored guest, though it was a pity for him. Li Huaying smiled slightly as Lu Ying accepted the crab-stuffed orange and gracefully departed. Lin Jinyan's chopsticks hovered in midair, and she had no choice but to awkwardly retract them. "What is this honored guest?" Xiao Liu inquired. She had been eager to taste the dish, only to find herself unable to sample it, feeling a tinge of disdain for Lin Jinyan. Truly, one who has never seen fine cuisine ought not to speak so recklessly. "Oh, he is merely a dog servant for my courtyard," Li Huaying replied casually. The expressions of those at the table varied, yet all felt a touch of displeasure. Regardless of how unpalatable the food might be, it was unreasonable to serve it to a dog servant. Lin Jinyan mumbled under her breath. Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Jinyan, focus on your meal." Jinyan huffed in response. Xiao Liu smiled softly. "Speaking of which, I visited the Yao Xian courtyard this afternoon and waited for quite a while without seeing the dog servant. Instead, there seemed to be more guard from the estate." Upon hearing this, Lin Mother recalled the matter and expressed her discontent. "Huaying, why have you brought so many guards dressed in black to our courtyard? It displeases me. I had a nightmare last night and felt quite frightened. I would feel more at ease if my royal brother personally sent guards to oversee things." Li Huaying patted her chest and sighed. Lin Mother wanted to say more, but Lin Huaiyuan placed a piece of tender meat into her bowl. "Mother, please eat more. You are so considerate." Lin Mother's face brightened as she placed the tender meat into her mouth. Lin Huaiyuan smiled silently, casting a glance at Li Huaying. She had even brought up the prince to silence her mother. With this thought, Lin Huaiyuan felt a bit of frustration. Ying Fei, by Li Huaying and Appo's side, attentively served her, cutting larger portions into bite-sized pieces. Ying Shi, on the other side, occasionally offered tea and cloths. Huayue held a delicate fan, gently fanning Li Huaying from behind. Lin Mother felt a growing discomfort watching this scene. Even as the head of the household, she had never been served with such meticulous care. Li Huaying barely needed to lift a finger, with someone even fanning her. Anger rose within her. It was truly lacking in decorum. Recalling how the wives in Jiangdu all served their mothers-in-law and husbands with utmost caution at the dining table, never daring to reach for the best dishes, she wondered why the Lin family had welcomed a goddess who had to be catered to daily. Lin Mother observed as Ying Shi reached for a slice of bamboo shoot with her serving chopsticks, and she extended her own chopsticks to rummage through the dish. When Ying Shi attempted to grab a piece of duck, Lin Mother hastily interfered again. Ying Shi did not react much, simply retracting her chopsticks. As Lin Mother chewed on the oily duck skin, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Yet, seeing that Li Huaying, with her radiant and dignified countenance, did not spare her even a glance, her irritation reignited. She then placed a piece of duck into Lin Huaiyuan's bowl. Lin Huaiyuan accepted it and said, "Thank you. Mother, you should eat as well." Lin Mother huffed, her tone elongated. "Mother is concerned for you. You work so hard every day. It pains me to see you growing thinner without someone caring for you to serve food or fan you. It truly saddens me. Just look at all the good dishes on this table, all picked over by this maid. What else can I eat? If I eat one more bite, my son will eat one less." Only then did Li Huaying glance at Lin Mother, seeing her poised to continue her lamentations. "Madam Lin makes a valid point. Ying Shi, please ensure that my meals are separately portioned before serving, to avoid accidentally taking a piece of meat from the princess plate and leaving him hungry." Ying Shi smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Lin Huaiyuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His mother enjoyed rambling on about trivial matters, and while the younger generation could tolerate it, Li Huaying's words were somewhat harsh. He was not a child who would be tempted by a piece of meat. I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours. With that, Li Huaying rose with her maid and left the table. Lin Mother, however, grumbled indignantly. This meal was prepared in her western courtyard. If she separates it, she will surely keep the best for herself. Oh, how pitiful my son is, having to eat her leftovers. Mother, Lin Huaiyuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Lin Mother continued unabated. I believe she does not regard me highly. Did you see? This morning she didn't even come to greet me or share a meal. In a month since she entered the door, I have yet to hear her address me as mother. Mother, according to the laws, only the empress in the palace can be addressed as mother by the princess. The princess is above her husband, and it is entirely reasonable for her to call me and Appos, sister and Appos. Lin Huaiyuan sighed. Why must you dwell on such matters daily, causing yourself unnecessary distress? Seeing that Lin Mother was still visibly displeased, it was clear she had not listened. I have finished my meal. You take your time. As Lin Huaiyuan exited the Yuzhong Hall, he felt a heavy sense of annoyance. He could not fathom why the once harmonious and joyous courtyard had suddenly turned into a place of bickering and discord. Xia Liu, seeing him emerge, hurried to catch up. Elder Brother Yuan. Lin Huaiyuan halted, noticing her worried expression, which warmed his heart, softening his demeanor. How is the Xiangxue pavilion? Are you settling in well? Madame Lin arranged everything well yet. Xia Liu hesitated, her face reflecting some difficulty. Speak plainly. There is no need to be so reserved with me. Lin Huaiyuan smiled reassuringly. Madame Lin mentioned that there aren't many maids in the estate, advising me to inquire if it is convenient for the princess. However, the princess said, as she spoke, tears welled in Xia Liu's eyes, and she covered her face as if unable to continue. Chapter 6. The prince consort Lin Huaiyuan's expression darkened. Just speak plainly. How could he dare to speak ill of the princess? Xia Liu's eyes were red-rimmed. Lin Huaiyuan couldn't help but recall the many mentors who had looked after him, and he remembered that Liu, a frail woman, had traveled a great distance to Shenyang, seeking his protection, carrying his child. Why? He wondered, must the Huaying, who held herself so high, also bully Liu, who had just arrived at the manor? Fear not, I shall protect you. Even if she is a princess, she is my wife, and she shall be subject to my authority. Xia Liu leaned against Lin Huaiyuan, sobbing softly. She said, I'm a lowly person who kneels before everyone. How can I be worthy of her maidservant? Lin Huaiyuan and Appos, as fists clenched, anger brewing within him. A lowly person? So in her eyes, those of them from Jiangdu were deemed as such. One audacious princess. She claims not to care, and I can endure that. But I cannot tolerate her speaking ill of Brother Yuan. How can she say you are unaware of respect and rank before her? Listening to Xia Liu's fragmented sobs, the words respect and rank echoed in Lin Huaiyuan's mind, causing his blood to surge, veins throbbing at his temples. Respect, rank. Indeed, he hailed from a humble background. While she was born into wealth and privilege, she deemed him lowly, while she considered herself noble. Yet what of it? That delicate flower on her high pedestal had still married him, a man of humble origins. Seeing that Lin Huaiyuan was preoccupied, Xia Liu, with tear-stained eyes, headed towards Yaoxian courtyard. She had just removed the veil covering her face, and not a trace of tears remained. Instead, she bore a hint of satisfaction. In the Yaoxian courtyard, more delicacies and fruits were brought in, yet Fei, witnessing Li Huaying's indifference, could no longer contain herself. Your Highness, how can Madame Lin speak so? Does that mean your Highness cannot even have a meal? And the second miss, both of them have no manners. Your Highness must have seen how the Lin family dines on plain broth every day. It is out of pity that you ordered the kitchen to prepare such lavish meals for the entire Lin household. Eating these delicacies costs a fortune. They contribute nothing, yet still pick at the bones of the eggs, as if the Lin family is marrying for profit. Ingshi was initially annoyed, but burst into laughter at Fei's words. She nudged Fei's arm. You have a way with words, turning these frustrating matters into something amusing and fitting. Li Huaying also chuckled. Look at how furious you are. Rest assured, who could possibly take advantage of the old Li family? At the mention of the old Li family, several maidservants stifled their laughter, and Yingfei laughed heartily. Just then, Lu Ying entered. Your Highness, the prince consort has arrived, and he does not appear to be in good spirits. The laughter faded from their faces. Let him in, Li Huaying said, spearing a piece of watermelon with a silver fork as Lin Huaiyuan entered. He had been seething at the entrance. But after taking a few steps into the courtyard and lifting a couple of curtains, his anger inexplicably lightened. The room was cool, filled with the refreshing scent of dragon brain incense and an unknown fragrance. Li Huaying lay languidly on a sandalwood-carved couch, resembling a lazy, precious cat, too indifferent to even glance at him. Observing her delicate beauty, the reprimands Lin Huaiyuan had prepared swirled in his mouth, transforming into a mere inquiry. Did Liu come to see you this afternoon? Li Huaying nodded slightly. Take a seat. Yingfei urged Lin Huaiyuan to sit down and serve tea. As soon as Lin Huaiyuan sat, he noticed a small basket on the side table, awkwardly filled with several colorful cloud knots. He recalled his mother's words about Li Huaying not behaving like a wife, not sewing or mending clothes for her husband, and fell silent. To his surprise, she, who had always been delicate and averse to manual labor, now genuinely wished to pick up a needle and thread, though the knots looked somewhat unkempt. The thought of her struggling to learn stirred something in Lin Huaiyuan's heart. Does the prince consort have matters to discuss? Li Huaying asked impatiently, wondering why one after another felt the need to linger in her Yaoxian courtyard. Regaining his composure, Lin Huaiyuan softened his tone. Liu is the daughter of my mentor, now in distress and residing at the Lin Manor, pregnant. Please take care of her. She is gentle and obedient. Do not let your temper trouble her. Li Huaying shukulat. Pray tell, how have I troubled her? Seeing her amusement, Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brows, recalling Xia Liu and Appo's as tearful eyes. She came to seek a maidservant this afternoon. Whether you grant her request is up to you, but why speak such harsh words to her? Li Huaying scoffed, disinterested in defending herself. It seems allowing Xia Liu to enter the manor early has changed nothing about her. In her previous life, Xia Liu had only moved into the Lin Manor after giving birth, yet she had always been the one to cause trouble. Yingfei chimed in, Your Highness, the prince consort and Appo's words are amusing. Xia Liu came and said, and Appo's brother Yuan asked his highness for 2 maidservants for me. And Appo's. Yingfei imitated Xia Liu and Appo's soft tone perfectly, making Lin Huaiyuan feel uncomfortable. And Appo's. Unclear whether the prince consort has lost his senses or if Xia Liu has. How can she lack courtesy towards us and then accuse us of speaking harshly? Lin Huaiyuan's expression darkened further, but he refrained from arguing with the maidservants in front of Li Huaying, merely stating, I did not instruct her to request maidservants from you. Who knows? Li Huaying replied indifferently, taking a bite of a round, sweet melon, her demeanor cold. Lin Huaiyuan suddenly pressed his lips together. Eating so many cold dishes at night is not good for your health. Why, did Madame Lin say I had a piece of meat from you at Yuzhong Hall? And now you mind if I eat fruit at Yaoxian Courtyard? Li Huaying replia carelessly. What nonsense! Lin Huaiyuan sighed, knowing his mother meant no harm, even if she often spoke bluntly. After all, she was an elder. Why hold a grudge against her? Speaking of which, why did you not go to Yuzhong Hall for morning greetings and breakfast? Mother waited for you for quite a while. I didn't at Appo's. Do you want to go? From now on, I shall have breakfast in Yaoxian Courtyard. Li Huaying set down her silver fork. Her appetite vanished from the conversation. Yingshi brought over a porcelain plate, and Li Huaying absent-mindedly wiped her hands and face. How can one simply not go? This is quite improper. Lin Huaiyuan was about to argue that it was against propriety when he suddenly remembered that a princess marrying into another family need not follow the customary morning and evening greetings. Rather, it was the husband and Appo's family that should regularly pay their respects. Yet, Li Huaying had always maintained that family should not be overly formal, and she indulged her mother and Appo's desire to rise early for greetings. It seemed he had taken this for granted. If she chose not to go, so be it. It mattered little. Lin Huaiyuan's gaze grew complex as he recalled the matter of the household soldiers. Perhaps it was better to let her stir up trouble. You may set up the household soldiers as you wish, but just be careful not to disturb the east courtyard. If you fear disturbance, then simply do not come to my courtyard. Li Huaying and Appo's S. delicate brows furrowed slightly. It is late. If the prince consort has no further matters, you may return. Hearing her brusque words, Lin Huaiyuan felt a surge of displeasure, but maintained his composure. May your highness rest well. With that, he swiftly exited the room. Outside, Lu Ying, seeing him stride away, called out, "Safe travels, prince consort." Unexpectedly, Lin Huaiyuan paused, replying, "You may call me Lord Lin instead." He departed hastily, leaving Lu Ying puzzled as she went in to speak with Li Huaying. The prince consort is quite strange. I just greeted him, and he asked me to call him Lord Lin. Li Huaying instantly recalled what he had said in her previous life. He had mentioned that every day after their marriage, he had felt as if he was humbling himself, living in great torment. He remarked that in the eyes of others, he was always associated with the princess of the protectorate. Even though he had risen to a second-rank official, people still spoke of him in a flippant tone. Envying his good fortune, he had expressed his utmost disdain for being referred to as the prince consort. Li Huaying curled her lips in a smirk, saying, "Regardless of what nonsense he utters, simply refer to him as the son-in-law." Chapter 7. The letter in the fragrant Zongshu pavilion. Lin Jinyan animatedly conversed with Xia Liu. "You cannot imagine, on the day of my brother and Appo's marriage, the banquet was nearly set outside the gates. The gifts brought to congratulate us filled the storerooms to the brim. Even the current emperor personally came to pay his respects, not to mention the grand dowry of Li Huaying, which took half an hour to traverse the streets." As Lin Jinyan spoke with a hint of admiration, Xia Liu listened intently, her face betraying a flicker of secret anticipation. She wondered if her own wedding to Yuan Gu would be similarly extravagant. "I must tell you, Li Huaying possesses an impressive private treasury, though regrettably, I only received the key to a small portion of it." Lin Jinyan lamented, but soon her pride resurfaced. "However, I have free reign in the renowned tailor shops and cosmetics boutiques of Shengjing. She covers all my expenses." Xia Liu's jaw dropped in disbelief. "You can take whatever you want? She pays for you?" "Of course. You must not be unaware of her wealth. The current crown prince is aware, Iasin and Appo's. Tihi, her dowry is equivalent to his title, and my brother truly made a fortunate match." As Xia Liu absorbed these seemingly fantastical claims, a shadow of forced cheerfulness crossed her face. She was the one carrying Lin Huaiyuan's child. Why should the Lin family bask in such opulence while she remained empty-handed? Sensing Xia Liu and Appo's discomfort, Lin Jinyan playfully nudged her arm, a proud smile on her lips. "Fear not. You are bearing my brother and Appo's child. After all, we are family. Tomorrow, I shall take you to her treasury for a little treasure hunting." After scrutinizing Xia Liu and Appo's attire, Lin Jian and Appo's expression soured slightly. "We must also procure you some fine garments and jewelry. You cannot continue to dress so modestly upon entering the Lin household, or I shall be the subject of ridicule by other noble ladies." Xia Liu expressed her gratitude, but a glimmer of darkness lingered in her eyes. "When I become the mistress of the Lin family, it shall be you who receives my charity." The following day, the two girls strolled hand in hand to the Easter treasury. Lin Jinyan discovered an array of beautiful items had been added, her delight nearly overwhelming her senses as she hurried back to her chamber to adorn herself. Meanwhile, Li Huaying had just risen, no longer required to pay her respects to Lin and Appo's mother, and her sleep had been refreshingly deep. Ingshi was attending to her grooming when Huaiyuan entered. "Your Highness, the second miss has just taken Miss Xia to the Eastern Treasury." They each returned with a bundle of items, some of which were gifts from the Emperor and the Empress. They have since ventured into the streets. Li Huaying's lips curled into a slight smile. "Please compile a list of the items Lin Jinyan has taken from the treasury, and ask Su Zhe to tally the account for the princess and Appo's residence." Huaiyuan complied and departed. Li Huaying, enjoying her leisurely days without the need to interact with the Lin family, spent her afternoon in the backyard, feeding the vibrant koi fish, their movements bringing a refreshing sense of tranquility. At that moment, Lu Ying approached with a letter. "Princess, the letter was delivered from Princess Yuan Zhao. She encountered the second miss today in Fian Pavilion." "Let me see." Li Huaying took the letter, unfolding it to reveal only a few terse lines. Elder sister has awaited her mourning period for 3 years and has wed this fine consort. Now, she has disregarded all decorum. Mother personally adorned her with a ceremonial headdress, yet you allowed that ostentatious thing from the Lin family to wear it. Should I witness this again, I shall have her imprisoned and report your transgressions to Mother." As Li Huaying read the words, she could vividly picture Li Huaying and Appos as furious stomp. She chuckled softly, passing the letter to Ingshi. "Keep this safe, young Hong and Appos, or has unwittingly spared me considerable trouble." Ingshi carefully tucked it away, smiling. If Princess Yuan Zhao were to hear you refer to her in such a manner, she might become quite vexed. She is always like this. It is rather amusing. Li Huaying, having lost her mother in childhood, grew up under the Empress's care and within the palace. She was closest to the Crown Prince Li Mingda and Princess Yuan Zhao Li Hongying. Although Hongying, 3 years her junior, often engaged in playful banter, her intentions were always sincere. Before dinner, someone from Yuzhong Hall came to summon her. Li Huaying understood immediately. Upon her arrival at Yuzhong Hall, a crowd surrounded Lin Jinyan, who was sitting in a chair with red-rimmed eyes. Seeing Li Huaying, she leapt up and cried, "Sister-in-law, if you harbor any grievances against me, please voice them. Do you have any idea the humiliation you have caused me? I had just chosen a few pieces of jewelry for Liu in Fian Pavilion when the vendor refused to keep a tab for me, and I had to seek out the shopkeeper. There were many noble ladies present, and they all laughed at me. Do you understand? It is all your fault." As Lin Jinyan grew increasingly agitated, she pointed her finger toward Li Huaying and Appos' nose. "How dare you?" Huaying swiftly stepped in front of Li Huaying, slapping Lin Jinyan and Appos' finger away. Lin Jinyan shrieked, clutching her hand, her face flushed with anger. "You dare to strike me? What do you think you are?" Lin Jinyan lunged at Huaying, incited by fury as Lin and Appos' mother hurried over. "Oh dear, Huaying, what is the meaning of this? How could a servant strike Yin? Someone should put that wretched girl to death." In the midst of the chaos, a voice rang out. "What is happening?" Lin Huaiyuan had just returned, and a servant named Lin Bai, looking distressed, pulled him toward the commotion in Yuzhong Hall. As soon as he entered, Lin Jinyan rushed over, raising her hand to reveal a vivid red mark. "Brother, sister-in-law's maid struck me. Today those noble ladies mocked me outside, all because of sister-in-law." Lin's mother wailed, "What a misfortune has befallen our family. To marry a wife who causes such uproar at home, and she dares to strike my yin-yan." Xiao Liu, concerned, grasped Lin Jinyan's hand. "Your knuckles are swollen. Does it hurt?" Lin Jinyan nodded, pouting. "It hurts terribly." Lin Huaiyuan's expression darkened. "Your Highness, I demand an explanation." "What sort of explanation does the consort desire?" Li Huaying replied with an air of disinterest, allowing Ingshi to assist her into a grand armchair. "Why did you strike my sister? Why do you bully my mother?" Lin Huaiyuan's jaw tightened at Li Huaying's haughty demeanor. "If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, Your Highness, I will take this matter to the palace and seek the Emperor and Appos' judgment." The moment he uttered those words, Lin Jinyan and her companions fell silent, as if their throats had been constricted. Lin Huaiyuan reassured Lin Jinyan, "Do not fear, brother will certainly advocate for you, regardless of the circumstances. Even if you are a noble princess, you must not allow your servants to harm my family." Li Huaying chuckled softly and instructed Ingshi, "Show the letter to the consort." Ingshi complied, presenting the letter to Lin Huaiyuan. "Consort, please take a look." "What is this?" Lin Huaiyuan inquired, recognizing its significance immediately. Chapter 8. Repayment. Lin Huaiyuan unfolded the letter, quickly scanning a few lines, but his expression shifted noticeably. After carefully tucking the letter away, he turned his gaze towards Lin Jinyan, his eyes lingering on a golden hairpin adorned with a sunlit phoenix hanging by her temple. "Where did you acquire this hairpin?" Lin Jinyan, flustered, raised her hand to shield the hairpin, exclaiming, This was given to me by my sister-in-law." Growing increasingly agitated, she continued, "Elder brother, that wretched maid struck me. Instead of questioning her, you concern yourself with trivialities." As she spoke, Lin Huaiyuan and Appos' expression grew colder, causing her voice to falter. Li Huaying smiled gently, rising from her seat to approach Lin Jinyan. With a swift motion, she plucked the hairpin from her hair, examined it momentarily, and then casually handed it to Ying Shi. It is indeed quite beautiful. No wonder you dare to wear it. Caught off guard by the sudden removal of her hairpin, Lin Jinyan protested. What are you doing? That belongs to me. Li Huaying disregarded her and addressed Lin Huaiyuan. Your sister came to me a few days ago, lamenting that your salary is meager and that Madame Lin is stingy. She felt inferior due to her lack of clothing and jewelry. Out of sympathy for her, as her sister, I gave her the key to the Eastern private treasury, allowing her to select some items for herself. Today, Yuan Zhao delivered a letter to me, and when Ying Shi checked the treasury, she was nearly frightened into believing it had been robbed. Even the royal gifts of dragons and phoenixes had vanished without a trace. Li Huaying continued, as for her being struck, if she didn't lay a hand on me, naturally no one would harm her. With each word, Lin Huaiyuan's forehead pulsed with tension, his expression taut. Madame Lin, infuriated, clutched her forehead and exclaimed, Stingy? I have only one daughter, and I have devoted my heart and soul to you. How dare you speak of me in such a manner? Lin Jinyan, pale-faced yet unyielding, retorted, You said I could take from your private treasury. Now you scold me for it. Aren't you simply too petty to part with your worthless trinkets? Who cares about them? In a fit of anger, she removed a jade bracelet in the shape of a begonia and hurled it to the ground. The sound of shattering echoed as it broke into several pieces, the embedded gems scattering across the floor. Ying Shi gasped, Oh dear, this was a treasure bestowed by the Empress Dowager. What shall we do? Huaying hurried to kneel and gather the shattered pieces and gems, wrapping them carefully in a silk cloth. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Lin Huaiyuan shouted, Lin Jinyan, kneel! Startled, Lin Jinyan immediately knelt down, but still attempted to speak. Elder brother. Silence, Lin Huaiyuan retorted, taking a deep breath before looking at Li Huaying. Pausing momentarily before stating, I will compensate you for the bracelet. Compensate? The prince is jesting. Li Huaying replied, her tone laced with disbelief. This bracelet is an antique passed down from the Empress Dowager and Amp. Appo's maternal family. It is priceless. Even if it had a price, it is certainly beyond your means. Ying Shi interjected a few words, but Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's lips were pressed tightly together. Li Huaying replied calmly, Let us set this matter aside for now. The prince should return the key first. Lin Huaiyuan extended his hand, and despite the look of grievance on Lin Jinyan and Appo's face, she reluctantly retrieved the key from her bosom and returned it. Ying Shi accepted it carefully, observing Li Huaying and Appo's exquisite yet icy demeanor. Lin Huaiyuan spoke in a low tone. I will ensure that Jinyan returns everything she took from you. There is no reason for a young lady to rely on her sister-in-law and Appo's support. That is commendable, Li Huaying replied, not even glancing at him. Ying Shi stepped forward, presenting a stack of papers to Lin Huaiyuan. This is a record of the items the second young lady took from the private treasury. She produced another stack, and this is a record of the clothing, jewelry, and cosmetics she purchased in Shengjing, all charged to the princess's account. Please review it, Prince. Lin Huaiyuan, staring at the thick stacks of papers, was momentarily rendered speechless. He had assumed it would only amount to a few pieces of jewelry and fabric, but how could there be so much? As he perused the accounts, he felt his vision blur. 80,000 taels of silver. Was it possible to spend such an amount on clothing and jewelry? Li Huaying smiled slightly. Take your time with the repayment. If you have any questions about the accounts, feel free to inquire directly with the respective shops. In her previous life, she had been excessively indulgent towards the Lin family, spending more on them than on herself. From lavish feasts to Lin Mother and Lin Jinyan and Appo's extravagant clothing and cosmetics, to Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's political dealings and the opulent decor of their home. She had lost track of how much had been spent, and for the sake of Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's reputation, she had never mentioned these expenditures, believing he would comprehend without her needing to say a word. Who would have imagined he truly thought that his meager salary could sustain the Lin family and Appo's luxurious lifestyle? Was he not astonished that his sister and Appo's monthly spending surpassed even that? Or perhaps he was aware, but chose to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, Lin Jinyin, kneeling on the ground, broke down and cried out, "I will not repay. That was all mine." Lin Huaiyuan could no longer restrain himself and reprimanded her. "How long will you continue to act willfully? They are merely material possessions. To lay hands on imperial gifts? You are courting disaster." Lin Jinyin bit her lip in silence, tears streaming down her face. Seeing no further interest in the matter, Li Huaying returned to her courtyard, too weary to join them for dinner. The prince could gather the silver to repay, but as for the items from the private treasury, he had 2 days to return them. Otherwise, the broken bracelet would be presented to the emperor for judgment. Lin Huaiyuan opened his mouth to argue that family matters need not be brought before his majesty, but remembering his previous assertions, he fell silent. Lin Jinyin glared at Li Huaying with red-rimmed eyes, her expression filled with resentment. During dinner, although Li Huaying was absent, neither Madame Lin nor Lin Jinyin found any joy in their meal. Lin Huaiyuan handed the private treasury list to Lin Bai, instructing him to facilitate the return as quickly as possible. As they dined, items began to disappear one by one. The Zeton wood-embroidered screen, the coral-inlaid cabinet, the golden incense burner. Each piece was taken away. Xiaoyu watched, her fists clenched tighter beneath the table, her nails digging into her flesh. Yet her heart ached even more. Witnessing these fine possessions being removed, destined for Li Huaying and Appos, as private treasury, was more painful than having her flesh cut away. Beside her, Madame Lin continued to curse. Li Huaying is intent on turning the world upside down. Which daughter-in-law dares to touch her husband's belongings? She is bullying the Lin family. When she was in Jiangdu, I wouldn't even feed her. Lin Huaiyuan, on the other hand, was lost in thought. He believed his entire salary was managed by his mother, and the family and Appos' quality of life had been improving. He assumed it was due to her capable management, unaware that all of it was funded by Li Huaying and Appos' wealth. In his distracted state, Lin Bai suddenly approached and whispered, "Master, that Wang Wali carved table you are eating on is also from the princess's private treasury." What? Lin Huaiyuan nearly snapped his chopsticks in half at the revelation. "Master, please don an Appos. Tea gripped too tightly," Lin Bai urged. "The cloisonne gilded jade chopsticks in your hand are also from the princess and Appos' private treasury." Chapter 9. Injustice. Lin Huaiyuan closed his eyes briefly before turning to his mother. "Lin Mu, mother, why did you still take these items from the princess's private treasury?" he inquired. "During the grand wedding, our belongings were deemed unsatisfactory by the ceremonial officials, and Li Huaying suggested we retrieve items from her private collection. Surely, she doesn't end Appos to expect to reclaim them now?" Lin Mu retorted with dissatisfaction. It turned out that even the items for the grand wedding were provided by her, and naturally, they were to be returned as they belonged to her. However, Lin Mu persisted, "If you have returned everything to her, then what shall we use?" "Mother." Lin Huaiyuan and Appos' tone grew firmer. "The princess was the one who married down. Though we may not be affluent, how could we covet her wealth? What would the world say? How will my colleagues view me during court assemblies?" Seeing his serious demeanor, Lin Mu's face fell, and she began to weep, exclaiming, "Oh, woe is me. I raised you 3 children from the filth of Jiangdu, enduring countless humiliations while selling fish and vegetables to fund your education. Now that you hold a high office and have married, you forget your mother. All the fine things belong to Li Huaying, and I am left to eat at a broken table. What meaning does my life hold now? I might as well die and join your scholarly father below." "Mother," Lin Huaiyuan, initially exasperated, softened his tone, "Please do not cry. Consider it for my career. Returning these items to the princess is for the best. With my salary, I could buy you new things. Moreover, just recently, His Majesty expressed his congratulations on my marriage and mentioned a promotion is forthcoming, which will bring an increase in my salary." He had not intended to disclose this before matters were settled, but he feared this was the only way to alleviate her distress regarding the items. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's expression brightened. "Is that true? My son is to be promoted. You are truly remarkable." She wiped her tears and continued, "With such a fine son, how could you marry a daughter-in-law who is disrespectful to her mother-in-law and causes trouble?" Before Lin Huaiyuan could respond, Lin Jinyan set down her chopsticks. I have finished eating, she declared, rising from the table and exiting the Yuzhong Hall. As she walked, her anger grew. She had to return her clothing and jewelry. What would she have left? Why did her elder brother not consider compensating her for her belongings? Why must she alone bear this injustice? Fuming, Lin Jinyan returned to Feichuan Pavilion. Her maid, Zissou, offered words of comfort along the way, which slightly eased her mood. However, upon entering her room, the stark emptiness almost made her believe she had entered the wrong door. Where have all my things gone? Lin Jinyan exclaimed, seizing Qingwu's arm. Her sharp nails dug into Qingwu's skin, though the latter dared not resist. Lin Bai had followed the master's orders and removed all items from the private treasury. What items from the private treasury? Lin Jinyan rushed to her dressing box. Flinging it open, there are still many new hairpins and ornaments here. Where have they gone? Qingwu lowered her head and replied, the master commanded that these items, belonging to the princess's estate, be taken away by Lin Bai to see if they could be returned. Lin Jinyan stumbled and collapsed into a chair, her face a mixture of urgency and fury. Her elder brother was so biased towards Li Huaying. Whatever she said went. In just a few days, it would be the flower appreciation banquet. Was this meant to turn her into a laughingstock in Shangjing? Both Qingwu and Zissou kept their heads bowed, not daring to speak. It's all Li Huaying's fault. She brought me these items only to demand them back. Is there such a cheap deal in this world? Lin Jinyan pushed the dressing box aside and devised a plan. Zissou, go to the kitchen in the east courtyard and fetch me some peanuts. Zissou was taken aback and protested, Miss. Go quickly, no more words. Lin Jinyan snapped, grabbing a teacup from the table as if to throw it at Zissou's head. Yet, upon seeing the empty room, she refrained. Hurry. Zissa dared not insist further and complied. Meanwhile, in Yaoxian courtyard, Huaiyuan tenderly placed a silk handkerchief holding a bracelet on the table. Your Highness, I will seek the artisans at Fian Pavilion tomorrow to see if this bracelet can be repaired. Upon hearing this, Ying Shi and Ying Fei exchanged glances and burst into laughter. No need for repairs, it's a counterfeit. How could the Empress Dowager's belongings be so easily sullied by the second miss? They explained, and Huaiyuan soon understood, recalling the commotion in Yuzhong Hall that evening, which brought her amusement. Li Huaying also felt her mood lighten. No matter how many fine items she possessed, she would never offer them to this ungrateful family. Reclining on the concubine couch, she casually flipped through a book. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a crooked red and blue cord in the nearby embroidery basket. She picked it up, inspected it, and asked, Did I make this? Ying Fei covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. If Ying Shi had made it, she would likely have stumbled out of the door and crashed into a tree. Li Huaying chuckled, remembering how in her previous life, Lin Mu often reproached her for not fulfilling her duties as a wife, insisting she sew clothing for Lin Huaiyuan, prepare meals, and tidy his study. She had foolishly heeded these words, clumsily undertaking tasks she had never performed. Yet, she had been cherished by her imperial parents, protected as if she were fragile, never having to bear such burdens. Often, she failed and was reproached by Lin Mu for being useless, her heart heavy with grievances. Yet, Lin Huaiyuan would always offer timely comfort, urging her to strive harder, to win his mother's favor, to be a dutiful daughter-in-law and a good wife. Looking back now, it all seemed laughable. Her father was infatuated with her mother, never allowing her to suffer or toil. The Lin family were merely a pack of dogs that bit when they gained power. This cord is just right for a small golden lock. Ying Shi, you should fix it so that we can give it to Xiaolu to play with. Li Huaying handed the cord to Ying Shi, who had crafted it herself. And Lin Huaiyuan was also worthy of wearing it. Ying Shi nodded, a knowing glimmer in her eyes. The princess had finally come to understand her own worth, bringing her considerable joy. At that moment, Lu Ying entered, lifting the curtain. Your Highness, the second miss is in trouble. The prince requests your presence at Feichuan Pavilion. Chapter 10. Begging for alms? Li Huaying wore an intrigued smile on her face. There was no need to further inspect the script. A good show was about to unfold. The group arrived at the Feichuan Pavilion, which was brightly lit, with servants bustling about. Li Huaying entered with a smile. Oh, what has happened here? As she surveyed the surroundings, she clicked her tongue, remarking, the decor in the Feichuan Pavilion is rather minimalistic. Lin Jinyan, who was reclining on the bed, heard this and, enraged, sprang up to exclaim, "It's all your fault for taking everything from me." Her chest heaved with anger, nearly leaving her breathless, and half of her face was covered in a rash. Li Huaying, with her delicate fingers covering her mouth, gasped in surprise. "Oh dear, Jinyan, what happened to your face?" Lin's mother quickly placed a comforting hand on Lin Jinyan's chest and turned to scold. "You are truly malicious. You stole from your sister-in-law and poisoned her. Look at my poor Yin and Appo's. What has she become?" Lin Huaiyuan could hear Lin Jinyan and Appo's labored breathing from behind the screen, and he felt a pang of sympathy. He glanced at Li Huaying, who appeared to be enjoying the drama, and his voice grew somber. "Your Highness, what is going on here?" Li Wing, Shamingli Unkun Ria. The prince certainly loves to inquire about everything. I am not the one lying in bed wheezing, so how would I know? Jinyan has had an allergic reaction. She claims she only ate the food brought from the west courtyard. Lin's mother shouted from the other side, "What are you still talking about? Hurry and have her apologize to Yin and Appo's, and instruct the west courtyard to prepare some nourishing food to help her recover. Luing, go fetch Chef Shi." Luing promptly complied. Li Huaying gracefully took a seat and, noticing Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's discontented expression, chuckled softly. "Is there truly no one in the Lin household with a clear mind? What do you mean by that?" Lin Huaiyuan's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. "Did I prepare the dinner? Did I go shopping? Did I feed her anything that could cause an allergic reaction?" Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's barrage of questions left Li Huaying momentarily speechless. And after a time, all she could utter was, "Not me." If it wasn't me, then why seek an explanation from me? Before Lin Huaiyuan could respond further, Lu Ying returned with Chef Shi. He bowed to Li Huaying and nodded at Lin Huaiyuan, as his rank did not require him to salute the latter. "Chef Shi, Miss Jean Yin consumed the food you prepared, and now she is allergic. You must give me an explanation." Chef Shi lifted his eyelids to glance at Lin Huaiyuan and replied calmly, "Miss Lin cannot consume nuts." The princess had already instructed the kitchen that no nuts should be included in any meals served to Yuzhong Hall. Lin Huaiyuan pursed his lips and shot a glance at Li Huaying, realizing he was unaware of Jinyan and Appo's nut allergy. She had evidently kept this matter in mind and had specifically instructed the kitchen. Lin's mother, hearing the commotion, emerged and, upon hearing this, glared fiercely. "You claim there were no nuts, yet how come my Yin and Appo's be allergic? Do you believe I wanted Appo's to expel you from the Lin residence?" Chef Shi remained unfazed, his eyes half closed, seemingly indifferent to her outburst. Enraged, Lin and Appo's mother lunged forward, attempting to strike Chef Shi. "You old fool, who do you think you are? I and Appo's, tear your face off." "Lin Bai," Lin Huaiyuan shouted, and Lin Bai hurriedly intervened to restrain Lin and Appo's mother. Lu Ying swiftly positioned herself in front of Chef Shi, glaring at Lin's mother. "Insulting a court official could lead to punishment. You'd best watch your tongue, Madam Lin." Li Huaying cast a cold glance at the seemingly deranged Lin and Appo's mother. Lin Huaiyuan quickly bowed to Chef Shi. "My mother is simply protective of Jin Yin and has lost her composure. Please do not take offense, Chef Shi. I apologize on her behalf." Chef Shi grunted in acknowledgement. With Lin's mother still struggling, as if she had heard nothing, Lin Huaiyuan pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Enough of this, mother. If you continue, I will have to send you back to Yuzhong Hall." Lin's mother froze momentarily. "Siyun, quickly assist my lady inside." A maid hastily helped Lin's mother back inside. With her no longer causing a scene, Lin Huaiyuan sighed in relief and turned to face Chef Shi, feeling a surge of irritation. If Jin Yin could not eat nuts, then the kitchen should refrain from purchasing them to prevent future mishaps. Li Huaying chuckled. "Do you take Chef Shi for Lin Jinyan, so muddled as to not recognize nuts?" Chef Shi has stated there are no nuts in the meals, and thus there cannot be a single nut present. Ying Shi interjected. Chef Shi was previously responsible for the meals of Her Majesty the Empress, who also has allergies. I cannot speak on the specifics of her allergies, but Chef Shi has served for 30 years without a single error. Lin Huaiyuan felt embarrassed under their scrutiny, while Lin Jinyan continued to groan in pain behind the screen. He pressed, even if there was no mistake, why did the West Courtyard kitchen purchase nuts if Jinyan cannot consume them? Chef Shi and Damp. Appo's lips twitched slightly before he replied. The prince has a good memory. Young Master Lin has been diligently studying in Wenxing Pavilion daily. And both you and Madame Lin specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare nut-based dishes for him to enhance his mental acuity. Now you question me about the purchase of nuts? Furthermore, I am the chef of the princess, not your family's cook. Why should I cater solely to your preferences at the expense of the princess's diet? Lin Huaiyuan opened his mouth, recalling indeed that his younger brother had been a topic of conversation. An unexpected silence fell over the room. Li Huaying, reminded by Chef Shi's comments, thought of the almost invisible Lin Enshi in the Lin household. In her previous life, she had scarcely seen him. A boy of 13 or 14, he spent his days buried in books, rarely smiling and always looking fatigued. However, he seemingly lacked talent, having barely managed to pass the scholar examination after 7 years of effort. Lin's mother often berated him for his dullness, while Lin Jinyan expressed nothing but disdain when mentioning him. Yet it was indeed. Lin Huaiyuan found himself at a loss for words. Li Huaying then declared, "Since the West Courtyard kitchen has made such a grave error, they shall no longer oversee the meals in the East Courtyard to avoid any further issues that cannot be clarified." Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback. Lin and Appo's mother, eavesdropping, rushed out. "You will not oversee? You could just stop overseeing just like that? Do you want our entire Lin family to starve?" Li Huaying smirka, a trace of mockery in her expression. Could it be that before I married into the Lin family was reduced to begging on the streets? You. Lin's mother turned pale with rage. "Your Highness." Lin Huaiyuan looked at Li Huaying, disappointment evident in his gaze. Are we truly to separate so clearly as husband and wife? Li Huaying, disinterested in his words, turned away and nodded at Chef Shi. "Chef Shi, from now on, please only manage the meals in the West Courtyard. You have truly worked hard this past month." Chef Shi opened his eyes, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Your Highness, rest assured, I am in good health and can continue to serve you for another decade." The group departed without a glance back at the rigid figures of Lin Huaiyuan and Lin's mother. Lin's mother, panic-stricken, clutched Lin Huaiyuan's sleeve. "Yuaner, hurry and catch up with Li Huaying. We need her to continue providing us with meals quickly." Lin Huaiyuan withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat lost. "Mother, why must it be this way? If she does not wish to, then let it be." But Lin's mother recalled the lavish meals of the past month, filled with exquisite delicacies. Both she and Lin Jinyan had gained weight. If they had to spend their own money, how could she bear to part with so much silver for the kitchen? "Mother, you think too simply. A family should not distinguish between you and me. Yet the princess is of noble birth, and it is unseemly for us common folk to covet her possessions. Why must you humiliate yourself?" Lin and Appo's mother lamented, "Oh, my poor child, why must fate be so cruel? After achieving great success, you have brought home such a burden to endure." Lin Jinyan also wept in the inner chamber, crying out in pain. The scene was chaotic. Li Huaying, however, remained at ease, her mood quite pleasant throughout the day. As night fell and dinner was served, the once vast and empty hall of Yuzhong Hall was finally filled with some dishes, though their quality was undoubtedly inferior to those previously served. The dining table displayed a clear distinction: 4 cold and 4 hot dishes, along with 8 small plates of side dishes and pastries. Li Huaying ate her meal with indifference, while the others faced a meager spread of merely 4 dishes and a soup, appearing rather coarse and simplistic in comparison. With the first bite, they could discern the stark contrast in quality between these meals and the previous ones. Lin Huaiyuan took a few bites before losing his appetite. Accustomed to the refined cuisine of the Western Courtyard, he found it nearly impossible to swallow the ordinary fare prepared by common cooks. Lin's mother also found the meal unpalatable, her eyes nearly falling into the bountiful spread before Li Huaying. After Li Huaying finished and departed, Lin and Appo's mother promptly occupied her seat, beaming with delight as she savored a piece of meat. The taste of the Western Courtyard and Appo's dishes was indeed superior, she pondered. Why should I enjoy this alone? Yuan and Yin, you both should partake as well. Lin Huaiyuan tightened his grip on his chopsticks, while Lin Jinyan flung hers aside, exclaiming, "Who would want to eat her leftovers? If you're not embarrassed, then you eat them yourself." With that, Lin Jinyan stormed off, her face flushed more than before. Lin Huaiyuan too put down his chopsticks, saying, "I have finished. Mother, take your time." "Oh dear, why is everyone leaving?" Lin's mother asked in confusion. Throughout the day, she had endured the culinary skills of the Lin family's cooks, which had thoroughly vexed her. Li Huaying had hardly eaten, sampling only a few bites of each dish. Lin's mother was overjoyed, devouring everything in sight until she felt satisfied with a rounded belly. Little did she expect that upon returning home, she would suffer from severe stomach pains in the middle of the night. A visit from the physician revealed that it was merely indigestion from overeating, leaving her restless throughout the night. Yet, Lin's mother dared not confront Li Huaying again, fearing that she would cease to come to Yuzhong Hall for evening meals, depriving her of such delightful fare. Lin Huaiyuan had also returned items from the Eastern private treasury, including some that Lin Jinyan had sent out. He wrote a letter requesting their return from various households. Upon learning of this, Lin Jinyan caused quite a ruckus in the Feichuan pavilion, uprooting several flowering trees in her fury. Feeling distressed, Lin Huaiyuan sought solace in the Xiangxue pavilion. Xia Liu was delicately embroidering a small garment by candlelight when she spotted Lin Huaiyuan and joyfully set down her work to rush over. "Brother Yuan," she exclaimed, "do not run. Be careful of your health," he gently cautioned, guiding her to sit. Noticing the small garment on the table, his expression softened. "Are you making clothes for the child?" "Since I had no tasks this evening, I thought I might prepare a few garments for the child," Xia Liu replied. Her face flushed with shyness. Yet, for some reason, a thought crossed her mind. Though fair of skin, the neck is slightly dark. Her movements froze, and as she looked up, she met Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's gentle gaze. "What troubles you?" he inquired. "I am well, Brother Yuan. I understand your heart is heavy. The princess is overbearing, but Liu is different. I will always wait here for you," she said with a tender smile. Her eyes filled with admiration and sorrow as she leaned her head against his shoulder. Lin Huaiyuan wrapped his arm around her, murmuring, "I have wronged you. I have caused you distress." Liu does not feel wronged. She only blames herself for lacking the power and wealth of the princess, unable to shield you from her mistreatment, she replied. Lin Huaiyuan fell silent for a moment, holding her tighter. "Power and wealth are but external possessions. Having you and the child fills my heart with contentment." Xia Liu and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed affectionately at Lin Huaiyuan. He gently kissed her forehead, assuring her, "I will find a way to secure a future for you and our child." The following days passed in tranquility. One day, Li Huaying awoke from her midday nap to the sound of commotion in the eastern courtyard. "What is happening in the eastern courtyard? Why all the shouting?" she asked. "A large group has arrived at the Lin residence, claiming to be relatives from Jiangdu come to visit," Ingshi explained. "But do not be misled by the notion of a friendly visit. They appear to be causing quite a ruckus in Yuzhong Hall, with many sprawled about," Ingfei added. Li Huaying recalled a similar incident from her past life, where this group had seemingly stirred up trouble, which she had to resolve personally. As the afternoon wore on and the sun began to set, Lin Huaiyuan returned home only to be immediately pulled towards Yuzhong Hall by Lin Bai. Upon entering, a foul odor assaulted his senses. Lin Huaiyuan glanced around to find numerous rough-clad men sitting, squatting, and lying about. The floor littered with remnants of sunflower seeds and fruit pits, an utter mess. Lin's mother, who was smiling and accommodating among the crowd, hurried over. "Yuan, your cousin has brought friends from the same hometown to visit us. Come and greet them." The group, upon seeing him return, surged forward with excitement. One burly man with a thick beard pushed Lin Huaiyuan playfully, exclaiming, "Well, now, you've become quite the official in Shengjing, living in such a grand residence. You should have brought something nice back for your cousin." As a scholar, Lin Huaiyuan nearly toppled over from the push, barely steadied by Lin Bai. "Oh dear, how can a great official still be so clumsy, like a little chick that falls over with a single push? Do you think you can stand firm in court like this?" The group erupted into hearty laughter, the man being Lin's mother's cousin, his own uncle, Fang Yongbing. Lin Huaiyuan pressed his lips together and slowly greeted, "Uncle." Fang Yongbing chuckled, Now that I'm here, you should treat us to a feast at Yun Tingui. Of course. We shall go, Lin Huaiyuan replied. Did you hear that, everyone? Hurry along to the restroom to relieve yourselves. We shall feast at Yun Tingui soon. Fang Yongbing called to the others, who rushed off. The coarse humor elicited faint disdain from the servants and maids in the household. As soon as they left, Lin's mother immediately instructed, go to Yaoxian courtyard and fetch Li Huaying to join us. Chapter 11. The gathering at Yunting. Why must the princess accompany us? Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow. These individuals were utterly uncouth. Should she share the table with them? One could only imagine the disdain she would harbor for the Lin family. Yet, if she did not attend, who would bear the expenses? Lin's mother, exuding a sense of exasperation, explained moreover, your maternal uncle and the others are aware that you have married a princess. They must meet her, if only for the sake of conversation upon your return to Jiangdu. Mother, this is inappropriate. Lin Huaiyuan began, but Lin's mother interjected, regardless, she must attend today. If you refuse, I shall go by myself. With a resigned sigh, Lin Huaiyuan conceded, I shall visit Yaoxian courtyard. Please, Lin and Oppose. As mother smiled at an Oppose. It's more like it. It would be quite unseemly for her, as a junior, not to greet her maternal uncle. Thus, Lin Huaiyuan proceeded to the Yaoxian courtyard and conveyed the situation. He anticipated that Li Huaying would decline, yet to his astonishment, she readily acquiesced. Lin and Amp, Oppose, S mother and Fang Yongbing had already departed. Upon Lin Huaiyuan and Li Huaying and Amp, Oppose, S arrival at the private room, they discovered a lavish spread of dishes awaiting them. A boisterous group was already engaged in raucous revelry, their laughter echoing down to the street below. Lin Huaiyuan recalled the astonished, mocking glances cast upon them when he had instructed the waiter to guide them to the room. Yunting was the largest tavern in Shangjing, renowned across the land. Typically, it hosted the literati and nobility of the city. Had it not been for Fang Yongbing's connection as his relative, they might not have been welcomed at all. Upon witnessing Li Huaying's entrance, Fang Yongbing's eyes nearly bulged with astonishment as he unabashedly scrutinized her from head to toe. Yingfei, filled with indignation, positioned herself before Li Huaying, shielding her from Fang Yongbing's gaze. Yet, Fang Yongbing persisted in attempting to catch a glimpse. The group of compatriots nearby seemed equally captivated, their eyes glued to Li Huaying and her maidens. Lin Huaiyuan frowned inwardly. Suddenly, a low, youthful voice broke through the din. It would be quite disrespectful not to offer a toast to my maternal uncle, who has traveled from afar. This drew Fang Yongbing's attention back to the speaker, Lin Enchi, who approached with a hearty laugh, slapping Lin Enchi's slender shoulder. You, my boy, have truly risen to great heights. When did you learn to follow in your brother's footsteps and achieve such academic success? Lin's mother chimed in, you overestimate him. His dull mind pales in comparison to Yuan's, and he is even outshone by his scholar father. Lin Enchi merely smiled shyly, lifting his cup to drain its contents, a faint blush gracing his cheeks. Li Huaying glanced at Lin Enchi. He was tall, nearly matching Lin Huaiyuan in stature, but his frame was excessively slender. At first glance, he bore some resemblance to Lin Huaying, yet his countenance appeared far more somber, dark circles under his eyes betraying a lack of vitality. After offering his toast, Lin Enchi turned to Lin Huaiyuan and Li Huaying, bowing respectfully. Enchi pays his respects to elder brother and sister-in-law. Lin Huaiyuan nodded, and Lin Enchi returned to his seat with decorum. Li Huaying took her place at the head of the table. Haiwei returned from the kitchen with several dishes and pastries, placing them before Li Huaying. Yingfei attended to Li Huaying's every need, while Lu Ying fanned her gently from behind. Fang Yongbing, observing the scene, chuckled and nudged Lin Huaiyuan with a shoulder. Your wife is indeed something to behold, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, accompanied by so many lovely maidens. You are indeed fortunate. Lin Huaiyuan's smile faltered. Maternal uncle, I must insist you be cautious with your words. Nonsense. We are family. Your cousin was a new bride not long ago, and she still has to wash my feet at home, Fang Yongbing declared, taking a pleased sip of his drink, prompting laughter from the surrounding compatriots. Indeed, in our Jiangdu, a wife can be scolded or struck at will. When I was first wed, She tried to play the part of a demanding wife, so I gave her a few slaps in front of the entire family to show her who is in charge. The more they spoke, the more animated they became. With the presence of Li Huaying and the maidens, they deliberately boasted in a manner that belittled others, as though such remarks could elevate their own status above that of the noble princess. Lin's mother smiled and laughed along, a stark contrast to her usual assertive demeanor at the Lin residence. Fan Yongbing, already flushed from drink, beckoned to Li Huaying, niece-in-law. Why do you sit there eating and drinking alone? Aren't you aware that the elders are gathered here? Come and serve us. He then playfully slapped Lin Huaiyuan on the side of his face. You are quite unfilial. Don and Amp, Oppos, Tino, send your wife over to pour wine and serve dishes for your maternal uncle? His strength, exacerbated by drink, sent Lin Huaiyuan's head turning to the side. Lin Huaiyuan shot him a cold glare. Maternal uncle, I implore you to exercise restraint. Fan Yongbing, intoxicated and oblivious, stood up unsteadily, stumbling towards Li Huaying. What do we care for formalities? Lu Ying and Amp. Oppos, as expression darkened as she prepared to intervene. Just as Fan Yongbing lunged at Li Huaying, Lu Ying delivered a swift kick to his face, sending him crashing onto the table, dishes and porcelain shattering around him. Fan Yongbing writhed on the table like a wretched creature, oblivious to the pain, only feeling a tingle of numbness coursing through his body. He began to thrash about, inadvertently kicking Lin Huaiyuan in the chest, nearly toppling him. Chaos erupted as the group descended into drunken revelry, shouting and running amok. Lin's mother flitted about, assisting one person after another, her face and body bearing the brunt of their reckless behavior. Meanwhile, Lin Inchi stood in a corner, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the disorder, unsure of how to respond. Li Huaying smirked, having witnessed the spectacle unfold. Let us return home. As they departed, Huaying kindly locked the private room door, allowing the family to enjoy their reunion in peace. In the carriage back to the residence, Ying Fei remained agitated. Your Highness, what kind of absurd relatives does the prince have? How dare they behave so shamelessly before the princess? We ought to report them to the authorities. Li Huaying rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the bustling streets, a subtle smile gracing her lips. If we were to do so, Lin's mother would surely intervene, and Lin Huaiyuan would undoubtedly plead for leniency. The prince is always biased toward his petty-minded mother and sister. Even Lin Sangongzi knows to restrain himself before Fan Yongbing and show respect to the princess. The prince, a court official, is instead treated like a servant. Ying Fei continued to vent her frustrations, feeling that every day spent in the Lin household was a test of her patience. How did a princess like you end up entangled with such a family? Li Huaying smiled at Ying Fei. Why the haste? Well, have you ever seen me suffer losses? Ying Fei paused, a smile breaking across her face. Your Highness has devised a plan to deal with them? Such individuals, once indulged, would dare to provoke even the most significant troubles. Chapter 12. The flower viewing banquet. Upon returning to the residence, commotion erupted in the eastern courtyard, persisting well into the night. The following morning, Li Huaying rose earlier than usual. Ying Shi was busy arranging her hair, while Ying Fei, standing nearby, laughed and said, I heard that last night, the prince and his companions were stopped by those from Yun Tingui, who insisted they compensate for the items in the private room. The prince had to summon someone to retrieve them, which is why they only return now. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow. In her previous life, it was she who bore the cost. This time, it was Lin Huaiyuan himself. She had merely grumbled a few times back then, and Lin Huaiyuan had chastised her for her stinginess. Now, she was eager to witness just how magnanimous Lin Huaiyuan could truly be. Once this group of people inevitably stirred up trouble again, would he continue to shield them from the consequences? Let them be. Today was the flower viewing banquet. She instructed Su Zhe to guard the western courtyard vigilantly, warning that anyone daring to intrude should not expect leniency. Ying Fei chuckled in agreement. After some time, once Li Huaying had her Lingyun hairstyle elegantly arranged and was deliberating over which hairpin to use, Huaying entered and announced, the second miss is waiting at the courtyard entrance, urging the prince to hurry. Tell her that if she is in such a hurry, she might as well proceed to the palace without waiting for me. Li Huaying replied leisurely. With a smile, Huaying exited, Li Huaying took her time, finishing her makeup, and enjoyed a few spoonfuls of porridge before stepping outside. At the entrance, Lin Jinyan was pacing anxiously, torn between anticipation and impatience. Upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard, she turned around and was momentarily stunned. Li Huaying, adorned in a resplendent palace dress embroidered with golden and silver threads depicting phoenixes, walked gracefully. The pearls dangling from her shoe brocade shoes glimmered subtly, while her exquisite hairpins and flower ornaments enhanced her ethereal beauty. The jade earrings resembling a jade rabbit pounding medicine, and the gold-inlaid jade necklace around her slender neck accentuated her enchanting visage, making her seem almost otherworldly. Is the second miss not anxious? Why is she now lost in thought? Ying Fei remarked as they passed Lin Jinyan. Only then did Lin Jinyan snap back to reality. She glanced at her own plain brocade gown and the few, simple hairpins adorning her head, and the anticipation on her face dimmed, replaced by a growing resentment towards Li Huaying. Upon arriving at the palace, Lin Jinyan's usual haughty demeanor vanished. She obediently trailed behind Li Huaying, stealing glances around the place. However, once they entered the flower viewing banquet in the imperial garden, she immediately distanced herself from Li Huaying to seek out her usual companions. Your Highness, the second miss is quite impolite. Leaving without a word, Ying Fei whispered, visibly displeased. Let her be. If you argue with her, you shall find yourself perpetually vexed, was Li Huaying and Appo's response. At that moment, a young woman clad in a red palace dress approached, flanked by a throng of maidservants. Why is the elder sister here alone for the flower viewing? Where is your dear brother-in-law and aunt? Appo's sister. Why did you not bring her along? Li Huaying observed the bold expression on her face and smiled. Is Xiao Hong feeling envious? At her words, Ying Shi and the others stifled their laughter. Li Hongying and Appo's cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot. Who is envious of you? Oof. If it weren't and Appo's tea for my sister-in-law sending me to find you, I wouldn't Appo's tea bother with you at all. With that, she turned and headed toward the small pavilion. Come, let us follow her, Li Huaying suggested, amused. Liu Ying, as she remembered, was still as spirited and carefree, yet her thoughts remained refreshingly simple. Once Li Hongying settled sulkily in the pavilion, the crown princess Lu Songyi gently inquired, What troubles you? Li Huaying and Appo's clear voice chimed in. She saw me walking with someone else and became jealous. Li Hongying huffed in response. The young woman in a pale green silk gown rose, revealing a charming dimple on her smiling face. Cousin is here. Li Huaying took her hand. Qingqing, you are here too. This is a rare occasion. Shun Qingqing, the daughter of Li Huaying and Appo's maternal uncle, was also her cousin. She seldom mingled with noble women, often absent from gatherings. Since her cousin and Appo's wedding, this was her first appearance, and naturally, she had come. Shun Qingqing grinned playfully. Indeed, not just you. Even I miss you dearly. Ever since your marriage, why have you been cooped up in the Lin residence? Lu Songyi chided gently. Do not say that. You will understand in due time. Li Huaying sighed as she seated herself at the table. Upon seeing her demeanor, Lu Songyi and Shun Qingqing exchanged glances. While Li Hongying anxiously interjected, I knew that good-for-nothing top scholar was unreliable. You insisted on marrying him, waiting for 3 years while he mourned. Truly foolish. You have a point, but what made you reject him so early on? Li Huaying smiled, genuinely curious. What reason do I need? Can a soaring bird in the sky ever be matched with a creeping snake on the ground? If a toad were to wed a swan, wouldn't the swan suffer? Li Hongying huffed. Her expression transformed into a mix of disdain and disbelief. Li Huaying was taken aback. Gazing at the concern on their faces, she inwardly sighed. How foolish had she been in her past life to have chosen Lin Huaiyuan and labored for him all her years. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears from nearby stone chairs where a few young ladies were seated. What is there to say about that sister-in-law of mine? She does nothing at home all day and is so miserly, guarding her possessions tightly. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as those words were uttered, the smiles on the faces of the young ladies nearby froze. I wonder what makes her so arrogant every day. Surrounded by a throng of maidservants, as if she were the only one blessed by fortune. Lin Jinyan sneered dismissively. If she weren't a princess, could she lounge around without lifting a finger, with so many people at her beck and call? I believe those who surround her are merely sycophants, unlike us who share genuine friendships. Yet before she could finish, the so-called genuine friends took a step back, distancing themselves from her. "Hey, what are you doing?" she called out, but her invitation only prompted the others to hastily retreat. "Ah, I and Appos am suddenly feeling a bit parched. Yes, I would like some tea as well. The peonies over there look splendid. I shall go take a look." Lin Jinyan was momentarily stunned. Turning around, she spotted Li Huaying and her companions in the pavilion. Her expression soured instantly. "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to chat with my friends?" Lu Songyi and Appos' eyes flickered, and her attendant immediately stepped forward, commanding loudly, "Impudent! You fail to greet the crown princess and dare to speak in such a manner. Seize her!" A robust matron swiftly rushed down from the pavilion. Before Lin Jinyan could comprehend the situation, she was seized by the arms and met with 2 resounding slaps. As she clutched her now swollen and burning face, the matron delivered a kick to her leg, sending her sprawling to the ground. Shocked and terrified, she trembled on the floor. At that moment, a pair of shoes adorned with dangling pearls appeared before her. Lin Jinyan and Appos' eyes brightened as she looked up and pleaded, "Sister-in-law, save me." Chapter 13. Breaking into the courtyard upon recognizing the person before her, her expression froze, rendering her utterly motionless. Genuine friendship? Flattery? Li Huaying, bearing a face reminiscent of Li Huaying, cast a scornful gaze upon Lin Jinyan, who stood at her feet. Had it not been for the royal sister marrying that so-called top scholar, you wouldn't Appos to even have set foot beyond the palace gates. You would never have penetrated the elite circles of Shengjing, no matter how hard you tried. The royal sister and Appos' generosity allows you to don her garments, and she has even paved the way for you in the prominent shops of Shengjing, yet you shamelessly conspire against her. Li Huaying reprimanded coldly. Lin Jinyan lowered her head, her complexion pale, the red marks on her cheeks glaring. Li Huaying, seated in the pavilion, smiled faintly, recollecting that this scene had not unfolded in her previous life. In that incarnation, she had taken Lin Jinyan under her wing, guiding and introducing her at every turn. Little did she know that Lin Jinyan had already harbored numerous grievances against her at this point. Shen Qingqing, with concern in her eyes, grasped Li Huaying's hand. "It's nothing," Li Huaying reassured her softly, returning the grip. At that moment, Li Huaying returned, her anger palpable as she shot a glare at Li Huaying before taking her seat. "How can you allow her to trample over you like this? Who dares to trample upon me?" Li Huaying replied, pride glimmering in her eyes, causing Li Huaying's expression to soften slightly. "But you? How do you know that what she wore previously were my belongings? Those adornments have long since been abandoned by me." Li Huaying paused, her grip on the teacup faltering, her expression becoming somewhat awkward. "Aren't those the very things you wore daily when we lived together? How could I not recognize them?" Li Huaying chuckled lightly, unable to resist pinching the soft, plump cheeks of Li Huaying. Her face flushed. Li Huaying did not push her away, allowing Li Huaying to tease her. As the flower viewing banquet concluded, Li Huaying did not catch sight of Lin Jinyan and was unaware of her whereabouts. Naturally, she felt no inclination to seek her out. Upon leaving the palace, Lin Jinyan indeed trailed behind her, head lowered, not uttering a single word. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Suja approached Li Huaying to inform her that Fang Yongbing had caused a ruckus at Yaoxian courtyard. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow, finding it unsurprising. Upon reaching Yaoxian courtyard, Lin and Appos' mother, Lin Huaiyuan and Xia Liu were present. Fang Yongbing and his group stood at the entrance of the Eastern Private Treasury, restrained by the black-clad palace guards, their mouths spewing foul language. Seeing Li Huaying arrive, Lin and Appos' mother hurriedly approached her, gesturing imperiously. "I and Appos, he told you not to involve those palace guards in these matters. They are utterly unreasonable. Hurry and have them release your cousin." Lin Huaiyuan frowned, adding, "Your Highness, they have been detained for an hour now. These palace guards need to be dealt with properly. It is far too disorderly." "Is that so?" Li Huaying surveyed the scene before finally turning her gaze to Su Jia. Explain the situation. Your Highness, this afternoon the palace guards were on their regular duty. However, this group suddenly attacked the guards, intending to break into the private treasury and rob it. The guards attempted to subdue them, but the prince consort and Madame Lin repeatedly intervened. So they had no choice but to detain them and await your return for resolution. Li Huaying nodded lightly. Well done. Reward them. Huayuan approached with a smile, retrieving several heavy, silver-threaded pouches adorned with cloud patterns from her waist bag and handing them to Su Jia. Su Jia bowed. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The palace guards echoed. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. However, Lin and Appo's mother was displeased. What do you mean by this? They detained your cousin, and you reward them? Are you intent on causing chaos within the Lin family? As she spoke, she began to pound her chest in frustration, ready to strike Li Huaying. Xiao Liu emerged at this moment to support Lin and Appo's mother, gently saying, Annie, please do not let your anger harm your health. Why trouble yourself with the princess? She is already of noble birth, the most esteemed among us. Allow me to plead on your behalf. As she spoke, she pretended to kneel, prompting Lin Huaiyuan to urgently pull her back. You are foolish. There is no need for you to kneel. Take care of your mother. I will handle this. Xiao Liu blushed at his words, obediently moving to comfort Lin and Appo's mother, her heart filled with tenderness for Lin Huaiyuan. Turning to Li Huaying, his expression darkened again. Your cousin is an elder. Despite his improper conduct, he has not committed any real wrongdoing. Why must you press him so hard? Li Huaying met his gaze calmly for a moment before replying. I was considering taking him to the authorities. Are you suggesting I release him? Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's brow furrowed, irritation creeping into his voice. I am, after all, a fifth-rank official in the court. You would bring family matters before the magistrate, causing me to lose face before my colleagues? Since the prince consort has stated it thus, I see no reason to insist on taking him to the authorities. As she spoke, Li Huaying suddenly smiled, her beauty blossoming like a delicate flower. Lin Huaiyuan found himself momentarily entranced, his anger dissipating. However, I must make it clear that today, since you have refused to allow me to take him to the authorities, do not trouble me with these matters in the future. Lin Huaiyuan's lips curled slightly. Rest assured, Your Highness. I appreciate your leniency. Su Jia, release him, Li Huaying said cheerfully. Fang Yongbing and his group had been restrained for nearly an hour, their limbs numb. Once freed by the palace guards, they lay on the ground for a while before managing to stand. Lin Huaiyuan quickly approached to assist, his apologies profuse. I am truly sorry for the suffering your cousin has endured. Unexpectedly, Fang Yongbing showed no anger, instead chuckling as he leaned close to Lin Huaiyuan, whispering, that Xiao Liu has quite the ample backside, a fine figure for childbearing. You are indeed fortunate, my friend. With that, he laughed heartily and, accompanied by Lin's mother, left with his fellow townsmen, supporting one another. Lin Huaiyuan stood rooted in place, fists clenched, his gaze fixed on Fang Yongbing and Appo's limping figure. Brother Yuan, what troubles you? Xiao Liu inquired, immediately moving closer, concern evident in her voice. Lin Huaiyuan relaxed his fists and sighed. It's nothing, merely. You are with child, so keep your distance from your cousin. Xiao Liu smiled tenderly, brushing back a strand of hair from her forehead. I understand. Li Huaying, finding the situation uninteresting, was about to take her leave when Lin Jinyan suddenly dashed out, throwing herself into Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's arms, nearly knocking Xiao Liu over. Big brother, you must stand up for me. Her face swollen and tear-streaked, she cried out. Lin Huaiyuan, startled by her appearance, exclaimed in anger, What happened? Who harmed you? Lin Jinyan remained silent, her tear-filled eyes directed at Li Huaying. Lin Huaiyuan immediately recalled her earlier excitement about attending the flower-viewing banquet with her sister-in-law. Your Highness, what transpired? How strange it is that you always come to me seeking explanations, Li Huaying replied, somewhat impatiently. Jinyan accompanied you into the palace for the banquet, yet returns in such a state. Who should I inquire of if not you? Chapter 14. Trouble listening to Lin Jinyan's sobs and Xia Liu's gentle comfort. Lin Huaiyuan's jaw tightened. Li Huaying turned her head, clearly impatient. Your Highness, it is no great sin for the second miss to seek her companions in silence during today's banquet. However, while they were frolicking, they disrespected His Highness and insulted the Crown Princess, Princess Yuan Zhao, and Miss Shun. The Crown Princess has instructed her maid to teach the second miss about decorum. Ingshur smiled appropriately. Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback and looked toward Lin Jinyan. She immediately jumped up, exclaiming, "When did I insult the Crown Princess? I was simply conversing with my friends and never spoke to the Crown Princess, yet she inexplicably drove everyone away and had me slapped." Li Huaying replied coldly, "I was playing with my sister-in-law and Princess Yuan Zhao, and you, standing by, refer to those playing with me as sycophants unlike your true friends. This alone is enough to warrant punishment for your contempt of the royal family, and the Crown Princess has merely issued a light reprimand." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan recalled the fear of being publicly slapped earlier that day. She dared not speak further and retreated behind Lin Huaiyuan, sobbing softly. Lin Huaiyuan, aware of their guilt, could not bear to see his beloved sister in such misery and said, "Even if Jinyan spoke thoughtlessly, she is still a child. As her sister-in-law, you should show her more patience." Patience? Perhaps you should convey that to the Crown Princess, for Lin Jinyan has shown me disrespect on numerous occasions. Were I to handle it as the Crown Princess has, she would certainly be left with a bruised face, Li Huaying interrupted, unapologetically. Lin Huaiyuan pursed his lips and rubbed his temples. Jinyan has only been in Shengjing for 3 years and is unfamiliar with many customs. As her sister-in-law, you should guide her. Otherwise, she would not have offended the Crown Princess. Ing Fei and Apos, brows furrowed. Were it not for Ingshur firmly gripping her hand, she would have rushed out to scold the shameless Lin family. The prince and Apos, words held merit. Soon would be Jinyan and Apos, coming-of-age banquet. And if she continued to act in such a manner, she would surely embarrass herself and find it difficult to secure a suitable match. Li Huaying shifted head tone earnestly. If that is the case, we must find the most disciplined governess to teach Jinyan proper etiquette before a banquet, so she may present herself well among the noble ladies of Shengjing. Lin Huaiyuan and Apos, eyes brightened. Then I must trouble your highness with this matter. Not all. I shall compose a letter to the palace tonight, and the governess will arrive tomorrow to instruct Jinyan at the Feichuan Pavilion, Li Huaying replied with a smile. Lin Huaiyuan felt a pang of guilt. He had often misunderstood the princess, yet she remained considerate of his family, which made him feel ashamed. "Thank you, your highness." Lin Jinyan remained silent, her heart filled with anticipation. If she could secure the best governess, would she not then walk and sit with the grace of the noble ladies of Shengjing? "You are too courteous, prince." Li Huaying reined in her smile and returned to her courtyard. Lin Jinyan hurried back to find a physician to check her face, fearing any lasting marks. Soon, only Lin Huaiyuan and Xia Liu remained. Observing Xia Liu and Apos' bashful demeanor and the slight swell of her belly, he softly inquired, "Did my uncle offend you today?" Xia Liu looked up in alarm and shook her head repeatedly. "No, he merely jested a bit. It was nothing serious. You have endured much. It is unfair to you," Lin Huaiyuan said, wishing to gently caress her face, but remembering they were in public. He clenched his fist instead. "It is nothing. My uncle is a relative of Yuan Ge, which makes him your family as well. They are new to Shengjing and unaccustomed to the ways here. We should be more forgiving. You are the most understanding. You must be weary from standing for so long. Go rest," Lin Huaiyuan urged kindly. Xia Liu softly agreed. "Runju, please assist Miss Ya back to Xiangshua Pavilion for her to rest well," Lin Huaiyuan instructed. Runju, the maid he had selected for her expertise in caring for pregnant women, complied and helped Xia Liu return. Watching her leave, Lin Huaiyuan sighed softly and turned to Lin Bai. "Let us return to Wusong Hall." Lin Bai nodded. Glancing cautiously at Lin Huaiyuan and Apos' expression. "Master, everything has been resolved, yet you seem less than pleased?" Lin Huaiyuan sighed again. "I truly do not understand why there are so many matters to address daily within the household. The constant disputes are more exhausting than attending the imperial study." Lin Bai fell silent, refraining from commenting on his master and Apos' grievances. After a moment, he suggested, later, I will have the kitchen prepare a bowl of lotus seed soup to soothe your temper. Yet, even 3 large bowls of lotus seed soup proved ineffective. For an even greater trouble awaited them the next day. At Yaoxian Courtyard, Li Huaying and Ying Fei were playing Go to pass the time, laughing and enjoying themselves. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried voices interrupted as Huaiyuan lifted the curtain to enter. Your Highness, Fang Yongbing has caused trouble outside, and the prince requests your presence in Wusong Hall to discuss it. Li Huaying paused, her hand halting mid-move. Ying Fei gasped, glancing at the board. Your Highness, you won again. Li Huaying smiled. Let us go see. Upon arriving at Wusong Hall, they found Fang Yongbing's group, some standing and others seated on the ground. Looking anxious, Lin Mu was nearby, comforting them. As soon as Lin Huaiyuan saw Li Huaying, he rushed forward, his expression frantic. Your Highness, my uncle just collided with a noble lady and Appo's sedan chair outside. I had someone investigate, and it turns out it belongs to the granddaughter of Master Zhang, which poses a significant problem. Master Zhang, the emperor's mentor and once the tutor of the current crown prince, was highly esteemed in both court and society. However, he had few descendants. His only son had tragically died in an accident after marrying, leaving behind only one cherished daughter whom he adored like a precious gem. Surely, you understand how much Master Zhang dotes on his granddaughter. He may have already entered the palace to seek justice, Li Huaying remarked coolly. Lin Mu immediately sprang to her feet, crying and wailing, You honor, this is your direct uncle. He helped us when we were young. You cannot ignore him. Lin Huaiyuan's face darkened as he turned to Li Huaying. Your Highness, Prince, did you forget what I said yesterday about sending them to the authorities? Li Huaying interjecta. Lin Mu glared at Li Huaying. Li Huaying, you are nothing but a troublemaker. You want to hinder Yuan and Appo's from rescuing his uncle? How come I Yuan and Appo's who is destined for greatness, marry such a woman? Lin Huaiyuan remained silent, his lips pursed. Li Huaying and Appo's eyes turned icy as she spoke coldly. Madam Lin, I have not prevented him from rescuing anyone. If he wishes to go, he may do so, but he must not fear the consequences of being demoted or losing his position. What does it matter to me if he seeks an audience with my father? Oh. Lin Mu was taken aback, grabbing Lin Huaiyuan's sleeve. No. My honor is meant to rise swiftly through the ranks. You must not go. As she spoke, Lin Mu glared fiercely at Li Huaying. You are a princess. You will not face punishment. So why do you not go yourself? Why do you urge my Yuan and Appo's to go? What are your intentions? Li Huaying chuckled in disbelief. Yet before she could respond, Lin Bai rushed in, shouting, It and Appo's bad. Lord Jiang, the chief of the Dali Temple, has come personally to apprehend someone. Chapter 15. The Minister of Justice, Lin Huaiyuan, suddenly lifted his gaze, astonishment flickering in his eyes. He had never anticipated that such a minor case could directly provoke the attention of the Minister of Justice. Lin's mother, oblivious to the significance of the minister, continued her outcry. Lin Huaiyuan suppressed his rising frustration and said to his mother, Mother, please calm down. The minister has come to apprehend someone. This is beyond our ability to mediate. If you create a scene before him, my career will be jeopardized. Lin and Appo's mother and Appo's cries abruptly ceased, her eyes wide with fear, as if she wanted to speak further. Lin Huaiyuan turned directly to see Yu and instructed, Escort the old lady to Yuzhuang Hall. With that, he stepped outside to welcome the Minister of Justice, Jiang Yuchuan, into Wusong Hall, while Li Huaying remained hidden behind the screen. Lin Huaiyuan dared not plead for Fang Yongbing, only managing to utter polite phrases of inconvenience. Consequently, Jiang Yuchuan and Appo's apprehension proceeded smoothly. Yet, just as he was about to exit Wusong Hall, he paused, turning suddenly to the screen. I have yet to pay my respects to the princess of the protectorate. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow and called out, There is no need for excessive formality, Minister Jiang. Jiang Yuchuan continued, May I inquire how your highness believes this case should be handled? Naturally, it should be dealt with impartially. Understood. Jiang Yuchuan performed a bow and stepped out of Wusong Hall, with Lin Huaiyuan hastily following to see him off. However, Li Huaying recalled that in her previous life, Jiang Yuchuan had posed the same question. At that time, she had responded with a request for leniency from Minister Wang. Now, as fate would have it, she had not even shown her face, yet he still managed to ask that very question. As Jiang Yuchuan settled into his carriage, the captain, Meng Tingjian, promptly joined him. Jiang Yuchuan looked at him helplessly. Why are you here again? Meng Tingjian grinned widely, leaning closer to Jiang Yuchuan and teasing. Old brother Jiang, what happened? You, who are usually so upright, just ask the princess, what do you think should be done? He deliberately mimicked a high-pitched tone, bursting into laughter afterward. Jiang Yuchuan chuckled, playfully striking him with a scroll. When will you ever behave properly, like a gentleman from a noble family? Meng Tingjian shrugged nonchalantly. I learned from you, old brother Jiang. He then grinned mischievously. Seriously though, you Arin and Appos. Smitten by the princess and Appos. S renowned beauty. Are you? Confide in me. And I promise I won't tell anyone. Ridiculous. I merely inquired further. With that, Jiang Yuchuan set the scroll aside, gazing through the curtain at the bustling streets. The prosperity of the common folk was due to the stability at the borders, allowing Shengjing to remain untroubled. That night, Jiang Yuchuan took out a sheet of paper, hesitating as he picked up his brush. Should he really document such a trivial matter? After much contemplation, he recalled the person and Appos' earnest request, filled with stubborn hope. Ultimately, he began to write, word by word. Though it seemed insignificant, to him, it was of great importance. On the following day, Lin Huaiyuan attended court as usual, yet was unexpectedly reported by the censor for allowing relatives to harass officials and Appos, female family members, and for his lack of prudence as a close minister to the emperor. The emperor said little, but, following precedent, deducted a month in Appos' salary from him. He was also ordered to sweep the palace paths after work daily, as a means of cultivating integrity and understanding the sentiments of the people. Although he hailed from a humble background, Lin Huaiyuan had always been a diligent scholar, raised under the pampering of his mother. At home, he was not even required to lift a finger. After passing the imperial examination, he led a charmed life, usually engrossed in his books. Now, however, he found himself wielding a large bamboo broom to sweep the expansive palace pathways, often having to bow in deference to passing nobles. After completing his task, he was utterly exhausted, his back aching and arms nearly giving out. He returned home late for dinner, and upon seeing her son in Appos' disheveled state, Lin and Appos' mother was moved to tears. Had I known my son would endure such hardship and suffer a salary deduction, I should have let Li Huaying take them to the government office yesterday. This way, my son wouldn't be punished, and my cousin wouldn't be exiled to Lingnan. How would he survive there? Wiping her tears, Lin and Appos' mother grew angry again. Your wife only puts on airs at home, behaving arrogantly before us. When it comes time to be of use, she is utterly silent. With the eastern courtyard controlling the provisions, the meals were already of mediocre quality. Listening to his mother's complaints, Lin Huaiyuan could barely eat a few bites before losing his appetite. He put down his chopsticks, claiming he needed a rest. Lin's mother continued to fuss over him, insisting he eat more, take a bath, and sleep early. Finally escaping Yuzhuang Hall, Lin Huaiyuan sighed in relief. Looking up, he saw the moon, round and bright like a silver platter, reminding him of his wedding day with Li Huaying, when the moon had appeared equally full. Yet, prior to the wedding, he had overheard her whispering with a close friend at the spring banquet. Feeling inadequate, he had made excuses about mourning his father's passing for 3 years, claiming he lacked the heart for love. He had even separated from her on their wedding night. Taking residence in Wusong Hall, lost in thoughts of the past, Lin Huaiyuan wandered until he found himself at Yaoxian Courtyard. The guards at the entrance greeted him with respect. Your Highness, the princess is not in the main courtyard at the moment. She has just gone to Shualu Garden. Lin Huaiyuan opened his mouth to insist he was not seeking her, yet for some unknown reason, his feet carried him towards Shualu Garden. Upon arriving, he was greeted by laughter and the excited barks of dogs. Guarding the entrance, Lu Ying asked in surprise, "Why has the prince consort come here?" Hearing the commotion, Li Huaying invited Lin Huaiyuan inside. No sooner had he entered than Shualu leaped toward him, nearly knocking him over. Lin Huaiyuan, already sore from his earlier exertion. Winced in pain. Li Huaying, seeing him in such a disheveled state, let out a hearty laugh. The other ladies also joined in merriment. Yang Li hurried over to call Xiaolu away, allowing Lin Huaiyuan to breathe again. He then gazed at Li Huaying under the moonlight, her smile radiant and enchanting. He had never seen her like this before, yet for some reason, his weariness seemed to dissipate in the warmth of her laughter. A smile crept onto Lin Huaiyuan's face. Your Highness finds amusement in my disarray? The prince consort usually carries himself with such dignity. It is a rare sight to see you flustered, Li Huaying remarked. Her eyes still sparkling with laughter, tilting her chin slightly. Lin Huaiyuan chuckled and shook his head, settling onto a small stool. However, as he moved, a sharp pain shot through his waist, prompting him to let out a soft hiss. What has happened to you, Prince Consort? You seem to have returned quite late from your duties, Li Huaying inquired, her gaze following Xiaolu as it frolicked in the courtyard. Lin Huaiyuan paused, glancing at her before sighing. Today, Censor Zheng reported me in court. The emperor punished me with a month in Oppos, as salary deduction and ordered me to sweep the palace paths daily. Li Huaying burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Huaiyuan playfully. Take care, Prince Consort. Do not fall ill from sweeping the palace paths, or it shall truly become a source of ridicule. Lin Huaiyuan lowered his gaze, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have stopped Li Huaying yesterday. Surely, she had foreseen that with Feng Yongbing's reckless nature, he would inevitably cause trouble in Shengjing. As Lin Huaiyuan contemplated apologizing, Xiaolu dashed over, rolling onto its back at Li Huaying and Oppos' feet. She laughed, gently stroking its snowy fur. Lin Huaiyuan's gaze fell upon the colorful collar around Xiaolu's neck, which bore a small golden lock. Wasn't he that the very collar from Li Huaying and Oppos' room? How could it end up on Xiaolu? Chapter 16. Defiance. The intricate collar on Xiaolu's neck was indeed unique, Lin Huaiyuan remarked. Li Huaying baozha momentarily. Then with a serene smile replied, Xiaolu was a gift from my mother. I grew up alongside it and my royal brother, and we share a bond akin to that of siblings. It is only fitting that I create a collar for it. Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback, understanding the subtle implications in her words. His expression darkened slightly. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, I have gathered the 80,000 taels you are owed. Tomorrow, Lin Bai will return it to you. Li Huaying raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting him to repay her so swiftly. The sum was largely composed of the refundable jewelry and fabric purchased for Lin Jinyan, with the non-refundable items pawned off. Lin Huaiyuan had added some of his own funds to make up the total. However, Li Huaying was unconcerned about how he managed it, merely responding, Your Highness is thoughtful. A silence fell over the gathering. Meanwhile, in Xiangshua Pavilion, Lin Jinyan was venting her frustrations to Xia Liu. I have suffered greatly these past few days. I must learn to stand, sit, and walk properly, and even when eating, I am criticized for my manners. That old matron always scowls at me, and sometimes even strikes my palm. She insists I rise early to memorize texts and maintain a proud posture while reciting, all while standing with a porcelain bowl. It has been utterly tormenting. Why is it so difficult to be a praised noblewoman? Xia Liu listened with a smile, though her eyes reflected a hint of gloom. Indeed, it has been tough for you, Yin and Oppos. Your coming debut banquet is just around the corner. Soon enough. You won an Oppos. Do you have to endure this? Who knows? My elder brother insists that the matron will continue to instruct me until I begin courting, Lin Jinyan replied. Xia Liu pondered for a moment, and then served tea to Lin Jinyan. Strangely enough, I have never seen the princess adhere to such etiquette practices. Perhaps she does not require such training? Lin Jinyan paused in surprise, contemplating, perhaps it is because she is already married? That may be so, but I believe the princess is strong-willed. Even with a tutor, they would likely not dare to be severe with her, Xia Liu mused, lightly brushing her hair back and casting a sidelong glance at Lin Jinyan, a faint smile gracing her lips. On that day, Li Huaying was in her chamber, playing with ornamental hairpins alongside Ying Shuriying when Heyu entered, announcing, Your Highness, Yu has arrived. She says Lady Lin wishes to request access to your private treasury to gather items for the second Miss and Oppos debut banquet. Li Huaying meticulously arranged the hairpins and replied thoughtfully, "Is the prince aware of this? He may be unaware. If she wishes to access my private treasury, the prince must personally discuss it with me. Otherwise, future disputes over the items will ensue." Heyu nodded and exited. Shortly thereafter, she returned, lifting the curtain to say, "Your Highness, Matron Chung has arrived." Li Huaying set aside her trinkets and said, "Please let her in." Matron Chung entered with two maids, bowing respectfully. Li Huaying smiled and helped her rise. "There is no need for excessive formality, Matron. Have you come to discuss some matter?" "Your Highness, that second Miss Lin is beyond my guidance. I can only beseech your Highness for punishment," Matron Chung said, preparing to kneel. Ensuring hurriedly assisted her to a seat. "What nonsense are you speaking? Has Jin Yin committed some wrongdoing?" Li Huaying inquired. "Miss Lin defies my teachings and even accused me of being subservient to the powerful. I have never encountered such behavior among noble ladies. Even when I tutored Princess Yuan Zhao, she was never so disrespectful towards me. I truly cannot teach her any longer." Matron Chung lamented, dabbing at her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Li Huaying sighed softly. "You have worked hard, Matron. If she refuses to accept discipline, it is not your fault. You may return to the palace and report your findings." Heyu escorted Matron Chung out. As soon as Matron Chung departed, Lin Jinyan and Amp, Appo's mother rushed in. "Li Huaying, explain the situation to me. Why did you summon that matron? You come and go as you please, imparting useless knowledge." Lin Jinyan's mother exclaimed as she entered, accompanied by an irate Lin Jinyan. Li Huaying lazily raised her eyes. "Why not have Lady Lin go and make the request herself?" "What do you mean? Is this how you speak to your elders? You are Yenner's sister-in-law and should be planning for her future," Lin Jinyan's mother declared, sitting down opposite Li Huaying and pointing an accusatory finger at her. "Even with the best of intentions, if she is unwilling to strive, what can I do?" Li Huaying replied coolly, glancing at Lin Jinyan with a nonchalant tone. "How can you say that? You have no idea how hard I have worked these days." Lin Jinyan retorted, her voice rising in indignation. "Even so, it seems all efforts are in vain. Matron Chung is a favored tutor of the Empress and has previously instructed the crown princess before her marriage. All noble girls in Shengjing covet her guidance, and if she were to speak well of them, their marital prospects would be secured. Yet now, Jinyan has insulted Matron Chung, driving her away. How will this affect her reputation?" Li Huaying sighed gently, feigning deep regret. Lin Jinyan grew increasingly anxious, her face paling as beads of sweat formed. "Sister-in-law, what shall I do? Please help me bring her back. I will study diligently, I promise." Lin Jinyan and Appo's mother, having withdrawn her accusatory finger, joined in with a softer tone. "Yes, Huaying, please seek the Empress and Appo's favor and bring the matron back. Otherwise, it will tarnish Yin and Appo's reputation, and how will she find a suitable match?" Li Huaying observed the two with an air of amusement, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "I would be inclined to assist, but just moments ago, Matron Chung mentioned that she is displeased with me for having imposed this task upon her. Even I can only offer her fine gifts to entice her return, for I fear she will report me to the Empress." At this moment, Ing Shuring added, "Lady Lin, Matron Chung is the wet nurse of the Empress. Even the crown prince must treat her with respect. Now that the second miss has insulted her, seeking her guidance again would only provoke further ire." Upon hearing this, the two women finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lin Jinyan turned pale, looking at her mother, and then she burst into tears, collapsing into her mother's embrace. Lin Jian and Amp, Appo's mother, filled with concern, hurried to comfort her. "It's all right, my dear Yin and Amp. Appo's, do not cry, do not cry." In the midst of this uproar, Li Huaying watched with a mix of regret and intrigue. Chapter 17. In her previous life, she had similarly sought out Lin Mama for Lin Jinyan. Despite her numerous admonitions urging Lin Jinyan to temper her temper and study diligently, Lin Jinyan ultimately drove Mama Chung away. To prevent this incident from tarnishing Lin Jinyan's reputation, she personally ventured into the palace to seek an audience with the Empress. Apologizing to Mama Chung, upon leaving, she hurried to her aunt's house, requesting her aunt's nurturing Mama to come. She was overwhelmed with activity, yet sought nothing in return, genuinely wishing for the well-being of the Lin family. In the end, however, she was left with nothing. This time, she vowed not to assist the Lin family in the slightest. Li Huaying was eager to witness whether Lin Huaiyuan's previous assertions held true, that without her, Li Huaying, he would still ascend the ranks, and the Lin family would continue to thrive. Lin Jinyan's sobs gradually subsided. Suddenly, she recalled a few days prior when she had confided in Xia Liu, who had uttered some seemingly trivial remarks. Reflecting upon it now, she realized they were all instigations. Xia Liu, Lin Jinyan, and Appo's face twisted with hatred as she shouted and stormed out. Lin mother, startled, hurriedly chased after her, calling, "Yinner, Yinner." The room fell silent at last. Ying Shi let out a sigh of relief, remarking, "This Madame Lin and her second daughter truly possess boundless energy." Ying Fei snorted disdainfully. Boundless energy? It's merely a lack of decorum. Throwing tantrums in public is their forte. No wonder Mama Cheng was driven away. Li Huaying gazed out the window at the blooming peonies in the courtyard. She leisurely lifted a porcelain cup to sip. Regardless of Lin Jinyan's turmoil, the Gigi banquet would proceed as scheduled. The wives of the majority of officials in Shengjing had arrived to attend the feast. In the grand hall, guests from various families had gathered, with the sounds of music and celebration filling the air. Lin Jinyan sat with her head bowed, facing the east. Li Huaying walked gracefully to Lin Jinyan, reciting auspicious wishes. On this auspicious day, you commence your coming of age. Abandon your childish ambitions and embrace your virtues. May you enjoy longevity and happiness. Having spoken, she placed a plain jade hairpin into Lin Jinyan and Appo's hair. The ceremony was complete. As Lin Jinyan withdrew to change, the atmosphere in the hall grew lively. When she returned, the first to present her coming-of-age gift was Lu Songyi. Upon opening the gift box, a set of exquisite red coral and East pearl adornments was revealed. Although they appeared splendid, every noblewoman in Shengjing was well aware that such a gift would be considered modest if presented by the crown princess. Indeed, as Lin Jinyan joyfully expressed her gratitude, Lu Songyi and Appo's expression remained indifferent as she remarked, "Now that Jinyan has come of age, she must temper her proud temperament and learn from your sister-in-law to become a refined and graceful lady." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. Lin Jinyan's body trembled, her complexion as pale as paper, and after a moment, she stammered, "Yinner will heed the crown princess's teachings." To be publicly admonished for her arrogance by the crown princess during her coming-of-age ceremony had humiliated her greatly. Without a more esteemed individual to rectify her name, she feared she would never hold her head high again among the noble women of Shengjing. A subtle commotion arose in the hall as the noble women whispered amongst themselves, their gazes laced with disdain. After Lu Songyi finished speaking, she bid farewell to Li Huaying and departed. Lin Jinyan stood dazedly in place when suddenly a pair of hands grasped her cold, trembling ones. "I think Miss Lin is quite admirable. Where is the arrogance?" It was the gentle visage of San Huangfei, Gao Shuxue. "I have met San Huangfei," Lin Jinyan stammered, attempting to pay her respects, but she was firmly held in place. "There is no need for excessive formality among family. Zafong, bring forth the coming-of-age gift I prepared for Jinyan." As the grand gift box was opened, it revealed a set of intricately embroidered palace attire adorned with pearls, a true treasure. Lin Jinyan, still stinging from the humiliation dealt by the crown princess, felt tears welling in her eyes, deeply moved by this unexpected kindness. Gao Shuxue smiled gently, wiping Lin Jinyan and Appo's cheek with her silk handkerchief, affectionately saying, "If you ever feel wronged again, come to me. Seeing such a lively and delightful young lady like you brings joy to my heart." Lin Jinyan nodded vigorously, tears glistening in her eyes. After bestowing her gift, Gao Shuxue prepared to leave. However, before departing, she casually cast a glance at Li Huaying, seated in the main position. Their eyes met in a brief clash. Gao Shuxue smiled softly, yet once she turned away, a flicker of coldness crossed her gaze. Meanwhile, Lin Mother observed the scene, and Xia Liu leaned in to whisper, "The crown princess is the sister-in-law of the princess. How could she put Yin'er in such a predicament? I wonder why the princess does not mediate. Lin Mother recalled the thinly veiled disdain in the eyes of the noblewomen earlier and felt a surge of anger. Noticing how everyone sought opportunities to converse with Li Huaying while ignoring Lin Jinyin, she remarked, how could Huaying possibly be uncomfortable? Before she even married in, she engaged countless craftsmen to renovate the neighboring residence day and night. I see it transform daily into a luxurious abode, yet I can only watch from afar. I lack the fortune and respect to do the same. Simply maintaining the west courtyard while leaving the east courtyard unattended. It's truly lamentable. Lin Mother's voice trailed off with a sigh, but she noticed no response from the crowd, leaving her puzzled. Sitting bazida Liuing, Liuying suddenly stood up, her piercing eyes fixating on Lin Mother as she scoffed. The princess does not wish to see you two separated, which is why she chose to reside in your humble Lin residence. Is it wrong for her to use her dowry to renovate her own home? And yet you dare to criticize her? The princess could easily summon Lin Huaiyuan to the palace and take several concubines, and it would be entirely permissible. The law of Dashuo states, the princess does not shy away from private husbands. How dare you speak ill of her, given her kindness? Lin Mother's face flushed with indignation. Rendered speechless, Li Huaying's eyes sparkled with amusement. Little Hong, why are you still so fiery? Come, have some fruit. Li Hongying cast a cold glance around the room. No one dared to meet her gaze, all eyes cast down in trepidation. Satisfied, she returned to Li Huaying's side. On the other side, the male guests were separated from the women by only a few paces in the screen. Li Hongying's clear voice carried across, easily audible to the men. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's face turned ashen, his grip tightening around his wine cup, nearly crushing it. The onlookers regarded him with a mix of amusement, making him wish he could disappear into the ground. At that moment, Lin Jinyin regained her composure, and, seeing how everyone feared Li Huaying, her rage ignited. She exclaimed, while the renovation of the residence is beyond reproach, what of her keeping a dog in the house, attended by servants? Living in a residence more splendid than that of people? Is this the demeanor of a noblewoman? Chapter 18. Upon encountering the situation, Li Hongying and Appo's countenance darkened as she prepared to rise. However, Li Huaying restrained her arm and subtly signaled to her maid, Lan Shi, who promptly stepped forward and remarked, Miss Lin, do notiest. In Shengjing, who does not know that the princess of the protectorate has married into the Lin family. Yet, the Lin household has not even allocated the customary silver for her upkeep. To marry a wife without a single coin to spare, what an audacious display. Moreover, is it not reasonable for the princess to use her own dowry to renovate her residence and care for her dog? The dog lives in comfort due to the princess's generosity, while you live in conditions inferior to that of a mere dog. What can be said of that? Li Huaying raised an eyebrow at Li Hongying, a smile dancing in her eyes. Li Hongying, basking in her pride, let out a soft huff, her face radiant with arrogance. In contrast, Lin Jinyin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to bear the gazes of the noble women surrounding her. At that moment, Xia Liu stepped forth, her expression tinged with concern. Your Highness, I have heard tales of the grandeur of the wedding feast. Is it not true that a woman in Appo's greatest joy lies in her wedding day? For this reason alone, Your Highness should express gratitude and respect towards Lady Lin and Miss Yen. Her words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than laughter erupted among the crowd. A lady in pink stepped forward and inquired, Who might you be? Taken aback, Xia Liu could only reply, I come from Jiangdu, a former friend of the prince consort. The lady in pink chuckled and retorted, I wondered who you were. It turns out you're merely a country girl from Jiangdu. Do you not know that the princess and Appo's wedding was organized by Her Majesty the Empress and the Ministry of Rights? You have the audacity to speak ill of it. Xia Liu's face paled, and she felt the scornful gazes of those around her. Overwhelmed, she covered her face and fled from the gathering. Li Hongying frowned and remarked, What kind of people reside in this Lin family? They're all so lacking in decorum. Li Huaying smiled at her. You are quite right. At that moment, Luing was about to step outside to search for Shun Qingqing when she spotted Lin Huaiyuan striding out. Lin Bai was chasing after him, calling, Your Highness! Your Highness! Lin Huaiyuan abruptly turned, his expression as cold as ice. Do not call me in damp. Oppose. Your Highness in damp. Oppose. Even Lu Ying, typically slow on the uptake, understood Li Huaying and amp. Oppose. S plight within a household. Observing Lin Huaiyuan and amp. Oppose. S demeanor, she rolled her eyes and approached him. Oh, is this not the prince consort? Your face is quite flushed. Have you had too much to drink? Why the rush to leave? As she spoke, Lin Huaiyuan turned and walked away. Lu Ying followed a few steps behind, calling out loudly, Your Highness, take care. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the rear courtyard, where Lin Enchi held a wooden box, wandering aimlessly toward Wenxing Pavilion. Despite the festive atmosphere outside, he found himself confined to his room to study. Seizing the moment during Lin Jinyan and amp, oppose, as changing of clothes, he had intended to present her with a gift. Unfortunately, Lin Jinyan was too preoccupied and had dismissed his humble wooden hairpin, insisting he return to his studies and not disturb the noble guests. With a gentle sigh, Lin Enchi lamented his position. His elder brother was favored by their mother, while his second sister had never acknowledged his existence. In a vast Lin household, he felt confined to the 3 feet of space in the study, unnoticed by all. Lost in thought, he continued walking when suddenly a waft of fragrance enveloped him, and a figure in light green nearly stumbled before him. With the rocky terrain around them, he feared for her safety should she fall. Acting on impulse, he disregarded the constraints of gender propriety. He tossed the wooden box aside, grasped her arm with one hand, and secured her back with the other, stabilizing her just in time. Feeling the warmth of her skin beneath her thin garment, Lin Enchi's face flushed crimson as he quickly released her, bowing deeply. I beg your pardon for the intrusion, miss. Shun Qingqing, startled, placed a hand over her heart to regain her composure, quickly replying, It is my fault. I was in a hurry and nearly collided with you. I tried to avoid it, but lost my balance. Thankfully, you caught me. Lin Enchi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the visage of a stunning beauty, her features as delicate as the autumn moon. Her brows were elegantly arched, and her eyes glimmered like autumn waters. 2 small emerald beads adorned her cheeks, swaying gently, stirring an unfamiliar sensation within him. Noticing his astonishment, Shun Qingqing blushed and introduced herself. I am Shun Qingqing, the second daughter of the Shun family, related to the princess of the protectorate. Regaining his composure, Lin Enchi quickly averted his eyes. Ah, Miss Shun, I'm the prince consort in Oppose, S younger brother, Lin Enchi. As he spoke, he caught sight of the wooden box he had discarded, where the hairpin had fallen. He hastily crouched down, carefully retrieving it and placing it back inside the box. Shun Qingqing, noticing his meticulous actions, expressed her apology. I am truly sorry. Had I not bumped into you, your item would not have fallen. Did it break? I shall compensate you. No need, Lin Enchi replied, shaking his head. This was merely a humble gift for my second sister, but she did not want it, so it holds little value. Seeing the bittersweet expression on his face, Shun Qingqing suggested, Might I borrow this hairpin to admire it? Lin Enchi was momentarily taken aback, but obliged. Did you carve this yourself? Shun Qingqing examined it closely, her delicate fingers tracing the surface of the black wooden pin. Lin Enchi and Oppose, as face grew hotter, and he stammered a soft affirmation. This hairpin possesses a natural elegance, and if I received such a gift, I would surely wear it daily with joy. Is that truly so? Lin Enchi's heart soared at her compliment as their eyes met, only to shyly retreat again. Indeed, it is, Shun Qingqing replied, returning the hairpin to him. She then inquired, Why are you not mingling with the guests during this joyous occasion, but rather here alone in the rear courtyard? I'm not as academically inclined as my elder brother. I consistently perform poorly in my studies, hence I must devote myself to diligent study to ease my mother and Oppose as worries. Lin Enchi tightened his grip on the wooden box, his voice dropping slightly. Shun Qingqing studied him quietly, noticing his despondency. The Dashuo dynasty prioritizes martial prowess over scholarly pursuits. Education is not necessarily a guaranteed path to success. If one lacks the aptitude, why force it? You might as well pursue martial arts. Coming from a family of esteemed generals, Shun Qingqing had been influenced by such ideals from an early age. You possess a tall stature, long limbs, and agile movements, qualities reminiscent of my elder brother in his youth. Perhaps you are suited for martial training, should you choose to embrace it. Lin Huaiyuan gazed up in astonishment, a sense of bewilderment in his eyes. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, nor had anyone inquired about his desires. His father was the sole scholar in their village, and his mother took pride in that. His elder brother had excelled, successfully transitioning from Jiangdu to Shengjing with ease, and Lin Huaiyuan felt a sense of pride in him. Yet, he had always struggled with academics. While his brother could effortlessly memorize texts, Lin Huaiyuan stumbled over words. His mother was deeply disappointed in him, often comparing him unfavorably to his father. She believed his lack of success stemmed from insufficient effort, thus isolating him from family meals and forbidding him from venturing outside. He was confined to his room, expected to study diligently, with the threat of not being allowed out if he did not demonstrate improvement. The fear of his mother and Appo's reprimands, his brother and Appo's disappointed gaze, and his second sister and Appo's sharp-tongued mockery plagued him. He felt lost, overwhelmed with self-loathing for his perceived inadequacies. Perhaps a person like him had no place in this world. Yet today, someone had told him it was not his fault. Perhaps it is merely that he lacks talent. It would be best to explore other avenues. What troubles you? Shun Qingqing tilted her head, puzzled. Miss Shun. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. It was Lu Ying. Shun Qingqing glanced back and replied, Young Master Lin, my cousin is seeking me. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and made her way back towards Lu Ying. Lin Huaiyuan remained momentarily rooted in place, watching her graceful silhouette depart before retracting his gaze. Just as he was about to return to Wenxing Pavilion, he unexpectedly caught sight of Lin Huaiyuan, who was lurking nearby beneath the flowering trees, her eyes glinting with mockery. Chapter 19 Short-sightedness. Lin Huaiyuan shivered, frozen in place. Lin Huaiyuan, however, merely tugged at the corners of her mouth before turning on her heel and leaving. A sense of panic welled up within Lin Huaiyuan, as he felt he had committed yet another error. Yet, recalling Shun Qingqing and Appo's gentle words, he steadied his thoughts. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a glimmer of emerald green caught his eye. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a small green bead from Shun Qingqing's earrings. He stared at it for a long moment, before hastily picking it up as if it were stolen, and then sprinting back to Wenxing Pavilion. It was only after he closed the door and returned to his desk that he dared to let a smile grace his face. He opened his tightly clenched fist, revealing a delicate green gem, tender as a spring bud. Lin Huaiyuan closed his hand once more, breathing heavily, his heart racing. He had lost track of how long it had been since he had run like this. Whether it was due to Shun Qingqing or the delightful sensation of the summer breeze caressing his cheeks, his smile lingered for an extended time. At dinner, Lin and Appo's mother and Lin Huaiyuan wore expressions of displeasure, while Lin Huaiyuan surprisingly bore a hint of cheerfulness. Brother Yuan, you seem in good spirits today, asked Xiao Liu. Lin Huaiyuan smiled as he set down his chopsticks. Normally, Minister Zhao and I are not particularly close, and my colleagues often flatter him. However, with the esteemed scholar Wang taking notice of me, my situation has certainly improved. Upon hearing this, Lin and Appo's mother and Appo's displeasure evaporated instantly, her eyes widening with delight. What a joyous occasion. This scholar Wang truly possesses discerning eyes. My son is a top scholar, deserving of the favor of the esteemed. Xiao Liu chuckled as she poured tea for Lin Huaiyuan. Indeed, those sycophants are but opportunists. Brother Yuan need not concern himself with them. There will always be those who recognize your worth. The last remark was delivered with a subtle inflection, seemingly directed at someone. Lin Huaiyuan turned to look at her, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Li Huaying, uninterested, merely scoffed softly. Although the sound was barely audible, Lin Huaiyuan abruptly turned his head, his gaze turning icy. What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? If the ornaments from Fian Pavilion go unsold, the shopkeeper would think the customers lack discernment. If the dishes from Yun Tingui are not sampled, the chef would assume patrons have never tasted fine cuisine. they would have long since gone out of business. Li Huaying replied coolly. Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Oppo's expression shifted, understanding her veiled insinuation. Lin and Amp, Oppo's mother, however, interjected, we were discussing Yuan and Amp, Oppo's, and you suddenly bring up ornaments and food. How utterly clueless. Li Huaying remained unfazed, sipping her soup in silence. Lin Huaiyuan felt discomfort at her demeanor, perplexed by her constant opposition, and remarked, if only I were born into a prominent family in Shengjing, I would have undoubtedly shone brightly by now. Li Huayin shukulat sufli, continuing to lower her gaze to her meal. Lin Huayin, sensing the chill in the air, spoke with a deeper tone, as the prince has noted. If he is the emperor and Oppo's favored son-in-law, burdened daily by fame, his own talents would remain hidden, causing him great sorrow. Finally, Li Huaying lifted her gaze, casting a disinterested glance in his direction, her tone dismissive. If this individual truly speaks such words, it would be wise for the prince to maintain his distance. Xiao Liu interjected with a gentle smile. Your Highness cannot bear to hear others and Oppo's critiques. Brother Yuan and Oppo's kindred spirit should not be abandoned simply because you dislike it. At this moment, Lin's mother understood and let out a cold huff. You have never exerted any effort for Yuan. Now you meddle in his affairs? You, a woman, should not intrude upon his career. Li Huaying surveyed the room calmly, offering only a slight smile before returning to her meal. The Lin family was destined to face their trials, one after another. In her past life, she had toiled endlessly to steer this wretched ship towards the skies, only to meet a dismal fate. This time, she would allow them to indulge in their short-sightedness and whims. She eagerly anticipated the final outcome. Suddenly, Lin Jinyan, who had been silent, spoke up with a mysterious tone. Can you guess what I saw in the backyard today? Li Huaying Boza, unable to recall any significant event from her past life on this day. At that time, she had been preoccupied with preparing for Lin Jinyan and Oppo's coming-of-age ceremony, bustling about with Li Hongying and Shun Qingqing all day, hardly pausing for breath. Lin and Oppo's mother chimed in. What did you see? Lin Jinyan grinned mischievously. I saw Enchi and the young lady from the Shun family meeting privately in the backyard, chatting for quite some time. Lin and Oppo's mother was momentarily stunned. Enchi? Which young lady from the Shun family? Lin Huaiyuan set down his chopsticks, contemplating. Are you referring to the second daughter of General Shun? He glanced at Li Huaying, aware that the Shun family was her maternal uncle in Oppo's household. Li Huaying and Oppo's brow furrowed slightly. In this lifetime, Qingqing had indeed met with Lin Enchi. But who else could it be? Which generation of the Shun family produced generals? Was there a daughter who entered the palace as a consort? Lin and Oppo's mother's eyes brightened, hastily inquiring. Mother, the Shun family is your highness's maternal family. Please do not mention any consort. Lin Huaiyuan gently interjected. Everyone knew that Li Huaying's mother had long since passed away, making such a statement inappropriate. Yet, Lin's mother was too elated to care about that. Why concern ourselves with such things? Enchi has actually made a connection with a young lady from the Shun family. Lin and Oppo's mother beamed with delight, her smile widening. See you. Quickly go fetch Enchi. I wish to ask him about this. Siyu promptly complied. If a union with the Shun family could indeed be secured, the Lin family would surely rise to new heights. Then, who would dare to look down upon Yuan and Oppo's? Or hesitate to seek a marriage with Yan and Oppo's? In Wenqing Pavilion, Lin Enchi sat with his chin propped on his hand, lost in thought as he gazed at the emerald bead on his desk. He had never allowed himself to slacken his studies. Aside from eating and sleeping, he was constantly immersed in books. Yet today, he found himself unusually distracted. His mind replayed the moment he had encountered Shun Qingqing, her few gentle words echoing in his thoughts. Looking at the mountain of books on his desk, he felt a flicker of doubt for the first time. If he truly lacked talent, why squander his time on these incomprehensible texts? At that moment, Lin Mo, the servant, entered with a look of surprise, announcing, Young master, Siyu says the madam wishes to see you in Yuzhong Hall. Lin Enchi instinctively clenched the green bead in his palm. When he heard Lin Mo and Appo's words, astonishment crossed his face. She wishes to see me in Yuzhong Hall? Yes, it seems urgent. You should hurry. Lin Enchi thought of his mother's reproach and quickly rose, though he remained perplexed. Aside from checking on his studies, his mother rarely spoke to him about anything else. What could be the matter today? Upon arriving at Yuzhong Hall, he greeted everyone in turn. Enchi greets his sister-in-law, elder brother, mother, and second sister. Lin and Appo's mother stood up with a smile, grasping his hand. Why waste time with pleasantries? Tell me, did you meet with the young lady from the Shun family in the backyard today? Lin Enchi was taken aback, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Had he inadvertently caused trouble for Miss Shin? He dared not respond, not knowing to whom he could turn for help, and simply lowered his head. Chapter 20. A suitable match. Lin Mu was particularly vexed by the tall figure before her, who always kept his head lowered. Without hesitation, she delivered a firm slap on his back. When your mother speaks to you, why do you bow your head and remain silent? You look utterly spineless. Not all like your father. Lin Jinyan couldn't help but chuckle. Enchi, are you shy? Have you forgotten that I am Amp? Appo's seen everything. Lin Enchi felt a sting of pain from his mother's slap, and could only mutter, yes, we met and exchanged a few words. Lin Mu released him and sat down, her face radiant with joy as she exclaimed, this is wonderful. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Shun residence and converse with Mrs. Shun to see if we can arrange a marriage between our families. Lin Enchi was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't an Appo's. He expected his mother to seek a match for him. If it came to fruition, the young lady from the Shun family would become his wife. His face flushed crimson at the thought. Lin Jin noticed and teased. The moment marriage is mentioned, your face turns as red as a monkey and Appo's backside. Just wait until the wedding night. You might faint for fright, ha ha ha. Her laughter was infectious, and even Lin Huaiyuan couldn't suppress his amusement, chiding her. You, a young lady, should be a little more modest. Everyone was filled with joy, except for Li Huaying, whose expression soured. Coldly, she declared, I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours. With that, she turned and left. The atmosphere in the hall was jubilant, completely oblivious to her departure. It was the first time Lin Enchi had dined with his mother and elder brother, and his mother had even served him food, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. For the first time, his laughter echoed in the brightly lit Yuzhong Hall. After the meal, Lin Enchi, feeling unusually lighthearted, strolled back to Wuxing Pavilion. However, he spotted Li Huaying standing quietly under the moonlight, a few maidservants not far off. He halted, then approached her to pay his respects. Greetings, sister-in-law. No need for such formality, she replied, and silence fell between them. Lin Enchi kept his head slightly bowed. Li Huaying spoke softly. Why do you always keep your head down, afraid to meet my gaze? Enchi is foolish and fears to offend you, sister-in-law. Hearing her gentle voice made him stutter. I wish to discuss Qingqing with you. Lin Enchi was taken aback, then replied, please speak, sister-in-law. I shall not allow Qingqing to marry into the Lin family. Her words were not loud, but each fell upon Lin Enchi's heart like a hammer, abruptly halting his exhilaration. Why? For the first time, he forgot the rules of propriety, exclaiming, the Shun family is my maternal family. Qingqing is my cousin. She grew up alongside me and Princess Yuanzhao, sheltered by the Shun family and us, never having faced any hardship. If Miss Shun were to marry here, I would ensure she suffers not the slightest grievance. Lin Enchi's fists clenched tightly, assuming Li Huaying feared he would neglect Shun Qingqing, and he rushed to defend her. What about Lady Lin and Lin Jinyan? His expression of urgency froze instantly. Qingqing was cherished at home, her nature gentle and innocent. If she were to marry into the Lin household, would she not be tormented by Lin Mu and ridiculed by Lin Jinyan? Could he truly protect her? Even if I could, there will be times when I and Appo's am not around. What then would happen to Qingqing? Li Huaying and Appo's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm, yet piercing, leaving Lin Enchi in disarray. I will try my best. I am a princess. How did they disrespect me that day at Yunting? Aside from you, Did any member of the Lin family stand up for me against that foul lunatic? My dowry was treated as the Lin family's property, and Lin Jinyan emptied my private treasury. If I reclaim what is mine, they will resent me. And as for Qingqing, she has known a peaceful home, surrounded by sincerity and warmth. Do you wish for her to endure the chaos of the Lin household, trapped indoors like you? As she spoke, Li Huaying's tone grew sharper. Lin Enchi was rendered speechless, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing his distress, Li Huaying softened her tone. You're not a suitable match for Qingqing. If you can achieve success and establish your own career, perhaps there could be a different outcome. But as it stands, it is utterly impossible. Hope ignited in Lin Enchi and Appo's eyes as he fervently declared, I will strive to excel. I will study diligently and earn my degree like my elder brother. However, as he spoke, he faltered under Li Huaying's quiet gaze, the words slipping away. A single tear rolled down his cheek. A young woman in Appo's bloom fades all too quickly. Come this year or the next, Qingqing would be betrothed. Li Huaying sighed. Tomorrow, I will accompany Lady Lin to the Lin residence to discuss matters with your aunt. I came tonight merely to inform you, so you would not be more heartbroken later. Lin Enchi closed his eyes, his voice trembling. Enchi, thanks you, sister-in-law. It is late. You should rest early. With that, Li Huaying departed. Yet Lin Enchi stood there, dazed and unmoving. As he loosened his tightly clenched fists, a solitary emerald tear lay silently in his palm. He gazed at it, tears streaming down his face, though he clenched his jaw to stifle any sound. Indeed, someone as exceptional as Miss Shun deserved to wed the finest man in the world, to be showered with love, and to enjoy a life of prosperity and joy. He was but a mere, uneducated individual, devoid of possessions. How could he ever be worthy of her? The following morning, as Li Huaying rose in Yaoxian courtyard, Ying Shi remarked, Lady Lin just sent someone to urge your highness to hurry to the Shun residence. Li Huaying remained composed, while Ying Fei continued, Your Highness. At Yuzhong Hall, young Master Lin has been kneeling there since dawn, refusing to rise. Li Huaying was taken aback and let out a gentle sigh. Upon arriving at Yuzhong Hall, she spotted Lin Enchi kneeling with his back straight beneath the eaves. Son, I have no intention of marrying into the Shin family. I beseech you, mother, do not propose. His voice was hoarse, yet uncharacteristically resolute. Lin Mu shot him a glare, exasperated, whether you desire it or not. If this union succeeds, the Shun family is a prestigious one. Your elder brother in Appo's career would receive a boost. Our family and Appo's standing in Xingjing would also rise. And Yin and Appo's could certainly find a good match through the Shun family. Moreover, the Shun family has a legacy spanning a century. What dowry could possibly be lacking? You must think not just of yourself, but of the Lin family as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Enchi's head drooped lower, a wave of self-doubt engulfing him. What his sister-in-law said was true. He was unworthy of Miss Shun, and the Lin family was even less so, even before she had married into the family. His mother had already displayed such an attitude. How much more would she suffer if she truly became a member of the Lin household? Lin Enchi clenched his fists, a resolution forming in his heart. As Lin Mu continued speaking, Li Huaying entered, prompting her to hastily complain, You are quite late. I had no idea how long I would have to wait. Hurry along to the Shun family. With an air of impatience, she caught Li Huaying's amused smile. Very well, but do take Enchi along. Let your aunt see him. Lin Mu frowned, weighing her options. She felt she could manage Lin Enchi, and thus readily agreed. You get up now. Come with us to the Shun residence, but mind your words. Chapter 21. Refusal of marriage. Lin Enchi obediently cast a grateful glance at Li Huaying. On the way, Li Huaying rode in her carriage, while Lin Mu shared a carriage with Lin Enchi. Upon arriving at the Shun residence, Lin Enchi's eyes began to redden. A mere glance from Li Huaying revealed that Lin Mu had scolded him throughout the journey. With the princess and Appo's arrival, everyone from the Shun family, except General Shun, who was stationed at the border, was already awaiting them outside the gates. Your Highness, we have seen you. Minister, we have seen you. Young lady, we have seen you. Li Huaying wore a genuine smile, quickly supporting Madame Shun. Aunt, there is no need for such formalities. She then addressed the crowd on the ground, saying, "Please rise." "Thank you, Your Highness. What a surprise to see you. If I had known earlier, I would have had the kitchen prepare some lotus seed cakes for you." Madame Shun's eyes brimmed with warmth and affection. She genuinely cared for her niece, Li Huaying. "It is indeed sudden, but mainly Lin Mu and Aunt have matters to discuss." And I accompanied her. As Li Huaying spoke, she glanced at Lin Mu, who stood awkwardly to the side. Lin Mu approached with a smile, as if their family shared a deep bond. "Madame Shun, I have been meaning to visit you, but I have been so busy. It is a delight to see you today. You still possess such grace." Madame Shun paused at Lin Mu's words and then noticed Lin Enchi, who was bowing his head shyly. "Madame Lin, you mustn't be so modest. Please come inside and speak." Upon entering the main hall, Madame Shun dismissed Shun Hongchuan and Shun Qingqing, the siblings, while Li Huaying sipped tea with a faint smile. "This must be the third son of the Lin family. He is indeed a fine young man. It is a pity that he seldom ventures out. Otherwise, he might have played with Hongchuan," Madame Shun remarked, glancing at Lin Enchi. "Enchi spends most of his time studying at home. He works diligently. The dark circles under his eyes are evidence of his late-night studies." Lin Mu chimed in, pride evident in her demeanor. Yet, Lin Enchi felt a fire of embarrassment creeping upon him, growing more self-conscious. "Ah, indeed, such dedication," Madame Shun replied, sipping her tea while casting an inconspicuous glance at Li Huaying. Li Huaying responded with a gentle wink. Madame Shun then set down her teacup and said earnestly, "Since Madame Lin has taken the trouble to visit, why not speak directly about the matter at hand?" Lin Mu straightened, her face radiating joy. "Then I shall be straightforward. On the day of Yin and Appo's coming-of-age ceremony, my son Enchi and Miss Shun met in the courtyard. I believe both children are well suited, and I thought perhaps we could arrange a betrothal. What do you think, Madame Shun?" Upon hearing about their meeting in the courtyard, the smile on Madame Shun and Appo's face faded. She cast a cursory glance at Lin Mu. "It is quite amusing. Qingqing attended the coming-of-age ceremony of the Lin family daughter. How could she have had the chance to meet a young man in the courtyard? If word got out, others would say that the mistress of the Lin family cannot even arrange a proper gathering, which is quite impolite." Lin Mu was taken aback. They had been conversing so pleasantly moments before. Why the sudden shift? Madame Shun speaks truthfully, but regarding the children's engagement. Madame Shun interrupted directly. "Without the proper ceremonies, how can there be talk of marriage? Moreover, Lin Sangongzi is still quite young. He is not a match for Qingqing. Just a year apart. How can that not be a match?" Lin Mu grasped the implications, but remained unwilling to yield. A young man must establish his own accomplishments and career. Lin Sangongzi is still a child. Why the rush to speak of marriage? Madame Shun maintained her light smile, yet her eyes bore a hint of displeasure. Making her stance clear, Lin Mu and Appo's expression shifted, and she was about to press the issue when Lin Enchi suddenly knelt down with determination, his gaze resolute, his voice steady. "I only wish to achieve success and fulfill my ambitions. I do not wish to speak of marriage. I asked mother not to worry." Lin Mu was initially startled. Then anger surged within her, prompting her to strike Lin Enchi. Madame Shun frowned at the scene, while Li Huaying interjected, "Madame Lin must attend to matters at home. Should we see our guests off?" Lu Ying complied, and, along with two maids from the Shun residence, gently ushered Lin Mu out. Lin Enchi's face was already flushed from his mother's reprimands, and he respectfully bowed to the two women. "I apologize for the disturbance." Enchi takes his leave. Li Huaying had anticipated that her aunt would not hold the Lin family in high regard. Watching Lin Enchi depart with decorum, Madame Shun finally picked up a small fan to cool herself, her tone carrying a hint of astonishment. "I heard about the Lin family's rudeness on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, but to witness it today is truly astonishing." She then directed her gaze toward Li Huaying, who wore a mischievous smile, and sighed, "How could you marry into such a family? How can this household possibly be at peace?" "Indeed, it is not peaceful, but there is no need for Aunt to worry. Huaying has her own plans." Li Huaying responded with a calm smile, to which Madame Shun also smiled in return. "Indeed, who could dare to bully you, my little tyrant? Aunt, you jest." Madame Shun smiled gently, but added earnestly, "If anything happens, do come to me. Your uncle and I will stand by you." Li Huaying smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "I understand, Aunt. Dear child, why are you crying? Aunt will always be your support." In her past life, when she had faced such trials, her aunt and Xingxing had come to visit her, feeling helpless and frustrated. She, however, had been ungrateful, determined to leap into the fire. Hearing those familiar words now made it difficult for her to contain her emotions. Li Huaying flung herself into Madame Shun and Appo's warm embrace, tears streaming down her face. Madame Shun gently stroked her back. "Oh, my Huaying, how much you must have suffered. Had I known, I would have scolded that Lin Mu and chased her out." Seeing Madame Shun and Appo's agitated expression, Li Huaying couldn't help but smile through her tears. Madame Shun carefully wiped the tears from Li Huaying and Appo's face, her own eyes glistening with moisture, crying and laughing. Truly a child at heart. While this side was filled with warmth, the atmosphere in Yuzhong Hall was tense. Your mother goes to flatter others, and you still speak of marriage? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Lin Mu, furious, struck Lin Enchi multiple times before finally returned to her seat, panting. Lin Enchi remained kneeling, unflinching. He felt a mixture of sorrow and bitterness, but didn't know whom to blame, ultimately only blaming himself for being useless. However, he took solace in the thought that Miss Shun would not be burdened by his ineptitude. As Lin Enchi pondered this, Lin Jinyin sat nearby, reveling in his misfortune. She thought about her own marriage prospects, hoping to find a suitable match for Lin Enchi. Xiao Liu eagerly poured tea for Lin Mu. "Aunt, why be so angry? Enchi is just a child. How much can he understand?" Lin Mu, still fuming, suddenly paused. "What do you mean?" Xiao Liu remained silent, merely glancing at Lin Enchi. Lin Mu then scolded, "Go back to Wangxing Pavilion and study." Hearing the undisguised disdain in his mother's tone, Lin Enchi felt an even deeper sorrow, burying his head low. Enchi obeys. He stood up, slightly unsteady from kneeling for so long, while Lin Mo, concerned, approached to assist him. "Assist what?" "Kneeling here every day, now kneeling at the Shun residence. If you love kneeling so much, it serves you right to become crippled." Chapter 22. Collision. Observing his demeanor, Lin Mu felt a surge of anger. He bore no resemblance to his father, nor did he even measure up to his elder brother in any capacity. Reluctantly, Lin Mo withdrew his hand and followed closely beside the limping Lin Enchi. Upon exiting Yuzhong Hall, he hurriedly extended his hand to support Lin Enchi. Raising his gaze, he noticed the bruises marring Lin Enchi and Appo's neck and face, causing his eyes to redden instantly. How could she, being the lady of the house, be so cruel to her own youngest son? Lin Enchi managed a bitter smile. "It is my lack of academic prowess that brings shame upon the Lin family. My mother's disdain for me is, therefore, justified. That is not the case. I have a younger brother back home, a simpleton who can barely feed himself. Yet my parents cherish him dearly, unable to tolerate any criticism directed at him." Lin Mo replied, surprisingly contradicting Lin Enchi. Speaking of his brother, his tone was tinged with fondness and nostalgia. Lin Enchi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze growing vacant. Was it not true that only exceptional children earned their parents' and Appo's approval? He recalled the melodic voice of a charming young girl from that fateful afternoon. Lacking talent, why force it? Perhaps you might abandon literature for martial pursuits. I see you are tall, with long limbs and remarkable agility, reminiscent of my elder brother in his youth. Perhaps you possess the makings of a martial artist. Should you choose to embrace it? Lin Enchi gazed down at his slightly larger-than-average hands, pondering whether he could truly choose a different path. Inside Yuzhong Hall, a teacup was hurled to the ground with a resounding crash, scattering tea and shards of porcelain. Are you suggesting that Enchi rejected the Shun family because Li Huaying influenced him? Lin Mu's mother fumed, her chest heaving with indignation, her face flushed with rage. "Indeed, Wanju witnessed it firsthand," said Xiao Liu. "It is clear that Li Huaying seeks to undermine the Lin family. She has already sabotaged my coming-of-age banquet, and now she is ruining Enchi and Appo's engagement. I shall ensure she pays dearly for this." As Lin Jinyin spoke, She recalled her tarnished reputation and the disdainful distance maintained by the noble women. She could hardly contain her desire to confront Li Huaying physically. "Si Liu, noticing Linzinian va apos, et for thee," approached with a sly smile. "I have a scheme that could lead to Li Huaying receiving a well-deserved reprimand from your elder brother." Initially, Lin Jinyan sought to dismiss her. Had it not been for Xia Liu and Apos' meddling, she would not have chased away the matron Ching. Consequently, she would not have faced public scorn from the crown princess. Yet, the prospect of seeing Li Huaying suffer was indeed tempting. "What scheme?" Lin Jinyan inquired, her tone somewhat reluctant. Xia Liu leaned closer, whispering her plan into Lin Jinyan's ear. Lin Jinyan's eyes brightened, a smile creeping onto her face. "Let's go at once." At the Shun residence, Li Huaying was engaged in conversation with Madame Shun and Shun Qingqing when Luing hurried in, his footsteps urgent. "Your Highness, there's been trouble at the residence. The prince is furious and has summoned Su Zhe to escort you back." Madame Shun and Shun Qingqing exchanged worried glances. Shun Qingqing asked anxiously, "Is it a grave matter?" Li Huaying scoffed lightly, a hint of apology gracing her features. "We were supposed to dine together, but alas, unforeseen matters have arisen. I shall have to postpone my visit to sample Aunt S' famed lotus seed cake." Madame Shun grasped her hand, urging, "If you wish for it, you may come here any time. Just remember, you are the Emperor and Apos, as appointed princess of the Protectorate. Do not allow yourself to be wronged in public." Li Huaying felt a warmth in her eyes, replying softly, "Rest assured, Aunt. I take my leave now." With that, she lifted her sleeve and turned, the fabric rustling softly in her wake. Her voice turned cold as she commanded, "Return to the residence." Upon arriving at the Lin estate, Su Zhe recounted the events to Li Huaying during their journey. It seemed that Xia Liu and Lin Jinyan had been flying kites, which had landed in Shula Garden. They insisted on entering to retrieve them, and despite attempts to stop them, chaos ensued, startling the dog within the garden. Fortunately, Yang Li managed to restrain it, preventing it from escaping. However, Xia Liu had been frightened, collapsing to the ground and bleeding. The situation escalated quickly. Lin Mu summoned Lin Huaiyuan, who was on duty, instructing him to return and handle the trouble caused by Li Huaying. As Li Huaying dismounted the carriage, she spotted Lin by anxiously pacing at the entrance. "Your Highness, you have returned. Please follow me to Xiangxue Pavilion." Upon reaching the pavilion, the sounds of weeping were overwhelming, leading Li Huaying to think that Xia Liu must be dead. A smirk formed on her lips as she stepped inside, only to be met with Lin Mu's anguished cries. "You vile Li Huaying, are you envious that Li Yu is with child? You, a barren hen, have resorted to such malicious actions against her." Li Huaying shukulat sufli. Lin Jinyan glared at her. "Your monstrous dog has injured Sister Li Yu, placing her in grave danger, and yet you can still smile? You venomous witch. Is that so? I shall see for myself," Li Huaying retorted, bypassing them to enter the inner chamber. Inside, she found Xia Liu pale and lying on the bed, blood staining the sheets. A female physician was administering acupuncture, while Lin Huaiyuan held Xia Liu's frail hand, their gazes locked deeply, resembling a pair of star-crossed lovers. The scene was undeniably poignant. One might mistake them for a devoted couple. Li Huaying clicked her tongue in disdain. As they regained their composure, Xia Liu's eyes filled with tears upon seeing Li Huaying, and in panic, she sought refuge behind Lin Huaiyuan. The physician cried out, "Madam, do not move. The needle may misalign." Lin Huaiyuan leaned down, cupping her face gently, whispering, "I am here, do not be afraid. Brother Yuan." Xia Liu finally stilled, tears streaming down her cheeks as her voice trembled. "I will stand by you." He then turned to Li Huaying, suppressing his anger, and stated, "Your Highness, please step outside. Do not disturb Li Yu and Apos' peace." Li Huaying smirked, turning to exit. However, Ying Fei, incensed by the earlier scene, muttered under her breath, "The dead are the most peaceful." Lin Huaiyuan was about to reprimand her, but she had already rolled her eyes and left. He sighed, pulling aside the curtain to follow Li Huaying outside. There, he found her leisurely seated in the main chair, her expression calm and composed. "Your Highness must be aware of the situation by now. I seek nothing more than an apology for Liu and the removal of that wretched dog. Lin Huaiyuan's expression darkened as he began to speak of sending it away. But Lin Mu slammed her hand on the table. Send it away? That vile creature nearly took Liu's life and that of her unborn child. It must be put to death to atone. Li Huaying chuckled lightly, but it appears... Is it not still alive? Chapter 23. Instruction. Lin Huaiyuan's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists. Furthermore, even if she truly were dead, what concern is it of mine regarding my Xiulu? Li Huaying remained unfazed, her tone calm and gentle. Yet, the more composed she appeared, the greater Lin Mu's resentment grew. Her fingers trembling in agitation as she pointed at Li Huaying, unable to articulate her anger. Lin Jinyan hastily supported Lin Mu, urging her to sit down. Lin Huaiyuan's brow furrowed tightly, his words seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. What a princess! Your dog is more precious than human life. Do you not believe that I could also have you dragged to the magistrate? Ridiculous! Li Huaying suddenly rose, her phoenix eyes unwavering, meeting Lin Huaiyuan's furious glare. The release of the paper kite has nothing to do with Xiulu. It flew into Xiulu and Amp, Appo's, garden. I didn't wait for Ingli to help me retrieve it. Instead, I insisted on barging in. If the kite fell into the lake, would I then be expected to dive in to retrieve it? Would you then fill the lake to quell your grievances? Lin Huaiyuan opened his mouth, unable to retort, yet he stubbornly insisted. But if it weren't for that vicious dog, how could Liu have encountered danger? Well said. Li Huaying coolly lauga. If it were not for you, Lin Huaiyuan, Xia Liu would not have entered the capital, nor would she have encountered any misfortune. Why do you not repent with your life? Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's, anger suddenly dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear in his eyes. What nonsense are you spewing? It is clearly your fault, and that cursed dog that caused Liu to be harmed. Seeing Lin Huaiyuan rendered speechless by Li Huaying and Appo's, scolding, Lin Jinyan Kuden and Appo's, T helped but feel exasperated and spoke out. Li Huaying chuckled derisively. You have the audacity to say that. Knowing Xia Liu was with child, yet you still released the kite with her. You knew of the danger when you dragged her into Xiulu and Amp, Appo's, garden, refusing to wait for a moment for a servant to fetch it. At this point, I cannot discern whether you intended to harm her. I was merely anxious. Lin Jinyan and Amp, Appo's, face paled as she stole a glance at Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's, dark expression, stammering. Such urgency. It seems a mere kite is more important than the lives of Xia Liu. Li Huaying remarkably. In any case, that dog should never have been kept in a household. It should have been sent away or put down. Lin Jinyan shouted loudly, heedless of the consequences. Who allowed the dog to run amok? It comes to my courtyard daily, and you dare blame my Xiulu for its frenzy. I see you are also quite mad. Perhaps I should send you away as well. Li Huaying and Amp, Appo's, gaze was as cold as a winter in Amp, Appo's, night, causing Lin Jinyan to tremble in fear. Lin Huaiyuan, enraged, was about to speak when the physician emerged from the inner chamber with his medicine box, feigning ignorance upon witnessing the tense standoff. How is Liu? Is the child well? Lin Huaiyuan asked, stepping forward anxiously. Miss Xia is currently out of danger, but she must be careful and avoid agitation and overexertion. Her pregnancy is already precarious, and she has inhaled some irritants, requiring extra caution. What irritants? Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow, pressing for answers. The physician pondered for a moment before responding. It seems to be the intoxicated horse grass. This substance can drive animals into a frenzy. Miss Xia must have inhaled some, which has triggered the bleeding. As the words fell, Lin Jinyan's hand trembled, knocking over the teapot on the table with a clang, drawing everyone's attention. Her face turned ashen, nearly collapsing. How could this be? She murmured helplessly. Upon seeing her expression, Lin Huaiyuan understood much, but wished to spare her the humiliation of public scrutiny. Lin Bai, see the physician out. The physician exited the fragrant snow pavilion with an expression of discomfort. Lin Huaiyuan then fixed his gaze on Lin Jinyan. Did you bring the intoxicated horse grass into the household? I didn't in Amp, Appo's. Mean to. I only wanted to scare the dog away, not to harm Liu. I never intended to harm you. Lin Jinyan blurted out in fear. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's expression changed as he abruptly interrupted her. Enough. Lin Jinyan bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. Lin Mu, filled with maternal concern, said, in any case, Liu is fine now. Yin Yin is so distraught. Why must you scold her further? She embraced Lin Jinyan, soothing her as she cooed, Good Yin Yin, my dear daughter. Li Huaying regarded the farce with a cold smile. Prince Consort, what fine education you have. You condemn my Shiwalu without reservation. And now that the blame falls on Lin Jinyan, she must be coddled? Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's thoughts were in disarray as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Jinyan has acknowledged her mistake. Why must you persist in your reproach? You all can malign me, berating me for half an hour, yet when I name the true culprit, suddenly I am not to be forgiven? Li Huaying and Appo's expression remained indifferent, leaving Lin Huaiyuan at a loss for words. Lin Mu, dissatisfied, exclaimed, What is wrong with scolding her a little? Ken and Appo's, do you see how exhausted Yuan is? Must you continue this ruckus endlessly? Lin Jinyan began to sob, throwing herself into Lin Huaiyuan's arms. Brother, I didn't mean it. Please don't blame me. I was so scared. The noise around him was piercing, and as he saw his younger sister and Appo's face flushed and her tears streaming, his heart softened. All right, brother does not blame you. Liu surely will not hold it against you either. Do not torment yourself so. Finally, Lin Jinyan stopped crying, nodding her head in agreement. Lin Huaiyuan gently wiped her tears with his sleeve, whispering, You must not be so mischievous next time. In the inner chamber, Xia Liu listened intently, her heart filled with resentment as she observed Lin Huaiyuan comforting Lin Jinyan so tenderly. She nearly lost her child, yet he was so quick to forgive. Outside, Li Huaying watched the situation unfold with a faint smile. Since the Lin family lacks discipline for Lin Jinyan, as her elder sister-in-law, I shall take it upon myself to instruct her properly. Lu Ying, discipline her. Lu Ying readily complied. Before anyone could react, she forcefully pushed Lin Huaiyuan aside and landed a sharp slap across Lin Jinyan and Appo's face. Lin Jinyan let out a piercing scream, attempting to retaliate against Lu Ying, but Hai West swiftly restrained her hands. Lu Ying continued to rain down slaps, delivering over a dozen in quick succession. In no time, Lin Jinyan and Appo's face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Her cries were unbearably shrill, and Li Huaying rubbed her ears, saying, That will suffice for now. This is merely a mild reprimand. Should there be a next time, the consequences will be beyond your endurance. Lu Ying and Hai Wei retreated, and Li Huaying departed with her entourage. Lin Mu finally reacted, hurriedly gathering the frantically screaming Lin Jinyan into her embrace. Yin Yin, my dear Yin Yin, what misfortune has befallen our family? Lin Huaiyuan, having been forcefully shoved by Lu Ying, collided painfully with the sharp edge of a table, causing him to wince in pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. In the inner chamber, Xia Liu heard the cacophony outside and smiled with delight, never expecting that Li Huaying would execute such a splendid deed. Chapter 24. Panic Runju contemplated wiping Summer Liu's body and hurriedly fetched a basin of warm water from the kitchen. Just as she rushed in, she collided with Lin Jinyan, who was dashing out in a flurry. The warm water splashed onto both of them. With a piercing scream, Lin Jinyan slapped Runju across the face, causing her to kneel on the ground, pleading for mercy. Inside the room, Summer Liu, unaware of the commotion, called out for Runju in alarm. Lin Mu was in a state of frenzy, pacing the room while muttering about her grandson and the two girls, Yuan and Yan. Lin Huaiyuan surveyed the chaotic scene, pressing his hand against his aching side, his temples throbbing. He pinched the bridge of his nose and wearily instructed, Zissou, escort Jinyan to Feituan Pavilion, and see you. Accompany the old lady back to Yuzhong Hall. Runju, fetch some more warm water. With that, he turned and entered the inner room, where he found Summer Liu looking pale and concerned. Lin Huaiyuan let out a barely audible sigh. Brother Yuan, Summer Liu and Appo's voice trembled like a whimper. Lin Huaiyuan, suppressing the pain in his waist, sat beside her and gently brushed the stray hairs from her face. Do not be afraid. I am here. Tears glistened in Summer Liu and Oppose. His eyes. I fear for our child. If anything were to happen, what meaning will my life hold? Foolishly you. The child is fine. I will not allow any harm to come to you. Lin Huaiyuan and Amp. Amp. Oppose. S hand rested on Summer Liu and Amp. Amp. Oppose. S cheek, and she affectionately nuzzled against his palm. I desire nothing more than to have Brother Yuan and our child by my side. Rest assured, Lin Huaiyuan replied softly, recalling the physician's words. You must focus on nurturing the baby. Avoid going to Yaoxian courtyard. It's filled with beasts and soldiers. Summer Liu lowered her gaze, tears streaming down her cheeks. As a princess of noble lineage, she felt unworthy and dared not intrude upon the princess and Oppo's domain. Lin Huaiyuan sighed. The princess is haughty. Even Jin Yin is subject to her whims. Why bother comparing yourself to her? Summer Liu remained silent, leaning gently against Lin Huaiyuan. Yet in her heart, she pondered. How could she not compare? Li Huaying could not even keep her own husband in check, nor did she realize Lin Huaiyuan and herself were bound together in secret. What did her royal status matter if she was merely a pawn in Summer Liu and Amp? Oppo's game. A sly smile crept upon Summer Liu and Amp. Oppo's lips as she nestled closer into Lin Huaiyuan and Amp. Oppo's embrace. Lin Huaiyuan and Oppo's expression shifted subtly as he discreetly turned his body to avoid the sharp pain in his side. Suddenly, Summer Liu felt a peculiar movement in her abdomen, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grasped Lin Huaiyuan and Amp. Oppo's hand and placed it on her protruding belly. Brother Yuan, the baby is moving. Lin Huaiyuan, feeling the extraordinary sensation, beamed with joy. Summer Liu had just received acupuncture. Her clothes were disheveled, and their animated movements caused her garment to slip down. Oh no! Summer Liu feigned modesty, attempting to cover herself, but achieving little success. When she finally looked up, she found Lin Huaiyuan staring at her exposed belly in shock. What is this? Noticing Lin Huaiyuan's peculiar expression, Summer Liu hurriedly examined herself, only to discover that her once smooth, fair skin was now marred by numerous long, mottled stretch marks, resembling glaring scars. With a shriek, she panicked and wrapped herself in the quilt, lowering her head, too afraid to meet Lin Huaiyuan and Oppo's gaze. After a moment of silence, he said, "Rest well, and take care of yourself and the child." With that, he rose to leave. Summer Liu looked up through her tears, only to see him lifting the curtain and stepping out. His figure remained slender, like that of a pine or bamboo, while she felt she had long lost her youthful, blooming form. As she lifted the quilt to gaze at the marks on her swollen belly, she noticed they extended to her thighs. Even her once proud fair skin was beginning to darken and lose its luster. A wave of panic surged within her. What if she remained like this forever? Would Lin Huaiyuan come to despise her body? The physician had warned her that her pregnancy was unstable and required rest, not to mention abstaining from intimacy. Summer Liu recalled the image of Li Huaying, a beauty with an alluring figure, moving gracefully, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. What was she to do? She had traveled 1,000 miles from Jiangdu to Shengjing, witnessing the splendor of this place. She refused to return to Jiangdu and live an ordinary life. At that moment, Runju entered with a copper basin, kneeling obediently beside the bed. "Miss Summer, I am here to assist you in bathing." Summer Liu remained silent, her gaze scrutinizing the girl before her. At around 14 or 15, she was indeed a pretty maiden. Summer Liu clenched her fist tighter, but ultimately shook her head. A girl of unknown background could easily become infatuated after climbing into Lin Huaiyuan's bed, and she could not afford to risk that. As she contemplated this, a lively, radiant face appeared in her mind. Summer Liu and Oppo's eyes brightened. Only a simple-minded girl like this could be of use to her without causing trouble. Kneeling on the ground, Runju caught a glimpse of Summer Liu and Amp. Oppo's pallid face, which shifted through a spectrum of emotions before settling into a sinister smile. She shivered, no longer daring to look. In Yaoxian courtyard, Yingfei laughed. Luing certainly dealt her a deserved blow. She brings trouble upon herself daily. Yingshi sighed. Fortunately, a small amount of drunken horse grass powder poses no harm to Xiaolu. How can the second young lady, a maiden, dwell so obsessively on such underhanded tactics? Li Huaying toyed with a fan, letting out a soft laugh. Truly foolish and unrefined. And that summer girl, I find her peculiar. The daughter of a mentor with an illegitimate child. Yet she behaves like half a mistress in the Lin residence. Ingshur took the fan from Li Huaying's hand, gently fanning her. Fear not. I have a plan, Li Huaying replied, casting her eyes down. As the princess of the Dashuo dynasty, I will ensure the Lin family watches helplessly as they descend into the abyss. Just then, outside, Huayuan lifted the curtain to announce, Your Highness, the third young master has arrived. Let him in. Lin Enchi entered wearing a stone-blue silk robe, a simple wooden hairpin adorning his head, with faint red marks visible on his face. Enchi pays respects to my sister-in-law. No need for such formalities. Please take a seat. Lin Enchi awkwardly settled onto a small embroidered stool, and Ing Fei brought over a fragrant cup of tea. He accepted it with both hands, murmuring his thanks. It's rare to see you out. Is there something on your mind? Li Huaying took a delicate sip of tea, savoring its fragrance. Lin Enchi placed the white porcelain cup down, shifting slightly before bashfully saying, I've heard about the second sister situation. It nearly harmed my sister-in-law and Appos, Shualu, and almost wronged her. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my second sister. Li Huaying looked up in surprise. Seeing his uneasy posture, she smiled gently. She had not anticipated that this Lin San, whom she had barely met in her previous life, would turn out to be the only person in the Lin household with a conscience. She is she, and you are you. There is no need for you to feel shame for her mistakes. Lin Enchi managed a strained smile, clearly still troubled. Li Huaying tapped her fingers lightly on the jade table before asking, Now that Qingqing and you are no longer an option, do you have any plans in mind? Chapter 25. Peach Blossom. Upon hearing this, Lin Enchi displayed a hint of confusion in his eyes. Perhaps I am not a gem in the rough. No matter how diligently I am polished, I may never become a remarkable individual. Li Huaying frowned slightly at this. What a fine young man he is. Yet he wallows in self-pity, devoid of any vibrancy or confidence. However, I pondered, perhaps I may not be a suitable candidate for scholarly pursuits, but I could explore other paths. As Li Huaying observed Lin Enchi and Appos, as cautious, yearning gaze for affirmation, she felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. The Lin family is so boisterous and disrespectful, yet Lin Enchi has cultivated such a timid and careful demeanor among them. One can only imagine how difficult his past years must have been. Do you wish to practice martial arts? Lin Enchi's eyes sparkled with interest, yet he remained silent, merely pressing his lips together and nodding. Li Huaying appraised him from head to toe, her eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, he possesses a tall stature, long limbs, and a resilient spirit, a promising candidate for martial training. Lin Enchi and Appos' eyes grew increasingly bright and focused as he gazed at Li Huaying, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, you lack a foundation. At your current age, starting martial training will likely be quite arduous, Li Huaying remarked, her brow furrowing in thought. I'm not afraid. Lin Enchi straightened up, his eyes brimming with determination. This unexpectedly reminded Li Huaying of the majestic sight of Shualu sitting firmly on the ground. Li Huaying chuckled softly. If you wish to learn martial arts, I can arrange for you to attend my cousin Hongchuan's martial arts school. If you perform well, you may even enter the Shun family's military preparatory camp. And perhaps one day you could earn a name for yourself on the battlefield. Enchi thanks you, sister-in-law. Lin Enchi immediately knelt on the ground, bowing deeply, his voice shaky with emotion. Sending you is a small matter, but it requires family consent, Li Huaying noted, glancing at Ingshur, who stepped forward with a gentle smile to assist Lin Enchi to his feet. Though his eyes were still glistening with tears and his forehead flushed, his gaze was resolutely steadfast. I will definitely go, he declared, bowing once more before taking his leave. Li Huaying smiled and nodded lightly. Ing Fei remarked in astonishment. When the third young master arrived, he seemed hesitant, but now he is transformed completely. He exudes confidence. With a genuine goal in his heart and the encouragement of his highness, a soaring eagle yearns to spread its wings, Ingshur replied with a smile. You have a way with words. Ing Fei tilted her head and grinned. Li Huaying, siga softly. is truly a pity for such a promising youth to have squandered so many years. In the eastern courtyard, Lin Huaiyuan exited the Xiangshu pavilion. Yet, the image of Xia Liu's frail body, with her prominent pregnant belly and the dark, uneven lines on it, lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. He could not quite articulate his feelings. If he were to say he felt disdain, he would deem himself overly harsh, for he could not bring himself to resent Liu, who bore his child. Yet, this feeling was difficult to articulate, leaving him agitated. In the distant memories of Jiangdu, he recalled the elegant maiden he had encountered in his mentor and amp, Appo's backyard, as delicate as dew on a branch. But that version of her was forever lost. Lin Huaiyuan then thought of the princess of today. Despite her cold demeanor, she remained stunningly beautiful. Enough, he concluded. I am a husband of the princess. I must cultivate more patience and teach her how to temper her temper and foster harmonious relations with her family. With this thought, Lin Huaiyuan shook his head with a smile and strolled towards the Yaoxian courtyard. Alas, he was blocked at the entrance, and despite several attempts to announce his presence, he was unable to enter. The guards at the gate crossed their weapons, and Lin Huaiyuan frowned at the sight of Haiwei inside. Haiwei, I wish to apologize to His Highness and share some heartfelt words. His Highness has stated that if the Duke wishes to apologize, he should do so to Xiulu. Haiwei replied, turning away without waiting for Lin Huaiyuan to respond. Lin Huaiyuan's expression darkened. He stood in silence for a while before turning away in frustration. Yet, just as he was about to exit the western courtyard, he recalled the decorative cord around Xiulu and Appo's neck. His pace slowed again, and he turned towards Xiulu Garden. Yang treated him with utmost respect, which eased Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's mood slightly. I will speak with Xiulu. You wait here. Yang nodded in agreement, though he turned back frequently, a worried expression on his face. This made Lin Huaiyuan feel exasperated. Could he not handle this dog? Observing Xiulu, who lay panting on the ground after playing, Lin Huaiyuan reached out to stroke its warm, soft head. Xiulu rolled over, exposing its fluffy white belly, its large tail sweeping across Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's leg. A smile crept onto Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's face as he gently caressed its velvety fur. However, upon seeing the crooked, decorative cord around its neck, his emotions became complex. You carefree little pup, with someone to tend to your whims and receive her undivided affection. Your days are blissful indeed. Yet, my days grow increasingly vexing, with unrest pervading the household. Tell me, why does the princess always clash with her mother? Jinyan? I have never asked anything of her. I have forgiven Jinyan's unintentional offenses, so why does she continue to show us no warmth? I understand that often my mother and sister are ignorant and discourteous, but we are family. Why must we dwell on these matters? They're my closest kin, having endured hardships together, while the princess grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Shouldn't she show them more understanding and care? Lin Huaiyuan gazed into the distance, sighing, Enough, she is my wife. I will teach her patiently, and surely she will learn to be obedient. One must not forget the hierarchy and respect within the family. Her temper cannot be indulged. Otherwise, our household will know no tranquility. Isn't that right, pup? Lin Huaiyuan looked down, and Xiulu met his gaze with bright eyes, barking once. Lin Huaiyuan chuckled, rising to depart Xiulu Garden. Yang hurried back to Xiulu, inspecting it thoroughly before finally feeling at ease. As the long summer days passed, the sun blazed fiercely. Even in the evening, the air remained stifling. Li Huaying, feeling lethargic, chose to dine in the Yaoxian courtyard instead of venturing outside. Having not seen the Lin family for several days, she relished the tranquility, reclining languidly on the daybed. Clad in sheer attire, her fair skin was slightly visible beneath the delicate pink gauze, evoking envy in Ying Fei. Li Wing inwardly scolded, wondering how such a precious celestial being as the princess had become ensnared in the Lin family and Appo's mire. At that moment, Haiwei entered from outside, bowing to Li Huaying. Your Highness, trouble has arisen again at Yuzhong Hall. Third young Master Lin declared he no longer wishes to study and intends to pursue martial arts. Madame Lin is furious, scolding him and accusing him of being led astray by your Highness. Currently, third young master is still kneeling at the entrance of Yuzhong Hall. Li Huaying, growing impatient, retorted, "What do you mean, led astray? This fine boy has been raised into a mere shadow of his former self. Your Highness kindly pointed him towards a path. Yet he still bites the hand that feeds him." Li Huaying lazily sipped her fragrant drink. Let it be. Does she think entering the Shun family's military preparatory camp is as simple as she wishes? I do not intend to invest too much effort in Lin Enchi. One who receives a grain of rice may harbor resentment over a spoonful. I am not his mother. To have provided him a direction is already a gesture of kindness. Moreover, martial arts require a resilient spirit and the ability to endure hardships. Only through struggle and perseverance can one truly appreciate the value of such opportunities. Recently, a girl from Jiangdu has arrived. She is only 12, lovely and charming. I hear she is a relative of Miss Xia, here to take care of her. Ingshi casually remarked. Li Huaying's movement slowed. What is her name? Her surname is Xia, and her name is Taoing. Taoing? Li Huaying looked at Gazette, puzzled. In her previous life, she had never encountered or heard of this individual. Where could she have come from? Chapter 26. The Pursuit of Martial Arts, Your Highness. Is there something amiss? Ingshi inquired, noticing the change in Li Huaying's expression. Nothing at all. The girl merely needs to be more cautious. Li Huaying replied with a calm tone. Regardless of her identity or the uncertainties that may arise this time, the Lin family will inevitably falter in her presence. Within the Yuzhong Hall, Lin Huaiyuan had just completed his duties when Lin Mo hurriedly dragged him towards the hall, exclaiming that the third young master and their mother had quarreled. Lin Huaiyuan felt a sense of bewilderment. When had Enchi mustered the audacity to argue with their mother? Upon arriving at the Yuzhong Hall, he found Lin Enchi kneeling upright in the courtyard. The sound of Lin Mother's scolding drifted from within. I see he aspires to ascend to the heavens. After studying for so many years, he hasn't even passed the examination for a student. Yet now he wishes to follow others and learn martial arts? What utter nonsense! Furrowing his brow, Lin Huaiyuan halted beside Lin Enchi. Lin Enchi cupped his hands in salute. Elder brother, Enchi pays his respects. What has transpired? I wish to learn martial arts. Sister-in-law mentioned that I could train at the Shun family's martial arts academy, and if I possess talent, I might enter the Shun family's military preparatory camp. But mother does not consent. Lin Enchi lowered his head. After a moment of silence, Lin Huaiyuan said, "Rise, I have a few questions for you." Lin Enchi pushed himself up, slightly unsteady from kneeling for too long. Lin Mo quickly came to support him until he stood upright. Why do you wish to pursue martial arts? I have been studying since the age of 5, enduring 9 years of toil to barely achieve the status of a child scholar. Lacking the talent of father and elder brother, why should I squander my years in vain? Lin Enchi's voice was hoarse, yet his eyes met Lin Huaiyuan's unwaveringly for the first time. Lin Huaiyuan suddenly realized that this once silent brother, who always kept his head down, had grown taller than him. When did you develop this notion? Lin Enchi pressed his lips together. In recent days, I have felt like a mere shell of a person. Other young men study, train in martial arts, and establish their careers. Yet I foresee my future as one of mediocrity, studying into my 40s or 50s, perhaps achieving the rank of scholar or a licentiate. I do not wish to lead such a futile existence. Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback, as if he were meeting this brother for the first time. He had never heard Lin Enchi speak so articulately. He had only known him as the amp, Oppos, foolish child and amp, Oppos, spoken of by their mother. He had never realized that he possessed such eloquence, aspirations, and ideas of his own. Seeing Lin Huaiyuan silent for a while, Lin Enchi asked, "Do you also think I am being foolish?" "No." Lin Huaiyuan regained his composure, a hint of joy appearing on his face. A man ought to think this way. It pleases me to hear you express these thoughts. Lin Enchi was momentarily taken aback, blinking in surprise before responding with a soft "Come, I will assist you in speaking with mother." The two entered the Yuzhong Hall side by side. Upon seeing Lin Enchi, Lin Mother's face fell. "Who told you to rise? You do not even heed your mother's words, only listening to the instigations of others, and now you dare to disregard even kneeling." Lin Enchi remained silent. lips pressed together, while Lin Huaiyuan sighed. Mother, why speak to him so harshly? It is a good thing for Enchi to wish to learn martial arts. What good is it? After so many years of study, he has achieved nothing. I see he is merely following Li Huaying's influence, deliberately opposing me. Lin Mother slammed her hand on the table, her face flushed with anger. Beside them, Xiao Yu chimed in. Indeed, the princess has disrupted Enchi's marriage. And now, with just a few words, he refuses to study at all. It is heartbreaking to witness. She feigned wiping away tears, lowering her head. Tao Ying, startled, quickly crouched down with a concerned expression. Cousin, you cannot cry during pregnancy. It will affect the child. But she found Xiao Yu's face completely dry, devoid of tears. Tao Ying paused, then stood up again. Xiao Yu, furious, felt her temper rising. She knew her cousin to be foolish, but she never expected her to be this naive, publicly undermining her. Fortunately, no one else was paying attention to them. Lin Huaiyuan approached Lin Mother, speaking gently. Enchi has studied for so many years. If he lacks talent, why must you be so demanding? Moreover, in our great era, martial prowess is esteemed over literary skills. Enchi may truly carve out a path for himself. Lin Mother, who usually heeded Lin Huaiyuan and Oppo's words, remained skeptical. He cannot even succeed in academics. What could he possibly achieve in martial arts? Li Huaying has always led your younger siblings astray. Do not be deceived by her. Mother, Lin Huaiyuan pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. Do you think entering the Shun family's military preparatory camp is as simple as picking cabbage? Many families in Shengjing yearn to send their sons there, emerging as officials of rank 8, and perhaps even accompanying General Shun to the borders, where they could achieve great feats and be promoted to nobility. Lin Mother was taken aback, her expression suddenly brightening. Is it truly that advantageous? Indeed. Then that is wonderful. Lin Mother stood grasping Lin Enchi, who stood like a wooden post, with delight. Truly, you are a child of the Lin family. I knew I would not bear a useless child. It turns out you possess such potential. With a glare directed at Xiao Yu, she added, it's all your fault for spreading rumors. You almost caused Enchi to miss the opportunity to become a great general. Xiao Yu clenched her fists, yet wore a forced smile as she looked at Lin Huaiyuan, appearing pitiful. Lin Huaiyuan frowned slightly. You do not understand these matters. Refrain from meddling in the future. I will handle it with the princess. Xiao Yu and Oppo's complexion turned pale at his words. Lin Mother's expression darkened. My own son, and I cannot take care of him? Mother! Lin Mother collapsed onto the table. Weeping, I have raised you 3 with great effort, supporting you from Jiangdu to become the top scholar in Shengjing. Now, you have forgotten your mother after marrying a wife. What meaning does my life hold now? You only bring me shame. I might as well have died with your scholarly father. Lin Huaiyuan felt overwhelmed, yet could only crouch down to comfort her. After a long while, Lin Mother finally smiled. However, Lin Huaiyuan lost his appetite for dinner and departed without further ado. Upon reaching a fork in the path, he turned back, heading towards the western courtyard. Since the incident with Lin Jinyan, he had not seen Li Huaying. Now that she was scheming for Enchi, he could not simply ignore her. With this thought, his steps lightened. Lin Bai followed obediently beside him, glancing at the faint smile on Lin Huaiyuan's lips before lowering his head again. He truly could not fathom the prince's thoughts. Every time they visited Yaoxian courtyard, he could hardly suppress his smile, yet he always maintained a distance from the princess. As the sun began to set, Li Huaying rested in the small pavilion by the lotus pond. Upon seeing Lin Huaiyuan approach from a distance, she knew that a resolution had been reached regarding Lin Enchi. As expected, Lin Huaiyuan drew near and said, I thank your highness for your concern for Enchi. I express my gratitude on his behalf. Li Huaying's gaze remained fixed on the serene lotus blossoms on the water's surface. Her tone languid. He has already expressed his thanks. There is no need for you to reiterate. Lin Huaiyuan halted momentarily, about to inquire further, but was distracted by Li Huaying's casual demeanor. She wore a delicate, lace-embroidered gown adorned with butterflies and flowers, her fair skin glowing softly beneath the fabric. He swallowed hard, momentarily forgetting what he had intended to say. Chapter 27. Reluctance. Seeing him standing in a daze, Li Huaying said. In a few days, it will be cousin Hongchuan's promotion banquet. I will discuss Inchi's matters with him then. Alright. Lin Huaiyuan came back to his senses, his face flushing slightly as he sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion. Li Huaying furrowed her brow, wondering why he still sat there. After a moment, Lin Huaiyuan regained his composure and said, that day, Jin Yin and Appo's actions toward Shuai Lu were indeed her fault. I have confined her to the Feichuan pavilion for reflection. Li Huaying responded with a nonchalant "oh." Lin Huaiyuan rubbed his fingers together and continued, Scholar Wang still treats me very well, referring to me as his brother every day. Li Huaying glanced at him and replied in a subdued manner, oh. Lin Huaiyuan fell silent for a moment before asking, that day at Xiangxua Pavilion, why did you say that if it weren't and Appo's tea for me, Liu Wuden and Appo's tea have come to Xingjing, nor would anything have happened to her? Upon hearing this, Li Huaying's lips curled into a slight smile, and she looked at Lin Huaiyuan without speaking. Lin Huaiyuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet beneath the table. His hands were tightly clasped, palms slick with perspiration. She came to Xingjing to seek you out. Without you, what would she be doing here? Li Huaying spoke slowly. Lin Huaiyuan felt a sense of relief and smiled back, acknowledging the truth in her words. At that moment, Lu Ying approached, saying, Your Highness, Miss Ya's maid Taoying has come, saying Miss Ya has urgent matters to discuss with the prince. Lin Huaiyuan instinctively furrowed his brow, ready to refuse. However, Li Huaying interjected, Miss Ya is pregnant and in such a hurry to summon the prince. I wonder what urgent matter she has. Prince, you should hurry over. Upon hearing this, Lin Huaiyuan pondered. Could it be that Liu genuinely has urgent matters? Your Highness, please rest. I shall go and see. With that, he followed Taoying away. Yingfei watched his departing figure and Kuden and Appo's tea helped but exclaim in annoyance. Miss Xia Liu, a widow, chooses not to seek Lin Madam or the second young lady for help, but instead approaches a married prince. Was her intention, as the sun gradually descended. The scenery in the lotus pond seemed to be veiled in a shroud of darkness. Li Huaying calmly withdrew her gaze. For them, it and Appo's, as hardly worth your anger. Why not return to the courtyard and prepare some icy sweet beverages for me? Yingfei stuck out her tongue, saying, I have a small temper and cannot bear to see such troublesome figures before me. Yingshi gently chimed in, the nights have been chilly these past few days. Your Highness should refrain from consuming too many icy treats. All right, I shall not eat them. You both have sharper tongues than I do. Li Huaying laughed, lightly tapping Yingfei with her fan. Yingshi giggled softly. Yingfei blushed in surprise, exclaiming, Your Highness. By then, the western courtyard had already lit up, and Li Huaying and her companions returned to their rooms, while the path in the eastern courtyard remained shrouded in darkness. Lin and Appo's mother always insisted they wait until no sunlight remained in the courtyard before lighting the lamps. When Taoying had arrived, it was still bright, so she did not bring a lamp. As they walked through the dim courtyard, their steps inevitably slowed. Be careful, Prince, there are stones on the ground here. Don't trip, Taoying said, her youthful voice bright and cheerful, which lightened Lin Huaiyuan's mood. He turned to glance at the young girl beside him. Though she was not tall, her round, rosy face and sparkling eyes made her lively and endearing. How old are you? In response to the prince, I am 12. Lin Huaiyuan nodded with a smile. Although Taoying lacked decorum, her innate vitality reminded him of Lin Jinyin and Appo's childhood, causing him to feel a closer connection to her. Upon reaching the courtyard of Xiangxua Pavilion, they stepped from the shadows into a brightly lit inner room. Taoying squinted, shielding her eyes with her sleeve. However, she stumbled over the threshold, nearly falling face first. Taoying gasped in fright. Lin Huaiyuan reacted quickly, catching her petite frame just in time to steady her. As Taoying regained her balance, she hurriedly thanked Lin Huaiyuan. He released her, noticing her cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple, and gently remarked, And yet you advised me to be careful while walking? Just as Taoying was about to speak, the voice of Xia Liu called out, Brother Yuan has arrived. Taoying, quickly fetch some tea. Taoying obediently took the teapot and left. Xia Liu sat by the window, her smile appearing somewhat strained. She had witnessed the earlier scene and thought, what a foolish Taoying. looking silly, yet knowing how to throw herself at a man. Seeing Huaying and Amp, Oppo's flushed face, she felt an urge to slap her. You called me here in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? Lin Huaiyuan sat beside Xia Liu, noticing her pale complexion. Her once delicate oval face appeared slightly swollen, lacking its usual allure. Leaning forward, Xia Liu rested her cheek against Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Oppo's arm, her voice syrupy sweet. It is the child in my womb who misses his father. So I asked Brother Yuan to come. Lin Huaiyuan glanced at her protruding belly and helped her sit up straight. If you have no matters to attend to, you should rest. I have much official business to manage. Xia Liu's expression shifted slightly, her voice taking on a whimpering tone. I merely miss Brother Yuan. I thought the child surely feels the same, and that is why I disturb you. It's my fault. She began to cry softly. Lin Huaiyuan felt a bit helpless, wondering why she was crying again. At that moment, Huaying returned with the teapot, and upon seeing Xia Liu in tears, she hurriedly set down the teapot and rushed to her side. Cousin, what happened? Why are you crying? Lin Huaiyuan sighed, covering his arm. Xia Liu abruptly pushed Huaying away, anxiously asking, Brother Yuan, what happened? It and Amp, Oppo's nothing. Some tea splashed out of the teapot, Lin Huaiyuan said, dismissing the matter. However, Xia Liu became irritated and scolded Huaying. What is wrong with you? You can Oppo's tea, even pour a pot of tea properly, and have burned Brother Yuan. If you continue like this, you'll return to Jiangdu and never come back to Shengjing. Her voice rose in pitch, leaving Lin Huaiyuan somewhat taken aback. For Xia Liu had always presented herself as gentle and obedient in his presence. Huaying, startled by the reprimand, looked up with her big cat-like eyes brimming with unshed tears, appearing both defiant and pitiable. Seeing this only fanned Xia Liu's anger. Who was she trying to entice with such antics? Lin Huaiyuan, unable to bear it, interjected. She is just a young girl new to Shengjing, not a servant of the household. Why unleash your temper on her? As he spoke, Lin Huaiyuan took a piece of silver from his sleeve and handed it to Huaying, offering a comforting smile. Your cousin is a bit irritable during her pregnancy. Don't take it to heart. Here, take this silver and buy some sweets. Huaying, being a child, cheered up upon hearing his kind words, wiping her tears with the back of her hand and smiling as she accepted the silver. Thank you, Prince. Lin Huaiyuan smiled gently and stood up, saying, I have some matters to attend to. You should keep your cousin company. I shall reward you later. Huaying cheerfully acknowledged him. Before Xia Liu could voice her objections, Lin Huaiyuan had already departed with long strides. Xia Liu sighed, her gaze shifting back to Huaying, who was beaming with joy as she stuffed the silver into her little pouch. Come over here, Xia Liu said languidly. Huaying approached, puzzled. What is it, cousin? Did you talk to Brother Yuan on the way here? Yes, the prince asked me how old I am and said to be careful while walking. Before she could finish, Xia Liu pinched Huaying and Amp, Oppo's soft arm sharply. Chapter 28. Scholar Wang, ouch. It hurts. Cousin, stop pinching me. Huaying cried out in agony. She twisted her body, attempting to flee, but was held firmly in place by Xiaoyu. Considering that Xiaoyu was with child, she dared not struggle too vigorously, instead curling up on the ground in tears. With a fierce expression, Xiaoyu relished the pain she inflicted, declaring, at such a young age, you already seek to entice. Is this how your aunt raised you? Do you dare to seduce Brother Yuan again? Huaying, her eyes swollen from crying, protested. I didn't tea. I want tea. Do it again, cousin. Please spare me if I see you talking to him, laughing with him again. I will tear your face apart. With a harsh shove, Xiaoyu sent the limp Huaying sprawling, prompting her to scramble to the corner, trembling in fear. As the summer heat gradually waned, the evenings became noticeably cooler. On this day, the banquet celebrating Shen Honchuan and Amp, Oppo's promotion was underway, and Li Huaying had received her invitation well in advance. Dressed in a magnificent gown of 7 layers of brocade and silk, with a delicate lilac sash draped over her arm and a pale purple jade belt woven with gold at her waist, she radiated elegance and grace. Upon encountering Lin Jinyan at the entrance, she left her utterly speechless. Once she regained her composure, Lin Jinyan and Oppo's irritation was palpable as she nearly crumpled the handkerchief in her grasp. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, Lin Huaying observed Lin Huaiyuan mingling with the officials to congratulate Lin Huaiyuan. Shen's wife was busy attending to guests and paid little attention to Li Huaying, who made her way to the pavilion where the ladies gathered. As she settled into a secluded spot, Lin Jinyan strutted over like an arrogant rooster. Li Huaying cast a calm glance her way and casually remarked to Yingfei behind her, "It's still a bit warm. Fan me, please." Yingfei produced an exquisite fan adorned with purple silk and an ivory handle shaped like a crane, gently fanning her. A refreshing scent of dragon brain incense wafted through the air, soothing her spirit. Lin Jinyan and Appo's face flushed with anger as she glared at her ordinary floral fan, which bore signs of wear from frequent use. In a fit of rage, she thrust the fan into the hands of Zissou beside her. "What a worthless item! How dare you present it to me?" Zissou, startled, quickly knelt in apology, which caused Lin Jinyan's expression to soften slightly. She turned her gaze to Li Huaying, her eyes scanning the latter's opulent attire, simmering with silent fury. However, upon recalling Lin Huaiyuan, she puffed up with pride, declaring, "Elder brother said today is a banquet, allowing me to socialize with noble ladies and prominent families, and has lifted my house arrest." Li Huaying regarded her with indifference, offering no response. Yingfei continued to fan her gently. The delicate lilac silk of Li Huaying's sleeve swayed in the breeze, a clear indication of its exquisite quality. Lin Jinyan retorted, "You finally managed to have elder brother impose a restriction on me, and now I'm so easily allowed out. Aren't you angry?" Li Huaying furrowed her brow slightly. Just as Lin Jinyan thought she had finally provoked a reaction, Li Huaying languidly replied, "On such a hot day, why are you so loud? It's truly bothersome." "Why?" Lin Jinyan's temper flared at Li Huaying's nonchalant demeanor. Just as she was about to confront her, her attention was drawn to someone in the distance. Hastily, she threw out a promise to settle the score later and rushed toward the garden, lifting her skirts. Li Huaying raised her eyes slightly, noticing Huayuan had taken a couple of steps outside before returning. "Your Highness, over there are the third prince and the third princess, and the second miss is accompanying them." Chatting amicably, a smirk curled at the corner of Li Huaying's lips, her eyes glinting with mockery. Lin Jinyan truly chose the same path in both lifetimes. This time, however, Li Huaying would not assist her in seeing clearly. Let her dream of wealth and grandeur, slowly sinking into the abyss. In the banquet hall, Lin Huaiyuan was raising his cup in congratulations to Lin Huaiyuan. Lin Huaiyuan, tall and imposing, wore a sincere smile. "I have heard about Inchi from the princess. I just met him. He has a promising martial talent. We shall see how he fares in the martial academy." Lin Huaiyuan's face lit up with joy as he repeated his thanks multiple times. Surprised by Li Huaying's concern for Inchi, he recalled her previous indifference. Realizing she was merely tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within, feeling content, he was in high spirits. Suddenly, his friend, Scholar Wang, stood up and addressed the crowd with a smile. "Today marks the joyous occasion of General Shun's promotion. I had an enlightening discussion with the prince last time and heard a few amusing anecdotes. I shall share them with you all." Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback. He was unsure of his friend and Appo's intentions. He did not wish to attract attention in such a setting. Lin Huaiyuan chuckled heartily. "Such amusing stories from the prince are indeed rare. Scholar Wang, please enlighten us." Seeing the audience's eager faces, Scholar Wang discreetly glanced at Lin Huaiyuan, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. The prince once candidly expressed that if there were no distinction between noble and common families, all men could showcase their talents, and our great Dashuo would surely thrive even more. At these words, laughter dissipated abruptly, leaving the hall in a heavy silence. Lin Huaiyuan's face turned ashen, nearly crushing the cup in his hand. Scholar Wang, before he could finish, Scholar Wang burst into laughter, interrupting, "The prince's words are indeed thought-provoking. We, the sons of noble families, ought to feel ashamed. As the ancients said, nobility and commonality have no inherent distinction. Had the prince not been born in Jiangdu, with his talents, he would have surely ascended swiftly." Scholar Wang. Lin Huaiyuan suddenly rose, nearly grinding his teeth in anger. "Please be cautious with your words." Scholar Wang feigned realization, placing a hand on his forehead and laughing, Ah, I truly have had too much to drink. Today is General Shun's promotion banquet. And I keep speaking of the prince. What a slip of the tongue. With that, he nonchalantly sat down, yet the atmosphere remained peculiar. Most of the attendees were from noble families, even within the court. Lin Huaiyuan's comments had disparaged everyone present. He was acutely aware of this, remaining standing with an unusual sense of panic on his face. He glanced at Shun Hongchuan, who turned away with a displeased expression. The crowd averted their gazes. Yet once his attention shifted, they whispered among themselves, their expressions a tapestry of discomfort. Lin Huaiyuan's heart sank. Typically, there would be someone to defend him. Yet this time, he was met with silence. His heart raced with dread. Such words, spoken lightly, could be dismissed as drunken folly, but taken seriously, they were scandalous and rebellious. If these words reached the emperor's ears with great difficulty, he raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the crown prince, Li Mingda. Seated at the head of the hall, tall and imposing, he towered over the others. The gentle smile that usually adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a heavy and penetrating stare. Such a crown prince felt cold and foreign to Lin Huaiyuan. Although Li Huaying and Li Mingda were not born of the same mother, they had grown up under the empress's care, sharing a profound bond. Li Mingda, with his inherently gentle demeanor, had always looked upon Lin Huaiyuan favorably. However, the majesty of the emperor allowed no room for provocation, and Lin Huaiyuan bowed his head deeply. In that moment, he finally understood why Li Huaying had urged him to distance himself from Scholar Wang. Chapter 29. The peach grove high above, Li Mingda observed Lin Huaiyuan, who was engrossed in silence and drenched in cold sweat, feeling a sense of disdain in his heart. Such a foolish being, if he were not the husband of Huaying. He would not even spare him a glance. Recalling the past instances where he had shielded him, Li Mingda felt even more displeased. Fortunately, at the last flower viewing banquet, Huaying had already confided in Song that the Lin family would inevitably turn against the third prince. Hence, he would no longer offer Lin Huaiyuan any assistance. Li Mingda averted his gaze, watching as Shun Hongchuan approached him with a gentle smile. He could not fathom how Huaying could possibly be attracted to such a frail and ineffectual scholar from a humble background, especially with brothers like him and Hongchuan ahead. In the garden at the back, Meng Tingjian was persistently pulling Jiang Yuchuan toward the lakeside. Jiang Yuchuan, exasperated, followed him. Why do you insist on dragging me over here when there are so many female guests? Meng Tingjian remained silent, only offering a mysterious smile. He peered around the lakeside, quickened his pace, and halted after a few steps. Look over there. Who is that? Meng Tingjian discreetly pointed towards a small pavilion obscured by flowering trees, where several women could be vaguely seen. Jiang Yuchuan shifted his gaze and immediately turned to leave. He knew Meng Tingjian's notorious recklessness, but he also understood the importance of discretion. He was taken aback by this blatant disregard, urging him to view another family's female guests. Why are you running away? Meng Tingjian grasped Jiang Yuchuan. You think about her every day. Don't you want to at least speak with her? Jiang Yuchuan paused, instantly realizing the identity of the women in the pavilion. Meng Tingjian, noticing his halt, winked at him. You have never spoken to her, so what is there to yearn for? Perhaps seeing her true self today will dispel these romantic notions from your heart, resolving a lingering concern. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuchuan understood the depth of Meng Tingjian's misunderstanding and was about to clarify when a capable maid emerged from the pavilion, inquiring, "Which esteemed gentleman is that, Your Highness?" Meng Tingjian immediately responded loudly, "It is Lord Jiang, the Minister of Rights." He then playfully pushed Jiang Yuchuan towards that direction, his smile unabashed. Jiang Yuchuan, unable to suppress his amusement and not wanting to be the subject of ridicule, relented. "Stop pushing me. I will go, all right?" Seeing Jiang Yuchuan gently shake off the wrinkled sleeve he had tugged on, Meng Tingjian's smile broadened. Now that is more like it. On the other side of the garden, Shen Qingqing had just slipped away from the female guests, intending to find Li Huaying for a conversation. However, after taking a few steps, she spotted a familiar figure leaning against the rockery. A smile blossomed on Shen Qingqing's face as she called out, "Young Master Lin, why are you here all alone?" To her surprise, upon hearing her voice. Lin Inchi slightly swayed before turning abruptly and running off as though pursued by ferocious beasts. Shen Qingqing was taken aback. What just happened? Who frightened him? Never mind, since he's avoiding me. There's no need for me to impose. With that thought, Shen Qingqing headed towards the lakeside, recalling that Li Huaying often sought solitude in the small pavilion by the lake during Shen family banquets. However, she couldn't shake off her concerns, muttering, "Last time, he chatted with me joyfully, yet this time he fled faster than a rabbit. Who provoked him?" Just then, a clear male voice emerged from behind the flowering trees. "It seems the young lady has encountered a fickle-hearted scoundrel." Shen Qingqing halted in her tracks. This area was the peach blossom grove, where the trees had stood since her childhood, now robust and flourishing. Shen Qingqing tilted her head to look, but could only see a glimpse of a dark robe beside the trees, and curiously asked, "Who are you? Why do you call him a fickle-hearted scoundrel?" The man chuckled softly before exclaiming, "Last time, you conversed so merrily with him, yet now you shun him. A man who is so inconsistent with his beloved must surely be fickle-hearted." Shen Qingqing and Appo's face flushed slightly, and upon hearing his teasing tone, she felt a spark of irritation. "What do you mean by beloved? What nonsense are you spouting? I shall inform my cousin the prince." With that, she huffed and started towards the banquet hall. Hearing this, Meng Tingjian realized the gravity of the situation. He had merely noticed the young lady heading towards the lakeside pavilion and wanted to prevent her from interrupting his brother's rare conversation. He had no desire to encounter the prince, who, while gentle and courteous to everyone, bore a particular disdain for him as a cousin. Each meeting resulted in a lengthy reprimand, which was quite unbearable. Meng Tingjian hurriedly stepped out, gracefully positioning himself in front of Shen Qingqing. "Miss Shen, please do not be hasty." Shen Qingqing halted, narrowly avoiding colliding with him. Her face flushed with indignation. "Why are you stopping me?" Meng Tingjian glanced down and was captivated by the glistening autumn water-like eyes filled with annoyance and shyness. Her porcelain-like face blushing more vividly than the blooming peach blossoms surrounding them. He had only ever seen the dignified and elegant demeanor of noble ladies, beautiful yet devoid of vitality. Today, witnessing her lively and charming demeanor left him momentarily entranced. Shen Qingqing was still agitated, but as she noticed the handsome young man staring at her with a dazed expression, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Taking a step back, her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head slightly, her voice softening. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Meng Tingjian finally regained his composure. Mississippi. I am." After several attempts, he could barely form a coherent sentence. Were it not for Shen Qingqing's presence, he would have gladly slapped himself for his ineptitude. He could speak effortlessly about trivial matters, but became foolishly tongue-tied in this crucial moment. Shen Qingqing, still flustered, began to chuckle at his stammering. "You were so eloquent just now. How'd you turn into this?" Seeing her smile brightly, Meng Tingjian remained entranced for a while before mumbling, I misspoke earlier. I hope Miss Shen will not take offense. How did you know I am from the Shen family?" Shen Qingqing tilted her head in curiosity. "You refer to the prince as your cousin and are so familiar with the Shen family and Appo's garden. I can scarcely think of anyone else other than the second miss of the Shen family." As he spoke, he playfully winked at Shen Qingqing, who was intently listening to his explanation. You are somewhat clever." Shen Qingqing, caught off guard by his endearing wink, felt a rush of shyness. Then, "Which family do you belong to?" Meng Tingjian opened his fan, gently fanning it a couple of times in silence. Just as Shen Qingqing was about to express her annoyance, he promptly added, "My name is Meng Tingjian, the second son of the Meng family, just reaching my coming of age but yet unmarried." As he concluded, he slightly bowed, leaning his face closer to Shen Qingqing and Appo's, then quickly straightened up before she could react. Shen Qingqing, furious, felt the urge to strike him, but also realized the absurdity of her thoughts and could only stamp her foot. "What does it matter to me whether you are married or not?" Yet, realizing their age difference, Shen Qingqing and Appo's expression faltered, and her gaze towards him shifted. Meng Tingjian had been gracefully fanning himself, but upon seeing her strange gaze mixed with pity, he nearly stumbled. "Miss, please do not misunderstand. My unmarried status is not due to any affliction. Rather, I simply wish to avoid a blind marriage with differing dreams. I speak sincerely." In the radiant peach grove, the brilliant young lady covered her face with a handkerchief, laughing until she could barely stand, while the typically carefree and eloquent youth found himself at a loss for words, blushing in embarrassment. Chapter 30. The plump-faced Jiang Yuchuan felt a sense of helplessness within. Yet, as circumstances dictated, he had no choice but to pay his respects to the esteemed princess. The small pavilion by the lake had merely 3 low steps, and as he lifted the hem of his indigo robe and ascended 2 steps, he found himself caught in the languid gaze of Lin Huaiyuan. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the green willows by the shore to sway. Her ethereal, gauzy dress fluttered softly, as if she were a celestial being on the verge of dissolving into the wind. Jiang Yuchuan, unable to suppress his emotions, instinctively tightened his grip on the fabric. No one had ever divulged to him that this renowned national princess possessed such breathtaking beauty. As enchanting as a dream, one dared not disturb. However, in an instant, he lowered his head to perform the customary greeting. "I, Minister Jiang Yuchuan, have come to pay my respects to your highness." "Lord Jiang, no need for such formalities," Lin Huaiyuan replied graciously, allowing him to take a seat. She discreetly appraised him, and found him to be quite similar to the rumors, a scholar of a martial family, truly an upright gentleman of exceptional grace. Yet, in her previous life, aside from the matter concerning Feng Yongbing, they had never crossed paths before, nor had she laid eyes on him. Contemplating his inquiry, Lin Huaiyuan sensed that his intentions were not merely to ingratiate himself, but rather stemmed from a deeper motive. This thought ignited a spark of curiosity within her. Did Lord Jiang just have a disagreement with someone? She inquired with interest. Jiang Yuchuan smiled warmly. "It was my commander Meng, who has always been rather impulsive, and it was indeed inappropriate to disturb your highness." "Ah, he is from a Meng family. Then I understand," Lin Huaiyuan mused, recalling his carefree and unrestrained nature. She smiled lightly. "The banquet is lively, and one cannot truly speak of disturbance." "Indeed, your highness speaks wisely," Jiang Yuchuan nodded, his gaze never lingering on her face, as he politely averted his eyes. "I deeply regret the incident involving the raucous relatives of the prince consort. It was an embarrassment that required my personal intervention." Despite his words, Lin Huaiyuan maintained a calm demeanor. Jiang Yuchuan softened his gaze, realizing that the princess was inquiring about something else entirely. "It was not a bother. In fact, your highness and I share a connection from your childhood, though I suspect you may have forgotten." Lin Huaiyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, intrigued. "Is that so?" "I have no recollection." With a gentle smile, Jiang Yuchuan continued. "When you were younger, the emperor selected a companion from the Jiang family to accompany the crown prince in his martial training. Do you remember?" Lin Huaiyuan furrowed her brow, delving into the recesses of her memory, recalling a vague yet resolute young face. After all, to her, this was a recollection from a past life. "Zhao Jiang? Ah, it seems your highness remembers him." Jiang Yuchuan's eyes brightened for a moment, but then quickly shifted away, releasing a silent sigh. Lin Huaiyuan offered a polite smile, yet her heart felt a twinge of discomfort. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Zhe ultimately quelled the turmoil at the frontier, becoming a celebrated general in the era of peace, she might have struggled to recall even his name. General Zhao Ye was a prodigy in his youth. My uncle often praised him in his letters. "It has been many years since we last met." 8 years, Jiang Yuchuan stated, and upon noticing Lin Huaiyuan's surprise, he paused before elaborating. "I parted from cousin Jia 8 years ago, and I assume the same applies to you, your highness." Upon speaking, Jiang Yuchuan felt a slight flush creep to his ears. He had not anticipated encountering the princess today, nor did he foresee weaving a falsehood in her presence. Just yesterday, he had been reading a letter from Jiang Zhe sent from the border, filled with sentiments spanning from 1 year to 2, and ultimately to 8, yet he could never voice such feelings to the lady before him. How interesting, Lin Huaiyuan mused, not delving deeper. After tallying the years from both lives, she realized it had been roughly 15 years since she last saw her childhood companion, which explained her hazy recollections. At that moment, the distant sound of a clapper resonated, and Ying reminded them, "Your Highness, Lord Jiang, it is time to proceed to the banquet hall." Jiang Yuchuan promptly rose and bowed. "Your Highness, please take your leave. I shall go ahead." Li Huaying Nudda. Jiang Yuchuan and Amp, Oppo's demeanor was one of propriety. Had they been to walk together, it would undoubtedly invite unwarranted gossip and complications. After spending time with the Lin family, who disregarded decorum, conversing with someone so courteous felt refreshingly simple. After a brief pause, she made her way to the banquet hall. The seating was divided by gender, and she occupied the highest position at the table. She observed below as Lin Jinyan fawned over Gao Shushua, occasionally casting a glare in her direction, and Kuden and Oppo's helped but find the situation absurdly amusing. Did Lin Jinyan think everyone around her was blind to her intentions? The actions of the officials and Oppo's wives naturally reflected their husbands and Oppo's aspirations. Some subtle interactions and the undercurrents of relationships that officials dared not navigate were often orchestrated through their families. Lin Jinyan and Oppo's attempts to ingratiate herself with the prince consort were clear to those with discernment. It appeared she was trying to ingratiate herself with the third prince and Oppo's faction. Regardless of which faction ultimately ascended to the throne, it was likely that the first to face repercussions would be the treacherous ministers involved. Meanwhile, in the adjacent hall, Lin Huaiyuan remained oblivious, squirming in discomfort. His seating arrangement had long been predetermined, and due to Li Huaying and Oppo's influence, he had been placed at the lower right of the crown prince, with Shun Hongchuan beside him. However, due to Scholar Wang and Oppo's remarks, the crown prince treated him with disdain. While he had often endured verbal offenses in the past, at least there had been someone willing to speak to him. Now, not a single person offered him a word. Shun Hongchuan, who had just consoled a moments earlier, suddenly turned cold after a whispered exchange with a servant, ignoring him entirely, much like the crown prince. Lin Huaiyuan found himself at a loss for words, unable to leave his seat. While others engaged in merriment, he could only indulge in a heavy silence, drowning his sorrows in drink. Upon returning to the Lin residence after the banquet, Lin Bai was unaware of the events that had transpired. He observed Lin Huaiyuan, who was intoxicated and rambling, and decided to escort him to the Xiangshua pavilion. Xiao Liu had just finished her meal when she saw Lin by assisting the inebriated Lin Huaiyuan inside. Elated, she showered him with compliments and slipped him some money. Lin Huaiyuan's head spun as he leaned against the small couch. Xiao Liu settled in front of him, using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Yuan, how could you drink so much? Is it all right if Liu helps you clean up?" Though Xiao Liu felt discomfort from her pregnancy while sitting on the low couch, her spirits were high. It had been quite some time since she had shared tender moments with Lin Huaiyuan. Lin Huaiyuan's face was flushed after gazing at her intently for a moment. He finally recognized her in the flickering candlelight. "Liu, have you put on some weight?" Chapter 31. The calamity as Tao Ying brought over the hangover remedy. She overheard a remark that rendered her unable to laugh, retreating to the corner of the room with her head bowed. The smile on Xiao Liu and Oppo's face faltered as she lifted the bowl of soup to feed Lin Huaiyuan. "Brother Yuan, you are quite intoxicated and rambling nonsense." Lin Huaiyuan swallowed a few spoonfuls of the broth, his mind hazily recalling the discomfort he felt at today and Oppo's banquet, his heart heavy with grievances. Why did Deputy Zhao harbor such disdain for him? Why did Scholar Wang conspire against him? Why must he tread so carefully? Lin Huaiyuan gazed at Xiao Liu with bleary eyes, asking, "Why is it that despite my genuine talents and achievements, no one in court addresses me as Scholar Lin or Lord Lin, but instead refers to me as Prince Consort?" His eyes reddened as he grasped Xiao Liu and Oppo's arm tightly. In his drunken state, he exerted more force than intended, inadvertently spilling the bowl of soup, most of which splashed onto his own face. Startled, Xiao Liu stepped back, and upon witnessing this, Tao Ying rushed over to shield her. "Cousin, are you all right? Did you hurt your belly?" Xiao Liu, still shaken, touched her abdomen and trembled no. "Just barely." The warm soup splashed on a Lin Huaiyuan and Oppo's Yuan's already flushed face, and the cool night breeze from the window sent a shiver through him. He regained some clarity, though his thoughts remained muddled. Upon looking up, he noticed Tao Ying's anxious expression directed at him. Tao Ying? Xiao Liu, peeking from behind Tao Ying, felt a twinge of displeasure that he noticed Tao Ying first. She abruptly pushed Tao Ying aside, scolding, "Can't you see the candlelight is dim? Be careful not to hurt Brother Yuan's eyes. Go shorten the wick at once." Tao Ying, startled by her harsh words, hurried to the candlestick. Lin Huaiyuan, feeling the sticky broth on his face, frowned as he prepared to wipe it off. Xiao Liu, smiling, leaned in to gently dab his face with a silk handkerchief. "Brother Yuan, you were quite strong just now, nearly spilling the soup on our child." Lin Huaiyuan, already in a foul mood, felt a headache creeping in. The sticky remnants of the soup intensified his irritation. "Stop wiping. Wouldn't you possibly clean with that?" He pushed Xia Liu's hand away, her tender touch akin to flirtation, yet it yielded no results. The fragrant handkerchief merely irritated him further as it brushed against his face. Xia Liu was labia azitata, her hand lingering in the air before she finally lowered it, her expression slightly pained. He had returned from a banquet drunk with Li Huaying, while she, heavily pregnant, came to attend to him. His dismissive behavior only fueled her anger. "Tao Ying, don't you see Brother Yuan's face is dirty? Hurry and fetch some water." Her command was abrupt and harsh. Startled, Tao Ying, who was carefully trimming the wick, trembled and accidentally touched the sizzling scissors. "Ah!" she cried out in pain, dropping the scissors with a clatter. Xiao Liu was about to scold her out of impatience when Lin Huaiyuan abruptly stood and swiftly crossed over. "What happened?" Tao Ying and Appo's face was a mix of fear and pain, tears and sweat streaming down her cheeks. Lin Huaiyuan recalled her delightful and playful demeanor from their first meeting, and his heart ached for her. He grasped her hidden hand and discovered 2 large blisters had formed, a sight both alarming and distressing. "How did you burn yourself like this?" "I have some excellent burn ointment. I'll have Lin Bai bring some right away." "I don't need it. I'm just a servant." Tao Ying glanced furtively at Xia Liu's expression, fearing another punishment, and strained to pull away. In her struggle, her neatly fitted sleeves slipped down, causing both of them to pause. Tao Ying panicked and instinctively tried to cover herself, but Lin Huaiyuan stopped her, fixating on the bruises on her arm. There were also faint scratches, resembling those left by a woman's nails. Lin Huaiyuan looked at Xia Liu in disbelief. Alarmed, she rushed to cover Tao Ying, pulling her sleeves down. Lin Huaiyuan hesitated, but upon seeing Xia Liu's anxious demeanor, he understood. "It's not what you think. I didn't do anything, Brother Yuan." Tears glistened in Xia Liu's eyes as she pulled at Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's sleeve. Yet he rebuffed her, his gaze filled with a mix of unfamiliarity and disappointment. "How have you changed? Whatever happened to the kind and gentle Liu I knew?" I haven't changed." Xia Liu was labia cria, her words tumbling out incoherently. Lin Huaiyuan simply shook his head, his expression cold. In a state of utter panic, Xia Liu felt darkness envelop her and fainted. When she regained consciousness, thoughts of Lin Huaiyuan's gaze consumed her, and disregarding her discomfort, she propped herself up to survey the room. Tao Ying approached to assist her, whispering, "The prince consort has already left. Cousin, please rest well." Fuming with indignation, she was about to unleash a tirade when Lin Bai's voice rang out from beyond the screen. "Miss Xia, our master has a message for you." "What message?" Joy flickered across Xia Liu and Appo's face, for she believed he could not bear to part with her and their child. "The master advises Miss Xia to refrain from engaging in harmful acts during her pregnancy, as it would bring misfortune upon the child." With that, he departed, leaving Xia Liu's complexion pale with fury, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. Nearby, Tao Ying lowered her head, her breath almost silent, clutching the small blue porcelain violin Bai had just delivered to her. Xia Liu and Appo's vengeful gaze fell upon Tao Ying, who, though still blossoming, possessed a graceful figure. Xia Liu had not anticipated that she would bring such calamity upon herself. She rummaged beneath her pillow for an envelope, reading it over hastily once more. Despite her fluctuating emotions, she had already made up her mind. Lin Huaiyuan returned to Wusong Hall, cleansing himself of the sticky residue and the scent of alcohol. Yet his tumultuous thoughts remained unresolved. He sat under the old tree in the courtyard for a considerable time, before finally rising to head towards Yaoxian Courtyard, seeking answers. Within Yaoxian Courtyard, Li Huaying had already dressed and was savoring a refreshing cup of plum tea by candlelight. She absent-mindedly flipped through the scripts, contemplating when to summon someone to perform in the courtyard. At that moment, Huayu lifted the curtain to enter. "Your Highness, the Prince Consort has arrived, saying he wishes to speak with you." Li Huaying paused in her reading, instantly aware of his intentions. "Let him in." She found herself curious to witness his disheartened demeanor. Soon, Lin Huaiyuan entered, his steps heavier than usual. "Prince Consort, please be seated." The songbird invited him to sit, but his gaze remained fixated on Li Huaying, who was casually turning the pages of her book. "Does the princess not inquire about my visit? I have heard of today's banquet." Li Huaying cast a faint glance his way. Lin Huaiyuan felt an inexplicable wave of despondency wash over him. Though merely a woman, Li Huaying seemed to possess an uncanny ability to grasp the bigger picture, which left him feeling utterly deflated. Chapter 32. Refutation. You have never even laid eyes on Scholar Wang, so how could you possibly know he is well prepared? Lin Huaiyuan sighed and inquired. If friends truly share a sincere bond, they would never belittle your origins or incite familial discord. I am somewhat perplexed by your inability to discern people and oppos as true natures. Li Huaying replied, her tone unperturbed. Lin Huaiyuan wished to retort, yet found himself devoid of the energy to do so, ultimately stating, "Why did you not clarify at that moment? Would you have listened had I clarified?" Li Huaying raised an eyebrow, as if questioning the necessity of the inquiry. Lin Huaiyuan fell silent, realizing there was truth in her words. However, Li Huaying was undeniably different from before. In the past, whenever circumstances turned against him, she would gently and patiently elucidate matters, never wishing to see him stumble. Yet now, observing her composed demeanor, Lin Huaiyuan felt a flicker of indignation. He could not help but think of Scholar Wang, whom he regarded as an intimate confidant, and exclaimed, "Why would he act in such a manner? I have never had a quarrel with him." Li Huaying paused and said, "In my view, this is merely the third prince testing the waters with the crown prince, which may also extend to testing me." Lin Huaiyuan instantly grasped the underlying significance. With the emperor aging and succession disputes looming between his sons, even the slightest shift in the situation held immense importance. As the beloved sister of the crown prince, any troubles befalling her family could divert the crown prince and oppos as attention. This was a validation of the third prince's faction. "I only wish for peace among my family and a smooth career, and I have no desire to be entangled in the whirlpool of factional strife." Lin Huaiyuan clenched his fists, his voice tinged with anger. Li Huaying, however, could only chuckle softly. In their previous lifetime, they had never engaged in such discussions, yet she had thought Lin Huaiyuan understood their unspoken agreement. Little did she know how naive he truly was. "You have carried the title of the princess's husband for 3 years. You are already entrenched in this game. Moreover, without the crown prince and oppos' backing, do you genuinely believe that a scholar from a humble background could secure a 5th-rank position in 3 years?" She had never spoken so bluntly with him before, and Lin Huaiyuan felt a jolt in his heart, his complexion paling. After a moment of silence, Lin Huaiyuan and oppos' face gradually flushed. "You simply look down on those from humble origins. The distinction between noble families and commoners is as clear as day," he retorted. Li Huaying laughed lightly, unfazed by his accusation. "If you constantly perceive others as belittling you, it is, in fact, your own self-doubt that leads to this perception. Humble origins, top scholars, and royal husbands. Countless individuals in the Dashuo dynasty have borne these titles over the past century, yet those who leave a lasting legacy in history are not defined by such labels. Your pride in being a top scholar and your self-deprecation as a royal husband are irrelevant." Lin Huaiyuan and oppos' tense posture relaxed, and he gazed at Li Huaying in astonishment. "Everyone possesses multiple identities. Why be shackled by them?" She continued, "I will never blame myself for being the princess's husband, nor will I ponder whether I would still earn genuine friendships without that title. dwelling on what, if merely signifies an inability to embrace the present. As Li Huaying's words settled, Lin Huaiyuan pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat lost. But even if I don and amp, oppose, he contemplated, there are still many colleagues who ostracize and bully me. Li Huaying placed the script she had been holding onto the table, her gaze filled with exasperation. My brother is the most esteemed crown prince of Dashuo. Yet there are still those who wish to deceive and harm him, even seeking his life. Moreover, as a scholar from Jiangdu, isn't it commonplace to face exclusion in a court that favors military prowess over scholarly achievements? Lin Huaiyuan muttered, but I'm a royal husband. Indeed, Li Huaying scoffed lightly. That title may confer status, but it does not command respect. If you believe others overlook your talents because of your status as a royal husband, while simultaneously expecting them to elevate you because of it, you will find yourself with nothing. Furthermore, had you not been my husband, you would likely not even experience the sting of exclusion, but instead spend your days lamenting your unrecognized talents through bitter poetry. Is that what you desire? Not exactly. Lin Huaiyuan attempted to counter, yet he realized her words echoed his own thoughts, sentiments he had entertained only moments before. Overthinking is futile. You might as well consider happier notions, like the fact that you were born a simpleton. Wouldn't that relieve you of all burdens? Li Huaying's eyes sparkled with mischief, and Lin Huaiyuan found himself laughing unexpectedly. For reasons unknown, being chastised by Li Huaying from start to finish left him feeling as though the weight upon his heart had lifted. Seeing him smile, Li Huaying felt a twinge of disappointment and lazily returned to her script. Lin Huaiyuan followed the graceful movement of her fingers, suddenly struck by an impetuous question that he deemed inappropriate, yet felt compelled to ask. Why does your highness wait for the 3 years of mourning? Li Huaying, Smirka. If you're unwilling to embrace this role as a royal husband, why not refuse it? Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow. The emperor bestowed it upon me. I cannot refuse. Nor dare I. Her eyes glinted with mockery. It was clear that he lacked the courage to refuse, and in their previous lifetime, he had ultimately blamed her for his fate as a royal husband, reflecting on the foolish version of himself from that life. Li Huaying now felt only a sense of melancholy. Since you do not wish for my waiting, then why do you send love poems every month, regardless of the weather? Were it not for those tender verses, perhaps the once favored Li Huaying would not have waited for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Huaiyuan's face flushed, and he fidgeted uneasily, finally stammering that cannot be considered love poetry. Seeing his flustered demeanor, the last remnants of Li Huaying's stubbornness and confusion dissipated, replaced by impatience. As dusk fell, Huaying escorted the royal husband back to Wusong Hall. Lin Huaiyuan, still abashed, was doused with a cold splash of water by Li Huaying and Oppo's indifferent remark. He stared in astonishment at her, but Li Huaying merely rose with the assistance of Sure and made her way to the dressing table, not sparing him a glance. Lin Huaiyuan wore a disgruntled expression, yet followed Huaying outside. Upon reaching the entrance of Yaoxian courtyard, he finally regained some composure and spoke steadily. There is no need for you to escort me. You may return and rest. Very well, your royal husband. Take care. Huaying replied briskly and turned to enter the courtyard. Lin Huaiyuan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart as he gazed at the bright window flowers in the courtyard, feeling a sense of discontent. Why does she never invite him to stay over? The following day, Lin Huaiyuan was unsurprisingly reported by the censor, resulting in a demotion and the obligation to sweep the palace paths for an entire month. Confronted with the peculiar gazes of his colleagues, Lin Huaiyuan could only let out a long sigh of gratitude. After all, his previous outburst could have had severe consequences. Many had lost their official caps due to careless words, so he considered himself fortunate under the emperor and Oppo's grace. In the days that followed, Lin Enshi began to gather his belongings, preparing to depart for the Shun family's martial arts school. His absence would mean only 2 visits home in a month. Lin Enshi appeared somewhat disheveled, while Lin Amo merely carried 2 small bundles. He surveyed Lin Enshi and Oppo's expression and asked, young master, do you wish to bid farewell to the madam once more? Lin Enshi cast a lingering glance towards the vaguely visible Yuzhong Hall in the distance and gently shook his head. I spoke with mother yesterday. There is no need to irritate her further. I should at least inform my sister-in-law. With that, he stepped towards Yaoxian courtyard, but had taken only a few strides when he encountered Xiao Liu, who was visibly flustered and waddling towards the main entrance, flanked by Run Zhu and Xia Taoing. Chapter 33 Farewell Lin Inchi and Amp. Oppo's footsteps slowed, yet he soon cast his gaze downward. Even if they did not notice him, it would still be rude to casually observe the female guests. Lin Mo, however, craned his neck to steal several glances and remarked in confusion, "How can Miss Xia, with such a notable belly, still venture out alone? Mind your words. It is improper to stare." Lin Mo promptly retracted his neck. Yet the peculiar situation lingered in his thoughts. The two soon arrived at Yaoxian courtyard, where a canopy had been erected amidst the garden and the melodious sounds of opera drifted from afar. Huayuan, with a beaming smile, guided Lin Inchi and Lin Mo over, chattering along the way. In these idle days, His Highness summoned the pair garden to perform a few plays for entertainment. Lin Inchi nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his features. For reasons unknown, he had felt a weight upon his heart at home. Yet this heaviness dissipated whenever he shared moments with his sister-in-law, leaving him feeling lightened. Upon reaching the pavilion, the graceful Danjiao performer sang with a voice that was both tender and poignant. Li Huaying lounged against a yellow pearwood chair. Her interest piqued as she listened to the performance. On a nearby table adorned with gold-painted landscapes, several plates of pastries and fruits were arranged, while Ling Fei gently fanned herself beside them. Lin Inchi hurriedly took a few steps forward and bowed respectfully. "I have come to bid farewell to my sister-in-law." Lin Mo followed suit, bowing in accordance with propriety. Li Huaying glanced at the two and inquired, "Are you moving to the martial arts school?" At that moment, Ingshi gestured towards the stage, causing the performance to pause and the troupe to silently retreat backstage. Lin Inchi replied, "Yes, I will be residing there and may seldom return home. I wanted to bid farewell and wish my sister-in-law to take care of her health." Li Huaying smiled, pleasantly surprised by his thoughtfulness. In their previous life, they had little interaction, yet in this life, Lin Inchi's path had been irrevocably altered, and an inexplicable bond had formed between them. The Shun family and Oppo's martial arts school was not an ordinary establishment. It demanded rigorous training from all, regardless of their background. As long as one persevered, a promising future awaited. Li Huaying spoke earnestly, and Lin Inchi felt his eyes redden. No one in his family had ever offered such encouragement or believed in his potential. He vowed silently to live up to his sister-in-law's expectations. Each word he spoke carried the weight of a solemn promise in his heart. Of course, he knew to prioritize his health, ensuring he was well-fed and warm, with ample supplies of medicine for injuries. Li Huaying then instructed Huayuan, "Please give the third young master some silver for his journey." Upon hearing this, Lin Inchi hastily waved his hands. "There is no need, sister-in-law. Please do not incur expenses on my behalf." "What expenses? Just a few snacks for you to enjoy," she replied lightly. "When you become a great general on the borders, you can repay me 100-fold. Li Huaying spoke with an air of nonchalance. After all, her wealth could easily support 100 Lin Inchis. "Do not worry. Go with Huayuan." Lin Inchi pursed his lips, a silent determination settling within him as he knelt deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Watching his bowed head, Li Huaying gently placed a hand upon his somewhat unkempt hair. "Go on." Feeling the gentle pressure atop his head, Lin Inchi shuddered, a single tear cascading down, burning hot as it struck his hand. Since his father and Oppo's paralysis, no one had ever tenderly caressed him like that. Daily, he faced only his mother and Oppo's scolding, his elder brother and Oppo's indifference, and his second sister and Oppo's disdain. Lin Inchi closed his eyes and bowed once more, his eyes red as he followed Huayuan away. Li Huaying observed his steady back, so much more composed than other boys his age, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Ingshi also sighed. Who would have thought that the Lin family would produce a third young master who is so respectful and grateful? Indeed, it was rare for Lady Lin to raise a child of such pure disposition. Li Huaying smirked. "It appears a fine bamboo shoot has sprouted from a crooked grove." Ing Fei nodded in agreement, and then chuckled. "Your Highness, I and oppose. They heard the maid say that the prince has been returning late from duty these days. So, sore he can barely stand. Li Huaying's lips curled slightly. Well, at least he won Ti die from exhaustion. She then recalled Xia Liu and the sudden appearance of a girl, asking, have you noticed that Xia Liu and Tao Ying have been rather absent these days? Typically, Xia Liu loved to roam the estate, especially eager to approach Li Huaying. Yet these past days had been unusually quiet. Yingshi furrowed her brows and said, it seems she hasn't shown herself since the Shun family banquet. Yingfei tilted her head in speculation. Perhaps the recent chill in the mornings and evenings, combined with the midday heat, has made her reluctant to venture out, especially given her condition. That makes sense. It has been quite cold lately, Li Huaying agreed. Indeed, I believe the weather won't remain warm for long. Autumn will soon arrive. As Yingfei spoke, Li Huaying thought of Xiulu, smiling, with the cold approaching. It's time to make some new clothes for Xiulu. I shall design them myself. Seeing Li Huaying's excitement, Yingfei chuckled. Last year, Your Highness designed so many that Xiulu could change outfits daily. Now you've got me itching to get started. Come, let's head to the study, Li Huaying exclaimed, rising with a rare, playful enthusiasm. I shall begin sketching right away. In the meantime, Lin Huaiyuan returned home each day only after sunset, causing great distress to Lady Lin, who fretted about providing him with ample nourishment. Yet, Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's salary was continuously deducted, and much of his savings had been spent repaying Lin Jinyan and Appo's expenses at the princess and Appo's residence. Lady Lin, ever frugal, reduced the family's meals to bare essentials, consisting mainly of bland vegetables, leaving the once plump Lin family members looking gaunt. Lin Huaiying, already weary from facing the daily trials of court, had not received a kind word from the crown prince since Shun Hongchuan and Appo's promotion banquet. His colleagues, ever opportunistic, had turned against him, leaving him in a dire predicament. Each day, after finishing his duties, he was forced to clean the officials and Appo's thoroughfare, leaving him sore and fatigued. Returning home to tasteless pickled meats and cabbages, he found it nearly impossible to eat. As for Xia Liu, she suffered from morning sickness and could hardly keep anything down. Lady Lin, unwilling to splurge on nourishing foods, provided her with hardly any supplements, with even fish soup being a rare treat. The servants were faring no better, often going without a proper meal. The atmosphere in the Lin household was one of desolation. Lin Jinyan, too, found little respite in the manor. She yearned to join the noble ladies on their outings, yet lacking money and suitable attire, she felt trapped. Each day, the enticing aroma of food wafting from the western courtyard made her stomach grumble. Many servants would sneak over to see if they could run errands for the maids in exchange for a taste of the delicacies. Even if they received nothing, the scent alone was enough to tempt them. Fuming at the sight, Lin Jinyan could no longer contain herself and flung open the window to get a better view. She noticed the troop carrying their belongings to the western courtyard, faint strains of opera reaching her ears, prompting her to smash several teacups in frustration. Unable to leave the house, she found herself enraged that Li Huaying was leisurely enjoying the performance. Zissou and Qingwu, witnessing her fury, hesitated to intervene, aware that the teacups were dwindling. Miss, perhaps you should have some tea to calm down, Zissou suggested timidly. Yet, Lin Jinyan's gaze fell upon a group carrying several boxes into the western courtyard. What are they doing here now? She seethed. Miss, these are for the princess. Clothing being made for her, came the reply. In a fit of rage, Lin Jinyan slammed the teacup down, shattering it on the table. With her eyes ablaze, she gritted her teeth. Let us go to Xiangxue Pavilion. Chapter 34. Spitting blood. The midday sun was typically scorching, yet the weather that day was overcast. The guard stationed at the various gates of the western courtyard breathed a sigh of relief, able to catch their breath. Suddenly, a few bursts of laughter from women shattered the tranquil afternoon. The guard, Ahung, stationed at Shula Garden, perked up, his vigilance heightened. He observed that Xia Liu and Lin Jinyan were frolicking with their maids, playfully waving handkerchiefs and fans at dragonflies, their giggles ringing out. Ahung shifted his gaze, deeming it unnecessary to concern himself as long as they did not trespass into the courtyard. However, moments later, a terrified cry pierced the air, emanating from the garden. Huang, gripping his sword, prepared to enter when Yang Li burst forth in a panic, his hands drenched in crimson. "Hurry! Fetch a veterinarian. Xiaolu has ingested poison and is spitting blood." A guard immediately dashed off to find a doctor. Huang swiftly instructed another guard to inform the princess of the situation. Just as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Lin Huaiyuan and her companions, their faces twisted in malicious smiles, preparing to leave. He coldly commanded, "Seize those women and bring them before Her Highness for judgment." The guards surged forward, causing the women to recoil in fright. Lin Huaiyuan cried out, "You better recognize who I am. I am the beloved sister of the prince. How dare you lay a hand on me?" Before she could finish her tirade, a guard mercilessly restrained her, twisting her arms painfully. Meanwhile, in the main courtyard, Li Huaying was discussing the fabric for Xiaolu and Appo's cloak with several embroiderers, debating which material would be most elegant. "The indigo is splendid. It exudes a sense of nobility, especially when adorned with auspicious motifs," one suggested. "I find a red more appealing, particularly when embroidered with gold thread. It is both beautiful and regal," another chimed in. "Indeed, red would complement Xiaolu and Appo's coat perfectly," agreed another. As they conversed, a commotion erupted outside, prompting Li Huaying to furrow her brow and look toward the source. Lu Ying rushed in, lifting the curtain in haste, beads of sweat decorating her brow. "Your Highness, an incident has occurred in Xiaolu Garden. It is bleeding profusely and calling for a doctor." Li Huaying and Appo's grip slackened, causing a red silk fabric to flutter to the ground. Without hesitation, she strode out towards Xiaolu Garden. The maidservants exchanged grave glances, their expressions solemn, before hastily following her. Before long, Li Huaying and her companions approached with swift strides, her countenance as frosty as ice. The innate authority of her royal upbringing commanded respect, causing those present to avert their gazes. Lin Huaiyuan instinctively fell silent, shrinking back. Yet, Li Huaying did not spare her a glance, striding directly into Xiaolu Garden, where guards knelt in submission. In the garden, several veterinarians were gathered around Xiaolu, and as Li Huaying approached, they hurriedly stepped aside to bow. She raised her hand to halt their gestures, seizing the arm of Dr. Ding, who frequently examined Xiaolu, her voice trembling slightly. "What has happened to Xiaolu? Your Highness, Xiaolu has ingested a toxic plant known as the death flower. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and the quantity ingested was minimal. Now, it is a matter of whether we can save it," Dr. Ding replied, sweat beading on his forehead, his words tumbling out rapidly. "Please, I implore you, save Xiaolu. I shall reward you handsomely," Li Huaying urged, unwilling to delay him, and she released his arm. The group encircled Xiaolu, and amidst the shifting shadows, she could only see its white tail dragging weakly along the ground, alongside the stark crimson stains. Memories flooded back to her. She recalled her mother, beaming with joy, cradling the tiny Xiaolu in her arms. At that time, Xiaolu was but a month old, a silly little white ball, always chasing after her. After her mother and Appo's passing, she had knelt by the morning altar for 3 days, with Xiaolu faithfully by her side, refusing to eat or drink, nudging her hand with its head. She could still remember the warm sensation of its touch. From childhood until now, Xiaolu had been her steadfast companion. A tear slipped down her cheek. Li Huaying abruptly turned around. Yang Li fell to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground. "I am guilty. Earlier, while Xiaolu was playing in the garden, it mistakenly consumed a piece of raw meat. Although I tried to stop it as soon as I realized it had already swallowed some." Tears streamed down Yang Li and Appo's face as he spoke, bloodied hands wiping across it, rendering his features a grotesque sight. "Take me to see," Li Huaying commanded coldly, and Yang Li crawled on the ground, not daring to rise. "Here it is." He pointed to a fist-sized piece of flesh near the wall, encrusted with dirt and grass, a clear bite mark visible on the broken edge. The doctor examined it and confirmed that this meat was laced with the death flower powder and smeared with an enticing broth. Yang Li continued, pointing towards the wall's base. "When we parted the shallow grass, we uncovered a small hole, also bloodied. They must have hidden the meat here, leading Xiaolu to mistakenly consume it. Yang Li covered his face with his hands, unable to continue. Li Huaying's gaze darkened as she fixated on the hole. Her eyes glistened. Chapter 35. Maliciousness before the words had completely left her lips. The guards swiftly apprehended Lin and Damp, Appo's mother. She barely had time to scream when Lu Ying had already slapped her twice across the face, leaving her in disbelief as she let out a shrill, harsh cry. Meanwhile, Lin Jinyan was shouting and cursing, while Xia Liu lay on the ground, weeping pitifully. Their maids and servants knelt in a circle, crying and pleading. Li Huaying observed them with indifference, remarking, "How noisy. Expel them." Ying Fei complied without hesitation. Li Huaying proceeded towards Xiaolu Garden but paused at the entrance, hesitating to enter. Her head hung low as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. It was her fault. She had failed to protect Xiaolu, despite having been given a second chance. She had not anticipated the mysterious circumstances surrounding Xiaolu and Appo's death in her past life. Lin and Appo's mother and the others were left dazed from the blows. Once released, they found the guards glaring fiercely at them, causing their hands and legs to tremble in fear as they hurriedly left the west courtyard, supported by their maids. After finally returning to Yuzhong Hall, they exhaled a sigh of relief. Lin and Appo's mother and Appo's face was red and swollen, and she cried out in pain. Lin Jinyan's face was so swollen it resembled a doughy bun, her eyes nearly disappearing. The maids hastily brought damp cloths and ice to soothe their faces. But the slightest touch caused Lin Jinyan to scream, "It hurts. Mother, you must take charge. I want to kill Li Huaying." Lin's mother hissed in pain, "In our Jiangdu, how dare she lay hands on her mother-in-law and sister-in-law? She will be ridiculed for life. I will have Yuan divorce her. Let us see where she will find a suitor next." Xia Liu, who had only received a single slap, was still greatly frightened, crying incessantly beside them. "She is a princess, and she treats us as if we are beneath her. She strikes and scolds us at will. Alas, the child in my womb will never be able to recognize its ancestors with such a wicked woman around." Lin and Appo's mother slammed the table, her face colliding painfully with the ice block held by Siyu, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. "She does not bear children, yet dares to obstruct my Lin family's lineage. I will take her back to Jiangdu and make her kneel before our ancestors for 7 days. Then I will lock her in the woodshed until she learns how to serve her mother-in-law and husband properly." As she spoke, it seemed she could truly envision that scenario. Li Huaying would be reduced to one of those submissive rural wives, clad in tattered clothing, washing and cooking for the Lin family. The slightest dissatisfaction in her service would result in her mother-in-law teaching her the rules with a bamboo stick. The thought brought a smile to Lin's mother's lips. Lin Jinyan, listening to her mother's description, felt a sense of longing, and her aching cheeks seemed to ease somewhat. Yes, they would take her back to Jiangdu, forbidding her from bringing that horde of maids and servants, forcing her to prepare meals and fetch shoes daily. All the jewelry and garments from her private collection would belong to them. If she dared to anger them, they would have her elder brother divorce her and cast her aside. Xia Liu listened with lowered eyes, a hint of derision flickering within them. If Li Huaying were truly such a rustic woman, she would not even be allowed to cross the threshold of the Lin estate. They wished to elevate themselves to the status of a princess while demanding that she serve them as the most menial of servants. Such a whimsical notion. If it was unbearable, why marry a princess at all? If she had entered the Lin residence herself, there would be none of this trouble. "Yuan, my Yuan, why has he not returned yet? Come back and help your mother." While Lin and Appo's mother lamented pitifully, Lin Huaiyuan, just finishing his duty, was utterly perplexed. He was raising his sore arms to sweep the palace path. Even with his head bowed, his official garb was strikingly conspicuous. Usually, Zhao the Right Minister would bring a few colleagues to mock him with sarcastic remarks, leaving in laughter once he saw Lin Huaiyuan grit his teeth and endure. However, to Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's surprise, today Zhao the Minister approached him with a cheerful demeanor, speaking to him with an unexpected warmth. Lin Huaiyuan, confused by the sudden change, could only respond with a smile. Yet the gazes of Zhao and Amp, Oppos, S colleagues were laden with an inexplicable meaning. After a few kind words, Zhao the minister took his leave, saying, "It seems I misjudged the prince consort before, missing out on a kindred spirit. From now on, let's exchange thoughts more often." Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback. Although it was meant to be a compliment, the strange expressions on Zhao and his colleagues in Amp, Oppos faces made it difficult for him to feel elated. On the way home, Lin Huaiyuan was preoccupied with their enigmatic expressions, unable to decipher their meaning. As he arrived at the Lin estate and lifted the curtain, he was met with Lin Bai, who looked as if he had seen a lifeline. "Sir, you have returned." Lin Huaiyuan paused, his brow furrowing in an instant, almost tempted to turn back and re-enter the carriage. What had transpired at home? It's complicated to explain right now. All the masters are in an uproar. You should hurry to Yuzhong Hall. Lin Bai assisted Lin Huaiyuan out of the carriage, urging him towards Yuzhong Hall in haste. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with a cacophony of cries and shouts from within. Lin Jinyan, hearing the commotion, rushed out and threw herself into Lin Huaiyuan and Oppos' arms. "Elder brother, Li Huaying is going to kill me. How can I face others like this? You must help me." Lin Huaiying, startled by her anguished cries, instinctively held her. "What happened to your face?" Upon closer inspection, he was shocked. If not for the familiar voice and figure, he would hardly recognize his lively and adorable sister. Her face was bruised and swollen like that of a pig, her eyes and mouth nearly obscured. Tears and snot streamed down her red, swollen cheeks, a pitiful sight indeed. It was Li Huaying. Lin Jinyan gritted her teeth in fury. At that moment, Lin and Oppos' mother also rushed over, her own face hardly better than Lin Jinyan and Oppos', swollen to the point where her wrinkles were stretched taut. "Yuan, my son, Li Huaying has nearly beaten the life out of me." Seeing his mother in such a wretched state ignited a fierce anger within Lin Huaiyuan. "Mother, how could this happen? Who dares to strike you?" Lin's mother trembled as she drew closer, crying, "Who else could it be? After all the effort I put into raising you three. Now that you are a high official and have married a princess, I am left to be beaten senseless by my own daughter-in-law. What face do I have left to live? I might as well die." Lin's mother's desperate cries brought tears to Lin Huaiyuan's eyes. "Mother, I will seek justice for you." Just as he was about to leave, Xia Liu began to wail from within Yuzhong Hall, startling Runju. "Miss, what has happened?" Lin Huaiyuan rushed over, only to find Xia Liu, heavily pregnant, pale-faced, with a glaring red handprint on her right cheek. Fury surged through Lin Huaiyuan. "Li Huaying has struck you as well. You are with child. How could she be so cruel?" Chapter 36. Weeping tears streamed down Xia Liu and Oppos' delicate face as she lamented. "Brother Yuan, I am of no consequence. She is a celestial phoenix, while I am but a mere wildflower on the ground. How could I dare to resist when she strikes me? Yet, I cannot bear to witness her harm Ant and Yin and Oppos'. I'm also deeply afraid, terrified, in fact, that she might bring harm to my child. I desire nothing more than to remain by your side, Brother Yuan, and be near my child." Lin Huaiyuan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart as he tenderly brushed aside the loose strands of her hair. "Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm you or our child." Xia Liu wiped her tears in silence, gazing at him with eyes brimming with emotion. Lin Huaiyuan withdrew his hand and strode purposefully out of the Yuzhong Hall, heading towards the Yaoxian courtyard. As dusk descended, the eastern courtyard remained unlit, while the western courtyard glowed brightly. The night breeze was cool, yet it did little to quell the tempest of anger within Lin Huaiyuan. He felt a deep-seated hatred for himself. Why had he married such a woman, one who brought shame upon him and his family? In that moment, he recalled the countless times his colleagues had ridiculed and mocked him. He remembered how Li Huaying had been unyielding in her confrontations with his mother, Lin Jinyan, and how Xia Liu's eyes had shone with tears of resignation. He even recalled her words before their marriage, calling him a frail scholar of no use. Lin Huaiyuan clenched his fists and had just turned the corner to enter the Yaoxian courtyard when he saw Li Huaying striding out with an air of cold authority, surrounded by a throng of maids and guards. She did not falter in her steps until her piercing gaze fell upon Lin Huaiyuan. A surge of anger swelled within him. Today, she seemed entirely different from the past. especially in her autumn-hued eyes, once so full of affection. Now only icy indifference remained. Her demeanor was lofty, as if she were gazing down upon the world, regarding him not as her husband, but rather as a filthy beggar on the street. At that instant, he recalled the day of the promotion banquet, where he had been humiliated in front of others, and the prince's detached, mocking gaze had haunted him. It was as if a string in his mind had snapped. He took 2 steps forward, glaring at Li Huaying. "You madwoman! How dare you bully my mother?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike her. Li Huaying stood her ground, her eyes unwavering. "Impudence!" Lu Ying kicked him squarely in the chest without hesitation. Lin Huaiyuan doubled over in pain, collapsing to the ground. "Li Huaying, you dare to let your servants lay hands on me?" Ignoring him entirely, Li Huaying stepped over his body. The hem of her crimson skirt brushed against his face like a delicate flower, leaving a trail of fresh fragrance in its wake. Crack! Before he could regain his composure, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by an excruciating pain across his face. Nearby, a voice cried out, "Blood! Blood!" As Lin Huaiyuan raised his gaze, he saw the usually cheerful Huaiyuan, her expression now cold, retracting the long whip from which he had just suffered. Lin and Amp, Appo's mother and Lin Jinyin rushed over, witnessing the brutal lash that had struck Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's face. They cried out in anguish and fury, attempting to seize Huaiyuan. Just in time, a maid held them back, and his mother, enraged, shouted, "How dare you strike my Yuan and Appo's? Have you lost your minds? Where do you think you and Appo's going?" With a swift flick of her whip, Huaiyuan left a white mark on the ground, sending dust into the air. Into the palace. Lin Huaiyuan was still on the ground, tasting dirt as he opened his mouth. His face burned with pain, and when he dared to touch it, he found his hand smeared with blood, his clothes soaked in the crimson flow. Lin's mother and Lin Jinyin rushed to help him up as a group of doctors and physicians from the Yaoxian courtyard emerged with their medical kits. Lin Bai hurried over, his face reflecting shock at Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's disheveled state. Yet, he quickly reported the news he had just learned. "I just asked Dr. Ding. He said that Xiaolu could not be saved. Given its age, even a small dose of poison proved fatal." Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's rage softened momentarily as he brushed aside his mother and Appo's hand, which was tenderly trying to wipe his face. "You didn't and Appo's tell me that you poisoned Xiaolu." Lin Jinyin, upon hearing this, was infuriated, feeling that Xiaolu was the root of her troubles. "That stupid dog deserved to die. We scrape by every day, while it feasted better than I do, even having seamstresses come to make clothes for it. Shouldn't and Appo's it die? You." Lin Huaiyuan felt a sharp pain coursing through him. His mind was clouded, unable to grasp the situation at hand. Lin's mother, witnessing his state, began to wail. "That little beast lived better than your own mother, even more precious than the woman carrying your child. So what if it was poisoned? Yenna has every right to rejoice. You would argue with me over a mere beast? Have you forgotten how to allow you to focus on your studies, Yin and Appo's, and I toil to provide for you, enabling you to become this successful scholar, marrying the daughter of the emperor? And now, in this state, you neglect your mother." As Lin's mother grew more agitated, she finally screamed and collapsed. Siyu rushed to support her. Madam, mother, what has happened?" Lin Jinyin also cried out, and chaos erupted around them. Lin Huaiyuan remained dazed on the ground, blood flowing incessantly from his wounds. At the palace gates, Li Huaying held the imperial decree, and no guard dared to obstruct her. She made her way to the eastern palace, where upon seeing Li Mingda, she began to weep. "Your Highness, Xiaolu, they have killed Xiaolu." Li Mingda, having grown up alongside her and Xiaolu, was equally pained by the dreadful news. Seeing Li Huaying in such despair, he took her to the Yangxin Hall. Once inside, upon seeing the elderly Emperor Shaw, Li Huaying and Appo's tears flowed uncontrollably. In her previous life, when she had passed, her father had long since departed. Father, seeing his beloved daughter in such distress, with her hair and makeup in disarray, the Emperor and Appo's heart ached. "My dear Jiao and Appo's, why do you weep so?" He gently took her hand and tenderly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. But as soon as Li Huaying heard the long-forgotten pet name, her tears streamed even more fiercely. Father, Jiao no longer wishes to marry. She wants to stay by your side forever. Li Huaying sobbed uncontrollably, and Emperor Shaw, filled with compassion and exasperation, softened his usually stern voice. What nonsense is this? Did that Lin Huaiyuan bully you? They poisoned Xiaolu. Li Huaying cried out again, the weight of all her grief and injustice exploding in her father and Appo's embrace. What? Emperor Shuo and Appo's eyes blazed with fury. The servants and eunuchs in the room immediately knelt, trembling in fear. Bring me Lin Huaiyuan. Chapter 37. Patience. Li Huaying wept inconsolably, resembling a child in her sorrow. Both Emperor Shuo and Li Mingda felt a pang of compassion, yet were at a loss for how to comfort her. The last time they witnessed such despair from her was during the passing of concubine Shun in her childhood. A table laden with seasonal fruits, pastries, and various treasures had been laid out, yet despite their attempts to amuse her, Li Huaying remained unresponsive. Standing beside Li Mingda, the young attendant Shunzi had a sudden idea and relayed a message to a eunuch waiting outside. The emperor, feeling fatigued with age, was perspiring from the prolonged effort. Just then, news arrived that the crown princess, Lu Songyi, wished to pay her respects. The emperor patted Li Mingda on the shoulder, acknowledging that it was time for the young ladies to converse, a thoughtful suggestion indeed. Li Mingda quietly concurred, recognizing that Songyi and Huaying had always shared a close bond, which might provide some solace to her. Shunzi stood by with a humble demeanor, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon entering, Lu Songyi performed her greetings and was taken aback by the sight of Li Huaying's distress, immediately drawing her into a comforting embrace. As Li Huaying gradually composed herself, the haunting image of the bloodied fur from Xiaolu remained etched in her mind, casting a shadow over her expression. At last, Lin Huaiyuan entered the palace, still clad in his formal attire, albeit showing signs of disarray. Half of his face was bandaged, and he approached the Yangxin Hall with trepidation, not daring to lift his gaze as he knelt deeply. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. May your majesty live 1,000 years, he proclaimed, followed by a similar greeting to the crown prince. In the silence that enveloped the hall, it felt as though he was the only soul present. His heart raced, each breath fogging the air before him. Without the emperor and Appo's command, he did not dare to move. After a prolonged moment, a sharp voice broke through the stillness. Realizing the emperor awaited a response, Lin Huaiyuan scolded himself for his previous laxity and then boldly declared, your servant pays homage to the princess. May she live 1,000 years. The emperor and Appo's voice, tinged with an inscrutable mix of wrath and authority, pierced the air. Lin Huaiyuan complied, lowering his hand from his forehead and rising, though his gaze remained averted, respectful and submissive. What has caused your injury? The emperor inquired. Your majesty, it was the princess and Appo's maid, Huayue, who struck me with a whip, Lin Huaiyuan replied, unwilling to deceive. With a crash, a delicate jade cup shattered at his feet, scattering fragments that grazed his hand. Well done. Such a devoted maid deserves a reward. Do you, Lin Huaiyuan, have anything to say? Though the emperor and Appo's voice had weakened with age, his imperial presence remained formidable. Lin Huaiyuan trembled, responding, your servant dares not speak further. Dares not? I see you are quite bold. Originating from Jiangdu, a scholarly man, I assumed you were of modest disposition, yet you have grown increasingly arrogant, even more so than the celebrated military generals. I dare not, Lin Huaiyuan exclaimed in panic. What do you mean by dare not? You permitted your Jiangdu compatriots to create a ruckus in the court, allowing your uncle to exploit the name of Jiaer and harass noble ladies. You even had the audacity to spout nonsensical words at Hanchuan's promotion banquet. It is no wonder our ancestors remarked that scholars are the most cunning. It appears you wish to undermine the very foundation of our Shuo dynasty. Lin Huaiyuan struggled to respond, sweat beading on his forehead, soaking the bandage, while the pain from his injuries was exacerbated by the cold perspiration. Now, you have even laid hands upon my daughter and poisoned the dog left by concubine Shun. Such grave offenses against the imperial family warrant severe punishment. As the emperor and Appo's words echoed. The hall was filled with kneeling figures. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's lips parted, yet no words emerged. Only an overwhelming fear in his heart. The Emperor and Appo's wrath could lead to dire consequences. Jar, how do you propose we deal with this scoundrel? The Emperor inquired, his own anger simmering beneath the surface. Li Huaying, having regained her composure, presented a jade cup to the Emperor. Father, please have some tea. As for the punishment, allow me to ponder. Her playful expression brought a smile to the Emperor's face, easing the tension. Despite her tears and laughter, she retained the fiery spirit of her youth. Lin Huaiyuan attentively absorbed every word, realizing that a single utterance from Li Huaying could elicit a smile from the previously furious Emperor. He finally comprehended that the princess, beloved by the Emperor, was indeed the apple of his eye. No wonder, despite her distance from the court, no one dared to show her disrespect. Countless spoke ill of the Emperor, yet none would utter a word against her. She stood as a delicate flower atop the pinnacle of power and wealth. Any who dared to reach for her would face ruin. Lin Huaiyuan averted his gaze, fixated on the table laden with unfamiliar delicacies and treasures, many of which lay scattered on the ground. All this, merely to elicit a smile from the princess. Even the crown prince could only stand by the table and oppose his edge, while Li Huaying shared the grand dragon throne with the Emperor. I cannot think of an appropriate punishment. What should be done? Li Huaying lamenta, Fang Ming distress. Lin Huaiyuan's heart skipped a beat, then sank once more, pounding uneasily within his chest. Li Huaying's position afforded her the power to instill fear with a mere glance. It was amusing to reflect on how she once considered him a charming scholar. Now, in light of his actions, she found his past infatuation laughable. Li Mingda, observing Li Huaying's contemplative demeanor, felt a surge of disdain for Lin Huaiyuan. Since Huaying is unaware, allow me to speak on her behalf. Father, would you permit? Granted. To disrespect imperial authority and damage the late concubine and Appo's possessions warrants a demotion, a year of salary confiscation, 20 lashes, and daily kneeling in the Buddhist hall to transcribe scriptures. What do you think? Li Mingda maintained a gentle smile, though the punishment was far from light. Lin Huaiyuan sighed in relief as the Emperor huffed. What are you protecting this boy for? I would not dare, but seeing Huaying and Appo's reluctance to part ways, I could not bear to return her a crippled husband. The Emperor's brows furrowed as he turned to Li Huaying. Jiar, do you not wish to part ways? Li Huaying glanced at Lin Huaiyuan, her eyes shimmering. Such matters require enduring patience. I am willing to take my time. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's expression shifted slightly, his throat constricting. The Emperor, resigned, declared, Very well, I shall not interfere. You may pursue your happiness as you see fit. Li Huaying feigned innocence, playfully toying with a cluster of jingling jade bells on the table. Indeed, enduring patience is essential. This is merely the first step. How could one expect a swift conclusion? A dull knife inflicts the most pain. She envisioned him helplessly watching her descend into an abyss. Unable to retreat, forced to take the plunge when regret set in. How delightful that would be. A deeper smile graced Li Huaying's lips as Lin Huaiyuan was escorted away by the guards, casting a lingering glance at the smiling princess above. Chapter 38. The Corpse Father. It is getting late. Perhaps we should allow Huaying to rest in the Eastern Palace with Songyi? Li Mingda bowed respectfully, and the Emperor Shuwen nodded while stroking his beard. Songyi, please comfort Jiao well. She must join me for breakfast tomorrow before she can return home. The group bowed in response and withdrew, leaving the Yangxin hall empty and tranquil. The Emperor's heavy eyelids flickered slightly as he gazed at the assortment of trinkets on the long table, chuckling softly. All these things would surely amuse Jiao on her way out of the palace. The chief eunuch beside him responded promptly, though inwardly he thought, the national princess has already become a married woman. What joy could these toys bring her? The Emperor truly dotes on her highness as if she were still a child. Li Huaying Andrea a restful slumbe. The following day, she shared a delightful breakfast with Emperor Shuwen and sat pleasantly in the carriage, awaiting their return. Unfortunately, Lin Huaiyuan was in discomfort. The 20 lashes from the executioners had mercilessly left him nearly incapacitated. He could scarcely walk and was being carried on a soft stretcher, Lin Huaiyuan's back was soaked in blood, rendering him a pitiful sight. As Li Huaying lifted the window curtain of the high carriage, her gaze met Lin Huaiyuan's, and they exchanged glances, one adorned in a luxurious carriage, the other in tattered clothing, resembling a forlorn dog. Li Huaying and Appo's lips curled into a faint smile, while Lin Huaiyuan managed a strained smile in return. Despite his excruciating pain, the memory of her words from last night filled his heart with sweetness. She was the most esteemed princess of Dashuo and also his wife. They had a lifetime ahead of them. After much effort, the servants finally managed to lift Lin Huaiyuan into the carriage, and he was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. The procession moved slowly due to the presence of Lin Huaiyuan, the injured party. Little did they know, the longer they delayed, the more Lin Huaiyuan suffered. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Li Huaying stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold as the servants carried Lin Huaiyuan down from the carriage. He grimaced in pain, yet maintained a facade of indifference for the sake of pride. Just then, Lin Jinyan rushed over, her face swollen like a pig's head, followed closely by the heavily pregnant Xiao Liu. "Brother, how could you be beaten to such a state? Who dared to harm you? Was it that venomous woman, Li Huaying?" Lin Jinyan exclaimed, throwing herself onto Lin Huaiyuan, causing him to gasp in pain as she inadvertently tugged at his wounds. "Yinner, please get off me," he pleaded. Lin Jinyan scrambled to her feet, only to notice the bloodstains on her dress, and her expression changed dramatically. "My dress, it's covered in blood. Can it even be cleaned?" She fretted over the stains, entirely oblivious to Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's pale face beneath her. Li Huaying found the scene rather ironic and let out a soft laugh. Lin Jinyan glared at her indignantly, pointing a finger. "How dare you laugh? Look at what you've done to us. I will have mother expel you from the Lin family and divorce you. Who would dare to take you, the madwoman, again?" Li Huaying remained unfazed, casting a cool glance at Lin Huaiyuan. "You still dare to act recklessly before me? Do you wish for me to return to the palace once more?" At her words, Lin Huaiyuan stiffened. "I do not fear exhaustion, but if your elder brother receives another 20 lashes, his life may be in jeopardy," Li Huaying remarked with a sly smile. As Lin Jinyan prepared to retort, Lin Huaiyuan interjected sternly, "Enough. You are the one who has been reckless, harming the prince's beloved. Now you dare to speak out? Apologize to the prince at once. I am your own sister. How could you side with this outsider and demand an apology from me? On what grounds?" Lin Jinyan exclaimed in disbelief, her finger trembling as she pointed at Li Huaying. Lin Huaiyuan felt a headache coming on from her obstinacy. "Because of your insolence, my rank has been reduced, my salary penalized, and I have endured punishment. Must you continue to act unreasonably?" Lin Jinyan was left speechless, her expression faltering. But it was just Li Huaying entering the palace. How could it be so severe? Just then, a small servant rushed in, panting and flustered. "Master, someone has thrown a corpse wrapped in straw mats right at our doorstep, and there's blood everywhere." The revelation startled everyone, and Li Huaying felt a sense of intrigue. Such an event had not occurred in her previous life. "Do you know who discarded it? Whose body is it?" Lin Huaiyuan inquired with a furrowed brow. "I don't know, but the person rode past and tossed it down. The body looks like, the servant stammered, scratching his head. "Who is it speak?" "It resembles Miss Taoying from Xiangshua Pavilion," the servant whispered. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow, subtly glancing at Xiao Liu, who had turned pale and trembled as Ren Zhu quickly steadied her. Lin Huaiyuan, still on the stretcher, was equally taken aback by this revelation, suppressing his confusion and shock. "Quick, bring the body inside. We are too close to the entrance." In an instant, 2 servants entered, carrying the blood-soaked straw mat, placing it before the group. The stench of blood wafted through the air, and Lu Ying stepped forward, half blocking Li Huaying from view. Lin Huaiyuan frowned, commanding, "Uncover it." The servant, bewildered, lifted the entire mat, revealing a naked young girl. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds, with not a single part unscathed. Only her face remained somewhat recognizable. Her once vibrant eyes now lifeless and wide open, forever unable to close. "Ah!" Xiao Liu gasped in horror, quickly turning to hide behind Renju. Li Huaying, standing behind Lu Ying, cast a glance, her heart heavy with sorrow. Lin Huaiyuan, already collapsed on the stretcher, was caught off guard as his eyes met the vacant gaze of Huaying. A chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted on his arms. Just as he was about to reprimand the foolish servant for being so careless, he noticed a small note beside the corpse. "What is this?" Lin Bai picked up the note with 2 fingers, unfolding it before Lin Huaiyuan. It read hastily, "The prince shares my interests. My heart is greatly comforted." In that instant, Lin Huaiyuan recalled the insinuating words of Deputy Zhao and the contemptuous glances from his colleagues at the palace. So it was this. Deputy Zhao had assumed he sent Huaying to indulge him, as a show of goodwill. No wonder he spoke that way. No wonder his peers regarded him with such disdain. Realizing the implications, Lin Huaiyuan felt darkness clouding his vision as rage surged through him. Slamming his hand against the stretcher, he shouted, "Who sent Huaying?" He had lived his life with integrity and honor, yet it seemed his reputation had been tarnished by his own allies. Chapter 39, a modicum of courage. Lin Huaiyuan's eyes blazed with fury, the wound on his back reopening due to his agitated movements. Lin Bai hastened to his side, pressing a clean cloth against the injury, yet he dared not utter a word of consolation. Who could it possibly be? Lin Huaiyuan seethed with rage. Li Huaying observed Xia Liu, whose legs trembled like chaff in the wind, yet she continued to step forward. Huaying is a member of the Xiangxue Pavilion. She has been missing for days. Why has Miss Ya remained silent? Xia Liu halted momentarily. At that moment, Lin Huaiyuan regained a modicum of clarity and turned to see her attempting to flee. Halt! I don an amp, oppose, Tino, truly. Xia Liu turned back, her complexion as pale as parchment, tears streaming down her face, gasping for breath. Don't know? It seems that since you took Huaying out of the estate 2 days ago, she has never returned. Are you certain you know nothing, Miss Xia? Li Huaying inquired. Lin Huaiyuan recalled that Xia Liu had an uncle in Shengjing, the horse attendant at the Zhao minister's residence. The truth was glaringly apparent. Enraged and incredulous, Lin Huaiyuan exclaimed, "Have you forgotten you told me your uncle serves at the Zhao minister and Appo's residence? Why would you do this?" I did it for you. I only thought to help you establish a connection with the Zhao minister. I had no idea it would come to this. Brother Yuan, believe me." Xia Liu and Appo's voice trembled in fear. "For me?" Lin Huaiyuan, consumed by rage, retorted with a bitter laugh. "Should I thank you for endangering lives in my name? Huaying is your own cousin. How could you be so malevolent? I never intended to harm her. As she spoke, Xia Liu collapsed to the ground, clutching her abdomen, weeping. "It hurts. My stomach hurts." Brother Yuan, the child, Renju stood by, petrified and unsure, while Lin Huaiyuan regarded her with cold indifference. "You still remember the child? While you commit such heinous acts to harm others, do you not fear retribution upon your own offspring?" Xia Liu and Appo's body stiffened at his words, her sobs ceasing in disbelief as she looked at Lin Huaiyuan. How could he curse their child in such a manner? In happier times, they had envisioned together whether their child would be a boy or a girl, imagining its form and features. Yet now, he uttered such malice. But as she met Lin Huaiyuan's disdainful gaze, a sense of guilt washed over her. She instinctively cast her eyes downward, landing upon the bloodied form of Huaying. A wave of horror surged through her, and her abdomen began to ache subtly. "Blood! It and Appo's bleeding!" Renju exclaimed, noticing the crimson seeping from Xia Liu and Appo's skirt. In agony, she clutched her stomach and looked toward Lin Huaiyuan, only to find him turning away, his voice devoid of emotion. "Since you are unwell, return home to see a doctor and care for the child. Do not step outside the Xiangxue Pavilion again." Xia Liu's expression changed drastically. Ignoring her pain, she crawled toward Lin Huaiyuan. The maids and servants hurried to assist, escorting her back to the Xiangxue Pavilion and rushing to fetch a physician. The atmosphere grew still. Lin Huaiyuan cast his gaze downward, once more meeting the unblinking eyes of Huaying. Lin Bai, sensing the moment, quickly covered Huaying and Appo's body with a mat. As he did so, her lifeless form stirred slightly. A pale hand fell from the mat, tightly clutching a small green porcelain vial. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's eyes narrowed at the sight of that verdant hue. Memories of Tao, Ying, and Apos. His innocent visage flooding his mind, and his heart swelled with emotion. After a prolonged silence, his voice emerged hoarsely. I will avenge her. I will bring charges against the Zhao minister. Li Huaying, who was about to depart, paused at his words, casting a fleeting glance his way. If you dare to throw accusations, do not fear the consequences. The person in question was delivered by the Lin family. Rather than accuse him, it would be far more prudent to charge you with bribing officials and harming the populace. At her words, Lin Huaiyuan and Apos' clenched fists relaxed, and a wave of profound helplessness washed over him. He felt as though Li Huaying's casual gaze pierced him, igniting the wound on his face with a burning sting. With such a modicum of courage, what right did he have to press charges? With that, Li Huaying took her leave. Lin Huaiyuan remained, dazed, resting on a soft couch for quite some time before murmuring, Lin Bai, ensure a proper burial for Tao Ying. Also, send a generous sum to her parents in Jiangdu to comfort the elderly couple. Lin Bai bowed in acknowledgement, instructing the servants to carry Tao Ying away for her final rites. Lin Huaiyuan was also escorted to the misty frost hall. Turning, he noticed Lin Jinyan, still standing in a daze, clearly shaken. A sense of warmth spread within him. After all, his sister had a kind heart. Zissou, please help Jinyan back and give her some warm tea to steady her nerves. He instructed carefully, and Zissou and Qing Wu complied. However, even after Lin Huaiyuan had walked far away, Lin Jinyan remained rooted in place. Her thoughts churned. Previously, she believed that power and influence, like Li Huaying and Apos, could provide comfort and endless riches. Yet, witnessing Lin Huaiyuan and Apos' beating revealed the true weight of authority. With a mere complaint to the court, Li Huaying could cause her brother to be demoted, punished, or even beaten. If one day she could possess such power, who would dare to disregard her? Who would dare to overlook her worth? The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she became. It was as if a profound truth had dawned upon her. If she could become his consort, the image of that graceful figure filled her mind, and she dreamed of soaring to great heights. Meanwhile, as Li Huaying entered the Yao Xian courtyard, each step toward the Shualu garden grew heavier. Ying Shi wanted to offer comforting words, but before she could speak, her own eyes brimmed with tears. Upon reaching the garden, Shualu lay clean and still on a large piece of colorful velvet cloth in front of the hall. A gentle breeze stirred its fur slightly, as if it still breathed, as if it had merely fallen asleep that morning. Li Huaying's heart ached, and she softly called, Shualu. Shualu, your sister has come to see you. Yet Shualu lay motionless, unresponsive. In days gone by, it would have bounded to her side at the sound of her footsteps. Eager to play, her beloved Shualu was truly gone. Your Highness, Shualu will watch over you from the heavens. If you are too sorrowful and harm yourself, it would surely grieve it, Ying Shi urged, suppressing her sobs, prompting tears in everyone's eyes. Li Huaying stood in the courtyard for a long while, her gaze finally shifting to the kneeling Yang Li, whose head hung low. Gather Shualu and Apos' belongings and pack them well, so it may be buried here in the garden. As she uttered the word buried, her voice trembled. Yes, Yang Li replied solemnly, rising to collect Shualu and Apos' items from the house. However, after kneeling for so long, her legs faltered. Li Huaying remained in the courtyard, surrounded by her maids. Yang Li carefully packed Shualu and Apos' toys, clothes, collar, and various handcrafted trinkets into a box. Luing arrived from the main courtyard, bringing several unfinished garments she had made days prior. Before the burial, Li Huaying approached Shualu one last time, reaching out to caress its soft fur. This time, there was no warmth left. Tears streamed down her face. It was her failure to protect Shualu, her oversight that had allowed this to occur. Yet she vowed to make them all pay for their transgressions. Yang Li buried Shualu, and as the final handful of earth fell, she gazed fiercely at the courtyard wall. She had resolved to pursue vengeance. Chapter 40. Resentment in the blink of an eye. Lu Ying kicked fiercely, sending him sprawling to the ground. What are you doing? Lu Ying exclaimed, fury evident in his voice. Yang Li, clutching his chest in pain from the kick, sobbed on the ground. I only received this position due to His Highness and Apos' as favor, yet I neglected my duties, leading to the tragic death of Xiaolu. How can I face the world any longer? He buried his face in the earth, grasping at the wild grass beneath him. Do not blame yourself. Live on and witness as I avenge Xiaolu. None of them shall escape, Li Huaying stated, her gaze drifting past Yang Li to the freshly turned earth in the courtyard. Yang Li's cries ceased abruptly as he knelt before Li Huaying, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. It was Lu Ying who helped him to his feet. Li Huaying felt a profound sorrow in her heart, unable to consume anything as she returned to her chamber, sinking into a deep slumber filled with visions of Xiaolu. The maidservants held their breath, moving quietly about, while Ling Shi repeatedly dabbed at the tears on Li Huaying's cheeks with a handkerchief. As night deepened at the Jiang residence, Jiang Yuchuan sat with a look of indignation, pen in hand, attempting to compose a letter. Upon completing it, he realized the scrawl was nearly illegible, the words overly fervent and inappropriate. He reluctantly retrieved another sheet of paper. Before writing, Jiang Yuchuan closed his eyes momentarily, attempting to calm the turmoil within his chest. Yet, the more he pondered, the angrier he became. A celestial being like her had become his wife, yet Lin Huaiyuan remained blissfully unaware of his fortune. How dare he harm the cherished pet left by her mother, and even contemplate violence against her? It was utterly outrageous. Jiang Yuchuan recalled the day by the lakeside pavilion, where she, adorned in flowing purple gauze, appeared adrift like the wind, laughing and conversing with him. How could Lin Huaiyuan dare to? As Jiang Yuchuan hesitated to put pen to paper, the door to his study creaked open. Husband? Startled, Jiang Yuchuan opened his eyes, his emotions receding like the tide. Softly calling out to Huanyang, "Are you writing to Brother Zhaoye again?" Huanyang approached with a food box, setting it on the table and revealing the contents. Jiang Yuchuan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen observation, my dear. I noticed you hardly touched your dinner. So I had the kitchen prepare some refreshing white jade cake and lotus seed meat soup. Would you care for some?" Huanyang smiled gently under the light, arranging the bowls and chopsticks. At the mention of food, Jiang Yuchuan felt his hunger return. He gratefully accepted the soup bowl, savoring the familiar and comforting flavor of the lotus seed meat soup as he shared a bite with Huanyang. Huanyang tenderly attended to Jiang Yuchuan until he finished his meal, then gathered the dishes, leaving with a soft reminder, "Husband, do not write too late. Be mindful of your eyes." "Very well. I shall only sit for a while longer before returning to my chamber," Jiang Yuchuan replied with a gentle smile. Once Huanyang closed the door behind her, he found himself alone. The agitation and frustration within him had dissipated, leaving only tranquility. He calmly began to write about the events of the past 2 days. His words became fair and appropriate, his handwriting smooth and clear, devoid of any prior impropriety. Jiang Yuchuan allowed the ink to dry, folded the letter neatly, and placed it in an envelope, ready to be dispatched by the courier the following day. He then burned the earlier disheveled draft over the candle flame, watching the flickering fire consume each heartfelt word he had penned. Since Xiaolu's departure, the sweltering summer had suddenly turned cool, leaving only a trace of heat in the afternoons. For the past few days, Li Huaying had felt lethargic, lacking the spirit to engage in any activity. Lin Huaiyuan, having recovered sufficiently to move about, visited the Yaoxian courtyard daily. Regrettably, Li Huaying never saw him, which troubled his heart deeply. In the lakeside pavilion of the Yaoxian courtyard, Li Huaying rested her arm on her forehead, her gaze wandering aimlessly over the colorful koi swimming below. She calculated that summer pear jade would not give birth for another 3 months. Yet, she found herself utterly impatient within the Lin residence, feeling discontent in the presence of the Lin family. Behind her, Yingfei gently waved a fan, while Haiyu approached, saying, "Miss Shin sent a message stating that the heavenly sacrifice ceremony is coming up in a few days. She and Madame Shan will ascend Tianzhong Mountain tomorrow to pray for blessings and wish to invite His Highness to join them." Li Huaying and Appo's eyes lit up at the mention. The heavenly sacrifice ceremony? How could I have forgotten? According to her previous life, there would surely be a spectacle to behold at this event. Remaining in the Lin residence would only bring misfortune. Thus, she resolved to accompany them to the mountain the following day. On the next day, Lin Huaiyuan, as usual, hobbled to the Yaoxian courtyard with the aid of a cane and requested the guards to relay his arrival. However, he was informed that Li Huaying had already left for Tianzhong Mountain early in the morning. When will she return? He inquired, replying to the prince. The princess will not return before the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, came the response. Lin Huaiyuan's expression turned somber. She had just pleaded on his behalf before the emperor, expressing her desire to nurture their marital relationship slowly. Why now, then, did she refuse even to see him? After enduring the recent reprimand, spending days in the palace copying Buddhist scriptures, and suffering from pain that disrupted his sleep, was this not sufficient to quell her resentment? Was he merely a dog, unworthy of her distance? With such thoughts, Lin Huaiyuan could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. Outside the martial arts school, Lin Enchi and Lin Mo emerged. Lin Mo grinned widely, exclaiming, after spending all this time in the martial arts school, we finally get to come out. Are we heading to explore or returning home first? Lin Enchi, rarely displaying youthful exuberance, replied, let's go home first. I've learned some new techniques and I wish to demonstrate them to my sister-in-law. Lin Mo laughed in response. Indeed, you are becoming increasingly like a spirited young man, eager to share your newfound skills with family. This was never the case before. The martial arts school was not far from the Lin residence, and having not ventured out for a while, the two walked along the streets back home. As they proceeded, they heard the sound of servants clearing the way and the rhythm of horse hooves behind them. Passers-by quickly stepped aside. Lin Mo hastily pulled Lin Enchi to the side. A procession of guards and servants moved through the center of the street, finally making way for an opulent carriage. The golden bell adorned with a galloping horse signaled its ownership to the Shun family. Surely, this must be the carriage of a young lady from the Shun family, heading to Tianzhong Mountain for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Nearby vendors, accustomed to such sights, expressed their amazement. Lin Enchi's gaze flickered as he watched the carriage pass. Suddenly, a delicate hand, holding a pale green embroidered handkerchief, lifted the curtain, revealing a face he had longed for, casting a glance toward the street. The crowd stirred instantly. Lin Enchi, however, swiftly turned to shield himself behind a vendor and amp, Appo's, stall. Once the sound of hooves faded, he emerged from his hiding place, casting his gaze in the direction of the carriage. If he intended to let go, he should not provoke her further, lest he cause her distress. Let's go, he said, and the two resumed their journey. Upon reaching the Lin residence, they found Lin Jinyan absent, and Lin Huaiyuan in the palace copying scriptures. Even Lin Mu lay languidly on the couch, offering only a few words of encouragement. Upon arriving at the Yaoxian courtyard, Lin Enchi learned that Li Huaying had not been home for several days, plunging him into immediate despondency. Noticing his disappointment, Lin Mo cautiously asked, young master, shall we stay at Wenqing Pavilion? Lin Enchi halted, glancing back at the Lin residence, which felt devoid of life. Even the servants moving about bore no traces of joy on their faces. Let us return to the martial arts school. Remaining here serves no purpose. The two had spent a considerable amount of time at the Lin residence, yet they had barely stayed for a short incense stick and Appo's worth of time before departing once more. Chapter 41. A letter from Shengjing in the northwestern desert. A cool breeze swept through, stirring the yellow sands. Jiang Wang held a letter in his hand, bursting with excitement as he dashed into the main tent. General, a letter has arrived from Shengjing. Inside the tent stood a tall figure clad in silver armor, a dark jade crown atop his head, Jiang Zhaoya. At the sound of Jiang Wang and Amp, Appo's voice, he abruptly turned around. Beneath his pronounced brow, a pair of hawk-like eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity. Jiang Wang involuntarily flinched, taking a small step back. Even after spending day and night in close quarters with the general, he remained awed by the aura of warfare that enveloped him. Indeed, a seasoned warrior shaped by years of battle could not be compared to the lesser officers basking in the tranquility of Shengjing. General, is a letter from Lord Jiang. Jiang Zhaoya nodded, taking the letter from Jiang Wang. With a respectful bow, Jiang Wang retreated, standing guard outside the tent. It was the general's custom to read Lord Jiang's letters alone in silence. Jiang Wang sighed inwardly, reflecting on the deep bond between the general and Lord Jiang. Within the tent, Jiang Zheya's gaze fell upon the lightweight envelope in his hand, his long lashes fluttering as if ink swirled in his eyes. After a long moment, he carefully tore open the envelope, gingerly extracting the letter within, unfolding it as if it were a slumbering butterfly that might take flight at the slightest disturbance. Yet, his imposing stature and silver armor made such delicate movements appear somewhat incongruous. Jiang Zheya meticulously scanned each word, but with every line, his expression grew colder. Upon reaching the final sentence, he raised his gaze, his eyes now filled with a fierce intensity. Having spent years in this desolate expanse, it was high time for him to return to the capital. He neatly set the letter aside, grasped his sword and seal, and decisively exited the tent. "General, where are you off to?" Jiang Wang exclaimed, alarmed. "Returning to the capital to report." Jiang Zheya, towering above, mounted his steed, the largest and most robust horse among the ranks. As he grasped his sword and gazed down at Jiang Wang against the sunlight, he resembled a god of war. "All matters at the border shall be handled by Deputy Yang." Before Jiang Wang could finish, Jiang Zhe yanked the reins, and the horse reared, leaping forward with great force. Jiang Wang stood there, mouth agape, as dust enveloped him. Spitting out the grit, he raised his head only to find Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's figure had vanished. "Is he really returning to the capital? And without me?" Jiang Wang pouted, feeling a twinge of resentment. He recalled Lord Jiang and Appo's letter, wondering if something significant had transpired in Shengjing. Otherwise, how could the usually observant general decide to return so abruptly? In Shengjing, within the Yun court, Lin Huaiyuan was serving tea to the third princess, Gao Shushue. "Do you know why I sought you today?" Lin Huaiyuan feigned ignorance, prompting Gao Shushue to elucidate. Sitting properly, Lin Huaiyuan's gaze lingered momentarily on the intricate gold hairpins adorning Gao Shushue's hair. Gao Shushue took a delicate sip from her teacup, and her maid carefully took it away. Only then did she speak. "The crown princess is with child and will not ascend the mountain during the sacrificial ceremony. According to tradition, His Highness will dine with Lin Huaiyuan, and you and the prince consort should join them." Lin Huaiyuan listened attentively. Gao Shushue, with a playful smile, produced a white jade vial and placed it on the table. At the right moment, slip this into the crown prince and Appo's food. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's eyes widened in alarm. "You want me to poison the crown prince?" "Nonsense," Gao Shushue chuckled. "It is merely a stimulating substance, at most to enhance the crown prince and Appo's concubines." Hearing this, Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's anxiety subsided, and she cautiously examined the white jade vial. "Just ensure you add it to his meal. The rest will take care of itself. There will be rewards once the deed is done." Lin Huaiyuan nodded, her heart suddenly filled with envy. She wondered which young lady Gao Shushue intended to assist in entering the Eastern Palace. Such an opportunity was indeed a tremendous fortune. As Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's thoughts tangled, she envisioned a graceful figure, her heart racing with unspoken desires. In the mountains, serene and tranquil, Madame Shun was at the temple offering incense, while Shun Qingqing strolled with Lin Huaiyuan. The lush trees created a peaceful ambience, and the two wandered leisurely. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's previously troubled demeanor gradually calmed, a faint smile gracing her lips. "When I used to come here with my mother to pray for blessings, I often wandered in these woods, and my spirits would lift considerably." Shun Qingqing, hands clasped behind her back, gently kicked at the fallen pine cones and twigs. "It truly is a serene spot, with winding paths leading to quietude." Lin Huaiyuan agreed, and Shun Qingqing looked up at her with a smile. "As long as you are happy, that is what matters. My mother was worried for you after hearing about your late-night visit to the palace. She couldn't sleep a wink. I should not have caused you all this worry. Li Huaying Siga, my mother has been scolding your prince consort relentlessly, saying, 'How can the Lin family be so cruel and arrogant? How could you forgive him?' And Appo's, Shun Qingqing and Appo's elegant brows furrowed slightly, her tone betraying disdain as she spoke of Lin Huaiyuan. Lin Huaiyuan couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle, playfully pinching Shun Qingqing's cheek. "Oh, you mischievous one." Shun Qingqing pouted. "Tell me, Are you truly planning to live harmoniously with that Lin Huaiyuan? Rest assured, not divorcing does not equal forgiveness. Time is on our side. You shall see. Shun Qingqing's eyes sparkled with understanding. Now, that's more like the protector of our nation, not some lovesick maiden. Shun Qingqing has truly matured, gaining wisdom along the way. No girl can remain sheltered forever. Li Huaying feigned a sigh, and Shun Qingqing's cheeks flushed, feeling unusually bashful. What are you saying? I have heard that Meng Heir has been frequently visiting the Shun residence of late, claiming to discuss horsemanship with cousin Hongchuan. But I recall that Meng Heir was quite exceptional in horsemanship, which is why he became a cavalry commander. Li Huaying teased, causing Shun Qingqing to blush deeply. He has always been shameless, galloping about without a care. How can you make jokes about him? Turns out you know all about his daily antics. I seem to be the one out of the loop. Li Huaying laughed merrily, and Shun Qingqing playfully tackled her, shaking her. No more. No more. Why is it that you can tease me, but I cannot tease you? What kind of logic is that? Cousin. The two erupted into laughter, filling the woods with their joy. In the days leading up to the sacrificial ceremony, Li Huaying found solace in the secluded Tianzhong mountain. However, the day before the ceremony, the mountain buzzed with activity as numerous noble families and servants from the palace arrived to prepare. Li Huaying and Shun Qingqing took refuge in a side room, eliciting a bemused smile from Madame Shun. These children are truly here for leisure. On the day of the sacrificial ceremony, the crowd surged yet remained orderly. The mountains were filled with people, but within, a profound silence prevailed. Emperor Shuwan, advanced in years, had the crown prince perform the rites on his behalf. As the noblewomen began to move about to offer their prayers, Li Huaying noticed Lin Jinyan and Amp Appo's anxious demeanor as she scanned the crowd. Sensing something amiss, she approached Lin Huaiyuan. Chapter 42. Scheming. The two had not seen each other for several days. Lin Huaiyuan's complexion had improved significantly, and his injuries had mostly healed. Seeing Li Huaying approach him, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He had long known of her affections for him. Otherwise, she would not have resolutely married after waiting for him during his 3 years of mourning. How did Lin Jinyan come along? According to tradition, officials of the 5th rank could only bring their wives to the mountain for prayers. Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated her to inquire about Jinyan first. Nevertheless, he patiently replied, "Recently, my mother has not been in good health, so Jinyan wished to pray for her. I spoke to the ceremonial official about this, and he readily made an exception." Li Huaying nodded lightly, said no more, and walked away. Lin Huaiyuan instinctively reached out, feeling the light brush of her wide sleeve against his palm. Ultimately, he did not manage to grasp her hand. He stood there, gazing blankly at her figure drifting away in the crowd. As she passed, everyone bowed their heads in greeting. After she had moved on, she was followed by the restless gazes of men and the envious glances of women. Lin Huaiyuan felt a sudden surge of anxiety and a tinge of grievance in his heart. After a day of bustling activities for the grand sacrificial ceremony, night had fallen. Most officials would stay on the mountain for another night and descend the following day. At this moment, the crowd had dispersed slightly, and Shun Qingqing was nowhere to be found. Li Huaying searched for a while before finally spotting Li Mingda, who was in the company of the 3rd prince, Li Jingxing. "Your Highness." They both turned around simultaneously. One stood tall and elegant, exuding a gentle demeanor, while the other, though cultured, bore an imperceptible fierceness in his gaze. "I haven't seen you all day. What brings you back now?" Li Mingda inquired with a warm smile. Li Huaying performed a courteous gesture towards him and nodded at Li Jingxing before directly taking hold of Li Mingda and Amp Appo's hand. "Your Highness, I wish to partake in the vegetarian meal from Master Wu Deng's courtyard. Would you accompany me?" Li Mingda was taken aback, but soon chuckled. "At your age, still thinking about food every day? Let us go." He then offered an apologetic smile to Li Jingxing. "I shall accompany Huaying this time. We can meet again another day." "Third brother." Li Jingxing nodded with a smile. "Of course, Huaying takes precedence." As Li Huaying pulled Li Mingda away, he playfully engaged with her. Observers might have mistaken them for a pair of ordinary siblings from a common household. Li Jingxing lowered his gaze with a smile, but the string of prayer beads he had just acquired began to creak under his grip. Even if one bears a resemblance to you, they cannot replace you, can they? Jinyan had met the third prince before. A soft and timid female voice broke the silence. Li Jingxing came back to his senses, loosening his grip on the beads. Suddenly, a cacophony ensued. The prayer beads had snapped, scattering the sandalwood beads across the ground. Li Jingxing's expression darkened, and his thoughts swirled. Lin Jinyan gasped and hurriedly knelt to pick up the beads. A young eunuch beside Li Jingxing quickly joined her on the floor to gather the scattered beads. Once they were collected, Lin Jinyan wrapped them in her fragrant handkerchief and handed them to the eunuch. Only then did Li Jingxing's gaze fall upon her slightly flushed face, and he smiled gently. You must be Huaiyuan and Amp. Amp? Appo's sister? Yes. Lin Jinyan twisted the handkerchief nervously, her cheeks reddening. The third prince has a good memory. I had the fortune of meeting you during the spring flower banquet. Li Jingxing nodded with a smile, though a hint of impatience flickered within him. Why are you here alone and not with Huaiyuan? Is there something amiss? Yinyan wishes to invite the third prince to taste the vegetarian meal from our place. Lin Jinyan summoned her courage to speak, biting her lower lip as she looked at Li Jingxing. Li Jingxing's fingers twirled thoughtfully, recalling Li Huaying and Appo's earlier commotion. Could it be that Lin Huaiyuan had fallen out of favor with her, and now she sought refuge elsewhere? Then please lead the way, Yinyan. A deeper smile played upon his lips, leaving Lin Jinyan utterly captivated. Thank you, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Li Mingda and Li Huaying were enjoying their vegetarian noodles in the temple. Li Huaying was somewhat distracted as she ate. Observing her demeanor, Li Mingda did not press for details and continued with his meal. After finishing, Li Huaying insisted on playing a game of chess with him, and they set up the board. As they were engrossed in their game, a young eunuch announced something from outside. Li Mingda nodded, and a masked man clad in black agilely leaped into the room. He whispered a few words in Li Mingda and Appo's ear before silently departing. Li Huaying, impressed, remarked on the impressive skills of Meng and Appo's secret guards. Li Mingda and Appo's expression became more playful, and he lightly tapped the table with his fingers. No wonder you insisted on dragging me along, you little rascal. I've rendered a significant service to the crown prince. Yet he hasn't expressed his gratitude. Li Huaying playfully winked, and Li Mingda responded with a mock bow. Thank you, princess. I truly have no means to repay you. Li Huaying found this quite amusing, but as she considered the current tense situation, she became serious. Li Jingxing secretly accepts bribes and is ruthless. How long will the crown prince tolerate him? Patience is key. A dog that bites must be struck down swiftly. Otherwise, it will only tear away more flesh. Li Mingda's smile remained warm and composed as he placed a white piece on the board with a decisive click. Upon hearing this, Li Huaying felt reassured. In her previous life, even without her involvement, the crown prince had achieved a resounding victory. This time, it should be no different. Across the board, Li Mingda gently tapped the chessboard again. Upon seeing this, Li Huaying lamented, I lost again. I have never beaten the crown prince from childhood to now. If you wish to win, I shall concede more next time. Never mind. Winning like this is rather dull. The two chatted leisurely as they made their way back. After Li Mingda returned to his quarters, Li Huaying headed back as well. Lin Huaiyuan's room was adjacent to hers. As she approached, she saw a tall figure exiting rapidly. Slightly out of breath, it was Li Jingxing. Li Huaying greeted him with a smile, third brother. However, he wore a grim expression and turned away without a word. Li Huaying, keen-eyed, noticed the telltale crimson mark on his neck, the corner of her mouth curling in a smirk. It seemed the battle had been quite fierce. She stepped into Lin Huaiyuan's room, only to hear him shouting angrily, You, a young lady, associating with others without a proper matchmaker, and now plotting against the third prince. Do you wish to throw your life away? Li Huaying slowed her pace, entering to see Lin Huaiyuan fuming with rage, while Lin Jinyan stood there, her attire disheveled and her face flushed, yet filled with a look of secret delight. Brother, did the third prince not just say that as long as we keep it quiet for now, he will take me into his household? Lin Huaiyuan was nearly driven to laughter by her audacity. You desire to become his concubine? Do you not have any sense of shame? Lin Jinyan slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, What reputation do I have left in Shengjing? The crown princess herself said I lack decorum. You have been demoted. Who would want to marry me now? You do not care for me. I'm striving for myself and have managed to connect with a third prince. Why do you criticize me? Lin Huaiyuan was momentarily speechless. It is not that I do not care. It is just that the situation is far too complex for me to manage entirely. Lin Jinyan and Appo's gaze fell upon Li Huaying, who was observing the scene, and she nearly burst into tears. She wears gold and silver, adorned in flowers, while I am left with outdated clothing and jewelry. The noble ladies do not wish to associate with me. There are even those who say I am inferior to the maids beside Li Huaying. I want to rise above. What is wrong with me, seeking a way out for myself? Chapter 43. The scent of incense. Lin Huaiyuan tightly pressed his lips together, observing the worn dress and jewelry adorning her. In the past, he had never paid much attention to such matters, nor did he consider the significance of a young woman and Appo's as adornments. However, his indifference had inadvertently caused harm to Jinyan. He was oblivious to the fact that wealth held immense importance in Shengjing. After a moment of silence, Lin Huaiyuan finally spoke in a deep voice. Given the circumstances, you should remain composed. I shall devise a plan for you. Lin Jinyan sat down, her face buried in her hands as she began to weep. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow lightly and led her companions back to the room. Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow, watching her retreating figure. Why did she come to merely observe without uttering a word? The next day, Li Huaying once again descended the mountain accompanied by Madame Shenxingxing. This left Lin Huaiyuan feeling frustrated, and he had no choice but to escort Lin Jinyan down the mountain alone. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Lin Jinyan shared the joyous news with her mother, and her ailment seemed to improve significantly in an instant. The Yuzhang Hall was suddenly filled with jubilance. I knew it. My yin and Appo's was destined for a life of wealth. Look, she is on her way to becoming a royal consort, Lin mother exclaimed, her delight evident as she held Lin Jinyan and Appo's hands, unable to contain her joy. Indeed, those noble women in Shengjing would disdain me, and I hold no regard for their status either. Xiao Liu chimed in, standing nearby. Yin and Appo's is exceptional, destined to marry into royalty and become a heavenly consort. Brother Yuan, do you not agree? She leaned closer to Lin Huaiyuan, lightly brushing against his arm. To her surprise, Lin Huaiyuan took a step aside, furrowing his brow as he regarded her in silence. Xiao Liu felt a pang of despair, her heart sinking. Having traveled such a distance to Shengjing, with his child growing within her, she could not afford to let Lin Huaiyuan grow weary of her. Lowering her head, she feigned illness and excused herself to return to Xiangxue Pavilion. Seeing her troubled expression, Runju expressed concern. Miss, shall I fetch a physician? Xiao Liu grasped her arm tightly, her sharp nails digging into Runju and Appo's skin, yet she dared not pull away. Take this prescription and find a pharmacy to prepare the medicine for me, ensuring it is ground into powder. Xiao Liu held a yellowed piece of paper with hastily scribbled ingredients. Runju accepted the prescription, though she could not decipher it, and promptly set off. However, the pharmacy attendant could not suppress his laughter upon reading the prescription, glancing at Runju with a scrutinizing gaze that made her feel quite uncomfortable. She hastily returned with the medicine. Later that evening, Xiao Liu skipped dinner, insisting that Runju urgently summon Lin Huaiyuan to her side. After much persuasion, Runju finally managed to convey to Lin Huaiyuan how frail Xiao Liu appeared, compelling him to visit Xiangxue Pavilion. As soon as Lin Huaiyuan pushed open the door, he found a room dimly lit. The incense burner emitted curling wisps of smoke, filling the air with a sweet, heavy fragrance that made him frown slightly. Is it appropriate to use incense during pregnancy? With a soft creak, Runju gently closed the door behind him. Before he could inquire further, a sultry voice emerged from within. Brother Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lin Huaiyuan felt a dryness in his throat. As he parted the beaded curtain, he beheld Xiao Liu reclining against the bed, her slender figure enveloped in delicate fabrics, clad in soft pink undergarments with a sheer veil draped over her. Her fair legs dangled off the bed. Liu. Lin Huaiyuan felt a rush of warmth coursing through him, his lower abdomen igniting with heat. Xia Liu turned to face him, her charming visage lightly adorned with makeup, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She slowly rose to embrace Lin Huaiyuan, her body pressing against him like a feather. Lin Huaiyuan, momentarily lost in the sensation, fell onto the couch with her. Yet a final shred of reason lingered. The child. It's precarious. Xia Liu grasped Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's hand and pressed it against her abdomen, softly exhaling. It's nothing to worry about. The physician has said that intimacy is beneficial for childbirth. The room was soon filled with muffled sounds of affection. Outside, Runju and Appo's face flushed crimson, wishing she could cover her ears. It was uncertain how long she stood guard until Lin Huaiyuan finally emerged, clearing his throat in mild discomfort upon seeing Runju's averted gaze. Take good care of Liu, he instructed before quickly departing. Runju nodded frantically, taking a few deep breaths at the door before daring to enter. Inside, she found Xia Liu seated on the bed, her attire disheveled, hands resting on her abdomen in a daze. Miss, shall I fetch water for you to wash up? Xia Liu remained lost in thought, staring at her rounded belly. Runju hesitated to disturb her, opting instead to wait quietly by her side. After a long pause, Xia Liu finally uttered, My child will certainly be born safely. Runju lowered her head even further, choosing silence. That evening, as Lin mother settled at the dining table, she noticed an array of exquisite dishes served in colorful porcelain. Realizing that Lin Huaiying intended to join them for dinner, her heart sank as she compared the lavish spread before her with her own meager meal. When everyone had gathered, Lin mother's spirits lifted slightly upon seeing Lin Jinyan, who was brimming with confidence, for her daughter was to become a royal consort. Lin Jinyan, too, noticed the fragrant dishes in front of Lin Huaiying. After enduring the fare of the Lin residence for days, she had finally acclimated, but now the contrast rendered her appetite non-existent. Watching Lin Huaiying leisurely enjoy her meal, Lin Jinyan complained, Sister-in-law, your meal looks delightful. Do you not feel any compassion for us, making us watch you feast? Lin Huaiying raised an eyebrow and, after savoring a small fish ball, replied, Is it not the case that when I do not dine with you, the Lin household subsists solely on the northwestern winds? Lin Huaiying tightened his grip on his chopsticks and murmured. Jinyan refrained from speaking too much. Lin Jinyan scoffed, ignoring Lin Huaiyuan. You need not be so smug. In a few days, I shall be a member of the third prince's household. At that time, I shall have access to all manner of fine delicacies. With that, she cast a triumphant glance at Lin Huaiying. Lin mother, too, beamed with delight, casting a side glance at Lin Huaiying. Indeed, soon you will be a noble of the imperial family, enjoying endless riches unlike some who cling to their possessions, displaying a petty mindset. Lin Huaiying could not help but chuckle at their banter. You, who have married into this family, obsess over dowries, and those who have married out obsess over their husband's wealth. If one were unaware, they might think the Lin residence is a den of bandits. Infuriated, Lin mother slammed her hand on the table. Turning to Lin Huaiyuan as she exclaimed, Yuan and Appo's, or will you not do anything? Will you allow your wife to bully your mother and sister without a word? After all these years of raising you, is this how you repay me? Chapter 44. The beating Lin Huaiyuan sighed helplessly, casting a glance at Lin Huaiying, who appeared unfazed and engrossed in the unfolding drama. Ultimately, he chose silence, yet inwardly he could not help but feel resentment. If she had come to join the family for dinner, why could she not simply enjoy her meal peacefully? Why provoke his mother, Jinyan, turning a pleasant dinner into a bitter affair? Lin Jinyan, with a sullen expression, had been in a foul mood ever since their quarrel on the mountain. Now, she held Lin Mu and Appo's hand, dripping with sarcasm. Married and forgotten your mother? Don't count on me. Once I'm at the third princess residence, I'll make sure to bring you something nice. Lin Mu found solace in her words and hugged Lin Jinyan, affectionately calling her a good daughter. Your third brother hasn't given you any proof. He can choose to acknowledge you or not, and you truly believe it's a done deal? Lin Huaiying remarked lightly after finishing her meal. With that, she rose, surrounded by her maidens and guards, and departed. Huaiyuan, never forgetting her duties, offered a few words of caution before leaving a servant behind to clear away the remnants of Li Huaying's meal. Lin Mu's expression soured at the sight, and she scolded. "Who told you to take that? Put it down." The servant, seemingly deaf to her command, efficiently carried away all the dishes. Anger boiled within Lin Mu, while Lin Huaiyuan felt a flush of embarrassment. The act of clearing away the leftovers suggested that Li Huaying anticipated his mother would sneakily consume her remains after she left. This thought made Lin Huaiyuan uncomfortable, as though his dignity had been tarnished. Lin Mu continued her tirade, cursing and shouting. Frustrated, Lin Huaiyuan set down his chopsticks and exited the Yuzhong Hall. Lin Mu glared at his retreating figure, lamenting, "He dares to show me his displeasure. I am his mother. I raised him from Jiangdu to Shengjing, and he has the audacity to treat me this way." Meanwhile, Lin Yin was lost in thought, her mind wandering. Xiao Liu hurriedly approached her, soothingly patting Lin Mu and Appo's chest. "Aunt, don't let anger harm your health. Brother Yuan may have pressing matters to attend to. Don't dwell on it." After much coaxing, Lin Mu finally calmed down, taking Xiao Liu and Appo's hand and sighing, "You are indeed the obedient and filial one. Have you been feeling unwell lately? You seem to have lost weight, which truly pains me to see." Xiao Liu glanced down at her slender wrist, and, for a moment, her face lit up with a gentle smile. "I am fine. Perhaps the child is taking all the nourishment. I'm sure when he is born, he'll be a robust little fellow." Lin Mu beamed, her eyes sparkling. "A robust little fellow is wonderful. Your efforts will be rewarded. How about you take charge of everything for my birthday in a few days? It would give you a chance to shine in front of the noble ladies." Xiao Liu and Appo's face brightened at the prospect, yet she hesitated, "But the princess will be present. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to take the lead?" Lin Mu dismissed her concerns. "What does it matter? Look at her. She doesn't regard me as her mother-in-law. I want to hand everything over to you, so she knows that no matter how impressive she is, she cannot overshadow the Lin household." Reluctantly, Xiao Liu agreed, her eyes gleaming with ambition and determination. After dinner, she returned to Xiangxue Pavilion. Leaning against the incense burner, she sat in silence for a while before whispering, "Runju, summon Brother Yuan." Later that night, the fragrant air of Xiangxue Pavilion enveloped the room. In the Feichuan Pavilion, Lin Yin tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, her mind consumed by Li Huaying's words. Days had passed without a word from the third prince. Had Li Huaying been right all along? Perhaps he never intended to acknowledge her, his promise merely a means to silence her. Recalling Gao Shushue's imposing presence and elegant attire, Lin Yin clenched her teeth. She could not resign herself to fate. She must enter the third prince's residence. But what could she do if he refused to acknowledge her? Suddenly, an idea struck her as she thought of Xiao Liu and Appo's burgeoning belly. The third prince had yet to father an heir. If she claimed to be with child, how could she hope to be denied entry into the third prince's residence? Filled with excitement, Lin Yin jumped from her bed, her mouth curling into a silent grin in the darkness. That night, she dreamt of endless delicacies, treasures, and everyone bowing before her. In recent days, her time spent with Xiao Liu had softened Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's heart towards her. He reflected on Xiao Liu and Appo's increasingly frail appearance, worrying about her health as she bore a child and struggled to eat. On his way back to the residence, he took a detour with Lin by to a pastry shop, intending to bring home some sour jujube cakes. Meanwhile, at the city gate, guards noticed a cloud of dust approaching. A lone horseman raced towards them. The atmosphere grew tense as a squad of soldiers raised their long spears in readiness. In an instant, the imposing figure on the large black horse came into view. Clad in silver armor, his long hair billowed in the wind, and his eyes gleamed like cold stars, exuding an aura of authority. The gate captain recognized this formidable figure. It was General Jin Yuan. The gate erupted into chaos. Jiang Zhaoya, undeterred, threw down a document from his mount. He returned to the capital alone to report to the emperor. The soldiers swiftly parted ways. The captain leaped forward to retrieve the document, his face flushing with astonishment. He had received a missive from General Jin Yuan. As he glanced ahead, Jiang Jia had already galloped away into the city. Lin Huaiyuan, carrying an oiled paper bag, and Lin Bai had just entered a narrow alley when suddenly the world went dark. A heavy blow struck his leg, and he collapsed. Lin Bai, too, fell limply beside him. The foul stench emanating from the burlap sack made Lin Huaiyuan retch. Overwhelmed by fear, he struggled against his restraints, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you ambush a court official? I am a prince consort of the princess." Bang! A kick landed squarely on his chest. Lin Huaiyuan coughed violently, feeling as though his chest was shattering. "You have some audacity." Bang! 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 The only response came in the form of a relentless storm of punches and kicks. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's screams filled the air, and he feared for his life, begging for mercy. Let me go." Before he could finish, he was brutally beaten once more. Chapter 45. Returning to the capital, uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Huaiyuan lay motionless on the ground, utterly defeated, as if he were a lifeless dog, having been beaten to the point where he lacked the strength to resist. The barrage of fists and kicks finally ceased. Though his body ached unbearably, he remained immobile, only to hear the sound of two sharp slaps echoing away, accompanied by heavy footsteps gradually fading into the distance. After lying on the cold ground for what felt like an eternity, Lin Huaiyuan managed to move slightly. He struggled to lift his arms, slowly pulling the filthy burlap sack off his head, finally allowing the sunlight to stream in. Looking down, he was horrified to find the sack smeared with chicken droppings and feathers, which explained the unbearable stench. Anger surged within him at the thought of such indignity. Yet, the pain coursing through his body was overwhelming. After lying on his back for a considerable time, he finally leaned against the wall and sat up. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered Lin Bai unconscious at the base of the wall, his cheeks flushed red. Recalling the assailant's final remarks, it was likely that Lin Bai had received 2 slaps. Upon glancing again, he noticed that the sour jujube cake he had been carefully holding was now strewn across the ground, trampled and ruined. Lin Huaiyuan exhaled deeply, his expression darkening. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted from the alleyway. Before Lin Huaiyuan could turn his head, a foul odor assaulted his senses. "Oh dear, what is this beggar stealing? Even my burlap sack for chicken droppings," exclaimed a stout, short woman as she lifted the sack from the ground with a flourish. She reached out to grab Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's arm. The pain for being pulled caused Lin Huaiyuan to break out in a cold sweat. Startled by his disheveled and distorted appearance, the woman took several steps back and fled. "This beggar must have some strange affliction. I should leave quickly," Lin Huaiyuan gasped, his face a mixture of black and crimson. How could he, a dignified scholar of the 5th rank, be mistaken for a beggar by a common woman? The indignity was unbearable. Fists clenched, Lin Huaiyuan watched as a few chicken feathers spiraled through the air, landing on his lapel. The sight was infuriating, and he awkwardly raised his hand to brush them away. His movements twisted, yet his gaze fierce. It was only then that he realized his indigo robe was caked in black mud, tattered and in disarray. No wonder the woman mistook him for a beggar. His unkempt appearance, crouched in the corner, was indeed that of a destitute man. As his chest heaved violently, it took a while for Lin Bai to utter a sound. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Bai was startled into jumping up from the ground. In his frantic movements, he grimaced as he reached for the back of his neck. "Why does my neck hurt so much?" he exclaimed, then touched his face. "And why is my face burning? Where's the prince?" Lin Bai looked around, panic-stricken. "I am here," Lin Huaiyuan managed to croak. Lin Bai glanced down and gasped at the sight of Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's disheveled form sprawled at his feet. Alarmed, Lin Bai nearly stepped on him. "Sir, what happened? How did you become like this in such a short time?" In a flurry of concern, Lin Bai knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "Who did this to you? I will report it to the authorities." Wiping his tears, he prepared to rise. "Do not, cough cough," Lin Huaiyuan urgently interrupted, breaking into a fit of coughs. "Why?" Lin Bai halted, utterly perplexed. With a slow shake of his head, Lin Huaiyuan replied, "First, take me back to the manor." Given the current situation, he had offended numerous factions. Today it could be the crown prince, the 3rd prince, or possibly even the princess or the emperor himself. Each possessed the motive and power to act against him. Lin Huaiyuan dared not dwell on the matter or probe further. After a considerable struggle, Lin Bai finally managed to hoist Lin Huaiyuan onto his back. However, Lin Bai was not particularly strong, and the burden proved quite taxing. The potent stench emanating from Lin Huaiyuan left Lin Bai feeling lightheaded, his face reddening more than if he had been slapped. After much effort, the pair finally exited the alley. Behind them, a figure emerged, Jiang Zhaoye. He hurried forward, his disheveled hair partially obscuring his ink-black eyes. The youthful general, clad in silver armor, appeared profoundly desolate. He had refrained from inflicting serious harm, avoiding broken bones or bloodshed, yet still required assistance. How utterly worthless, to dare lay hands on the princess. He should have killed the scholar today. Jiang Zhaoye pondered this while a hint of moisture welled in his eyes. Given the circumstances, the princess had refused to sever ties. She must harbor deep feelings for him. A proud woman like her was willing to wait 3 years for his mourning period. The scholar was her beloved. How could he bring himself to cause her pain? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dim, warm glow across his silver armor, Jiang Zhaoye abruptly turned, revealing his slightly reddened eyes beneath his tousled hair. Meanwhile, Lin Huaiyuan and Lin Bai had finally returned to the Lin Manor, where they promptly summoned a physician. To their relief, the physician determined that there were no serious injuries. No blood-activating or bruising remedies were necessary, merely a need for rest. Although Lin Huaiyuan received no medicine, his body continued to ache excruciatingly. He felt a profound sense of frustration, uncertain of whom to blame, and thus had to swallow his resentment. The following day at court, despite his efforts to appear composed, the pain rendered him unable to walk comfortably. Observing his condition, even the crown prince and Emperor Shuwan furrowed their brows. Having endured a beating, the time that had elapsed was unclear, yet here he lay, feigning illness. It was uncertain whether his frail state was genuine or a deliberate display of excessive punishment to provoke whispers against the princess. The emperor's attitude shaped the opinions of the ministers, guiding their actions. Lin Huaiyuan, ever perceptive, sensed the undercurrent of animosity in the court and felt a swell of indignation. Despite his efforts to accommodate them, their satisfaction remained elusive. His humble origins rendered him an outsider, incapable of seamlessly integrating with their ranks, no matter how lowly he stooped. In a different part of the city, within the Yaoxian courtyard, Li Huaying raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiang Zhaoye has returned to the capital? Last lifetime, she had no recollection of this event. It was only after subduing the boy clan that Jiang Zhaoye would briefly return. Now, amidst the chaos in Shengjing, any minor upheaval could incite a tempest. His return at this moment was surely not without ulterior motives. Rumor had it he had arrived alone the night before, reporting to the palace before hastily departing for the western border without even pausing for a drink. This border defender is no ordinary general, Ying Fei remarked, her tongue clicking in disbelief. Li Huaying, her mind swirling with thoughts, found herself smiling at the absurdity. He has returned again today, truly single-minded. Vague memories surfaced in her mind. As a child favored by the emperor and empress, even Li Mingda had to yield to her whims. This indulgence had made her both spoiled and willful, demanding whatever she desired, creating turmoil throughout the palace if denied. At that time, Jiang Zhaoye was merely 13, tall and handsome, exuding an aura of wildness and vigor. He excelled in martial arts, horsemanship, and military tactics, standing out among the younger generation in Shengjing. Yet, he remained quiet, merely lingering by their side. One summer night, Li Mingda had taken her and Jiang Zhaoye to the most vibrant water markets in Shengjing for a night of revelry. Chapter 46. The zeal of youth, she had set her eyes on the exquisite fan tassels in the center of the river, insisting she must purchase them. However, the river was shrouded in darkness at night, and the boat was filled with a motley crowd of individuals, some virtuous, others not. Li Mingda, concerned for their safety, forbade anyone from disembarking to make the purchase. Li Huaying was obstinate, causing a commotion and refusing to leave. Despite Li Mingda and Appo's attempts to reason with her, he was preparing to forcibly escort her away when Jiang Zhe suddenly leaped into the inky waters with a splash, shocking everyone. Immediately, Li Mingdao ordered his attendants to dive in search of Jiang Zhaoye. Li Huaying, Firigtenet, Jiasit had protests. The night air was chilly, and she could feel the coldness even from the riverbank. She leaned over the edge, peering into the depths to catch a glimpse of him. Soon, with a loud splash, Jiang Zhaoye emerged from the water, his eyes gleaming under the dim light, and a rare youthful smile adorning his face. Water droplets splattered onto Li Huaying, but she, usually fastidious about cleanliness, was oblivious. Her excitement focused solely on him. Jiang Zhaoye extended his hand, revealing a tightly curled, water-red fan tassel, perfectly dry. Observing the tassel, he wore a look of slight frustration. "I shall seek another for you, Your Highness." Before he could finish, Li Huaying's warm fingers briefly brushed against his cold palm as she snatched the tassel. "This one will do." Jiang Zhaoye's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Li Huaying, illuminating his entire being. Lost in her thoughts, Li Huaying found herself reminiscing. She had believed her youthful memories were too distant, yet Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's youthful visage was as vivid as if painted. "Your Highness." Lu Ying entered, lifting the curtain, her expression peculiar. "At our back in trance, someone has left a cage containing 4 puppies, 2 of which resemble Xiaolu." Li Huaying raised an eyebrow. "Puppies? Bring them to me." Lu Ying complied, soon returning with a square bamboo cage adorned with water-red silk. Inside, 4 small bundles sat or lay, frolicking about, appearing no more than a month old. One was black and white, another light yellow and white, while the other 2 were entirely snow white. They were lively, yapping within the cage. "Oh, these 2 little white dogs are indeed reminiscent of Xiaolu in his youth," Ying Fei exclaimed, and several maidens gathered to observe. Li Huaying's lips curved into a gentle smile as she reached out to stroke the warm fur of the puppies. They nuzzled against her palm, their innocent black eyes gazing up at her. One even playfully nipped at her finger, yipping excitedly. After playing with them for a while, Li Huaying instructed, "Return these puppies to the princess's residence and have Yangli take good care of them. If any mishap occurs this time, there will be no leniency." Lu Ying acknowledged her command. Noticing Li Huaying's reluctance, Ying Fei suggested, "Your Highness, why not name them first?" Looking at the puppies rolling over and yawning, Li Huaying's heart softened. "This little white dog shall be named Xuesher, and that one will be Xuelong. The black one shall be called Molu, and a light-colored one, Jinlu." Lu Ying chuckled. "Your Highness's names are quite formidable. These pups will surely grow strong and robust." Li Huaying's lips curved upward slightly. "Inform Yangli that there will be generous rewards for their proper care." Lu Ying complied and departed with the cage. Li Huaying watched her retreating figure, her fingers lingering with the warmth of the puppies and Appo's fur. "Your Highness, we must investigate who sent these dogs," Ying Fei suggested. Li Huaying pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "There is no need. Since the sender wishes to remain anonymous, let be. What malice could there be in gifting a few puppies? Your Highness speaks wisely." At the Shuexiang Pavilion, Lin Jinyan had remained within the confines of her courtyard for days, indulging in food and sleep. Presently, she stood before a copper mirror, pinching the flesh around her waist and shaking it. Satisfied with her reflection, she decided it was time to visit Wusong Hall. She encountered Lin Huaiyuan returning from his shift, his expression less than pleasant. Ignoring his demeanor, she rushed towards him. He staggered slightly, almost losing his balance, and gritted his teeth to push her away, the pain from his injuries flaring anew. "Jinyan, what are you doing?" Lin Jinyan paid no heed to his pale face and twirled before him. "Brother, do you see any changes in me? If there is nothing, you may as well return to the Shuexiang Pavilion to rest." "What? Can't you see I've gained some weight?" Lin Jinyan pouted, displeased. Lin Huaiyuan pinched his brow, about to dismiss her when Lin Jinyan exclaimed, "Brother, I'm pregnant." Lin Huaiyuan froze. With a triumphant smile, Lin Jinyan leaned closer. "Now the 3rd prince must acknowledge me." "You're pregnant? Are you certain?" Lin Huaiyuan pressed, his brows knitting in concern. "I am certain. I discreetly consulted the physician that Sister Liu recommended. If you don't believe me, go ask her." Seeing his serious expression, Lin Jinyan knew he believed her. "Brother, you must tell the 3rd prince immediately and have him marry me." Lin Huaiyuan felt a lump in his chest. wanting to utter a few words about propriety and morals. But seeing Lin Jinyan and Appo's joyous demeanor and considering her pregnancy, he sighed deeply. I will convey the message. You should rest well. Lin Jinyan and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she returned to the Shuexiang pavilion, dreaming of her future in the third princess residence, eager to become a figure of wealth and prestige. If not for her remaining rationality, she would have shouted with joy, wanting everyone to share in her happiness. Meanwhile, in the Xiangxue pavilion, Runju went to summon Lin Huaiyuan once more. Despite his injuries, he hesitated but ultimately complied, desperate for an outlet for his frustration. Thankfully, he could find solace with Liu. There was no peace to be found in the Lin residence. Only in Yaoxian courtyard did Li Huaying savor the freshly made pastries prepared by Yingfei with fragrant osmanthus. Delicious and soft. Yingfei, your skills have truly improved. Yingfei beamed with pride at the compliment, but feigned a sigh. Oh, making these pastries has left me sore and aching, yet your highness has not rewarded me. Li Huaying chuckled. Does Yingfei still owe for this small sum? Is it possible that Huayue has been stingy with you? Just then, Huayue entered and retorted, usually, this little glutton is quite demanding, and I've given her plenty of pocket money. Yingfei protested, wanting to clarify the accounts, and the three shared a laugh. Finally, Huayue stepped forward to report, Your Highness, there is news from Steward Su. Runju from Xiangxue Pavilion has been frequently sneaking out of the residence to procure medicine. Upon investigation, it turns out to be an aphrodisiac. Li Huaying and Appo's eyelids fluttered slightly. Yingfei frowned. But Miss Xia resides in Xiangxue Pavilion. What would they need aphrodisiacs for? Could it be? Chapter 47. The back door. Yingfei's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth. How audacious they were. Tears brimmed in her eyes from anger. Her mistress was a revered celestial being. How could these lecherous men and shameless women humiliate her so? If this child were to endure such disgrace, the Lin family would surely falter. It was merely a matter of 2 months, so why should one be so incensed? Li Huaying chuckled softly, taking a handkerchief to wipe the tears from Yingfei's cheeks. Yingshi gently patted Yingfei's back, murmuring comforting words. Li Huaying felt a pang of sorrow, realizing how easily Yingfei was perturbed. After her previous life, these maids would undoubtedly weep countless tears over her absence. With such thoughts, her disdain for the Lin family deepened. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huaying inquired, Will this medicine affect the child she carries? Steward Su had consulted a reliable physician, who confirmed that it would indeed have repercussions. Excessive use during pregnancy could exacerbate various reactions and significantly increase the likelihood of a newborn suffering from heavy toxins or congenital deficiencies. Li Huaying låtit Hergaze instrukten. Tell Suja to increase the dosage by 10% each time she retrieves the medicine. This would certainly lead to her physical discomfort. It remained to be seen whether she valued the child's life more than that of the man. Huayue complied promptly. Yingshi then recalled the recent antics of Xia Liu, stating, in preparation for Madame Lin and Appo's birthday banquet, the Lin household has begun to tighten their belts, depriving even the night watchman of supper, which has stirred great resentment. Let be, Li Huaying scoffed, disinterested. Lin Huaiyuan had faced successive penalties and demotions, and with the Lin family's dwindling resources, such a situation was unavoidable. In her previous life, she had sustained the Lin family with her wealth, allowing them to live in luxury. Now, it was time for everyone to return to their rightful place and lead the lives they were meant to live. Less than a day had passed when a simple sedan chair halted at the back door of the Lin residence. Lin's mother, accompanied by Xia Liu, wept at the entrance, while Lin Jinyan and Appo's face radiated uncontainable joy. My dear Yin and Appo's, even though you are being married off without a formal betrothal, remember to return often to visit your mother. Lin and Appo's mother lamented. Xia Liu stood nearby, offering gentle reassurances, her gaze toward Lin Jinyan tinged with envy. Lin Jinyan, brimming with delight, declared, Those are mere formalities. From now on, I shall belong to the third prince, indulging in endless wealth and honor. A light laugh escaped. And Lin Jinyan turned to find Li Huaying leaning casually against a pillar, a teasing smile on her lips. "What brings you here?" Lin Jinyan asked bluntly, her mind recalling Li Huaying and Amp, Oppo's words from a few days prior, fueling her pride. "Did he not say he could choose to acknowledge you or not? Now I am entering the third prince and Oppo's residence. Soon, I shall be your royal sister-in-law." Li Huaying smiled, leisurely approaching Lin Jinyan and leaning closer to her face. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Jinyan asked warily. "Have you considered how he might react when he discovers the truth about your deception and gaining entry into his household?" Li Huaying's airy whisper caused Lin Jinyan's complexion to shift dramatically. How could you possibly know? This matter was unknown even to Lin Huaiyuan. How could she be privy to such details? Lin Jinyan's mind became a whirlwind. Li Huaying smiled enigmatically. "Let me remind you, only a Gao can truly be called a third prince and Oppo's wife. You, a mere concubine, can only be carried in through the back door." Li Huaying's words trailed off, yet the insinuation was unmistakable. Enraged and humiliated, Lin Jinyan was about to retort when the gaunt woman in front of the sedan interjected. "Miss Lin, if you dawdle, you will miss the auspicious hour, and none shall bear the consequences." Lin Jinyan paused, and Lin and Oppo's mother quickly urged her, "Oh dear, do not argue with her. Hurry and enter the sedan." Fearful of incurring the third prince's displeasure, Lin Jinyan hurriedly complied, casting a disdainful glare at Li Huaying as she climbed aboard. As the sedan swayed and moved, Lin Jinyan's expression grew dazed, mulling over Li Huaying's words. She was not pregnant. If the third prince summoned a physician, he would see through her ruse. What would become of her then? Though she could not conjure an answer, unease settled in her heart. The seemingly simple sedan concealed exquisite adornments within, hinting at opulence. Her excitement bubbled as she explored the unfamiliar luxuries. She had indeed fallen into a nest of wealth. Her emotions a mix of joy and trepidation. She traveled until she reached the third prince's residence. Upon hearing the guard's inquiries, she gleefully lifted the curtain to peek outside, only to receive a sharp reprimand. "No manners. Who allowed you to emerge?" The woman scolded sternly, causing Lin Jinyan to retract her head in fright. Tears welled in her eyes as she clutched her head, simmering with indignation. She was now affiliated with the third prince. Who was this woman to command her? Determined to confront the woman, Lin Jinyan grasped the curtain, but hesitated, fearing the third prince's disfavor. Moreover, she realized that the sedan had stopped at a narrow and inconspicuous back entrance. Clenching the curtain tighter, she felt a surge of pent-up frustration without an outlet. Exiting through the back door to marry, then entering again through another back door. As the sedan swayed once more, she shed tears while being carried into the third prince and Oppo's residence. With Lin Jinyan and Oppo's absence, the Lin household experienced a notable tranquility. However, in the days that followed, Xia Liu stirred trouble for the birthday banquet preparations. The aphrodisiac from Xiangxue Pavilion had not ceased. Yingfei mocked Xia Liu and Oppo's boldness, fearing the potential for dual tragedies. In the rear garden, as the group conversed, Xia Liu approached, feigning surprise as she cradled her large belly, bowing to Li Huaying. "Liu has encountered the esteemed one." Li Huaying nodded dismissively, preparing to leave when Xia Liu hurriedly interjected, "I did not realize your highness was present. I inadvertently offended you amidst the overwhelming responsibilities for my aunt and Oppo's birthday banquet." Suddenly, Xia Liu clasped her mouth in alarm. "Your highness, forgive me. I did not mean to bring it up. My state weighs heavily on me, and I wish to avoid such complexities, but my aunt insists on entrusting everything to me. I truly have no choice." Li Huaying raised an eyebrow, bemused at the unfolding drama within the Lin residence, where even the daylight saw performances unfold. Yingfei scoffed disdainfully. Li Huaying chuckled softly indeed. Xia Liu, sensing Li Huaying's nonchalance, gritted her teeth. After all her efforts to regain the upper hand, Li Huaying remained unfazed. "How would she accept this? Your highness, there is no need to feign strength. Liu understands. A woman, regardless of wealth or power, cannot find joy without her husband and Oppo's affection." As she spoke, Xiao Liu revealed a bashful smile. Though she lived under another's roof, the trust from her aunt and the care from brother Yuan filled her with contentment. Li Huaying laughed. My wealth and power shall accompany me throughout my life. How long can the trust and care you speak of endure? Can it even procure sustenance and riches? Such thoughts, she mused, were rather pedestrian. Xiao Liu and Appo's complexion paled, and she attempted to argue. Li Huaying swiftly interrupted. I hope you still hold such beliefs 2 months hence. With that, she turned and departed. Ingshi smiled appropriately. A mouse may have skin, but a person without propriety is merely a girl. Take heed of yourself. Chapter 48. Tea-drinking Xiao Liu appeared perplexed, completely at a loss as to the meaning behind the words spoken. Although she was the daughter of a college instructor, her literacy was limited, having only recognized a few characters since childhood. She had never even laid eyes on the school textbooks, let alone the household accounts. Ingfei, observing her ignorance in the face of scorn, stifled a derisive laugh. The crowd gradually dispersed. Filled with indignation, Xiao Liu seized Run Zhu and Appo's arm, demanding an explanation. What did that girl mean by her words? Run Zhu, head bowed and lips pursed, remained silent. Speak. Xiao Liu's eyes widened, her nails digging painfully into Run Zhu and Appo's arm. Tears welled in Run Zhu and Appo's eyes as she stammered. She said, Miss Liu is shameless. Xiao Liu and Appo's expression darkened, and she immediately grasped Run Zhu and Appo's arm, pinching the soft flesh fiercely. How dare you insult me? I'll make you pay for that. You little harlot. Run Zhu sobbed quietly, not daring to evade or defend herself, waiting for Xiao Liu to vent her frustration before cautiously lifting her garment to inspect her injuries. Having failed to gain favor with Li Huaying and faced with the arduous task of preparing for the banquet, Xiao Liu was kept busy in the days that followed, hardly finding a moment to confront Li Huaying. When the Lin family joyously hosted the birthday banquet, she didn't even inform Li Huaying. By the time Li Huaying arrived at the eastern courtyard for the meal, many guests had already gathered, dressed in a vibrant red silk gown adorned with flowers. Xiao Liu greeted the female guests in the reception hall. Upon seeing Li Huaying approach, she feigned ignorance, maintaining a radiant smile and exuding an air of triumph. Li Huaying merely smiled lightly and took her seat at the main table. Lin Mu also deliberately ignored Li Huaying, intent on teaching her a lesson. After all, her continuous mischief had led to Yuan's punishment and demotion, and she truly believed she could wield power within the Lin residence. Li Huaying, however, remained unfazed. Her eyes swept over the poorly prepared food and tea, her disdain unmistakable. Soon, a servant brought forth exquisite dishes and pastries freshly prepared from the western kitchen, and Li Huaying lazily began to indulge. At this moment, the female guests seemed to grasp the underlying tension. It was clear that the Lin family was openly defying the national princess. No wonder the greeter was a pregnant village woman of dubious origin, and the banquet in Appo's fare was difficult to swallow. Each guest had originally come with the intention of honoring the national princess, but upon realizing the situation, they turned their attention entirely to Li Huaying. Your Highness, this exquisite hollow-inlaid agate crystal hairpin is truly unique. I have never seen anything like it, one lady remarked. Another added, my family received some sweet melons transported from the western frontier, and we thought to present them to your Highness. Would you do us the honor of tasting them? In an instant, the ladies fluttered around Li Huaying like butterflies, engaging in lively conversation. Xiao Liu stood at the front, her clenched fists digging painfully into her flesh without her noticing. Just then, a cheerful voice chimed in, as Lady Lin celebrates her birthday. I have brought Jin Yin to extend my congratulations. Gao Shuxue greeted warmly, and Xiao Liu snapped back to reality, hurrying to welcome her. As they entered the hall, Xiao Liu's gaze fell upon Lin Jinyin, who appeared significantly thinner and lacked vitality, her head perpetually bowed. Upon seeing Gao Shuxue and Lin Jinyin approach, Lin Mu and Appo's face lit up with joy. The third prince in Appo's consort has arrived, truly a momentous occasion. Gao Shuxue received the odd greeting with a smile, but remained silent. Yan und Appo's, it has been ages since we last met. I wondered why you haven't returned to visit me. I have missed you dearly, Lin Mu exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Lin Jinyan's hand. To Lin Mu's surprise, Lin Jinyan took a startled step back, avoiding her touch. She briefly met Lin Mu and Amp Oppo's gaze before lowering her head, retreating beside Gao Shushuel like a timid quail. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, confused. Yin and Amp Oppo's Gao Shushuet gently stroked Lin Jinyan's hair and smiled at Lin Mu. Jinyan's status has changed. She must adhere to certain protocols. Please do not be too harsh on her. Lady Lin, upon hearing Gao Shushu and Amp Oppo's gentle explanation, Lin Mu felt relieved, her tone becoming more accommodating. It is indeed necessary for someone of the third prince's household to maintain proper decorum. The third prince's consort has truly put in a great deal of effort in guiding Yin'er. Gao Shushuan merely smiled softly as she and Lin Jinyan took their seats. Seated together, Lin Jinyan dutifully served dishes and poured soup for Gao Shushua, sitting upright, a stark contrast to her previous carefree demeanor. Lin Mu watched with satisfaction, noting the transformation that gave Lin Jinyan an air of nobility. As guests continued to arrive, no one paid any attention to Lin Mu or Xia Liu. The latter felt a surge of unwillingness. It was she who had arranged the banquet, sent out invitations, and yet everyone treated Li Huaying as the host simply because of her casual reference to power. Xia Liu forced a smile, carrying a teacup as she approached Li Huaying, determined to exchange a few words with anyone who approached her. As the women honored Li Huaying with tea, Xia Liu followed suit, drinking alongside them. The guests exchanged subtle glances, their expressions revealing a myriad of sentiments. Yet as long as Li Huaying remained silent, no one dared to voice dissent. Li Huaying had no intention of indulging Xia Liu. Why should she concern herself with someone so intent on making a fool of herself? After consuming several cups of tea, Xia Liu and Amp Oppo's complexion noticeably brightened, observing the noble ladies, who would typically look past her. Bowing respectfully before Li Huaying, she felt a sense of undeserved reverence directed towards herself. This sentiment was intoxicating, filling her with elation. Her smile broadened with satisfaction as she drank cup after cup of tea. However, as she continued, a sense of unease began to creep in. Adjusting her posture to ease the discomfort, she crossed her legs. Pregnant women often experienced frequent urges, and after consuming so much tea, her abdomen began to swell. Yet considering how those elite ladies had scoffed at her, she found it impossible to leave now that they were showing her such deference. Thus, she took a deep breath, attempting to quell the pressure in her abdomen, standing quietly by. After a while, Li Huaying, without needing to turn her head, noticed Xia Liu trembling uncontrollably. Turning towards her with a furrowed brow, she asked, "What's wrong with you?" Xia Liu, already taut with tension, felt deflated upon opening her mouth. The pressure in her abdomen became unbearable. She felt an urgent rush below. Terror-stricken, Xia Liu turned and fled. However, her body, heavy and tense from standing for so long, faltered as she took a large step, losing her balance and collapsing to the floor. In an instant, her delicate red garment was drenched, and a foul odor permeated the air. Chapter 49, Embarrassement. The surrounding ladies gasped in shock, hastily retreating. Li Huaying and Amp Oppo's expression also shifted. Lu Ying reacted swiftly, half dragging, half supporting Li Huaying away. Xia Liu stood frozen in the center, her flushed face turning pale, speechless with her mouth agape. Having consumed copious amounts of tea and held it in for too long, she still hadn't finished relieving herself. All she perceived were flashing lights, both white and black, swirling around her in a dizzying haze of shocked, disdainful, and disgusted faces. Her heart raced, pounding against the warmth of her own urine beneath her. Lin Mu, equally shocked and furious, slumped in her chair, fearing that this incident would render the Lin family the laughingstock of the entire capital. The female guests whispered among themselves, quickly departing the scene, their whispers rising to a crescendo as soon as they stepped out of the banquet hall. Gao Shushua left with a grim expression, lamenting that had she known such a scene awaited her, she would not have attended. Lin Jinyan followed Gao Shushua out, glancing back repeatedly. It was only then that Runju realized the urgency of the situation and, suppressing her discomfort, went to assist Xiao Liu. Still in a daze, Xiao Liu felt a chilling wave wash over her as she stood, causing her to shudder. Upon regaining her senses, her gaze fell upon Lin Huaiyuan, who appeared equally unsettled. "Now you feel pleased. I have suffered such great humiliation." Xiao Liu, in a frenzy, attempted to rush toward Lin Huaiyuan, but Runju firmly held her back. "Miss, please gather your wits. We must first clean ourselves up." Lin Huaiyuan was bewildered by the day's events. Having never encountered such an incident where ladies of the capital's officials relieved themselves at their own banquet, and to think she would end up being blamed for something utterly unrelated. "Your Highness, do not pay her any mind. She is nothing but a lunatic," Yingfei exclaimed in frustration. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu, regaining a semblance of clarity, was escorted back to Xiangshua Pavilion by Runju and a servant. Lin Mu remained motionless in her seat, overwhelmed. Amidst the chaos, Lin Huaiyuan was preparing to leave when Lin Huaiyuan hurried in, instantly sensing the foul odor permeating the air. His brow furrowed. What on earth has happened? Since the last promotion banquet, he had often found himself isolated and targeted in court. This gathering had been a hard-won opportunity to connect with colleagues, even lowering himself to gain favor and avoid hardships. Yet, as the banquet had barely commenced, the female guests were departing, and the male guests were being ushered away. No one would speak to him directly, but their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Anxious and alarmed, Lin Huaiyuan rushed over to the ladies and Oppos, sighed after seeing off the guests, only to find Lin Mu and Oppos, S face flushed, slumped in her armchair, while the expressions of those present were complex and difficult to decipher. What on earth has transpired? Veins bulged at his temples as he breathed heavily, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. The wounds from his previous beating had yet to heal. "Xia Liu, she has wronged you, my son." Lin Mu trembled, attempting to rise from her chair, but her legs buckled, sending her tumbling back down. At that moment, Lin Bai finally gathered sufficient information and leaned close to Lin Huaiyuan, whispering a few words. Lin Huaiyuan and Oppos' expression turned pale with shock, momentarily rendered speechless. What madness is this to occur in my Lin household? His face flushed with a mix of anger and disbelief as his gaze fell upon the large puddle of yellow liquid in the hall, quickly averting his eyes. He felt nauseous. Having resided in Shengjing for 3 years and held a significant position, it had been ages since he had encountered such a repulsive sight, leading him to retch involuntarily. Lin Bai hurriedly supported Lin Huaiyuan's arm, patting his back to soothe him. "Someone clean this filth immediately. Are you all so dull-witted?" Lin Huaiyuan barked in a low voice. The maidservants and servants, initially stunned by the scene, quickly bowed their heads to begin the cleanup upon receiving his reprimand. Suddenly, a soft sobbing broke through from outside the hall. Lin Huaiyuan's eyes nearly blazed with fury as he turned to see Xiao Liu, freshly changed, approaching. Once she regained her senses, though humiliated and angry, she understood the gravity of the situation. Better to come forward and acknowledge her mistake than hide and incur Lin Huaiyuan and Oppos' lasting disdain. "It was I." Xiao Liu, supported by Runju, stumbled forward, gasping through her tears, her face a portrait of shame. Upon seeing her approach, Lin Mu felt an immediate surge of energy, leaping from her chair to confront her, delivering 2 resounding slaps without a word. Had it not been for Siyu and Runju restraining her, she would have torn Xiao Liu apart. "You foolish girl, how could you not even hold in your bodily functions? Even the dogs back in our village know better than to relieve themselves indoors. Is your mind filled with waste? You couldn't and Oppos to even make it to the restroom and chose to disgrace yourself in front of the ladies? Do you wish for my Yuan to carry this shame for a lifetime?" Lin Mu's finger jabbed fiercely at Xiao Liu's face, her expression twisted with rage, as if she wished to devour her. Xiao Liu stood unsteadily, neither flinching nor avoiding the onslaught, simply bowing her head in tears. Lin Huaiyuan felt discomfort at the harsh words, but, deep down, found a sense of relief. After a moment, he grasped Lin Mu and Oppos' arm. "Mother, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your health." Lin Mu wept bitterly pounding her chest. "Oh, my poor Yuan, how can you be surrounded by such wolves and tigers, all intent on harming you?" She then recalled Li Huaying, pointing at her from a distance. "You are no better. How could a simple village woman manage a banquet in Shangjing? You never thought to support her, leading to this absurdity." Li Huaying had been enjoying the spectacle until Lin Mu's unexpected accusation caught her off guard. Ying Fei stepped forward, taunting, "Your Lin household, steeped in depravity, disregards propriety by elevating a mere country widow to host a banquet. This has long been the grand joke of Shangjing, and now to commit such a vile act on the spot is merely a case of poetic justice. Our esteemed princess of noble lineage is not someone you, a shameless old hag, can speak of lightly. Be careful lest you lose your head." Ying Fei's words rang out sharply, her voice clear and resonant as she surveyed the room with disdain. Had it not been for Lin Huaiyuan's status, she would have spoken her mind long ago. Lin Mu, known for her explosive temper, found herself a loss for word for the first time, stammering, "Why you dare to insult me?" Lin Huaiyuan, now furious, shouted, "You have the audacity to raise your voice at my mother and my household." Li Huaying and Appo's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smile as she retorted, "You have the audacity to raise your voice at a lady of my court." Chapter 50. Oiled paper. Lin Huaiyuan was momentarily stunned by the reprimand, gazing at her majestic and dignified demeanor from her elevated position. He finally recalled that she was not merely his wife, but also the most esteemed princess of the great Shah. At present, he could not afford any missteps. He dared not offend Li Huaying. A wave of bitterness surged within him. This was her first time assuming the airs of a princess towards him. How could family quarrels lead her to wield her power against him so mercilessly? "Your Highness, must you be so harsh? My mother is advanced in years. You are my wife. How can you neglect filial piety and instead humiliate her?" Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's spirit waned, his eyes filled with disappointment. What a farce. The sovereign is the ruler. Your Highness is the sovereign, and the Lin family is but a subject. Your disloyalty and injustice have rendered the teachings of propriety and righteousness meaningless." Ying Fei exclaimed angrily. Lin Huaiyuan opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to retort. Lin and Appo's mother cried out, "What sins has our family committed to deserve marrying a living Buddha who now weighs upon us all? My poor Yuan and Appo's, deprived even of a caring and understanding wife." Xiao Liu joined in the lament. "Had it not been for my fear of the princess's ire, I would not have dared to avoid the restroom, ultimately leading to this disgrace." What did she mean by that? Lin Huaiyuan thought back to the incident and felt discomfort, yet still furrowed his brow and pressed for clarification. Xiao Liu wiped her tears and explained, "When the female guests visit the princess, they only present her with tea while I can only attend to her. After several cups, the princess did not permit me to go to the restroom, so She spoke, shame and anger overwhelming her, her sobs rendering her speechless. If this were indeed the case, Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's eyes flared with anger, yet he restrained himself and asked, "Does your Highness have anything to say?" Li Huaying chuckled softly. "The Lin family is truly a household of fools. Miss Xia, when have you ever had to report your movements to us? In such a large Lin residence, did you not go wherever you pleased? Now, do you need my permission to use the restroom? And who asked for your attendance? With your considerable condition, do you not hinder my service to your Highness by fetching tea?" Ying Fei could no longer contain herself, rolling her eyes in frustration. Xiao Liu continued to weep, though her voice had diminished somewhat. Lin Huaiyuan exhaled deeply, pursing his lips as he regarded Lin and Appo's mother and Xiao Liu, rendered momentarily speechless. "Now that the performance is over, let us return to Yaoxian courtyard," Li Huaying said, her interest waning, a hint of weariness gracing her lotus-like visage. The others followed her departure, not even sparing a glance for Lin Huaiyuan and the others, observing her nonchalant demeanor, as though she truly regarded him as a mere performer. His heart swelled with both sorrow and rage. How had they become such strangers? Why did she insist on pressing them down, refusing to yield even an inch? Lin Huaiyuan sighed heavily. As Li Huaying and Appo's party exited the courtyard, Ying Fei remained fuming. "Your Highness, The Lin family is utterly detestable. I wish I could imprison them and make them regret their actions. Ing Shi chuckled. Look at your impatience. Your Highness certainly has a plan. Li Huaying noticed the furtive glances exchanged between the two and tilted her head with a smile. If they were to lose what they held most dear, plunging from their dreams into the abyss, would that not be amusing? Ing Shi and Ing Fei exchanged a glance, falling silent. Their gazes, however, betrayed a hint of concern as they watched Li Huaying's retreating figure. Li Huaying lowered her gaze, observing the delicate eastern pearl tips of her shoes as she walked, her thoughts drifting far away. In her past life, she would have sought immediate vengeance, unable to delay for even a moment. But after 7 years of being trampled upon and awakening to reality, she no longer wished for that. She desired for them to live their lives in perpetual regret, a misstep leading into the abyss, a nightmare from which one could never awaken, was the conclusion Li Huaying had chosen for them. Now, that ending was drawing near. At that moment, Lin Bai suddenly rushed after them, calling for them a halt. The group paused in their tracks. Lin Huaiyuan, along with Lin's mother, hurriedly pursued, their expressions fraught with uncertainty. Your Highness! Lin Huaiyuan strode forward, presenting a small, damp piece of oiled paper. Your Highness, please take a look. Li Huaying frowned, not extending her hand to accept it. Beside her, Luing took it carefully and unfolded it before Li Huaying. It was a handwritten note from Lin Jinyan. The contents revealed that her feigned pregnancy would soon be discovered. The third prince tormented and insulted her daily, and the third princess consigned her to a life of quiet suffering. She was left starving, poorly clothed, and enduring humiliation, pleading for her mother and elder brother to rescue her. Li Huaying nodded slightly. Lu Ying returned the oiled paper, which had evidently been torn from somewhere, to Lin Huaiyuan. With concern, Lin Huaiyuan asked, Your Highness, this was found in a teacup used by Jinyan. What shall we do now? Li Huaying archit herberais. She had anticipated this situation. Li Jingxing appeared mild-mannered and humble, yet he was cruel and twisted in spirit. He constantly yearned to usurp Li Mingda and Appo's position, and even his affable facade was merely a poor imitation of Li Mingda. In her previous life, Lin Jinyan had been blinded by wealth and power, resolutely determined to marry Li Jingxing. Li Huaying had earnestly advised her, yet could not speak the harsh truths, only to incite Lin Jinyan's resentment towards her. Even when Li Huaying meticulously selected a wealthy and prominent family for her, Lin Jinyan remained dissatisfied, constantly trying to undermine her. Now, she would experience the bitter fruits of her own scheming. Seeing Li Huaying's silence, Lin's mother seethed. I knew she harbored ill intentions. Why bother asking her? We should go rescue Jinyan ourselves. I must devise a foolproof plan. Lin Huaiyuan pressed his lips together. Do you truly believe you can bring her away from the third prince and Appo's residence? Li Huaying smiled, her expression enigmatic. Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Do you think this letter ended up in your hands by mere chance? Or that Lin Jinyan appeared at the Lin residence by coincidence? Li Huaying gesprochen Akademton. The reasons behind such occurrences were well known to the esteemed families of Xingjing. It was merely a matter of thought. Only a family like the Lins, suddenly elevated, would be oblivious to the implications. Upon hearing her words, Lin Huaiyuan finally grasped the situation, his expression turning grim. Lin and Appo's mother remained bewildered, still shouting, Why listen to her nonsense? She has never had good intentions. We must hurry and save Jinyan. Lin Huaiyuan shook his head, his eyes reddening slightly as he said, Jinyan cannot return. If she is back at the Lin residence today, it is only because the third prince allowed it. He surely anticipated this letter would reach us. This is merely to demonstrate the consequences of opposing him. Jinyan remains in his residence. If we make a fuss, he has countless ways to silence us. Lin and Appo's mother seemed struck by a heavy blow, her face paling, her steps faltering. My Jinyan, she is still so young. How can she endure such torment to the point of death? Upon witnessing Lin and Appo's mother break down in tears, Lin Huaiyuan felt a pang of sorrow as well. At that moment, Xiaoliu also rushed over, and upon seeing the scene, gently said, Aunt, do not despair. There are still ways. Chapter 51. Homecoming Madame Lin immediately glared, gripping her arm tightly. What can we do? Although we cannot demand anything from the third prince, Her Highness is a princess. The third prince and Amp, Oppo's, own sister. There must be a way. Xiao Liu winced in pain, but spoke earnestly. Before Li Huaying could respond, Lin Huaiyuan interjected. The crown prince and the third prince are currently in a critical struggle for the throne. How could he possibly heed Her Highness's words? It is utterly impossible. Madame Lin, however, paid no heed, rushing toward Li Huaying, desperate to grasp her. You must have a way. You must bring Yin and Oppo's, back to me. You are her sister-in-law. If you do not save her, may the heavens strike you down. Lu Ying, visibly enraged, pushed Madame Lin aside without reservation. Had it not been for Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Oppo's timely intervention, Madame Lin would have fallen flat on her back. Lin Huaiyuan pressed his lips together, swallowing his reprimand. Madame Lin continued to wail, and Li Huaying coldly retorted, "The heavens are just. Retribution is inevitable. Today, even if I could save her, I would not. Lin Jinyan is merely reaping the consequences of her own misdeeds. This is the blood debt for the life of Shiwalu." Upon hearing this, Madame Lin began to scream and curse in a frenzy. Lin Huaiyuan, too, was incensed. "Your Highness, mind your words." Xiao Liu further fueled the fire, saying, "Your Highness is indeed Brother Yuan's wife. As husband and wife, Yin'er is Brother Yuan's sister. Is her life worth less than that of a mere dog? How can you be so vicious?" Madame Lin's eyes turned bloodshot. Her face flushed as she spat venomous words. "You wicked woman. You are a demon. You have harmed my Yuan and Amp, Oppo's, and my Yin and Amp, Oppo's, The Lin family has suffered by marrying you. Fortunately, the heavens have blessed us, allowing Liu to bear Yuan and Amp, Oppo's, as child. Our Lin family will have descendants and will not be reduced to a desolate state because of you." At this proclamation, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Aside from a few masters, all the maidservants and attendants were left dumbfounded, their hearts filled with trepidation. Even Ying Shi and Ying Fei were taken aback, never expecting the Lin family to descend into such madness. The royal son-in-law dared to engage in a clandestine affair with someone and had the audacity to present her before the princess. It was utterly shocking. Lin Huaiyuan exclaimed in panic, "Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to kill me?" Realizing her words were reckless, Madame Lin and Oppo's anger caused her to roll her eyes back and faint. Lin Huaiyuan quickly signaled to see you, and the maidservants hurried to carry Madame Lin away. Xiao Liu, equally terrified, turned pale and retreated step by step, eventually bolting back to Xiangxua Pavilion. Renju almost caught up with her in pursuit. Lin Huaiyuan turned back, glaring at Ying Shi and Ying Fei, and then saw Li Huaying's calm demeanor. Panic gripped his heart, and his legs buckled as he fell to his knees. "Your Highness, please listen to me. It is not as you think. Liu, this isn't true. I truly wish to be your husband," he stammered, drenched in sweat, his face a mixture of regret and pleading, tears nearly spilling. Li Huaying glanced at his face. In her previous life, she had never seen him in such a state, and now he appeared utterly repulsive. Li Huaying scoffed lightly and turned to leave. Her wide sleeves swirled gracefully through the air, gently brushing against Lin Huaiyuan's flushed cheek, a light touch that sent shivers down his spine. "Your Highness, could it be that he was truly about to lose his wife?" Ying Shi withdrew her usual smile, addressing Lin Huaiyuan coldly. "Shameless." Ying Fei spat at him in disgust. "You are a beast in human clothing, worse than a pig or a dog." Huaiyuan stepped forward, striking Lin Huaiyuan with a whip. "Despicable scoundrel. Utterly shameless." Before Lin Huaiyuan could react to the pain, Lu Ying delivered a fierce kick to his chest, knocking him to the ground. She loomed over the writhing Lin Huaiyuan, declaring, "Wretch, each day henceforth will be more tormenting than today." As the crowd departed, the hall fell silent. Huaiyuan and Lu Ying had not held back their strength, leaving Lin Huaiyuan sprawled on the floor. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Each breath sent agonizing pangs through his chest and abdomen, a metallic taste rising in his mouth. Lin Bai stood by stunned, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream, unable to fathom the bizarre events of the day. Only upon hearing Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's pained gasps did he snap back to reality, hastily helping Lin Huaiyuan to his feet and urgently sending someone to fetch a doctor. Meanwhile, Li Huaying departed directly, climbing into her carriage bound for the princess's residence. The driver called out, and the sound of hooves echoed as the horse trotted away. A gentle breeze lifted the carriage curtains, softly blowing through Li Huaying's loose hair, prompting a light smile to grace her lips. Beside her, Ying Shi and Ying Fei wore beaming expressions, feeling an immense sense of relief and joy upon leaving the Lin residence. We must move the important items back from Yaoxian courtyard first. Then, Suja should lead a team of guards to secure the western courtyard. Furthermore, we must ensure that the events of today are widely disseminated. Li Huaying instructed methodically, to which Huayuan responded with enthusiasm. Upon returning to the long-missed princess's residence, Li Huaying surveyed the familiar scenery, the pavilions and corridors, all steeped in her childhood memories. 7 years had passed, and she had returned at the age of 18. The maidservants around her were equally overjoyed. Though she had only been away for a few months, the Lin residence had been so distressing that it felt like an eternity. The servants of the princess's residence gathered, bowing respectfully. "Welcome back to the residence, Your Highness." At ease, as Li Huaying sighed in reflection, she turned to see Suja approaching with a throng of people. "Your Highness, you cannot abandon me. I have cooked for you for 10 years. Your Highness, I have just designed new winter clothing this year. Your Highness, Your Highness." The crowd clamored in a cacophony. Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such a scene. Suja quieted everyone down and bowed to Li Huaying. "Your Highness, upon hearing of your return, all the craftsmen and servants refused to remain at the Lin residence, insisting on following you back. What are your thoughts?" Seeing the hint of trepidation in Suja and Appo's gaze, Li Huaying chuckled. "Since they are all my people, they should naturally accompany me. The princess's residence has ample space. You need not worry." Suja smiled sheepishly and continued, "I have had the Shiha courtyard cleaned and prepared for you. You may rest there first." Li Huaying smiled lightly. "You are indeed considerate." The group proceeded to the Shiha courtyard. After a day filled with turmoil, fatigue weighed heavily on them. Li Huaying thought it best to rest for a while. Upon reaching Shiha courtyard, the vibrant flowers and trees danced in the breeze. A wooden swing swayed gently, and the maidservants were sweeping beneath the trees when they suddenly turned to see Li Huaying. No one panicked. They simply greeted her quietly with bows, as if she had merely returned home after a leisurely afternoon stroll rather than after an abrupt departure. Chapter 52, the conclusion. Li Huaying and Appo's lips curled into a smile, a sensation of profound tranquility enveloping her. Beside her, Ying Shi also smiled, inquiring of a young maid with twin buns. "Kai and Appo's, when did Steward Su instruct you to come for the cleaning?" Kai and Appo's responded with a respectful bow. Steward Su had given prior notice that Shiha courtyard requires daily tidying, and every 3 days, all items must be dusted and aired out. Half a month ago, he mentioned that His Highness would return shortly, urging us to be attentive. Li Huaying chuckled softly. Steward Su is indeed a clever man. After Kai and Appo's finished her reply, she remained obediently with her head bowed. Huayuan approached with a small reward for her, saying, "Well done with the cleaning. Take this reward to buy some treats for you and your sisters." Feeling relaxed, Li Huaying first went to bathe and change, then indulged in some pastries and tea before resting. After 7 years, lying on the familiar wooden bed in her chamber, the fragrance of golden nanmu lulled her into a deep sleep. Even in her dreams, she relived the carefree days of her youth, surrounded by her mother, the emperor, Shulu, Li Mingda, Li Hongying, and even Jiang Zhaoye. Noticing the gentle smile on Li Huaying's face, Ying Shi tenderly tucked in the small blanket. As she stepped back, a hint of sorrow lingered on her visage. Once His Highness had been so exuberant, radiant as the sun. Now he was subdued and melancholic, tormented by the Lin family's troubles. Lin Huaiyuan deserved nothing less. In recent days, Li Huaying spent her time leisurely in the princess's residence, reading, listening to music, and swinging. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Shengjing City. Storytellers animatedly recounted how Lin Huaiyuan had dallied with his teacher's daughter. The tales spread like wildfire, with gossip permeating every corner. Officials and merchants alike engaged in hushed discussions. Did you hear? The current prince consort's mother's birthday was organized by the prince consort himself. What's more, it said she was already pregnant with his child and is being raised at home. You won't believe it. On the day of the celebration, she shamelessly relieved herself in front of everyone. Such audacity. This family, having received divine favor, dared to be so brazen. It was rumored the princess had been so incensed she returned to her residence. The rumors were rampant. Even Jiang Zheya, stationed in the western frontier, received letters from Jiang Yuchuan that were more detailed than the storyteller's fabrications. He absorbed every bit of information about the rumors and court dynamics. This time, Jiang Zheya did not return to the capital alone. He stood solemnly for a while before moving to his desk to write a letter. Jiang Wang. Once the ink dried, he sealed the letter and entrusted it to Jiang Wang to be dispatched with utmost urgency to the Eastern Palace. With that, Jiang Zheya donned his armor and readied his sword, setting off for Shengjing. Now that she had made her decision, he would lay bare his heart and face any peril. In Shihe courtyard, Li Huaying languidly swung on the swing, tossing sandbags outside. For dogs, having grown considerably, frolicked beneath her feet, chasing the sandbags with delight. At that moment, Highway approached with a secret letter sent by the crown princess. Li Huaying nodded, swiftly tearing it open and reading with keen interest. After she finished, Ying Fei arrived with a small stove, and Li Huaying tossed the letter into it. Watching the paper turn to ash, a wisp of blue smoke spiraled upwards. Her father, now aged and frail, had been unwell. Li Jinxing was stirring with mischief, plotting incessantly. The time to conclude everything was approaching. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, a young servant was delivering a secret letter from the Western frontier to Li Mingda. Upon unfolding it, Li Mingda raised an eyebrow, then passed the letter to his strategist. To his surprise, an unexpected ally emerged. The strategists, after reviewing it, exchanged uncertain glances. Yet after several discussions, they congratulated Li Mingda. The prince was indeed a true dragon, but it was unforeseen that General Jin Yuan also sought to claim this credit. Li Mingda merely smiled, but a flicker of reservation danced in his eyes. After all this time, stepping into murky waters, he found it difficult to place his trust. Meanwhile, Lin Huaiyuan found himself in dire straits. With Emperor Shuan ill and the crown prince acting as regent, he faced considerable discomfort in the court. He was met with taunts and ridicule from colleagues, each instance a painful reminder of his current plight. The rumors in the marketplace were no better, with servants in his household whispering behind closed doors. The commotion from Lady Lin and Apos, S. brawls and Xia Liu and Apos, S. incessant weeping added to the turmoil. Not to mention Lin Jinyan, who remained unaware of her fate in the third prince and Apos, S. residence. As the prince consort and Apos, S. brother-in-law, he had ties to both the third prince and the crown prince. In such a tense atmosphere, he had become the biggest joke in Shengjing. The orchestrators behind the scenes intended to use him as a pawn, stirring the waters to turmoil. Lin Huaiyuan suffered from daily headaches, wishing for nothing more than to end his misery. One day, after a tiring shift, he arrived at the Lin residence only to be met with an unbearable stench. The foul odor jolted his foggy mind into clarity. Lifting his gaze, he saw that while in the past, people might throw rotten vegetables or eggs, today the entrance was doused in excrement. The sight of the yellow and white slop made his stomach churn. He turned abruptly and retched violently, producing only bile. Lin Bai, concerned, supported him. My lord, are you unwell? Lin Huaiyuan's eyes reddened as he shook his head. It matters not. I was already heading to the princess's residence. I shall go there directly. With that, he turned and left. Lin Bai hesitated, following, but my lord, you Haven and Amp. Amp? Oppos. T had dinner yet. Realizing the impropriety of his words, Lin Bai fell silent. Neither he nor Lin Huaiyuan could stomach anything after witnessing such filth. Before long, Lin Huaiyuan arrived at the princess and Amp, Oppos, S. residence. The young servants merely cast a glance his way before turning back to their duties. Without further ado, he lifted his garments and knelt, maintaining a straight posture. Lin Bai sighed inwardly. Ever since the princess returned to her residence, his lord had come to kneel for an hour every evening after his shifts. It was unfortunate that despite enduring such humiliation for days, the princess had yet to make an appearance. Lin Bai silently lamented, rubbing his bruised knees, and knelt beside him. Passers-by pointed and whispered, "Why are they kneeling there?" "Oh, you don't know? Let me tell you in detail." Lin Bai perked his ears to listen, only to slump in despair, kneeling awkwardly. He furtively glanced at Lin Huaiyuan, who was gazing steadily at the princess and Amp, Oppo's, S-gate. Another sigh escaped Lin Bai and Amp, Oppo's, S lips. Staring at the gate will yield no results. If I were the princess, I would never forgive such a heartless wretch. Caught in his thoughts, Lin Bai quickly covered his mouth, fearing he might utter something inappropriate. Lin Huaiyuan remained silent in his position. As the moon rose above the treetops, a servant unexpectedly approached, hurling a basin of dirty water at them. Fortunately, Lin Bai reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Huaiyuan aside just in time to avoid being splattered. At that moment, Lin Huaiyuan finally rose to his feet, and Lin Bai quickly assisted him, steadying the unsteady figure. The two supported each other as they made their way back. "My lord, will you come again tomorrow?" Chapter 53. Worries Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Oppo's. S voice was exceedingly soft, yet his response was resolute. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment before advising, "Why must you do this to yourself? Why subject your body to such torment?" Lin Huaiyuan paused briefly, then sighed. "As long as the prince can forgive me, I seek only her forgiveness." Lin Bai sighed silently once more, truly unable to comprehend the intricacies of this enmity. Had he known how it would come to this, would he have acted differently? His thoughts drifted to the tear-streaked face of the woman in Xiangxua Pavilion. The entanglements of love and resentment in this world are indeed perplexing. Lin Huaiyuan knelt until his knees ached, yet his thoughts were directed towards a greater future. The last time Li Huaying had entered the palace to voice her grievances, even though the emperor was furious and wished to impose severe punishment, her plea had led to a lighter sentence. Now, faced with such grave offenses, there was no turning back. The only option left was to beseech Li Huaying to reconsider, to refrain from severing their ties. Only thus could he safeguard his own standing and that of the Lin family and preserve the official cap upon his head. Lin Huaiyuan mused deeply that should Li Huaying choose to overlook the past, he would ensure a harmonious future with her, devoid of any discord. In the Shihe courtyard of the princess's residence, Li Huaying leisurely partook of her evening meal. Highway approached, saying, "Today, that Lin Huaiyuan was kneeling at the gate again." And ultimately, Steward Su had a servant douse him with a basin of wash water to drive him away. Ing Shi, upon hearing this, displayed a rare look of disdain. "Hasn't and Oppos, he sullied our doorstep? He truly is tiresome. How shameless he is, having committed such disgraceful acts, and still daring to harbor delusions of affection. Let him dream on." Ing Fei chimed in angrily. Li Huaying let out a light snort. If he wishes to kneel, let him kneel. If only he could break those legs of his. Li Huaying elongated her tone, causing the maidens to stare wide-eyed at her. "What then, your highness?" Ing Fei asked, her face flushed with urgency. "I would consider him merely a man." Li Huaying replied with a teasing smile. Ing Fei let out a breath, and they all erupted into laughter. Ing Shi playfully tapped Ing Fei and Oppos. "S-head, your highness, your words have frightened Ing Fei. Indeed, such a shameless man isn't worth a single tear from a young lady, let alone a precious princess." Ing Fei retorted proudly. Li Huaying laughed again. "Exactly. In my previous life, I was truly bewitched. To be troubled by such a person was the height of folly." Highway recalled the rumors circulating in the marketplace and remarked, "Now, the entire Shengjing is abuzz with tales of the Lin family's disgrace. They are indeed the subject of ridicule throughout the city. If Lin Huaiyuan were to die today, he would likely kneel before the Lin ancestors with his knees worn to the bone. This is a classic case of evil begetting evil." Ing Fei added with mock gravity, then suddenly recalled the day's events, curious to ask, "I truly cannot fathom why Xia Liu behaved so inexplicably that day, in front of everyone." Li Huaying also found it puzzling. It is indeed unheard of, quite perplexing. Huayuan explained with a smile. It is not so surprising. During pregnancy, women often experience frequent urination. An excessive use of aphrodisiac scents can severely impact the kidneys. Not to mention, that day, she insisted on standing beside the prince, drinking copious amounts of tea, and stubbornly refrained from using the restroom, leading to her predicament. Li Huaying suddenly understood. Ah, so she brought this upon herself. She absolutely deserves it. Yingfei curled her lips in disdain. Yingshi laughed and teased. You little one, your words have grown increasingly audacious. While they mocked Xia Liu in the Lin residence, Xia Liu awoke with a start. Runju! Runju! She cried out. Runju hurried to her bedside. Miss Xia, what is it? Have you awoken again? Xia Liu clutched Runju and Amp, Appo's arm tightly, drenched in sweat and gasping. I dreamt I was beaten to death with sticks. As she spoke, her breathing grew more labored, and she fainted outright. Runju, terrified and disoriented, rushed out to summon a physician. Upon returning, she touched Xia Liu and Appo's bedding, finding her cold and clammy with sweat. Quickly, she fetched warm water to tenderly wipe her down. When Xia Liu finally regained consciousness, she felt somewhat better. Outside, the physician was conversing with Madame Lin, their murmurs faintly reaching Xia Liu's ears. After a while, Madame Lin lifted the curtain and entered, her once slender face now etched with worry. The physician says your excessive worries are causing you to have nightmares every night. This lack of rest is detrimental to the fetus. She continued, growing agitated. What on earth is wrong with you? You spend your days eating and lying about. What is there to worry about? Li Huaying has returned to the princess's residence, and yet you persist in this sickly demeanor. How can Yuan afford to attend to you? Madame Lin scolded her for a few moments. Noticing Xia Liu's gaunt cheeks and bloodshot eyes, she softened her tone. The calming medicine has already been prescribed. You must rest well each day. Once you give birth to my healthy grandson, everything will be well. Xia Liu remained silent, staring blankly at her mother-in-law. Madame Lin shook her head and left with Runju, instructing her to take good care of Xia Liu. With that, she hurried away, intending to check on Yuan, who had grown weary and thin in recent days. Runju watched Madame Lin depart, then turned to enter the inner chamber, only to be startled. Xia Liu was secretly peering at her from behind the screen. The thin garment accentuated her frail limbs and the pronounced curve of her belly. Her complexion was pale, dark circles under her eyes, her expression eerie. What are you saying behind my back? Runju felt a chill run down her spine and trembled as she stammered. In nothing. Just that the lady instructed me to serve you well. Nothing? Xia Liu tilted her head, staring intently at Runju. Why do you stutter if there is nothing? Runju, nearly in tears, shook her head vigorously. It's true. Really? For a long moment, Xia Liu was silent, but suddenly her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. I'm so scared. Will I die? Do they only care about the child in my belly? Runju stood frozen for a moment, then hurried to help Xia Liu back to bed, bringing a cloth to wipe her face. You won't die. The prince, Lord Lin, holds deep affection for you. He will surely protect both you and the child. Xia Liu remained motionless as she wiped her face, gently caressing her belly, singing softly the lullabies of Jiangdu. Runju and Amp, Appo's hand trembled but continued to serve her. Alas, despite the medicine, Xia Liu grew thinner by the day. She found herself unable to sleep, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared being punished like Lin Huaiyuan, worried that her child might be born with defects due to the aphrodisiac, and dreaded that the Lin family might demand her life for the sake of the child. At times, she could even envision the lovely face of Huaying, inexplicably breaking into a scream. Chapter 54. The calamity. Xia Liu and Appo's condition deteriorated day by day. Lin Huaiyuan continued to neglect household matters, and the physician offered only the same few words of reassurance. This left Lin's mother in a state of frantic anxiety, fearing for the well-being of her plump grandson. Observing Xia Liu's restless nights and her odd mutterings, she speculated whether she had offended some spirit. One day, Lin's mother sought out a white-bearded Taoist priest from a temple outside the city. The old priest first wandered through the Lin residence, and circled around the Xiangxue pavilion before entering to examine Xiao Liu. He did not take her pulse or inquire about her ailments. Instead, he simply scrutinized her facial features. After a thorough inspection, he stroked his beard and remarked, "This calamity is unavoidable. If your family were to relocate to Jiangdu in the south, perhaps you might elude this misfortune." Upon hearing this, Lin and Amp, Appo's mother waved her hand dismissively. "Master, that is out of the question. Our son is a high-ranking official in Xinjiang. We cannot abandon him for the sake of a mere girl." The old priest's eyes glimmered with understanding, and he merely smiled and remained silent. Furthermore, Xiao Liu was due to give birth in a month. How could she endure such a tumultuous journey? Lin and Amp, Appo's mother glanced towards the inner chamber and added, "She cannot withstand such upheaval." The old priest cast a brief look at her and turned to leave. Lin and Amp, Appo's mother hurried after him, pleading for him to stay a couple more days, hoping for a change in fortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu listened in secret from within, her heart filled with dread. The impending calamity seemed inescapable. She sat alone on the bed, neither eating nor lying down. As dusk approached, she suddenly rose and made her way to the Wusong Hall. Runjia dared not stop her and could only follow. Upon reaching the hall, Lin Huaiyuan had just returned from duty, still in his formal attire. He noticed Xiao Liu approaching, breathless and sweating profusely. Her frail form was accentuated by her large, rounded belly, which appeared rather alarming. "What brings you here?" Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow instinctively, his voice betraying his exhaustion. Xiao Liu leaned against the doorframe, her dark eyes filled with fear as she spoke, her tone tinged with sorrow. "Brother Yuan, I am so afraid. I fear for our child." Before she could finish, Lin Huaiyuan waved his hand impatiently. "Enough. Ever since you arrived in Shangjing, you have been saying these things. Are you not yet finished?" Overwhelmed by numerous concerns, Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's irritation was palpable. Xiao Liu trembled at his harsh tone, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing her pitiable state, Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's heart softened, and he sighed, approaching her. He took a handkerchief from Runju and Amp, Appo's hands and gently wiped the tears from her face. "Why are you crying again? There are many matters at hand. Endure for just over a month, and once the child is born, all will be well." "But," Xiao Liu sobbed, "I fear the child may not be born safely. I fear he may fall ill." "Do not be foolish. Focus on your pregnancy. The physician in the house is always at your service, so there is nothing to fear." "But," Xiao Liu grasped Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's sleeve, eager to voice her concerns. "I have matters to attend to. You should return to Xiangxue Pavilion and rest well." Lin Huaiyuan gently held her bony hand, offering a reassuring squeeze before placing it back into Runju and Appo's care. "Take good care of Miss Xia and ensure she rests. With her condition, she should not be wandering about." Runju complied and led Xiao Liu back. Along the way, Xiao Liu frequently looked back. Runju sighed internally, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. When they passed Wangxing Pavilion, Xiao Liu spotted the old Taoist priest seated by the stone table in the courtyard. Their eyes met. The old priest stroked his white beard, his gaze unwavering. Runju attempted to pull Xiao Liu away, but she pushed her hand aside and walked straight towards the courtyard. "Miss, please," Runju called. Unable to stop her and unwilling to provoke her further, she followed closely. Xiao Liu approached the old priest, who remained seated on the stone bench, silent and impassive. Without warning, she knelt before him, startling Runju, who rushed to protect her belly. "Master, I implore you, save me, save my child." The old priest lowered his gaze upon her. "Save you? Save your child? I do not wish to die. I do not want my child to be lost." Xiao Liu cried, her tears flowing freely. The old priest nodded. "You will not die, nor will your child be lost." Upon hearing this, Xiao Liu froze in surprise, then looked up with joy. "Is that true?" "Indeed." But Xiao Liu recalled the priest and Appo's earlier words to Lin and Appo's mother. "Did you not say that this calamity is unavoidable? All calamities must be borne. It cannot be discussed." The old priest stroked his beard, offering no further explanation. Xiao Liu bit her lip, pondering for a moment, but her mind was a muddled haze, and she could not discern any clarity. She had no choice but to inquire further. Aside from returning to Jiangdu, is there any way to avert my calamity? The old priest remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on her before he spoke. If you can reside in the west courtyard prior to your delivery, the calamity that befalls you will be dispelled. Joy surged within Xia Liu. Thank you, master, for your guidance. She promptly bowed twice on the ground, and Run Zhu struggled to help her up. When they looked up again, the old priest had vanished. Xia Liu hurried outside to find him already departing the estate. She felt a surge of conviction and turned to find Lin's mother, sharing the news with her. The two of them made their way to the west courtyard. However, no matter how Lin and Appo's mother threatened or coaxed, the guards remained unmoved. Any attempt to force entry was met with immediate resistance, as the guards would not hesitate to strike back. One particularly brash servant, known for his bravado, attempted to breach the entrance with a dagger, only to be slain on the spot, blood splattering across the ground. Lin and Appo's mother nearly fainted from fright, crawling back to Yuzhong Hall in a state of shock. Xia Liu trembled uncontrollably, spending the night in Xiangshua Pavilion without a wink of sleep. That night, Lin and Appo's mother tossed and turned in fury, unable to rest. The following day, she sought out Lin Huaiyuan to explain the situation. Exhausted from his duties, Lin Huaiyuan flatly refused. Do not be foolish. My son is already overwhelmed. This is not folly. You brought home a harbinger of misfortune, disrupting our household and endangering Yin and Appo's. My son is not safe either. I am trying to avert disaster. Lin and Appo's mother insisted, her voice laced with urgency, nearly accusing Lin Huaiyuan of lacking wisdom. Lin Huaiyuan sighed, refusing to argue further. Regardless, if mother wishes to enter, she must find a way herself. I lack the means to assist. With that, he took Lin by and left the residence. Lin and Appo's mother remained rooted in place, stunned by her son's insolence. It took her a moment to comprehend that Lin Huaiyuan had treated her with such disregard. Truly, marrying a bringer of calamity had transformed the entire family into something peculiar. She cast a fierce glare in the direction Lin Huaiyuan had departed, thinking to herself, does he truly believe I am unaware of his daily activities? Chapter 55. Humorous anecdote. Lin Huaiyuan arrived punctually, kneeling solemnly before the princess and Appo's residence. Lin Bai, with a pained expression, followed suit. He anticipated that this day would unfold like any other, enduring an hour of kneeling before being driven away by a bucket of filthy water. However, scarcely had they knelt for half an hour when a familiar voice rang out in reproach. You, who refuse to heed my words, come daily to kneel before the princess and Appo's gates. Have you lost your mind? Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow and turned to see his mother, arms akimbo, striding toward him with a twisted and furious expression. Her sharp voice drew the attention of several onlookers around them. Mother, what brings you here? Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's tone darkened. What brings me here? If I do not come, your father and Appo's dignity will be utterly tarnished by your actions. Stand up this instant. With that, Lin's mother angrily attempted to pull him up, but he naturally resisted her efforts. Lin Bai, filled with anxiety, dared not intervene, but shielded himself at a distance. Thus, mother and son engaged in a public scuffle, resembling street ruffians. A crowd gathered, amused by the spectacle. Lin Huaiyuan was nearly consumed by rage. Since achieving the top rank in the imperial examinations in Shengjing, he had never experienced such public humiliation. At last, he exerted himself and forcefully pushed his mother away. She stumbled backward, nearly falling, but fortunately, Siyu rushed to catch her, and they staggered a few steps before regaining their balance. You, Lin's mother pointed at him, her face flushed with anger. Lin Huaiyuan, hearing the laughter and derision of the surrounding crowd, lowered his head and murmured, Mother, please return. Return? If you want into Appo's, take care for your mother and your son. I shall take matters into my own hands. I will confront Li Huaying and demand that she dismiss those wretched guards from the western courtyard. Lin and Appo's mother stamped her foot in frustration and boldly advanced toward the gate. A servant promptly blocked her path, eyeing her with disdain. Please leave. I am Lin Huaiyuan and Amp. Amp? Appo's mother-in-law? How dare you obstruct me? Lin and Appo's mother raised her chin defiantly and attempted to push past him. The servant, hearing her declaration, stepped aside. Seeing this, she felt triumphant. At least you know your place. Dare to stop your aunt. Before she could finish her sentence, two gleaming blades crossed before her. Startled, she met the cold gaze of the guards. By the Emperor and Amp, Appo's decree, those who trespass upon the princess and Amp, Appo's residence shall face execution without mercy. With that, she received a forceful kick to the chest, causing her to fly backwards down the steps. So you could not reach her in time, and Lin's mother cried out in pain as she writhed on the ground. Lin Huaiyuan, witnessing this, hurried over to check on her. She lay there, throwing a tantrum and tearing at her clothing and hair. Lin Huaiying struck me. She hit her mother-in-law. How shameless. What kind of daughter-in-law would want such a thing? Her loud wails elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers. Look at the princess and Appo's mother-in-law, throwing a fit. She reminds me of a notorious debtor from the neighboring village, utterly shameless. This prince does not seem much better, kneeling here daily. I wonder if he can kneel a flower in a bloom. Look at that guard's grim face. If she howls a bit more, she might just get herself killed. This is truly entertaining. I shall come here every day after my meals. It is far more amusing than the theater. The cacophony of laughter filled the air as Lin's mother continued her public display. Lin Huaiyuan straightened himself, realizing the terrifying implications of having such a foolish mother. Without a doubt, this spectacle would circulate throughout the streets of Shengjing by the next day, adding yet another humorous anecdote to the tale of Lin Huaiyuan, the scholar of governance. Lin Bai, noticing Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's dark expression, hesitantly inquired, Master, what shall we do? Take her back. If she resists, carry her. Lin Huaiyuan replied coldly before turning away. Lin Bai swallowed hard, casting a glance at Lin and Appo's mother, who was now shrieking even louder, rolling on the ground as if trying to burrow a hole. Observing her antics, both Lin Huaiyuan and Lin Bai felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Without further thought, he summoned the servants to forcibly carry her away. Lin and Amp, Appo's mother flailed as they lifted her, attempting to strike the maids. The maids, too fearful to evade her, bore the brunt of her kicks, their faces bruised. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, some calling for Lin's mother to return for another performance the following day. Lin Bai, head bowed and face flushed, hurriedly had her placed into a palanquin, and they set off homeward. With such a farcical incident occurring outside, word quickly spread within the Shihe courtyard, reaching Lin Huaiying. Huaiyuan animatedly recounted the tale, provoking both laughter and exasperation among the listeners. Sometimes, I truly cannot fathom how there can be such shameless individuals in this world. Yingfei laughed before feeling a surge of indignation. One must possess self-awareness. Alas, she lacks it entirely, and thus this is her fate. Yingshi shook her head in agreement. Indeed, you recall those narrow-minded individuals from our school days who insisted on flaunting their literary prowess? They are no different from her today, Lin Huaiying mused, propping her head on her hand with a smile. Similar, yet dissimilar, Yingfei countered, shaking her head. After all, I have never encountered someone so utterly shameless and oblivious to their own limitations. With such a self-righteous disposition, she ought to remain in Jiangdu for a lifetime to thrive. Her aspirations of becoming a noblewoman in Shengjing are utterly unrealistic. As they reminisced, their laughter echoed through the evening. After dinner, however, a single remark from Yingfei stirred Lin Huaiying and Amp, Appo's nostalgic thoughts of Xiaolu. She ventured to the small courtyard where she had once played with toys, finding everything neatly arranged. The kites she had flown, the intricate puzzles she had played with, and various toys belonging to Xiaolu, sandbags, small pillows, and bamboo balls, were all preserved. Lin Huaiying gazed fondly at these relics, while Yingshi softly remarked, I never expected the residence to hold so many of Xiaolu and Appo's belongings. Lin Huaiying smiled gently. Perhaps it is fate that these items remain, allowing me to cherish the memories of him. Yingfei then brought forth a particular item, grinning as she said, But there is more. Do you remember this wooden sword? Upon seeing the small wooden sword, Li Huaying was instantly transported back to her childhood days of practicing swordplay with Li Mingda. How could I forget? I remember how sore my hands and feet would get from practicing. Do you only recall that? You were always reluctant to practice swordsmanship, often resorting to hiding the swords and discarding them. The Internal Affairs Office sent a replacement, and you threw that one away too, nearly incurring the Emperor and Appo's wrath. Ying Fei chuckled, handing her the wooden sword. Li Huaying accepted it and waved it lightly. What once felt heavy in her childhood now seemed almost weightless. Indeed, she had been quite unwilling to practice swordsmanship, and there was truth in that memory. As she examined the wooden sword under the candlelight, she noticed its overall smoothness, though the tip veered slightly to the left. With her current perspective, she could easily discern that this was not crafted by the renowned artisans of the Internal Affairs Office. Curiosity piqued, she gave it another gentle wave. The water-red tassel dangling from the sword swayed, lightly brushing against her wrist. Chapter 56. The initiation. It was during that sweltering summer when Jiang Jia had purchased the tassel for her. To her astonishment, it was now hanging from this wooden sword. Li Huaying gently flicked the tassel with her fingertips, and a flood of memories surged forth like a tidal wave. The summer sun was oppressive, yet she was compelled to practice horse riding, archery, and swordplay under its relentless glare alongside Li Mingda and Jiang Jia. At that time, her spirit was indomitable. She wished to avoid any hardship. Time and again, she devised various schemes to deceive her master and Li Mingda, evading martial training. As for Jiang Jia, he never imposed any demands upon her. Rather, he silently assisted her in all that she wished to evade. In her quest to avoid sword practice, she cast all the wooden swords into the firewood pile of the imperial kitchen. The Internal Affairs Bureau would retrieve them once, only for her to discard them again, leaving her perpetually without a sword. Her master, unable to contend with her defiance, reported her behavior to Emperor Showan. At that time, the emperor was exceedingly fond of her and indulged her every whim, save for the matter of sword practice. No amount of coaxing or charm from Li Huaying swayed him. Later, Li Mingda revealed that her late mother, concubine Shun, had shared her aversion to sword training. Concubine Shun was an exceptional archer, hitting her targets with unfailing accuracy. Yet, on that fateful day when chaos erupted in the palace as she sought to rescue Emperor Showan, she wielded a bow with deadly precision, only to ultimately fall victim to a close-range attack that took her life. Thus, Emperor Showan insisted that Li Huaying must master the art of the sword. Though she was young at the time, the revelation filled her with a profound sense of shame. However, having discarded so many wooden swords, she was at a loss as to how to request her master for more. To her surprise, the following day, a beautifully wrapped wooden sword lay quietly before her door. Overjoyed, she took the sword to find her master, never again shirking her sword training. Although no one knew the origin of the sword, Li Huaying was certain it was Jiang Jia. No one else would bestow a gift upon a princess without seeking a reward in return. Thus, she spent her days by Jiang Jia and Appo's side, eager for him to teach her the intricate sword techniques described in books. Jiang Jia grasped them effortlessly, while Li Huaying struggled to replicate them. When practicing alone, Jiang Jia exuded a commanding presence, but when instructing Li Huaying, he often found himself flustered. She loved to tease him, leaving him blushing and flustered as he would retreat to compose himself before returning to teach. In a verdant bamboo grove, bamboo leaves danced in the air as the wooden sword struck. The boy in Appo's ears flushed crimson, and the girl's laughter was as light as a flower fairy. Those days were indeed the most carefree moments of her life. However, as time passed, Li Mingda grew increasingly occupied and matured. While Jiang Jia donned his military attire and departed for the western frontier, severing all contact with Li Huaying. Now, as she reflected on those days, she realized the depth of their youthful bond. With a smile, Li Huaying set down her sword, and upon returning to her chambers, soon fell into a deep slumber, her dreams filled with the imagery of that verdant bamboo grove. Since the day she had stormed into the western courtyard, Xiao Yu had not ventured outside. She spent her days in the fragrant snow pavilion, sitting quietly by the window, Lin Mu had received a stern warning from Lin Huaiyuan and dared not cause further trouble. That day, after finally consuming a bowl of calming soup in the afternoon, Xia Liu drifted into a light sleep. Yet, her dreams were filled with the tumultuous scenes of the Lin residence. A bloody Taoying, Lin Jinyan cowering beside Su Shui, and Lin Huaiyuan and Lin Mu being struck down. Someone pursued her, intent on taking her life, and she ran desperately, clutching her belly. In her sleep, Xia Liu's limbs twitched, her brow furrowed tightly. She was drenched in sweat, murmuring for help. As evening fell in silence, a sudden clattering echoed from the courtyard. Xia Liu jolted awake, her ears ringing. Her eyes widened in terror, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Outside, a maid's scolding voice rang out. "You little brat, clumsy as ever. How many times has this been this month? If you do it again, I shall inform the lady to have you punished." Xia Liu's heart raced anew, her body starting to ache. She called out in a panic, Runju, someone is hitting me." Runju, waiting just outside, rushed in at the sound of commotion. "What is it, my lady?" Xia Liu barely managed a word before sharp pain surged through her abdomen, as if a hand were cruelly squeezing her insides. Her face turned pale as paper, rendering her speechless. Upon seeing her condition, Runju flung back the covers, revealing the damp sheets beneath. "My lady, you are about to give birth." With that, she hurried outside, urgently summoning the midwife. In front of the princess and Appo's residence, Lin Huaiyuan remained kneeling, while Lin Bai knelt awkwardly beside him. Passers-by glanced but took little notice, simply moving along. Lin Huaiyuan was oblivious to them, his gaze fixated on the grand brass doors of the princess's residence. Though his exterior remained calm, his heart was in turmoil. He had knelt for days without a glimpse of Li Huaying, who had not reported him but remained elusive. He could not decipher her thoughts. Could it be that she found his apology insincere? But without the opportunity to meet her, how could he express the sincerity of his heart? A wave of frustration washed over him, and he sighed softly, lowering his head. Just then, the great door creaked open. A group of guards and servants emerged from the princess's residence, the maids and matrons waiting outside. Lin Huaiyuan's heart leaped with hope as he looked up. Li Huaying stepped out, surrounded by attendants, moving gracefully. She wore a gown of silk with peony patterns, a delicate blue ribbon cinching her waist, and a translucent jade bracelet adorned her wrist. She appeared as if descended from a painting, ethereal and enchanting. Rarely did she dress so elegantly, yet her beauty remained striking, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. Lin Huaiyuan stared in disbelief. Li Huaying, perceiving him as invisible, walked past him toward the carriage. Your Highness! Your Highness!" Lin Huaiyuan called out urgently, scrambling a few steps to block her path. "Do you truly wish to avoid seeing me?" Li Huaying paused, lazily appraising him. "You seem quite haggard, Minister Lin, after a few days apart." "Your Highness!" Lin Huaiyuan's face lit up with hope. "Have you forgiven me? Willing to return with me?" Li Huaying scoffed lightly, her expression laced with mockery. Though she did not respond, Lin Huaiyuan grasped her meaning, his anxiety mounting. "Your Highness, you once mentioned in the palace that you were willing to take things slowly, that love requires enduring patience." "Patience has run out," Li Huaying replied casually, causing Lin Huaiyuan's eyes to redden. "You are truly so heartless. We may be wed, yet you refuse to consummate the marriage. How can you blame me?" Lin Huaiyuan could not articulate his feelings, but his eyes betrayed resentment. "You engaged in illicit affairs before marriage, yet you have the audacity to deflect blame?" That was merely a misunderstanding, but your Highness has not condemned me these many days. Do you not remember our bond?" Chapter 57. The malevolent wolf. Li Huaying, taken aback, gazed at him in astonishment. Lin Huaiyuan, mistaking her surprise for a reflection of her thoughts, hastened to reassure her. "Rest assured, your Highness, in my heart, you're the only one I consider my wife. Xia Liu, a mere village woman of limited understanding, amounts to nothing. As soon as she gives birth to the child, I shall promptly send her back to Jiangdu, ensuring she no longer disrupts our lives. Would that be acceptable?" Lin Huaiyuan spoke with an earnest expression. A mix of anticipation and anxiety etched upon his face. Yet, Li Huaying merely toyed with the bracelet on her wrist, offering a cold smile. If you do not return to the Lin residence soon, Xia Liu may face complications during childbirth. What? Lin Huaiyuan exclaimed, confusion overtaking him. At that moment, a young servant from the Lin family rushed over, breathless, to relay the urgent news. Master, Miss Xia has gone into premature labor. Madam is calling for you to return at once. Lin Huaiyuan froze, still reluctant to rise. The servant urged him again, please hurry, master. Both Madam and Miss Xia are anxious for your presence. Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Oppo's gaze lingered on the indifferently Huaying, his lips pressed together. It was truly the worst timing for Liu to go into labor. After much effort to meet with Her Highness, he found himself torn between duty and desire. Seeing him remain still, Li Huaying and Oppo's expression turned incredulous. Are you not leaving? Lin Huaiyuan hesitated, as if grappling with an unspeakable dilemma. Understanding dawned on Li Huaying. He merely deemed Xia Liu less significant than his own ambitions, prioritizing his position over her plight. Li Huaying felt a surge of disdain and resolved to depart. However, Lin Huaiyuan reached out to stop her. Li Huaying's brow furrowed in irritation, and Lu Ying stepped forward, ready to intervene. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves and clanking armor filled the air. Everyone turned to see a troop of armored cavalry approaching with an intimidating presence. At the forefront rode a tall figure, exuding an aura of authority and martial prowess. In an instant, the riders were upon them. The leader reined in his horse. Raising its hooves high, Li Huaying caught sight of his features in the warm glow of the setting sun. Arched brows, ink-black eyes, and a strong nose, reminiscent of a dashing young general from a tale. It was none other than General Jiang Zhaoye of Jinyuan. With a fierce neigh, the horse's hooves nearly struck Lin Huaiyuan's startled face, causing him to collapse in shock. Jiang Zhaoye dismounted with agility, the weight of his armor stirring up dust that choked Lin Huaiyuan, forcing him to cough several times. Jiang Zhaoye paid him no mind, instead directing his intense gaze at Li Huaying, striding towards her with purpose. Lin Huaiyuan, positioned in front of Li Huaying, was unceremoniously shoved aside by Jiang Zhaoye. As a mere scholar, he was no match for the imposing general. He stumbled to the ground, yet no one noticed his plight. Jiang Zhaoye knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. I have been commanded to escort your highness to the palace. Li Huaying Gaspat Sufli, Jiang Zoya. Shouldn't you still be at the western frontier, battling the Bo family? Jiang Zhaoye abruptly lifted his head, his dark eyes sparkling like ink, although his expression remained unchanged. Li Huaying inexplicably sensed a glimmer of happiness emanating from him. Please rise, General. As Jiang Zhaoye stood, his towering frame overshadowed her. Li Huaying, already tall, found herself barely reaching his shoulders. He had transformed from a slender youth into a remarkably tall, mature man over the past 8 years. His countenance now more profound and aloof, yet his eyes retained their youthful brilliance. Li Huaying silently marveled at him, her gaze appraising. Jiang Zhaoye, aware of her scrutiny, maintained his composure, though the tips of his ears betrayed a faint blush. His muscles tightened beneath the armor, accentuating his formidable stature. Your Highness, please board the carriage. Li Huaying, with a slight nod, approached the carriage. Meanwhile, Lin Huaiyuan, regaining his senses, immediately sought to follow her. Jiang Zhaoye turned back, and Lin Huaiyuan found himself ensnared by the general and Amp, Oppo's piercing gaze, which resembled that of a wolf baring its fangs in warning. In an instant, Jiang Zhaoye pivoted, resuming his chase after Li Huaying, leaving Lin Huaiyuan trembling in place. Be careful, Your Highness. As dusk descended, Jiang Zhaoye grabbed a lantern from a nearby servant, hastily moving to illuminate the carriage steps for Li Huaying. When she reached out, he instinctively stepped forward, offering his arm for her support. As her hand made contact with his unarmored arm, she felt its warm, solid strength, causing her palm to tremble slightly. Jiang Zhaoye, unfazed, steadied his arm further. Li Huaying could distinctly sense the taut muscles beneath his clothing as she used his arm to ascend into the carriage. As her delicate hand withdrew from his arm, the moonlit hem of her gown vanished behind the carriage curtain. Jiang Zhaoye exhaled quietly, his breath a silent release. Behind him, Ying Shi and Ying Fei exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed at how he had commandeered their role. Finally, Ying Shi spoke. "General, please return the lantern so we may board the carriage." Jiang Zhaoye paused, then, regaining his composure, turned and handed the lantern to Ying Shi. "Thank you, Mississippi." He then moved to the front of his horse, mounting with practiced ease, though this time he awkwardly fumbled with the stirrups. Once seated, he exhaled again, concealed in the shadows of night, his flushed face unnoticed by others. Only the gentle night breeze caressing his heated cheeks. As the caravan set forth, silence enveloped the carriage for a moment. Ying Fei and Ying Shi exchanged glances before Ying Fei remarked, "Your Highness, the general has been quite attentive, even holding the lantern for you." Ying Shi and I were a step behind him. Li Huaying, lost in thought about Jiang Zhaoye's sudden return to the capital, replied casually, "Have you forgotten? He was even more considerate when we were children." In their youth, she had often insisted that Jiang Zhaoye assist them in their training, and he had complied without hesitation. Not only lanterns, but whatever whimsical request she made, he would oblige. Ying Fei recalled this and nodded, unperturbed. Yet, Ying Shi sensed something amiss, but deemed it inappropriate to voice her concerns at this juncture. Observing the simplicity of the two before her, she felt a mix of amusement and pity. "Your Highness is married now, yet you still possess a heart as innocent as a child." With this thought, she could not help but mutter softly, "Lin Huaiyuan truly deserves a scolding." Li Huaying glanced at her in surprise, exclaiming, "It is rare to hear you curse." Ying Fei chimed in, "Well said. He speaks of righteousness and morality, yet he is nothing more than a complete hypocrite." Li Huaying fell into a contemplative silence, finally conceding, "Indeed, that is the truth." Chapter 58. The court coup. Although she harbored no affection for Xia Liu and cared little for her fate, Lin Huaiyuan had shared a marital bond with Xia Liu, and they had children together, all while deceiving her. Li Huaying could only wonder if he truly held deep feelings for Xia Liu. Yet now, as Xia Liu faced a life-threatening childbirth, he remained composed, kneeling before her, even contemplating sending her away far from his sight. If that were the case, why had he once been so entangled with her in a previous life? In that life, he called for Liu. In this one, he addressed her as Your Highness. Yet, did he ever harbor any sentiment for anyone? His heart was solely consumed by ambition and desire for power. Now, with the lives of Xia Liu and their child hanging in the balance, he could dismiss them, even loathe them, merely because they obstructed his political ascent. Li Huaying's long lashes lowered, and she sighed inwardly for her once naive self. He was nothing more than a pretender cloaked in the guise of a gentleman, engaging in the deeds of a rogue. Truly nauseating. After a moment, the carriage entered the palace grounds, halting at the outer pathways, illuminated by bright lights. As the two descended from the carriage, they spotted Jiang Zhaoye waiting by the side. Their eyes met, both reflecting amusement. Jiang Zhaoye turned his gaze to the emerging Li Huaying, cautioning her, "Your Highness, be careful." As he extended his arm, she hesitated briefly before resting her hand upon it and gracefully stepping down. "I appreciate your assistance, General. Your Highness is too kind." They walked toward Yangshin Hall. Not far away, Jiang Zhaoye followed, half a step behind her, with his cavalry unit trailing protectively. This demeanor inexplicably reminded Li Huaying of his taciturn youth. 8 years apart had wrought significant changes in the general. Jiang Zhaoye took a step forward, his gaze resting on Li Huaying's delicate profile. 8 years prior, she had been a vibrant and spirited sun, impossible to resist. Now, she had transformed into a haughty and solitary moon, surrounded by frost. It was oddly heart-wrenching. "Your Highness, you have changed considerably," Jiang Zhaoye remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Li Huaying slojit harpes. He gently inquired, "Are you not finding joy in life?" Before she could respond, commotion arose from the other side of the road. Li Jingxing, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers, was approaching. Li Huaying turned to see Yangshin Hall before her. Was Li Jingxing plotting a rebellion? Her brows furrowed, anger flaring in her eyes. Before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Zhaoye stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, drawing his long sword. "I am here. Your Highness, please enter Yangshin Hall." The glint of the blade flashed ominously in the dim light. Li Huaying narrowed her eyes, her thoughts stirring. Looking at Jiang Zhaoye's imposing figure blocking her path, she murmured her thanks. She then proceeded straight to Yangxin Hall, undeterred. Behind her, Li Jingxing's voice rang out in fury. Jiang Zhaoye, do you dare obstruct me? No response came. You, a border general, dare to side with the crown prince? Are you not afraid of being discarded when a rabbit dies? Li Jingxing sat there. Not afraid. Jiang Zhaoye replied with simplicity. If you seek death, do not blame me. Attack. The sounds of battle erupted, clashing weapons filling the air. As Li Huaying stepped through the palace doors, she glanced back. Jiang Zhaoye moved with the grace of a wild leopard, powerful and agile. A swift motion of his gleaming sword severed a man's arm, blood spraying across his cheek. Sensing her gaze, he turned momentarily, their eyes meeting in a fleeting exchange. His blood-stained, stern features softened slightly, a minuscule smile gracing his lips. Though no words were spoken, Li Huaying inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. Upon entering Yangxin Hall, Li Huaying quickened her pace and soon reached the Emperor and Appo's chamber. The Empress, Li Mingda, and a throng of palace attendants surrounded the bed. The Emperor sat there, his complexion pale, frowning slightly as he held a memorial. Upon noticing Li Huaying's hurried entrance, his expression softened. Jiar, you have arrived. I pay my respects to father, mother, and brother, Li Huaying said, bowing her head. The Emperor smiled warmly. Quickly rise. Come closer so that your father can see why you appear so downcast. Approaching the Emperor, she sat by his bedside with concern. Jiar and Appo's matters are trivial. Father's health is of utmost importance. How can I be happy when father is unwell? Do not worry about me. The Emperor waved his hand with a chuckle, then noticed Li Huaying's attire. Why are you still in light-colored garments? I prefer when you dress like a blooming butterfly, radiant and resplendent. Li Huaying chuckled. Father, you say this every day. Must I not wear such attire next time? The Emperor laughed heartily, but the distant sounds of conflict suddenly darkened his expression. Who dares to cause a disturbance outside? Silence enveloped the room. The Emperor lifted his gaze. His aged face shadowed, scrutinizing those around him. Li Mingda stepped forward and reported, Father, it is the third brother, who has brought soldiers to forcefully invade Yangxin Hall. As his words fell, the Emperor remained silent, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon Li Mingda, resembling an aged lion assessing its most capable offspring. Li Mingda lowered his head, motionless. The atmosphere in the room thickened. Father, a sweet voice broke through, Li Huaying addressing him affectionately. Did you not just ask if Jiar has encountered any trouble? The Emperor paused thoughtfully before asking, What is it? It is none other than Lin Huaiyuan. I have tolerated him repeatedly, but I have recently learned that he has been consorting with a woman from his hometown since the mourning period, even deceiving me by bringing this pregnant woman to the Lin residence, claiming she was the widow of my esteemed teacher. Now that she has given birth, it was Lin and Appo's mother who inadvertently revealed the truth to me. I had sensed something amiss, but I never expected the reality to be this shocking. Father, you must stand up for Jiar. Li Huaying had thought herself immune to emotional pain. Yet as the truth poured forth, she could not help but shed tears. The secrets of her past life, grievances never voiced, were finally unleashed. The Emperor, initially skeptical, was instantly infuriated upon hearing her words. His pale face flushed crimson as he slammed his hand on the bedside. He is truly cunning and vile, worse than a beast. How can my precious Jiar be married to such a duplicitous scoundrel, who pretends to be humble and polite in my presence? Seeing the Emperor and Appo's furious gaze, Li Huaying felt a surge of indignation. She rushed to soothe him. Father, please take care of your health, and do not let such a person trouble you. He has committed such crimes, and his time for retribution has come. He is but a mere criminal. The Emperor grasped Li Huaying and Appo's hand, looking at her intently. Are you willing to part ways with him now? Of course. He is unworthy of me, Li Huaying replied haughtily. The Emperor erupted into laughter, raising his hand to pat her head. Indeed, this is my daughter, the protector princess of the great Shah, Li Huaying smiled gently. What punishment does Jiar wish to bestow upon him? castration, the punishment of the knee, the punishment of the feet, or exile? Chapter 59. The eviction. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow. If Lin Huaiyuan were to hear this at this moment, the scene would indeed be quite amusing. There is no need for such theatrics. He was born into poverty and, upon gaining power, has become utterly forgetful of his origins. It would be better for him to return to his humble beginnings. Is that truly feasible? Emperor Shuo furrowed his brow. This punishment is rather lenient. Father, if he were to end his life prematurely, how would I find solace whenever I recall this matter? Would I not be left to simmer in frustration? Li Huaying replied, shaking her head. Very well, let it be as you wish. Emperor Shuo turned to the eunuch, Master Sha, and instructed, draft an edict. Lin Huaiyuan is to be demoted to commoner status and shall serve the labor of Shengjing for life. Understood. At this moment, Li Mingda interjected, Father, Lin Huaiyuan has a sister named Lin Jinyan. On the night of the heavenly sacrifice, she was found in a compromising position with my third brother at the Tianzhong Temple. With both witness and evidence at hand, Lin Jinyan has since been taken into my brother's residence. Emperor Shuowen's brows knitted together, his demeanor turning grave. Is this what you wish to discuss with me today? Li Mingda fell to his knees, his head bowed in reverence. I would not dare. But my brother and Appo's actions have grown increasingly erratic. The disaster relief funds allocated to Liaobei at the end of last year were half consumed by him and Minister Zhang, leading to ineffective relief efforts and subsequent civil unrest. He has trampled upon human lives, fostered corruption, meddled in the salt and iron industries, and even embezzled funds to raise private troops. I cannot shield him any longer. I beseech you, Father, to make a decision. Silence enveloped the chamber as Emperor Shuo gazed contemplatively at the kneeling Li Mingda. The sounds of conflict outside had long ceased, leaving an eerie stillness within the hall. After a long pause, the emperor finally chuckled softly, followed by a cough. Li Huaying hastily brought forth tea, but Emperor Shuo gently pushed her hand away. I have grown old. This realm is now yours to govern. I would not dare. Both Li Huaying and Li Mingda murmured, bowing their heads in unison. Emperor Shuo continued, the third prince, Li Jingxing, has displayed improper conduct, engaging in corruption. This matter shall be handed over to the Court of Judicial Review. Should the charges be substantiated, his estate will be confiscated, and he shall be confined to the Western Mountain Palace for 20 years, unable to leave. Li Mingda and Appo's head shot up, meeting the emperor and Appo's warm and benevolent gaze, an expression he had not seen in a long time since reaching adulthood. Father, the tides of this realm can change in an instant. It is not easy to maintain the status quo. Mingda, you must be diligent. Father, Li Mingda and Appo's eyes widened, a flicker of joy shining through, only to be quickly suppressed. Emperor Shuo merely smiled faintly. As Li Huaying exited the palace, she noticed a troop of cavalry standing guard by the carriage. Approaching, she was greeted by a slightly tanned youth who smiled broadly and bowed. I am Jiang Wang, a close attendant of General Jin Yuan. He has instructed us to escort your highness to the Lin residence, as he has urgent matters to attend to. Li Huaying and Appo's lips parted slightly, surprise flitting across her eyes. How does your general know of my visit to the Lin residence? Jiang Wang chuckled bashfully. I am not certain. Nodding slightly, Li Huaying entered the carriage, the fragrant breeze following her. Jiang Wang, though slightly embarrassed, felt his heart race. In the military, he had never encountered such an ethereal presence, her words as fragrant as orchids. A mere conversation with her made his cheeks flush. No wonder the general usually maintained a cool demeanor. Now, he was practically attentive. If he could win the princess and Appo's heart, it would indeed be a monumental blessing for the Jiang family. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the Lin residence. Li Huaying disembarked, surrounded by maids and servants, flanked by Jiang Zhe and Appo's soldiers. The imposing presence of these battle-hardened warriors left the Lin residence in a state of hushed trepidation, with no one daring to utter a word, merely hastening to inform Lin Huaiyuan. Li Huaying made her way directly to the brightly lit western courtyard. Issuing commands, Empty everything from the western courtyard and sell the house at a low price. I shall not reside next to the Lin family. The guards of the western courtyard, numerous as they were, immediately began to move the belongings with remarkable speed, causing the ground to tremble. Hai Wei and Ying Fei led a group inside to oversee the operation, and before long, a set of tables and chairs was brought out. Please take a seat and rest for a moment. Your Highness, Li Huaying said gracefully as she settled down. Amid the bustling activity, a faint sound of weeping emerged from the Shanshu pavilion. It's here. It's a boy. The midwife beamed as she skillfully wrapped the newborn in a red blanket and emerged to present the child to Lin Huaiyuan and Lin Mu. However, Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's face bore no trace of joy. He could barely breathe without experiencing excruciating pain. The sight of Li Huaying entering the palace had thrown him into turmoil, leaving him distraught about the uncertain path ahead, where his very life hung in the balance. At such a critical juncture, he gazed at the wrinkled infant kicking within the blanket, his heart devoid of any stirrings. Lin Mu, on the other hand, rushed over, her face radiating affection. My grandson! My precious grandson! What a hard-won treasure! Had the midwife not restrained her, she would have tightly embraced the fragile child. Yet soon, her satisfaction turned to dissatisfaction. This Xia Liu. I've told her countless times to eat more, yet she never listens. Look at how thin my grandson is. It's all her fault. When she breastfeeds, I must insist she feeds him well, so my dear grandson is nourished. Isn't that right, my little grandson? With a beaming countenance, Lin Mu made playful faces at the child. In the inner chamber, Runju hurriedly emerged, prompting Lin Huaiyuan to frown slightly. Why the haste? The young lady just gave birth and was a bit dazed. Now she has suddenly fainted and cannot be awakened. Lin Mu continued to dote on the child, seemingly oblivious to the urgency. Fetch a physician, Lin Huaiyuan urged, attempting to enter the inner chamber to check on Xia Liu and Appo's condition. Yet as he lifted the curtain just slightly, he was met with a wave of nauseating odors, blood, filth, and the stench of excrement. He immediately recoiled, taking a step back. Seeing this, Lin Mu grasped Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's collar, her teeth clenched. You, a man, should not enter. Women giving birth is messy. Do not stain your eyes or ruin your fortune. At that moment, Runju rushed out in haste, nearly colliding with a young servant rushing in. The two narrowly avoided each other. The servant quickly reported, Master, madam, the princess has arrived with her entourage Lin Mu and Appo's face broke into a triumphant grin. She had known all along that women could manage without men. Regardless of what Lin Yuan had done, as long as he was Li Huaying and Appo's husband, he was her everything. Just as she was about to mock Lin Huaiyuan, she overheard the next statement. She is preparing to sell the western courtyard. What? Lin Mu and Appo's expression of pride froze, morphing into a visage of fury, making her appear truly fearsome. How dare she sell the Lin residence? How dare she empty it out? By what right? Lin Huaiyuan remained in a daze. Lin Mu seized his front robe, gritting her teeth. She has gone too far. You must stop her. You cannot allow her to sell the courtyard. Mother, do you still not understand the situation? Chapter 60. Retribution. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's voice wavered. Lin and Appo's mother, momentarily taken aback, persisted in tugging at him. She is your wife. Can you not manage her? If she disobeys, just raise your hand and strike her. Soon, however, that will no longer be the case. What do you mean? Are you going to divorce her? Lin and Appo's mother paused, perplexed. It is not I who wishes to divorce her, but she who desires to part ways with me. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's face was etched with bitterness, a taste of despair rising in his throat. Yet Lin's mother clapped her hands and laughed. Divorce is splendid. I have long found her displeasing. When the time comes, I shall find you a noble lady, one who is gentle and obedient. She continued with a glee that was almost palpable. I foresee that once you are happily settled, she will be so desperate for a man that she might even leap into the river. Lin Huaiyuan could only remain silent, feeling overwhelmed. He no longer had the strength to contest with his mother. What he could not fathom was why he once perceived her as loving and kind, yet now found her unfathomably foolish. Not only foolish, but seemingly incapable of understanding him. In the Grand Lin residence, he felt utterly alone, unsure who could comprehend his feelings or share his thoughts. The only person who could engage him in conversation was now the one with whom he was severing ties. A profound sorrow reflected in his eyes. He could not grasp how it had come to this. In the hall, everyone exhibited their own demeanor. Outside, a servant hurriedly announced that the imperial edict had arrived. Lin Huaiyuan suddenly awakened, hastily adjusting his attire before stepping out to greet the visitors. With Lin and Amp, Appo's mother cheerfully following behind. Upon reaching the banquet hall, they found the imperial eunuch holding a bright yellow edict, flanked by guards. Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's expression grew grave, while Lin and Appo's mother joyfully seized his sleeve. Is this not the edict regarding your divorce from Huaying? How swiftly it has arrived. Tomorrow, I shall go out and help you find a fine maiden for a new bride. Her voice, unabashedly loud, echoed in the hall. Mother, please be cautious. The eunuch interjected with a cold snort. You bold woman, how dare you openly speak the name of the princess of Guagua, slandering her in public? Beware, or I shall have your tongue removed. His tone was icy, and his gaze pierced like that of a venomous serpent. Lin and Amp, Appo's mother turned pale with fear. Lin Huaiyuan quickly bowed. Your Excellency, please temper your wrath. My mother is of advanced age and speaks in confusion. I kindly ask you not to hold it against her. Upon hearing this, Lin and Amp, Appo's mother grew indignant, opening her mouth to retort. Lin Huaiyuan quietly pinched her palm, causing her to yelp in pain. Mother, it seems your old ailment is acting up. See you, please escort her back to Yuzhuang Hall. Reluctantly, Lin and Amp, Appo's mother was led away by Siyu. The eunuch then unfurled the edict and began to read. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. Lin Huaiyuan, a scholar of governance, has engaged in illicit relations, showing contempt for the royal family, and has committed treason with the third prince. This is a capital offense. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's knees buckled, and he collapsed on the ground. The eunuch paused for a moment, casting a disdainful glance at the dazed Lin Huaiyuan. In light of the princess of Guagua and Appo's protection, the marriage contract is annulled. Lin Huaiyuan is to be demoted to a commoner, his assets confiscated, and his face branded for labor. Even after the eunuch finished speaking, Lin Huaiyuan remained in a daze, still seated on the floor. As the eunuch and his entourage departed, he was left in a stupor, the phrases capital offense, and demoted to a commoner, echoing in his ears. After decades of arduous study, he had risen from humble beginnings in Jiangdu to become a favored son-in-law in the grand capital. How glorious it had been! That day, he had paraded through the streets adorned with flowers. The spring breeze had been at his back, and he had felt invincible. He had worked tirelessly to ascend to this height, only to now find it all crumbling to nothing. Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's eyes reddened with unshed tears. His hands clenched until the knuckles turned white. Behind the screen, Lin and Amp, Appo's mother rushed out, demanding, what on earth is happening? What do you mean demoted to a commoner and forced into labor? Have they made a mistake? Lin Huaiyuan remained seated, lost in thought. Lin and Appo's mother grabbed the edict from in front of him, flipping it over in confusion. Is it possible that Li Huaying has framed you? How dare she? Just wait until I settle the score with her. Seeing Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's despondent state, she angrily tossed aside the edict and attempted to rise. Lin Huaiyuan reached out to grasp her, but she struggled to free herself, collapsing to the ground in tears. What is happening? My son is the newly appointed top scholar. How has it come to this? It must be Li Huaying and Appo's scheming, right? I will confront her. I will fight, she cried as outside officials arrived. Without a glance at the two on the floor, the man in black from the authorities ordered the officers, take everything for confiscation. The crowd surged forward, hastily removing items as if in a flood. Lin and Appo's mother, just regaining her senses, watched helplessly as the hall emptied of its possessions. You, she pointed at them, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The man cast a scornful glance at her. Oh, and this Lin Huaiyuan too. Take him back to be branded. Before he finished speaking, two burly officers approached. They seized Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's arms, binding him and dragging him away. Lin Huaiyuan made no resistance, his head bowed in despair. Upon witnessing this, Lin and Appo's mother felt a surge of rage, crawling to grasp the hem of the man and Appo's garment. You, The man, growing impatient, kicked her away. Siyu, though frightened, hurried over to check on Lin and Appo's mother. She was pale, unable to speak. Suddenly, one eye rolled askew, her mouth crooked, and her limbs began to convulse. Madam, what has happened to you? Siyu exclaimed in panic. The man glanced down at her, then commanded, take all the servants for confiscation and subsequent sale. Yes, they replied, and Siyu was promptly taken away. Lin and Appo's mother lay alone on the ground in despair, occasionally twitching. Saliva pooled around her mouth, yet she could not utter a single word. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the Shangshuo pavilion. The officers stormed in, recklessly hauling away all belongings and seizing all the maids and servants. Xiao Liu had just awakened from her slumber and was met with this pandemonium, her heart racing with terror. Runju seized the fleeting moment, whispering in her ear, the prince has been demoted to a commoner and forced into labor in Shengjing. The Lin family's possessions are all to be confiscated. Take care of yourself. Saying this, she pulled a silk pouch from her bosom and pressed it into Xiao Liu's hand. The next moment, Runju was callously yanked away by the officers. Xiao Liu, weak and trembling, clutched the pouch tightly, her heart racing. Officers' faces flashed before her, and soon she was roughly tossed aside, the canopy bed dragged away. Bewildered, she clung to her newborn child, who began to cry in fright, frail and weak. Mewing like a kitten, Xiao Liu lay on the cold floor, her body aching from childbirth. Tears streamed down her face as she watched the officers come and go. At last, her retribution had arrived. Chapter 61. The Millennium Ladder. During this period, the citizens of Shengjing were filled with joy and excitement. With the new emperor ascending to the throne, sweeping reforms were initiated to improve the lives of the people. Behind closed doors, the populace whispered in anticipation that the new Emperor Shual Wudi would surely prove to be a wise ruler. The nights were aglow with lanterns, and smiles adorned every face. In the princess's residence, Li Huaying, having avenged her grievances, felt a sense of relaxation and indulged in a life of leisure and comfort. Yet, for reasons unknown, a lingering emptiness settled in her heart. In her previous life, she had exhausted herself within the Lin family, and now, with the family scattered, she found herself once more as the solitary Li Huaying. Although unshackled, she could not shake the feeling of unreality. Her current existence felt dreamlike. Since her rebirth, her singular focus had been on vengeance. Yet now that the dust had settled, she found herself devoid of the youthful fervor that once fueled her resolve, leaving her somewhat bewildered. As she swayed gently on the swing, her delicate face half buried in the luxurious fur collar, Yingfei lightly pushed the swing from behind. Upon noticing Li Huaying's distant demeanor, Yingfei exchanged a worried glance with Yingshi. Your Highness. Li Huaying replied softly, regaining her composure. Let me share a humorous tale with you. Your Highness, Yingfei said, hopping playfully to Li Huaying and Appo's side with a smile. Please do, Li Huaying responded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Are you aware that Lin Huaiyuan not only lost his official cap, but was also conscripted for labor in Shengjing? They even branded him. Branded? Li Huaying gasped in surprise. Branding was a great humiliation, typically reserved for the most heinous offenders, serving to diminish their spirit and prevent their escape. When the populace encountered a branded individual, they recognized him as a notorious criminal. Considering Lin Huaiyuan's proud disposition, it was likely he would suffer greatly from this indignity. Indeed, I heard that during the branding process, he struggled more than a pig destined for slaughter, his cries echoing for 2 streets. Yingfei exclaimed, her eyes wide with fascination. Li Huaying chuckled. You have quite the way with words. That is thanks to your Highness and Appo's guidance, Yingfei replied with an affectionate smile, pushing the swing gently for Li Huaying. After his release, it was said that Lin Huaiyuan had fallen gravely ill. Now, he worked on the Millennium Ladder at Tianzhong Mountain. Imagining his frail form, one could only surmise he endured daily beatings from the overseers. The Millennium Ladder was a project initiated during the reign of Emperor Shuo, aimed at constructing the jade steps of Tianzhong Mountain. While the mountain already possessed steps leading to Tianzhong Temple, they only reached halfway up. Tianzhong Peak was known for its steepness and peril, where legend spoke of celestial beings drinking wine under the moonlight and scattering fateful encounters. Those fortunate enough to ascend the peak would be blessed with enduring love across lifetimes. Emperor Shuo had once climbed the peak with consort Shun, yet they were thwarted by the treacherous path and never completed their journey. Tragically, within a year, consort Shun passed away, leaving the emperor in profound sorrow, his grief seeking an outlet. Thus, he commanded the construction of the Millennium Ladder, hoping that future lovers might ascend Tianzhong Peak and forge beautiful destinies. In her previous life, when Lin Huaiyuan learned of the completion of the Millennium Ladder, she had been ecstatic, eager to find Lin Huaiyuan to ascend the peak together. However, during that time, Xiaoliu's child was beginning school, and Lin Huaiyuan was consumed with his responsibilities in court and academia, leaving no time for her. He merely urged her to refrain from engaging in the foolishness of romantic pursuits, suggesting they could go once he was free. Lin Huaiyuan, believing in their deep affection, complied, despite her profound disappointment. Yet, he was never truly free, and she never set foot on Tianzhong Peak before her demise. Reflecting on this, Lin Huaiyuan smiled wryly. It seemed that Tianzhong Peak was indeed prophetic. Her parents and Appo's journey had been cut short before completion, and her own aspirations with Lin Huaiyuan remained unfulfilled, leading to estrangement and enmity. Your Highness, Huaiyuan has just returned from outside. There is news from the palace regarding the Lame festival banquet, inviting the princess to join the feast, Ingshi announced. Snapping back to reality, Lin Huaiyuan nodded, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Time flew by like an arrow, and the year was drawing to a close. The climate in Shengjing was mild, unlike the harsher northern regions, and winter had arrived unawares. Ingshi smilat, adjusting Lin Huaiyuan's blush gluak. As winter deepened, the days grew colder, and fewer people ventured outdoors. Yet on Tianzhong Mountain, the laborers toiled relentlessly, clad in tattered clothing. A group of men shouted in unison, laboring under the weight of jade stones as they ascended the slope, sweat dripping from their brows despite the frigid air. Amidst the crowd stood a particularly frail figure, disheveled and unsteady, whose presence evoked hostile glances from those nearby. Aware of their scrutiny, he lowered his head further, his long hair obscuring the scarred visage that marred his face. This was Lin Huaiyuan. At last, when the laborers were granted a respite, they sat upon the ground, consuming their meager rations. A burly man approached Lin Huaiyuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Huaiyuan quietly sipped from his water flask, his eyes vacant. Look at you. As thin as a chick, still here to do labor? Is there no other man left in your family? The man mocked, unfazed by the blatant derision. Lin Huaiyuan remained stoic. The man bent closer, demanding, "Are you deaf? I and Appo's, am speaking to you." He reached out to tug at Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's disheveled hair, exposing his reddened ears. Lin Huaiyuan instinctively turned away, but it was in vain. The man seized his ear, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a defenseless bird. Forced to tilt his head, Lin Huaiyuan received a sharp slap across his face. "Let me make this clear. I am the leader of this group. You better keep a low profile and avoid trouble, or you and Appo's find yourself dead in this bitter cold." Though Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's face swelled from the blow, he remained silent, his lips pressed together. The man huffed and carelessly tossed him aside like refuse. Lin Huaiyuan fell heavily to the ground, unmoving, his eyes filled with humiliation. Once the chosen scholar of the late emperor, he had risen from a humble background to become a respected official in Shengjing, celebrated by all. The princess herself had been captivated by him, willing to wait 3 years for him to fulfill his filial duties before marrying him. His earlier life had been nothing short of illustrious, a tale often recounted by storytellers. Yet now, Lin Huaiyuan gazed down at his mud-caked, cracked hands, marveling at how he had fallen to such depths, vulnerable even to the blows of a crude laborer. Chapter 62. The imperial banquet with blood drawn from his shoulders by the rough stones. Lin Huaiyuan struggled daily, scarcely able to fill his stomach, and often subjected to beatings and scoldings, devoid of a single compassionate soul by his side. Even Lin Bai, who had accompanied him for 4 years, had vanished. Lost to the whims of fate, his thoughts turned to Li Huaying, but to recall her amidst such filth felt like a desecration. Yet, the mere thought that she had once been his wife ignited a fervent pulse in his heart, as if that solitary truth was the only proof of his existence. Why could she not forgive him? If only she would intercede with the emperor on his behalf. A single word could have spared him from this wretched state. Had he remained a prince consort or a fifth-rank official, who would dare treat him so? Lin Huaiyuan clenched his fists weakly, his eyes turning crimson. At that moment, a sudden kick struck his back, accompanied by coarse shouts. "Stop lounging about! Get up and work! I'll have you killed." The fear of pain overwhelmed all else, and he swiftly rose, shouldering the stone once more, instantly bending under its weight. He gasped for breath as he trudged up the mountain. Time passed, and the day of the Winter Plum Festival banquet arrived. The weather had turned frigid, yet snow had yet to fall. It had been years since Shenyang had seen snow. Li Huaying recalled the last snowfall, a time when her mother and father, along with Shualu, frolicked joyously in the snow, a truly blissful memory. "Huaying?" A familiar female voice called out, pulling Li Huaying from a reverie. All eyes at the banquet turned towards her. The empress, formerly the crown princess Lu Songyi, watched her with concern. Beside her, Ingshi and Appo's lips moved slightly, a whisper reaching Li Huaying and Appo's ears. The empress announced that a ceremony for the princess's conferral would soon be held. Li Huaying's face brightened with appropriate surprise as she rose to curtsy. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Huaying is overwhelmed with joy," she replied, momentarily struck dumb by the news. Lu Songyi smiled and nodded. "We are family. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, take your seat." "Yes," Li Huaying complied, sitting down, noticing how much their camaraderie had faded from their once playful intimacy. Previously, Lu Songyi had been the crown princess. Their statuses comparable. Even due to Emperor Shuo, Wan and Appo's favor, Li Huaying had enjoyed greater privileges. Now, however, Lu Songyi was the most esteemed empress of the Shuo, and their bond could only yield to the decorum of sovereign and subject. Seated nearby, Li Hongying interjected, "Sister Empress is being conferred as a princess. What of me?" Silence fell over the assembly. Lu Songyi and Appo's smile faltered momentarily before returning. Li Huaying cast a fleeting glance at Li Hongying, lightly chiding, "You child, why must you always quarrel with me over such trivial matters? You are relying on the Empress and Appo's affection to speak so freely." Lu Songyi chuckled. "See, Huaying has spoken. Hongying ought to learn from her elder sister." Li Hongying puffed up her cheeks, casting a glance at Li Huaying, but remained silent. A subtle shift flickered in Lu Songyi and Appo's eyes. Li Huaying lowered her gaze to sip her tea, sighing inwardly. This foolish girl still remained so naive. In her previous life, Li Hongying's straightforward nature had inadvertently offended Lu Songyi on numerous occasions. At that time, Li Huaying had been preoccupied with her own romantic entanglements, oblivious to such matters. When the western frontier was pacified, the Boyi clan sought a peace treaty, and the emperor had even chosen to marry Li Hongying off as a princess for the alliance. Though Li Huaying was the only eligible princess aside from herself, she found it hard to accept the news. After a lengthy discussion with Lu Songyi, she learned of the empress's discontent towards Li Hongying after the emperor ascended. Regardless, Li Huaying always maintained a closer bond with Li Hongying. Li Hongying had rarely written to Li Huaying in the past, but since her marriage, she sent letters from the far western frontier, vividly recounting strange weather, unfamiliar customs, and the endless sands, without a hint of grievance. Li Huaying felt a pang of sorrow. The once candid and headstrong Li Hongying had endured countless hardships in a distant, foreign land, becoming cautious with her words. Contemplating this, Li Huaying glanced at Li Hongying, her heart stirring. "I have indulged a bit too much in wine, feeling quite stifled. May I take a stroll in the imperial garden?" She excused herself. Lu Songyi, Ever gentle, replied, "Go ahead, just be careful not to catch a chill in the wind." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Huaying inclined her head and departed. Before leaving the great hall, she stole a glance at Li Hongying, who looked back with sharp eyes, utterly bewildered. With a resigned smile and a shake of her head, Li Huaying mused how her father and mother were both wise and perceptive, and yet how could they have produced such a simpleton in little Hongya? With laughter, Ingshi remarked, "Princess Yuan Zhao resembles the late empress, captivating in her grace, yet her temperament mirrors that of the young prince." Indeed, Ing Fei added, "Princess Yuan is innocent and charming, though somewhat blunt in social interactions, likely due to the affection lavished upon her by the late emperor and empress." Precisely. Li Hongying was the only daughter of the empress, the emperor's biological sister. No matter her temperament, had she married into a noble family in Shenyang, she could have lived a carefree life. Thus, the late empress harbored a maternal fondness for her, rather than strict discipline. Yet, she had been wed to the western frontier, where the expression "the emperor is far away" held true. Even a princess could face much hardship in a distant land. "Sister." As Li Huaying and her companion strolled through the corridor, Li Hongying's voice suddenly called out from behind. Li Huaying turned to see Li Hongying, draped in a pale yellow cloak adorned with peony patterns, clutching a small golden heater, hurrying towards her. Li Huaying smiled. "Why the rush? Am I about to fly away?" Li Hongying pouted, closing the distance with a few quick steps, her brow glistening with sweat. "Who is rushing? You're walking so slowly that I can hardly keep up. I thought you were completely oblivious in the hall, but here you are, following me." Li Huaying tilted her head teasingly, wiping the sweat from her nose with a handkerchief, her cool fingers brushing against Li Hongying's flushed face. Li Hongying and Oppo's cheeks reddened slightly, and she glanced at her maid with reluctance before saying, "It was Lan Shi who told me. How would I know you had so much on your mind, just from glance? Such a bother." As she spoke, she thrust the heater into Li Huaying's hands, feigning indifference. "It's too hot. You can keep the heater." Suddenly feeling warmth in her hands, Li Huaying's face broke into a smile. Had Lan Shi not mentioned it, you would remain so clueless, still so naive at your age, relying on Lan Shi for everything. Li Hongying, slightly flustered, retorted, "I'm not like that at all. I'm not naive, and I don't rely on Lan Shi for everything." She then turned to grasp Lan Shi's sleeve. "I SNT that, right?" Chapter 63. "Do not cry," Lan Shi smiled gently, offering comfort. "Of course, Your Highness. You have grown so much." Li Hongying and Oppo's face brightened at once, and she raised an eyebrow at Li Huaying. "Did I not say so?" Li Huaying, having grown up alongside Li Hongying, was quite familiar with Lan Shi and gave her a resigned smile. "Only you would indulge this simpleton." Li Hongying was immediately displeased. "Who is the simpleton? I think you're the one who is simple. You waited 3 years for that Lin fellow, only to return with such a shabby thing. You are even simpler than I am." Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, without the chance to start anew, she would now be nothing more than a mere skeleton. If she herself had not yet figured out her own life, how could she guide others? Noticing Li Huaying and Oppo's silence, Ingshi, with a worried expression, prompted Li Hongying to speak. "Why are you not saying anything?" Just as Li Huaying was about to respond, a deep male voice echoed from the imperial garden. "The princess of the protecting country has cleared obstacles for the emperor and purged the factions. She is indeed a person of merit. What Princess Yuan Zhao has said is truly disrespectful." The group was taken aback and turned to see a tall, imposing figure emerge from behind the plum trees, his face illuminated in the flickering light of the palace lanterns, his gaze deep and austere. Lieutenant General Jiang Zheya pays his respects to the princess of the protecting country and Princess Yuan Zhao. His solemn eyes met Li Huaying's for a fleeting moment before he bowed deeply. "General, you are too courteous. Please rise," Li Huaying replied. But Li Hongying interjected with a huff. "I'm speaking with my elder sister. What business is it of yours?" "Yuan Zhao, do not be disrespectful," Li Huaying admonished. Li Hongying looked up at Li Huaying in surprise, her lips trembling slightly. Witnessing Li Huaying and Oppo's calm demeanor, tears welled in her eyes, and she turned to flee. Lan Shi hurriedly apologized to Li Huaying, clutching the lantern as she chased after Li Hongying. A crowd of maids and servants followed suit. Your Highness, Princess Yuan Zhao, be careful not to fall. How dare she call me Yuan Zhao? Well, as they disappeared from sight, the wind carried Li Huaying and Appo's lament. Li Huaying rubbed her forehead, then turned to see Jiang Zhiya, still standing quietly, his face unusually flushed. I hope I did not make you laugh. Not at all. I have seen nothing, Jiang Zhiya replied, half of his figure cloaked in darkness, the chill wind lifting his long hair, making him appear both cold and dangerous. Li Huaying simply nodded. You may do as you wish, and then turned to leave. The night wind was frigid, and Ingshur noticed Li Huaying and Appo's cheeks had turned rosy. Your Highness, you have been out for quite a while. Shall we return to the palace? Li Huaying nodded and was about to depart when she turned and saw the expansive plum grove in the courtyard had quietly bloomed in the wind. The vibrant reds and tender yellows shimmered together, bringing with them a refreshing plum fragrance. Look, the plum blossoms have bloomed, Li Huaying exclaimed in delight. Ingshur was equally astonished. No wonder today is the festival of wax plums. It turns out the plum blossoms truly bloom on this day. Indeed, our ancestors would not have set the festival in error. Let us go down and pick a few plum blossoms, Li Huaying suggested, and the group descended into the garden. Though the wind was cold, the sight of the blossoms filled everyone with joy. Li Huaying took a few more steps and chose the most flourishing plum tree. Reaching for a high branch laden with vibrant red blossoms, she lifted herself on tiptoe. Her sleeve slipped slightly in the cold wind, revealing a delicate, snowy wrist. However, the branch she coveted was rather high, and despite her efforts, she could only graze it with her fingertips. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand and call for Lu Ying to assist, a long, slender hand with prominent knuckles reached out, snapping the red plum branch with a crisp sound. With the night deepening and dew heavy, a thick layer of cold dew cascaded down from the plum blossoms. Startled, Li Huaying quickly turned to evade the falling droplets, only to collide with a solid, warm chest, the scent of sun-baked grass and wood enveloping her. A series of soft plops resounded above her, yet not a single drop of dew fell upon her. She raised her head in surprise, only to find Jiang Zhiya gazing down at her, his earlobes flushed. Looking up, she saw him raising the corner of his cloak with one hand, successfully shielding her from the deluge of dew. General, Your Highness, Jiang Zhiya responded in a low voice, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Li Huaying hurriedly stepped back, creating distance between them, and Jiang Zhiya lowered his hand, inadvertently splattering some dew on himself in the process. Thank you. You got quite a bit of water on your face, Li Huaying couldn't and Appo's help but point out. In the chilly night, he seemed unfazed by the droplets. It and Appo's merely a few drops. It is of no consequence, Jiang Zhiya stated, pulling a dark handkerchief from his pocket, not to wipe his face, but instead, carefully wrapping the damp, hardened tip of the broken plum branch. He then naturally offered the red plum to Li Huaying. Your Highness, take this. Be careful not to dirty your hands. Jiang Zhiya revealed the wrapped end of the branch, and Li Huaying paused, momentarily startled. Before her stood Jiang Zhiya, holding the vibrant red plum, his eyes sparkling brightly, reminiscent of the 13-year-old boy she once knew. Time had transformed many, yet he remained the same boy. With just a word from her, he would leap into the bustling summer market, sleeplessly carving her a wooden sword. Your Highness? Jiang Zhiya tilted his head slightly, appearing somewhat flustered. Li Huaying offered a gentle smile, accepting the red plum. The wrapped end felt soft to the touch. Seeing her acceptance, Jiang Zhiya remained silent. Yet his eyes sparkled even more. Li Huaying's fingers caressed the red plum in her grasp, and seeing Jiang Zhiya's expression made her smile. After so many years apart, you have grown quite tall. I still remember how you always followed behind me when we were young. I thought your Highness had long forgotten, Jiang Zhiya replied, lowering his gaze. Li Huaying paused in her movements, a playful smile gracing her lips. We have not seen each other for 8 years, and you never once sent me a letter. What if I truly have forgotten you? Jiang Zhiya hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing his amusing struggle, Li Huaying leaned in closer and noticed his eyes were beginning to redden. In shock, she exclaimed, "Why are you crying? I was only joking. Please do not cry." Chapter 64. A life worse than death. It is no wonder that Li Huaying is so flustered. Jiang Zhaoyan Apos. S reputation precedes him, having guarded the western frontier for 8 years. The name of the great general of Jinyuan is renowned in both the western territories and Shengjing. The people of the western regions refer to him as the god of death, while the citizens of Shengjing call him the god of war. Moreover, he now stands tall and imposing, his demeanor further accentuated by an air of cold fierceness. Who would have thought that after a mere jest, his eyes would turn red with emotion? Jiang Zheya turned slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Li Huaying hurried after him, pulling his hand away from his face. Why are you crying? You are now a formidable general at the frontier. Who could dare forget you? Jiang Zheya blinked, meeting her gaze as she leaned closer. The lively eyes that he had yearned for day and night were right before him, her rosy lips parting and closing. Jiang Zheya tilted his head slightly and replied, I do not presume to guess your highness in Apos as thoughts, but it has been several years since we parted, and you have changed greatly. Really? Pray tell, Li Huaying smiled. In your youth, your highness was lively and carefree, yet now you seek to teach Princess Yuan Zhao to temper her temperament. In your youth, you desired to possess everything, yet now you have let go of that crimson plum blossom. Jiang Zhaoyan and Apos. S voice was deep and clear as he spoke slowly. Li Huaying had intended it as playful banter, but she felt a sense of disorientation upon hearing his words. So is that truly the case? The she spoke of belonged to a time 15 years ago. Now, with the passage of time, everything had changed. You once said that when you grew up, you would marry a man of strength and stature, a great hero like General Shun. Jiang Zhaoya's gaze deepened as he looked at Li Huaying. Yet in just 5 years, your highness has become betrothed to a mere scholar. You have changed so swiftly. Li Huaying and Apos. S heart was a tumult of emotions, and for a moment, she did not know what to say. Even upon seeing the hint of grievance in Jiang Zheya and Apos' eyes, she wondered if she had misread him. Why did he seem so sorrowful, as if he were the wrong party? Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment of misguided affection. After all, their paths had diverged. Li Huaying siga souffly. Indeed, it was a misjudgment. That man is feeble and cunning, unworthy of your highness. Seeing Jiang Zhaoya express disdain, Li Huaying was somewhat surprised. It was rare to hear him speak ill of others. Evidently, his military experience had tempered his character. Affairs of love between men and women are inherently fickle and changeable. The tales sung in dramas are mere fabrications. Li Huaying laughed, her eyes tinged with a trace of coldness. No, it is people who are fickle and changeable. That scholar, unworthy of great endeavors, does not appreciate his fortune. Why should your highness dwell on him and disturb your peace of mind? Li Huaying fell silent for a moment. How could she simply let it go? In her previous life, her 7 years of sincere devotion had been trampled and betrayed. Looking back now, every memory was steeped in blood and tears. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through. Li Huaying shivarat involuntarily. Jiang Zheya promptly removed his cloak and prepared to drape it over her shoulders. Li Huaying raised her eyes and found herself caught in his concerned gaze. She took a step back, evading Jiang Zhaoya and Apos' hand. The general has achieved great success. He will surely be remembered in history. Why cling to matters of the heart? It would be best to think less on such things. Jiang Zhaoya paused, retracting his cloak. He understood that she had seen through him, and he had never sought to hide it. Jiang Zhaoya's gaze remained fixed on Li Huaying, his voice steady. Without your highness, there will be no Jiang Zhaoya of today. Silence fell, the only sound the mournful wind, as if lamenting. Li Huaying was the first to avert her gaze, no longer able to look into those emotion-laden black eyes. Jiang Zhe lowered his gaze, his hand clutching the cloak tightly, his knuckles turning white. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged from the shadows of the plum grove. A figure suddenly dashed out, accompanied by a cry. Li Huaying, I will take your life. The figure brandished a sharp golden hairpin, lunging towards Li Huaying. Jiang Zhe narrowed his brows, his aura darkening. He raised his hand to shield Li Huaying behind him and delivered a powerful kick. The assailant was sent flying, crashing to the ground beneath the plum tree, dislodging petals and dew. Jiang Zhe swiftly turned, his cloak sweeping through the air, enveloping Li Huaying completely, from her hair to her embroidered shoes. Petals and dew fell, pattering against them. Amidst the flurry of crimson blossoms, Jiang Zhaya and Amp, Appo's fierce expression softened as he whispered gently in her ear, "Do not be afraid." Li Huaying and Amp, Appo's heart raced. The warm, earthy scent of Jiang Zhaya brought her an inexplicable sense of security. After ensuring Li Huaying and Appo's safety with Huayuan, he approached the figure that struggled to rise beneath the tree. "Who are you, to dare attempt to assassinate the princess?" After a moment, the figure slowly lifted her head, her hair disheveled and her frame gaunt. "Who am I?" "Li Huaying. Open your eyes and see who I am." "Lin Jinyan, what madness is this? Do you wish to bring ruin upon your entire clan?" Upon recognizing her, Yingfei immediately began to scold her angrily. Yet Lin Jinyan laughed frantically. "Bring ruin upon my clan? Do you think I fear you? You have done enough harm to my Lin family. Have you not brought enough suffering to the third prince? Your Lin family brought this upon yourselves." Before Yingfei could finish, Lin Jinyan, fueled by an unknown strength, suddenly charged towards a sturdy plum tree in a desperate attempt to harm herself. But Jiang Zhaya reacted more swiftly, pivoting and delivering a kick in midair. Lin Jinyan fell to the ground, writhing in pain, unable to move even a finger. Jiang Zhaya turned to Li Huaying. "How does your highness wish to deal with this person?" The situation had escalated too quickly, leaving Li Huaying momentarily stunned. "Just send her back to the third prince and Amp, Appo's residence." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinyan cried out in despair, "I refuse. I will not go back. He will torment me to death. He will kill me. Let me die." Lin Jinyan and Amp, Appo's behavior was akin to madness, her cries incessant. Jiang Zhaya paid her no mind and gave a few instructions to Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang approached, dragging Lin Jinyan away like a lifeless dog. Lin Jinyan's gaze bore into Li Huaying, who stood resplendent, a branch of crimson plum blossoms in hand, her garments untouched by dirt. Yet Lin Jinyan felt like a wretched stray dog, barely clinging to life, tormented and exhausted. After all her struggles, she had unwittingly dug her own grave. Lin Jinyan and Appo's eyes were filled with resentment as she cursed, "Li Huaying, you have brought me to this state. You have ruined my Lin family. I will not let you go even as a ghost." Jiang Zhaya furrowed his brow deeply, while Jiang Wang hastily stuffed a piece of cloth into Lin Jinyan and Appo's mouth. "Be quiet." Once Lin Jinyan was dragged away, a momentary silence enveloped the area. "Your Highness, do not heed her ramblings. Do you think me cruel?" Both spoke simultaneously, their eyes meeting before they quickly averted them. Jiang Zhaya, regaining his composure, declared firmly, "Absolutely not. I am unaware of the circumstances. How could I presume to judge?" Li Huaying paused, then replied, "Regardless of whether today's events were instigated by Li Jinxing, sending her back to the third prince will surely lead her to a fate worse than death." Chapter 65. A sense of loss. "I am aware of your temperament. Your Highness, you have your own reasons for your actions." Jiang Zhaya spoke eloquently, his gaze upon her imbued with tenderness and affection. "Yet, if you are unaware of the underlying circumstances, how can you ascertain whether my reasoning is right or wrong?" Li Huaying attempted to divert her gaze, but found herself stubbornly compelled to inquire further. "Your Highness's reasoning is tantamount to my own." Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback, a sudden ache blossoming in her heart. She recalled the 7 years spent in the Lin family, where she was always at fault, regardless of whether she was right or wrong. No one ever stood by her side, no matter how fervently she argued. Yet Jiang Zhaya, merely a childhood companion, had not seen her for 8 years, yet believed in her unconditionally and protected her without question. The night was indeed cold, and given your Highness's recent fright, would it not be better for us to return to the manor? Yingshi observed Li Huaying's pallor and inquired with concern. Li Huaying nodded slightly and prepared to depart. However, she turned back once more, flashing a radiant smile at Jiang Zhaya. "Jiang Zhaya, thank you." Jiang Zhaya froze, a crimson hue swiftly creeping up from his neck to his face, feeling as if his entire visage was ablaze. When Jiang Wang returned, he found his general blushing and standing dazed beneath the red plum tree. He rushed over. "General, how much have you had to drink? You're nearly steaming." Jiang Zhaoya turned to Jiang Wang and smiled. She called, "My name? What? General, is this really how you conduct yourself?" Jiang Wang thought disdainfully, yet dared not voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, on the carriage, Li Huaying remained lost in thought. Today marked the first time in 15 years that she had conversed with Jiang Zhaoya, yet her emotions were inexplicably complex. He seemed unchanged, yet consistently evoked feelings within her that were entirely different from before. She had shared many heartfelt truths with him. Curiously, since her divorce from Lin Huaiyuan, this was the first time she had spoken of such matters with someone else. In the past, whether with Ying Shi or Shun Qingqing, the topic was always avoided, or only lightly addressed. Yet today, she found herself confiding in Jiang Zhaoya. Ying Shi, noticing the general's cloak still draped over Li Huaying, pondered for a moment before asking, "Your Highness, there are charcoal embers burning in the carriage. Should we not first remove the general's cloak?" Coming back to reality, Li Huaying realized the cloak still enveloped her. "Remove it. You may wash it and return it later," she instructed. Ying Shi skillfully unwrapped the cloak from around Li Huaying, meticulously folding it. Although the cloak had been removed, Li Huaying still bore the lingering scent of grass and wood, as if the person was still close by. She lowered her gaze, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Winter nights are cold, yet the news remains abundant. The third prince, Li Jingxing, was implicated in conspiracies and corruption, stripped of his official position and confined to the West Mountain Palace for 20 years. In the marketplace, people gossiped in astonishment. 20 years of confinement is no trivial matter. Truly, a new ruler brings new subjects. At the Shun family martial arts hall, the night wind was chilling. Lin Huaiyuan, clad in a thin shirt, practiced punches against a wooden post. He had foregone protective gloves, and his tightly clenched fists were already bloodied. Lin Montak vetchit, feeling both heartbroken and pained. "Third young master, why must you?" Lin Huaiyuan appeared oblivious, relentlessly striking the wooden post. In the biting wind, he gasped for breath, sweat pouring down his face. Eventually, Lin Mo could no longer bear it. "Young master." He rushed forward, embracing Lin Huaiyuan, their momentum causing them both to tumble to the ground. Lin Huaiyuan lay on his back, staring up at the dim sky dotted with a few solitary stars. Lin Mo, lying beside him, spoke with a quivering voice. "I know your heart is heavy, but you must not harm yourself." Lin Huaiyuan remained motionless. After a long pause, he managed to speak, his voice hoarse. "I am not a young master. Do not call me that." "Young master, Huaiyuan, would you like me to accompany you back to see them?" Lin Montak Stamilet. Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's eyes filled with confusion as he murmured, "Them? My elder brother, who consorted with others during our father's mourning. The mother who helped him deceive the princess? Why are they like this? I do not wish to see them. I never want to see them again. After all, they have never placed any hope in me." Lin Mo sighed upon hearing this and laid down beside Lin Huaiyuan. They remained there in the cold wind, staring up at the dark sky for a long time. At the princess's residence, "Your Highness," before departing, the third prince's concubine, Lin Jinyan, hanged herself. Li Huaying, pen in hand, was writing a letter inviting Shun Qingqing to celebrate the Lantern Festival when her hand paused. A drop of ink smudged the paper. When did this happen? Ying Fei provided Li Huaying with a new sheet of paper, and she began anew. "She died last night. Today, they disposed of her body at the mass grave. It is said that her corpse was horrifically disfigured, reminiscent of that day as cherry blossoms." Ying Shi remarked lightly, "Such is the fate of those who deserve it." Li Huaying finished her letter, placing the pen on the stand. Heavenly calamities can be averted, but self-inflicted misfortunes cannot be escaped. "Your Highness speaks true." Ying Fei collected the letters from the table. "Shall I deliver this to Miss Shun immediately?" "Yes, send it now." Ying Fei complied and exited. Li Huaying stared blankly at the table before her. Lin Jinyan was gone. She should feel elated, having avenged Xiaolu. Yet, beyond the satisfaction, her heart was engulfed in a profound sense of loss. What, ultimately, is the purpose of life? In her previous life, she had never pondered this question, and in this life, she believed she lived for vengeance. Yet now, as everything gradually fell into place, she was left wondering where to go from here. She had reclaimed her life, yet was at a loss as to how to proceed. In the study of the Jinyuan general's residence, Jiang Wang had just delivered the news of Lin Huaiyuan's death. Jiang Zhiyan nodded slightly. He held no concern for the lives of these individuals. Only the thoughts of the princess mattered to him. For some reason, he felt that even with Lin Huaiyuan's demise, Li Huaying would remain unmoved. What had transpired during his 8-year absence? The once bright and sunny princess now bore a shadow in her eyes. He even began to question whether his decision to leave the capital to join the army had been the right one. Jiang Jia gazed at the flickering candlelight on the table, his thoughts drifting back to 8 years prior. At that time, Li Huaying was a fearless little tyrant, causing mischief throughout the palace daily. She climbed trees, splashed in water, and teased birds, often sending a flurry of palace maids and eunuchs chasing after her, fearing for her safety. Yet one fateful afternoon, when she was supposed to be napping, she had vanished. The palace maids and eunuchs searched high and low, but she was nowhere to be found. Upon learning of her disappearance, Jiang Jia contemplated briefly and made his way to Luhua Palace. Pushing open the aged wooden door, a cloud of dust danced in the air. Jiang Jia looked up and saw Li Huaying perched on a tall elm tree, her gaze clear, her voice as melodious as water cascading over stones. "How did you know I was here?" Chapter 66. The elm seed. Jiang Jia turned his head to avoid her direct gaze and simply stated, "They're searching for the princess outside." "I'm aware," Li Huaying replied nonchalantly, her fingers playing with the verdant elm seeds hanging from a tree. Jiang Jia approached the elm tree, effortlessly climbing up in a few swift motions to sit beside Li Huaying. She tossed the elm seeds she had gathered onto his face. "Who permitted you to come up here? Was it not your highness who asked me to join you?" Jiang Zhaoye replied, without flinching, the fragrant elm seeds brushing gently against his face before cascading into his arms. Li Huaying burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. A sprinkle of amusement danced in Jiang Zhaoye and Amp, Oppo's eyes as well. "You look rather foolish," she teased. Jiang Zhiye remained silent, carefully gathering the elm seeds in his arms. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a patchwork of light and shadow upon them. Li Huaying tugged at Jiang Zhaoye's sleeve. "There are still many more seeds. Why are you collecting these?" "These are the ones personally picked by your highness. I will take them to the kitchen later to prepare elm seed cakes for you. Does that sound good?" Jiang Zhaoye's gaze met Li Huaying's, his eyes soft and gentle. Li Huaying paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The two leaned into each other, watching the broad green leaves of the elm tree rustle in the wind, creating a soothing sound. "Today is my mother and Oppo's birthday. I miss her." "I know. Will you really make me elm seed cakes later? My mother used to make them for me when I was young. They were quite delicious." Li Huaying turned to Jiang Zhaoye. He nodded, hesitating slightly. "I will do my utmost to make them truly delectable." Li Huaying smiled brightly. "You are truly wonderful." Suddenly, Jiang Zhiye and Oppo's face flushed a deep crimson, and he buried his head in the lush green leaves of the elm tree. The cool leaves pressed against his face, yet they could not quell the fervor of his heart. Li Huaying, laughing, followed suit, their shoulders and ears brushing against one another. Jiang Zhaoye shivered slightly, his heart racing in response. "Your Highness." "Yes. What kind of man do you wish to marry in the future?" "Marry?" With a rustle, Li Huaying emerged from the foliage. Jiang Zhaoye straightened up as well. "If I were to marry, I would choose a grand general like my uncle, strong and dignified. My mother says he is a great hero of Dashuo." Li Huaying declared with determination, her small fists clenched. Jiang Zhaoye gazed at her animated profile, murmuring softly, "Very well." "What did you say?" Li Huaying turned her head. Jiang Zhaoye and Oppo's eyes sparkled, yet he gently shook his head. "Do not forget me, your highness." From that day forth, Jiang Zhiye informed his family of his intention to join the military, entering the barracks to defend the borders. For 5 years, he trained tirelessly in the vast, sandy western territories, never allowing himself a moment in Oppo's respite. In the border war, he led his troops to conquer 10 cities of the Boyi clan, forcing them to retreat 100 miles. The court bestowed upon him the title of General of Jinyuan. Was he then the hero in her heart? He felt elated and yearned to return to the capital for the victory banquet to express his feelings to her. However, before he could set off, a letter from his cousin revealed that she was already betrothed. The man was this year in Amp, Appo's top scholar, and during the spring festival banquet. She had fallen for him at first sight. The emperor had granted their union, and despite his 3 years of mourning, she was willing to wait. Such profound affection was solely for him. Jiang Jie immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, staining half the letter crimson. Subsequently, he declined the victory banquet, choosing to remain in the Western territories to guard the borders. Since she had found her home, he resolved to protect Dashuo, ensuring her a life free from worries. Yet, in the depths of midnight dreams, he could not help but blame himself for only asking once. It turned out that the grown-up princess no longer fancied generals. She preferred scholars. With matters settled, he could only glean her news through letters. Little did he expect that fate would twist once more, yet upon seeing her despondent expression, Jiang Jie wished for her to have a life of ease and joy. Days passed, and the city grew lively, adorned with lanterns and decorations. Jiang Jie was practicing swordplay in the training room when he turned to see Jiang Yuchuan and Appo's smiling face. Cousin. Jiang Jie sheathed his sword and took the towel Jiang Wang handed him to wipe the sweat from his brow. What brings you here today? I have returned to the capital for several days, and we have yet to see each other. Jiang Jie smiled as they walked side by side to the reception room. How are sister-in-law and Lang Go and Appo's? I prepared a gift for him and plan to visit tomorrow. As they sat down, Jiang Yuchuan replied, They are both well. He mentions you every day, eager to learn the skills to fight at the borders. Jiang Jie smiled, sipping his tea. Indeed, he is a spirited lad, like the sons of the Jiang family. Are you mocking me? Jiang Yuchuan feigned annoyance. Jiang Jie clasped his hands in apology. Forgive me, Master Jiang, I dare not. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Today is the Lantern Festival. You have finally returned to the capital. Will you not go out for a stroll? It in Appo's. It's just lanterns and fireworks. What is there to see? Jiang Jie replied dismissively, idly turning his empty teacup in hand. Such indifference will hardly endear you to the young ladies, Jiang Yuchuan remarked casually. Look at my Meng Xiaowei. He is seizing the opportunity of a Lantern Festival to meet with Miss Shun. I hear the guardian princess will accompany them. With a crash, the empty teacup fell onto the table. Jiang Yuchuan chuckled at Jiang Jie's changing expression, who swiftly stood up, taking 2 steps towards the exit. He left behind a curd. I have urgent matters to attend to, cousin. Please excuse me. Jiang Yuchuan found it amusing. Yet moments later, his expression grew solemn again. After a long silence, he raised the now cold teacup to his lips and drank it in one gulp. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the streets were aglow with brilliant lanterns, bustling with revelers. Li Huaying strolled arm in arm with Shun Qingqing, accompanied by Shun Hanchuan and Meng Tingjian. Li Huaying observed the joyous crowd, a smile gracing her face. It has been ages since I enjoyed the Lantern Festival. My cousin is teasing me. We went out together last year for the Lantern Festival. Shun Qingqing replied playfully, shaking Li Huaying and Appo's arm. Li Huaying Boja, Surpresa. These memories felt like they belonged to 7 years ago. She chuckled softly, just then catching a glimpse of Meng Tingjian stealing glances at her from beside Shun Hanchuan. Last year and this year are not the same. Li Huaying elongated her tone, and Shun Qingqing leaned in curiously. What is different? Li Huaying whispered in her ear, Last year, there was no Mr. Meng accompanying us. Instantly, Shun Qingqing and Appo's face flushed crimson. Mortified. Cousin, you delight in teasing me. Meanwhile, Meng Tingjian, observing Shun Qingqing and Appo's blushing countenance, was momentarily transfixed. Yet in the next instant, he was blocked by Shun Hanchuan's impassive expression. Meng Xiaowei, I see potential in your physique. Why not come to the martial arts school tomorrow for a proper training session? Chapter 67. Candied Hawthorne Meng Tingjian chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand. Not at all. Brother Shun is wise and mighty. How could I, a mere junior, dare to compare myself to you? Meng Xiaowei was being modest. Shun Hanchuan fixed his gaze on Meng Tingjian for a while longer, and seeing his earnest expression, he finally relented. However, not long after, Meng Tingjian retrieved a pair of beautifully prepared lanterns from his attendant. With a swift motion, he appeared before Shen Qingqing. Miss Shun, how about we release these lanterns together to pray for blessings? Meng Tingjian held the two lotus lanterns, his smile radiant as he extended the invitation. Shen Qingqing's face flushed, tinged with shyness. Yet, Shen Hongquan's expression darkened, ready to interject when he caught the glimmer of anticipation in Shen Qingqing's eyes as she looked at him. Brother, may I? The words Shen Hongquan had intended to voice caught in his throat, and he softened his expression. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Shen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with joy. Thank you, brother. Shen Hongquan then instructed the maidservants and attendants to be extra vigilant in their care. Just as the two were about to depart, Shen Hongquan called out to Meng Tingjian, "Take good care of Qingqing. If anything goes awry, rest assured, brother, nothing will go wrong." Who is your brother? Shen Hongquan, incensed, took a step forward, while Meng Tingjian hastily bowed in apology to pacify him. Li Huaying observed their retreating figures with a smile, noticing Shen Hongquan's usually composed demeanor now visibly ruffled. Cousin need not be troubled. Qingqing is of an age to consider marriage. It is beneficial for her to interact with suitors early on. Upon hearing Li Huaying's counsel, Shen Hongquan felt a twinge of embarrassment. I understand, yet as an elder brother, it is difficult to accept. Li Huaying nodded gently. Suddenly, memories of her previous life before her wedding surfaced. Li Mingda had been similarly displeased with Lin Huaiyuan. Although Lin Huaiyuan was indeed not a paragon of virtue, the present scene felt like a distant echo from another life. Li Huaying and Amp, Oppo's gaze fell upon the lanterns shimmering on the river, stirring a sense of melancholy within her. Just then, a resplendent lantern appeared before her, exquisite and breathtaking. Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback. When she lifted her eyes, she found Jiang Zhaoye smiling down at her, his hair slightly damp, exuding a fragrant scent of soap pod and greenery. Your Highness, would you like to release a lantern? Before Li Huaying could respond, Shen Hongquan approached in surprise. Why is your hair still wet? Did you rush out right after bathing? Brother Shen is here too. Jiang Zhaoye's smile faded slightly. The two families, Jiang and Shen, had been military clans for generations, and their ties were well known. Shen Hongquan had grown up alongside the Jiang brothers, sharing a brotherly bond. Shen Hongquan was aware of Jiang Zhaoye and Oppo's affections. Yet seeing him in this state left him both amused and exasperated. Do you not see me, standing right here? What are you looking at? Brother Shen, if you find yourself with nothing to do, why not take a rest at Yuntingui? I'll cover the expenses. As Jiang Zhaoye leaned closer to Shen Hongquan, he whispered, Brother, next time I will bring you back a renowned steed from Shijiang. Shen Hongquan's eyes lit up at the mention, and he patted Jiang Zhaoye's arm, inadvertently brushing against his damp hair tips. You fool, coming out with wet hair in this cold weather. Are you trying to court disaster? Shijiang is far colder than Xinjiang. I've grown accustomed to it. Jiang Zhaoye chuckled nonchalantly. Shen Hongquan sighed inwardly, yet smiled heartily at him. Since you've returned, I wish you all your heart and Oppo's desires. With that, he took his leave. Li Huaying, observing the brief exchange between the two, inquired, Why did cousin leave? He grew tired and went to have a bite to eat. Li Huaying was momentarily at a loss for words. Her cousin was a capable warrior. How could he tire after just a few steps? She herself had yet to feel fatigued. Jiang Zhaoye held forth a beautifully crafted lantern towards Li Huaying. Shall we release some lanterns? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded in agreement, and they strolled side by side. Their stature was striking, accompanied by a throng of maidservants and guards trailing behind, drawing the attention of passers-by. They truly resembled the quintessential pair of talented youth, a match made in heaven. What brings you here? Li Huaying asked, curious. Jiang Zhaoye appeared disinterested in the street vendors and their wares. Having returned to the capital, it is only natural to explore. I did not expect to run into your highness. Jiang Zhaoye replied earnestly, while Jiang Wang, following closely behind, stifled a laugh. If not for witnessing the general bathe at a speed that rivaled even the military camps, and then scouring the streets for spies, he would have struggled to contain his mirth. Noticing Jiang Wang and Oppo's amusement, Jiang Zhaya shot him a warning glance. Li Huaying, pondering the harsh conditions at the borders, realized that the customs and climate were vastly different from those in Shengjing. He had served there for years, earning his accolades through diligent toil. It was no wonder he now took an interest in the bustling market scene. Indeed, now that you are back in Shengjing, it is wise to enjoy your surroundings. Jiang Zhi gazed at Li Huaying and Appo's profile, her features dancing in the lantern light, and swallowed hard. He murmured, in this moment, it is already quite wonderful. Sweet candied hawthorn, oh, how sweet and crisp. The vendor and Appo's cries suddenly captured Li Huaying and Appo's attention. Beneath the bright red lantern, the candied hawthorn glimmered enticingly, an irresistible sight. Jiang Zhuye observed this and said, Your Highness, wait here, I shall procure some. Before Li Huaying could object, he wove through the crowd with urgency. Jiang Wang, calling after him, hurried to follow. Li Huaying stood still, watching Jiang Zhi's tall figure stand out in the throng, memories of her past surfacing once more. She could not recall the exact day, only that she had longed to go out with Lin Huaiyuan. At that time, she too had craved candy hawthorn. But Lin Huaiyuan had scoffed, declaring, Such street food is unsightly. How could it befit our station? Li Huaying had hesitated, reluctant to abandon her desire, until Lin Huaiyuan sighed. Fine, if you wish for it so much by some, Lin Bai, go fetch one. They waited there, but Lin Bai took ages to return, and by the time he did, Li Huaying had lost her appetite. She took only a few bites, finding it tasteless, and ultimately set it aside. Seeing this, Lin Huaiyuan frowned and chided, Why ask for it if you want to eat? What a waste. Although they had been in public, Li Huaying felt an inexplicable embarrassment. Your Highness, suddenly jolted from a reverie, Li Huaying found Jiang Zhaya before her, his bright eyes shining. He held a generous handful of red candied hawthorn, a smile gracing his lips. I bought a few extra. Both you and the lady by your side should have some. Chapter 68. Regret. Li Huaying, whose clenched fist had suddenly relaxed, revealed a bright smile. Thank you. Jiang Zhaya chuckled and shook his head, carefully presenting a candied hawthorn stick to Li Huaying and Appo's hands before offering the remaining ones to Jiang Wang, suggesting he share with Ing Shangfei. In an instant, everyone held a candied hawthorn stick, creating a scene that was delightfully childlike. Li Huaying gently bit into the candied hawthorn, the crisp sound resonating as the honey-colored sugar shell shattered upon her lips, melting away to reveal the sweet yet tart hawthorn inside, a delightful burst of flavor. She squinted her eyes in pleasure. Oh, so sour. Behind her, Jiang Wang also bit into his candied hawthorn, grimacing as he clutched his jaw, his face contorting in response to the sourness, which elicited laughter from the maids nearby. Li Huaying, too, was smiling brightly, savoring the moment. Turning her head, she met Jiang Zhaya and Appo's gaze, his smiling eyes fixed upon her. Though he possessed the imposing stature of a formidable general, at that moment, he resembled a tranquil lake, capable of drowning a person in its gentleness. What? What is it? Without a word, Jiang Zhi leaned slightly closer, his gaze lingering on her lips. Your Highness. Li Huaying instinctively took a step back, flustered. You have sugar residue on your lips. Li Huaying and Appo's face flushed crimson. In a flurry, she lowered her head and fumbled for a handkerchief from her sleeve, pressing it to her lips. What was she thinking just now? How could she have presumed he wanted? As Li Huaying grappled with her embarrassment, she heard Jiang Zhaya and Appo's low chuckle beside her. Jiang Zhaya, you're laughing at me. Annoyed, she playfully struck Jiang Zhaya and Appo's arm, the impact feeling as solid as striking a stone. The moment their hands met, both were momentarily stunned. In their childhood, such playful banter had been commonplace, but now, a certain distance had emerged between them. This spontaneous gesture had rendered the atmosphere between them intriguingly delicate. Noticing the faint redness on Li Huaying and Appo's knuckles, Jiang Zhaya quickly inquired, Did I hurt your hand? If you hit me again, I promise to relax, so it won't hurt as much. Who would hit you? Li Huaying huffed and turned to walk away, though her ears betrayed her. Turning a shade of red, Jiang Zhaya and Appo's lips curled into a smile as he hastily followed her. Ing Shangfei and Jiang Wang exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with understanding. And they too stepped forward. Your Highness. Li Huaying turned her head away in silence. Jiang Zhe deftly maneuvered to her side, gently calling out. Your Highness. Li Huaying again averted her gaze. With a resigned smile, Jiang Zhe sidled closer, speaking softly. Your Highness, have you truly become upset with me? I have not. Li Huaying retorted with another huff. Jiang Zhe found her adorable demeanor amusing, which only fueled her desire to lightly punch him again. However, as her hand lifted, she reconsidered the appropriateness of the action and let it fall in frustration. What are you laughing at? I would never dare laugh at your Highness. If you command me to go east, how could I possibly go west? Jiang Zhe and Amp. Appo's tone was gentle, akin to soothing a child. Li Huaying felt her cheeks flush anew, suddenly realizing she was perhaps being unreasonable. Over the years, her temperament had matured considerably. Perhaps it was Jiang Zhe and Amp. Appo's unwavering indulgence that allowed her to revert to her former capricious self in his presence. Your Highness. Jiang Zhe stepped directly before her, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Have you calmed down? Or is it that I am truly too foolish to have upset you? Seeing this towering figure humbling himself before her stirred a myriad of emotions in Li Huaying, and she unexpectedly thought of Xiaolu. You are just like Xiaolu, she began, only to realize mid-sentence that it was an inappropriate comparison, swallowing the rest of her words. She anticipated Jiang Zhe's displeasure at being likened to a mere dog. Yet, to her surprise, a glimmer of amusement appeared in his eyes. If Xiaolu can bring joy to your Highness, then he is far more capable than I. Li Huaying reflected on her memories with Xiaolu, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. Noticing her somber expression, Jiang Zhe paused before asking, have those 4 little puppies grown much since then? Li Huaying was taken aback. They were sent by you? Jiang Zhe nodded slightly, a subtle smile playing at his lips. At that time, you were still in the western frontier. It was during your return to the capital for duty that you received them, Wazn and Appo's. Tiet? As the realization dawned upon her, Li Huaying and Appo's surprise deepened. You this? She felt a whirlwind of questions swirling in her mind. How could he possibly have known about Xiaolu and Amp, Appo's demise? Why had he fortuitously brought puppies upon his return for duty? In fact, what had prompted him to return to the capital at that precise time? Her thoughts were a chaotic tangle, and as she looked up, she found herself ensnared in Jiang Zhe and Amp, Appo's gentle, understanding gaze. Just then, a gruff voice broke through the moment. Commoner pays his respects to her Highness. Li Huaying glanced down, startled to see a ragged man staring intently at her. Frowning slightly, she noted Jiang Zhe positioning himself protectively in front of her, his eyes sharp as he regarded the intruder. Ha ha ha! Don't you recognize me, your Highness? I am your fiancé. Li Huaying gasped and leaned forward to scrutinize him. The man was gaunt and hunched, his disheveled hair tied back. His face marred with wounds and frostbite, a derogatory mark branded upon one cheek. His current appearance stood in stark contrast to her memories of Lin Huaiyuan, who had once been handsome and upright. Only a trace of familiarity lingered in his features. Lin Huaiyuan, upon seeing Li Huaying's unchanged regal beauty, felt dwarfed in comparison to the imposing figure beside her. Reflecting on his days spent laboring on Tianzhong Mountain, enduring hunger and cold, subjected to the whims of others, and forced to perform menial tasks he had never experienced before, he realized he had lost his former dignity. His hands were now frostbitten and twisted, rendering him incapable of holding a pen, and his back ached from labor, causing him excruciating pain even while standing upright. After finally securing a brief return home, he found himself confined to a dilapidated house, with his ailing mother in bed and his children crying for nourishment. Compared to that, his former life had been a paradise. Back then, his greatest concern had been Li Huaying's cold demeanor and a few biting remarks that hardly touched him. Now he felt stripped of dignity. He regretted it deeply. He truly regretted it. Lin Huaiyuan bent over, looking up at Li Huaying with a pained expression. I have wronged you. Now I finally understand. What is Xia Liu compared to you? Chapter 69 Fireworks to his astonishment. Li Huaying and Appo's expression grew even colder upon hearing those words. Who do you think you're to speak so boldly? Lin Huaiyuan was taken aback. Your Highness, trust me, I truly regret my past mistakes. I wish to treat you well. Disgust brimmed in Li Huaying's eyes. In his previous life, he had reveled in the privileges of being a prince consort, shamelessly consorting with Xia Liu. Now, having lost everything, he cast aside Xia Liu like a tattered shoe, desperately begging for pity before her. His once self-proclaimed nobility and literary grace now rendered him a figure of disdain. Should you dare to entangle yourself with me again, I shall ensure you do not see the sun rise tomorrow. Li Huaying and Amp, oppose. S voice was icy, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, as though he were nothing more than refuse. Lin Huaiyuan trembled with a mix of fury, sorrow, and hatred, forcing himself to straighten despite the sharp pain in his side. His scornful gaze flicked between Li Huaying and Jiang Zhaoye, a cold laugh escaping his lips. No wonder you disdain me as a weak scholar. It seems you have long been entangled with this so-called general. But alas, you are now my discarded wife. Who would want you a worn-out shoe? Before he could finish, Jiang Zhaoye struck him fiercely in the face with a punch, blood splattering as he collapsed backward with a thud, unconscious. Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's gleaming sword was drawn, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Zhaoye, at her gentle command, the sword tip hovered ominously above Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's head. Jiang Zhaoye turned, his demeanor fierce despite an effort to restrain it, his dark eyes still brimming with murderous intent. Li Huaying felt a shiver run through her and steadied her voice, saying, "Spare his life." Jiang Zhaoye hesitated, a flicker of sorrow crossing his expression. He nodded silently, then turned his gaze back to the prostrate Lin Huaiyuan, deftly sheathing his sword. Yet, strangely, a line of blood appeared on Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's arm, trickling down. Noticing Li Huaying and Appo's glance, Jiang Zhaoye turned to block her view and remarked nonchalantly, "My hand slipped." Li Huaying shukulat sufli. The esteemed General Zhaoye had claimed enemy heads among millions at just 15. Could it be that he still experienced trembling hands? Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's expression softened slightly, though he still felt a degree of discomfort. So, this is what the princess now prefers, like a scrawny chick, hardly resembling a man. Li Huaying scoffed lightly, "I do not fancy him." At her words, Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's eyes brightened, his gaze intensely fixed on her, yet moments later, his lips pressed tightly together. "If that is the case, why not allow me to eliminate this lunatic?" Li Huaying paused slightly, lowering her gaze. "Death is the simplest form of punishment in this world. He is so proud. Let him endure a life that everyone can trample upon. Surely that is a fate worse than death." As she finished speaking and raised her eyes, she found Jiang Zhaoye gazing at her with bright, unguarded admiration, devoid of any surprise or disdain. A gentle smile graced Li Huaying and Appo's lips in return. Satisfied with her answer, Jiang Zhaoye ceased his inquiries and gestured towards the riverbank. "Let's release lanterns." There a bustling crowd gathered, men and women alike holding lotus lanterns, waiting to send them afloat. Li Huaying smiled radiantly. "Come, let us release the lanterns." They walked side by side to the riverbank, where Jiang Wang hurriedly returned with ink and brushes from a vendor. Each held a lotus lantern, inscribing their wishes to send downstream, a beautiful blessing for the Lantern Festival. Li Huaying paused thoughtfully before writing, while Jiang Zhaoye, without hesitation, swiftly penned his wishes. The throng at the river was dense, requiring them to queue, and Jiang Zhaoye suggested, "It would be better for your highness to wait here. I shall release the lantern for you." However, Li Huaying shook her head. Jiang Zhaoye said no more, instead guiding her through the crowd. Among the young men, women, and children, there was a sense of civility, with no pushing or shoving, though the atmosphere was lively. People engaged in cheerful conversation, sharing congratulations with acquaintances, while the sight of Li Huaying and Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's distinguished attire deterred others from approaching. Li Huaying Buddha Jalasmila, savoring the rare encounter with the vibrant air of the marketplace and the festive spirit. Suddenly, a small tug at her wide sleeves caught her attention. Before she could react, Jiang Zhaoye swiftly caught a tiny hand with his arm. Looking down, she saw a little girl in coarse clothing, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, whose slender wrist Jiang Zhaoye had grasped. Fear filled her large eyes. Jiang Zhaoye. Hearing his name, Jiang Zhaoye relaxed his grip. The girl and Appo's aunt, noticing the commotion, quickly apologized. Has my little girl offended you, esteemed one? Please forgive her. It is the Lantern Festival today, and I shall bow to you. She attempted to pull the girl down to kneel. Li Huaying furrowed her brow slightly, and her attendant, Huayuan, stepped forward to steady the woman. It is nothing to worry about, Li Huaying said gently. The aunt, thin and timid, smiled awkwardly at her words. The little girl, wide-eyed with curiosity, peered up at Li Huaying and exclaimed, Mother, she looks just like a fairy from a painting. Li Huaying cooed and Appo's. T helped but smile at the child and Appo's innocent remark. The aunt chuckled. Forgive her, esteemed one. My little girl often speaks without thinking. Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's expression softened significantly as he reached out to ruffle the girl and Appo's hair. Today, you have indeed met a fairy. Here is a reward from your fairy sister. He pulled a piece of silver from his sleeve and placed it in the girl's palm. The aunt froze, filled with surprise and gratitude, gazing at Jiang Zhaoye with tears in her eyes. With this money, she can learn a skill for a better life. Upon hearing this, the aunt's tears flowed freely as she prepared to kneel. Jiang Zhaoye raised a hand to steady her arm. It is crowded. There is no need for such formalities. The aunt, holding the bewildered child, kept wiping her tears as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. Your kindness will grant you long lives, together until old age. Jiang Zhaoye was caught off guard, his face reddening slightly. Li Huaying, observing his reaction, felt a flutter of embarrassment as well. Just then, a loud bang erupted, and the crowd erupted in cheers. As someone accidentally jostled against her, Li Huaying stumbled. Jiang Zhaoye instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist to steady her. Startled, she pressed against his solid, warm arm. The dark night sky suddenly burst into a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating Li Huaying's eyes. One after another, vibrant blossoms of color erupted, painting the night with brilliance. Li Huaying gazed in awe at the breathtaking spectacle above. Turning to speak to Jiang Zhaoye, she found herself lost in the depths of his focused, dark gaze. While the crowd cheered and the scent of gunpowder filled the air, the fireworks continued to explode, and Li Huaying and Appo's heart seemed to echo the rhythm of their bursts. Chapter 70. The times have changed. Uncertain how much time had passed, Ingshi exclaimed, Your Highness? Both individuals appeared, as if awakening from a dream. Li Huaying hastily extricated herself from Jiang Zhaoye's embrace, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Jiang Zhaoye, too, was flushed, his limbs stiffening awkwardly. Your Highness, it is time to release the lanterns. Ingshi observed the subtle tension between them, but feigned ignorance. With a nod, Li Huaying hurried towards the riverbank. Jiang Zhaoye, seeing this, quickly followed, cautioning her, The riverbank is slippery. Please be careful. As Ingshi opened her mouth to offer a warning, she swallowed her words. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. At times, it was truly unclear who was the true attendant to the prince. The air was frigid by the river, and Jiang Zhaoye carefully shielded Li Huaying as she reverently lit her lantern and set it afloat. He then escorted her back to Ingshi before returning to release his own lantern. Li Huaying stood a distance away, entranced by Jiang Zhaoye's silhouette against the river. Memories of his every gesture flooded her mind, from the power struggles to the palace banquets, and now this lantern festival. It would be a lie to say she had not discerned his feelings. Reflecting on her past life, it seemed they had never truly interacted, save for a fleeting encounter at a celebration following his victory over the Boyi clan. It was astonishing to realize the depths of his feelings concealed within him. Your Highness, I have returned, she said, meeting Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's bright, dark eyes instinctively avoiding his gaze. It is late. I must return to the manor. Jiang Zhaoye paused, then replied, Allow me to escort you back. Li Huaying considered refusing, but ultimately nodded in agreement. As they made their way back, the streets were considerably desolate, the night wind biting. Jiang Zhaoye glanced at the silent Li Huaying and softly inquired, What wish did you make earlier? Li Huaying lowered her gaze, seeming lightly. I shall not tell you. I could share it with you, Jiang Zhaoye said, taking a few steps forward. He turned to face her, stepping back in sync with her movements. In this tumultuous world, I only wish for your well-being and that your desires are fulfilled, Jiang Zhaoye said, his deep-set eyes radiating a gentle smile, reminiscent of a warm afternoon years ago when he had held green elm seeds with a smile. Li Huaying felt a momentary daze, as if she were still that carefree young princess, brimming with the courage to embrace the unknown. Yet in an instant, the memories of her past life cascaded before her like a rushing stream. She halted her steps, and Jiang Zhaoye did the same. Jiang Zhaoye, I am no longer that young girl, she declared. I know, you do not, she countered, and he offered a helpless smile, tinged with a hint of affection. You are you, simply you, whether in the past or present. Li Huaying exhaled softly, raising her eyes to the hazy moon of the winter night. In public, one is a person, in private, a ghost. When the mask is torn away, who remains? My engagement to Lin Huaiyuan has always been a farce. I no longer wish to gamble my entire life, nor do I wish to test human hearts. Jiang Zhaoye's gaze lingered on her downcast profile, filled with compassion. I understand, yet this is not your fault. It is their ignoble disgrace. It matters not, Li Huaying sighed. In this lifetime, I shall only have you. Should I not have you, I shall never marry again. Jiang Zhaoye and Amp. Appo's voice was grave, each word resonating like a solemn oath. I shall conquer the western frontier and earn titles and honors. Li Huaying felt an inexplicable stir within her. Yet, thoughts of Lin Huaiyuan and Xia Liu, once so deeply affectionate, now seemed trivial. She lowered her gaze, smiling faintly. Circumstances and sentiments are fleeting. Human hearts are easily swayed. My heart is steadfast, unyielding. Jiang Zhaoye stepped closer, an urgent glimmer in his eyes. Li Huaying merely retreated a step, maintaining her silence. After a long pause, Jiang Zhaoye also took a step back, creating distance between them. The situation at the borders is dire. I must soon return to the western frontier. He spoke lightly, yet his lowered brows revealed a tumult of emotions. May the general bring peace to the western lands and be honored with titles, Li Huaying replied with a composed smile. Jiang Zhaoye's clenched fists relaxed momentarily as he softly asked, Your Highness, do you have any plans for the future? Li Huaying pondered for a moment before responding. In these times, I know not what path remains before me. Though she was a princess, she had never encountered a woman who lived her life without marrying. Save for the nuns in the temple, she felt lost, yet there was no one to consult. Your Highness, the path is not predetermined. It is forged by those who walk it. The Boyi clan are nomads. They settle when the pastures are lush and move on when they are not. Regardless of circumstances, there is always a way forward. You are of noble birth. As long as you have a vision, what can you not achieve? Jiang Zhaoye spoke gently, his gaze enveloping Li Huaying with warmth. Upon hearing this, Li Huaying felt as though she had glimpsed a ray of light from a deep well. She stared at Jiang Zhaoye, suddenly recalling the wish she had inscribed upon the river lantern. In this life, I wish for no regrets, only peace of heart. At that moment, her previously troubled heart felt as if it were gently placed at ease, and she experienced a newfound tranquility. As the night deepened, a light rain began to fall. The chill wrapped around Lin Huaiyuan, jolting him awake. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he was nearly frozen from the night air. The spot where Jiang Zhaoye had struck him throbbed painfully even with the slightest breath. He took a slow, labored breath and, with great effort, rose from the ground, hunched over as he made his way home. Passers-by with umbrellas avoided him, repulsed by his state. Lin Huaiyuan merely kept his head down and trudged on, numb to the world around him. After what felt like an eternity, he reached the desolate outskirts of the city. Looking up, he saw a small earthen house not far off. He approached slowly and pushed the door open. The yard was a chaotic jumble of firewood, rags, and various odds and ends. Lin Huaiyuan and Amp, Appo's gaze fell upon the firewood, drenched by the rain, and his sorrow transformed into boiling anger. He hastened into the inner room, where he found Xia Liu struggling to wash clothes, her figure even more emaciated than during her pregnancy. Her face was pale with high cheekbones, bearing little resemblance to the girl she once was. Upon seeing Lin Huaiyuan, a forced smile broke across her face. "You're back." With a sharp crack, Lin Huaiyuan struck her across the face, not holding back in the slightest. Xiao Liu fell to the ground, toppling the basin of water, which splashed everywhere. The already cramped room became even more congested, as the overturned basin left Lin Huaiyuan with scarcely a place to stand. Xiao Liu lay in the water, tears in her eyes, her face swollen. "I toil endlessly at home, and you return only to strike me." Lin Huaiyuan, long bent beneath the weight of life's burdens, felt no spark of joy. Only a deep-seated resentment remained. He snorted coldly. "Firewood costs 30 coins a bundle, and you leave it out in the rain as if money grows on trees." Chapter 71. The Earth House. Lin Huaiyuan, weary of Xiao Liu's explanations, tossed out a curt command, "Hurry up and bring the firewood." He then lifted the curtain and entered the inner chamber. The space was even more cramped, furnished with 2 wooden plank beds. On one lay his ailing mother, her neck bound with a piece of dark, tattered cloth, stained with her drool. On the other bed, a young child was bundled in quilts, peacefully sleeping with clenched fists. Upon seeing her son return, Lin's mother immediately called out in excitement, her face contorted, drool pooling at the corners of her mouth. Lin Huaiyuan frowned at the sight, but approached nonetheless. "Mother, I've come to see you and the child." Seeing her son, bloodied and bent over, tears welled up in her murky eyes. Far, she managed to utter, her words slurred and difficult to understand. "Help, Li." Lin Huaiyuan felt a pang of sorrow, recalling Li Huaying's indifference that very night. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. "She has found new love. She will not help me." His mother widened her eyes in alarm, her expression a mix of anguish and rage, and in her agitation, an unpleasant odor filled the air. Realizing what had happened, Lin Huaiyuan pinched his nose and stepped back, shouting, "Xiao Liu, come in and clean mother up." Xiao Liu, drenched from the rain while bringing in firewood, had yet to tidy up the clothes that had fallen to the ground. Hearing the call, she reluctantly entered. A wave of rancid smell hit her as she stepped inside. Despite her distaste, she approached Lin and Appos, his mother, and, with practiced hands, began to tend to her. Lin Huaiyuan turned to leave, but found no place to step outside, so he stood by the door. Xiao Liu, methodically cleaning Lin's mother, displayed her impatience. Angered, Lin's mother thought to take advantage of Lin Huaiyuan's presence to reprimand Xiao Liu. She began to wail, "Far, pain, harm, me." Xiao Liu was startled, and Lin Huaiyuan, turning back with fury, exclaimed, "What use are you? You can't even serve your mother properly." With that, he struck Xiao Liu fiercely across the face, sending her sprawling onto the floor, her soiled clothes in disarray. The commotion awakened the child, who began to wail loudly. Xiao Liu looked up in panic, meeting Lin Huaiyuan and Appos' furious gaze. Overwhelmed with resentment, she sat on the ground and cried, "I just gave birth with no time to recover, and I am forced to care for your mother while tending to our child and cooking for you." As her grievances spilled forth, Lin Huaiyuan's brow furrowed deeply. The cacophony of the woman and Appos, cries and the baby and Appos' wails filled the room, mingling with the foul odor that assailed his senses. He suppressed his anger and said to Xiao Liu, "It is futile to complain. You must calm the child. He is weak. If he cries any longer, what illness will you bear the burden of?" Hearing the child, Xiao Liu paused her crying. She glanced at the baby, whose face was flushed red from crying. As the child and Appos' mother, her heart ached for him. Quickly, she changed out of her dirty clothes and picked up the baby, gently rocking him while whispering soothing words. In no time, the child fell back asleep. Xiao Liu sat beside the bed, gazing at his serene face, recalling what the doctor had said days earlier, that the child was born with inherent deficiencies, with little hope for survival. Tears welled in her eyes once more. "It is all a curse." She turned softly to Lin Huaiyuan. "The child still has no name. Will you not give him one?" Unexpectedly, her words were met with silence as Lin Huaiyuan turned away. "What do you mean?" she pressed, but he remained unresponsive. Though the child was his flesh and blood, he was burdened by the shame of his infidelity. Without this child, he would not have fallen into such despair. Moreover, the child and Appos' deficiencies were a direct consequence of his unrestrained desires with Xiao Liu. He could not accept such a fate. I will not name him. Why not? He is your son, Xiao Liu exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she reached for Lin Huaiyuan. He evaded her grasp, coldly replying, "Why do you have to command me? Had you not shamelessly seduced me, this child would not exist. I would not have lost my virtue, nor would I have neglected the princess. If that were the case, Jin Yin would not have sought the third prince for gold and silver." Lin Huaiyuan's face flushed with anger, the wounds on his face adding to his ferocity. Xiao Liu found his rage laughable. She scoffed derisively. "I seduced you? Do you know that a fly does not buzz around a seamless egg? Even without me, you would have found another." Lin Jinyin was destined to fall. It is no one's fault but your own that the Lin family has fallen to this state. Xiao Liu's voice grew hoarse with her outburst. Yet she felt a sense of relief. Lin Huaiyuan's eyes burned with fury. "You shameless woman." He seized her hair with one hand and clutched her thin neck with the other. "You Shai Di." His grip tightened in a frenzy, regardless of Xiao Liu and Appo's futile struggles. Gradually, her limbs grew weak, and her eyes began to roll back. Lin and Appo's mother, alarmed, cried out far. Startled, Lin Huaiyuan snapped back to reality, gazing at Xiao Liu, who was on the brink of unconsciousness. Fear overtook him, and he immediately released her. She collapsed to the ground, coughing violently for some time before regaining her breath. She lay still, quietly sobbing. What had she endured for the Lin family? Lin Huaiyuan stood in the dim, cramped earthen room, feeling as if he were in a different world. Not long ago, he had been a respected scholar, a prominent figure in court. With all his needs catered to, he had married the most esteemed princess of the Dashuo, leading a life of ease. Yet in the blink of an eye, how had he fallen to such depths? After years of diligent study, what had he truly gained? In the Jiang residence, the copper brazier glowed with warmth. Meng Tingjian lounged in a rocking chair like the master of the house, while Jiang Yuchuan watched him with a smile. The captain of the guards, his face beaming, seemed to be on the verge of good news. Meng Tingjian rubbed his nose, blushing with rare embarrassment. "Take your time." As he spoke, a thought struck him. "So, your previous interest in the princess of the protectorate was for Jiang Zhaoye? I even tried to create an opportunity for you to meet her." Meng Tingjian chuckled and shook his head, teasing him. However, Jiang Yuchuan fell into a moment of contemplation. It was as if the cool summer breeze brushed against him, and he could almost see the lazy silhouette of purple silk dancing before him, beautiful as a midsummer dream. Seeing Jiang Yuchuan lost in thought, Meng Tingjian was taken aback. Chapter 72. The outcast with a firm push, he rose from the rocking chair, slapping Jiang Yuchuan on the shoulder. "Yuchuan?" Jiang Yuchuan came to his senses, noticing Meng Tingjian and Appo's puzzled expression, and let out a faint sigh. Had it not been for that incident, it is likely that I would never have had the chance to meet her, nor would I. At this point, Jiang Yuchuan paused, his voice trailing off with a sense of melancholy. Yet, both were already aware of each other's thoughts. "Oh dear," Meng Tingjian exclaimed, smacking her forehead in frustration. "It and Appo's, that's all my fault. There was no issue to begin with, but now I and Appo's entangled you in this mess. What will you do now?" A smile crept across Jiang Yuchuan and Appo's lips as he replied, "Zhaoye has deep feelings for the princess, and I already have a wife. What entanglement could there be?" However, Meng Tingjian appeared anxious, ruffling her hair in disarray. "You and your wife have only met once before marriage. How could there be any real feelings? Now that you and Appo's, finally." Yet, as she thought of the brotherhood between Jiang Yuchuan and Jiang Zhaoye, the situation became increasingly convoluted. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yuchuan instead chuckled heartily. "You are mistaken in your words." Meng Tingjian looked at him, puzzled. "The princess is indeed an exceptional woman. Naturally, she deserves an equally exceptional man. But haven't you developed feelings?" Jiang Yuchuan poked at the embers with a copper rod, the coals crackling softly. "What of developing feelings? If one were to seize what they desire by any means necessary, how is that different from a beast? A fleeting moment of infatuation is but a dream, whereas the bond one share with my wife, built over years of mutual support, is solid." The daily meals we share are far more substantial than a mere momentary spark of interest. I would be mad to forsake all of this. His tone was calm, his gaze warm as he observed the flickering flames in the coal basket. Meng Tingjian stared at him, and after a long pause, she finally smiled and bowed to Jiang Yuchuan. Brother Yuchuan is indeed a true gentleman. Jiang Yuchuan returned the gesture with a nod and a smile, though deep down, an unrecognized pang of regret lingered. In the blink of an eye, the new shoots in Shengjing City had begun to sprout. The breath of spring was upon them. The princess and Appo's residence was adorned with lanterns and vibrant decorations, bustling with guests. Li Huaying sat before her dressing mirror, while Ingshi delicately styled her hair. At that moment, Huayu entered, holding a finely crafted sandalwood box inlaid with 8 treasures. Your Highness, this is a congratulatory gift from the General and Appo's residence. Li Huaying felt a stir in her heart. Jiang Zhaoye had returned to the western frontier some days ago, and under normal circumstances, their relationship would revert to what it once was. However, he had quietly gazed into her eyes, asking if he could write to her. Li Huaying, seeing his imposing stature, felt he resembled a pitiful little puppy. Moved by an inexplicable sense of compassion, she agreed, and thus they began to correspond regularly. He wrote of strange tales from the border, while she shared news from Shengjing. Their letters exchanged frequently. Today marked her ceremony for being conferred as the Grand Princess. He had mentioned in a letter 2 weeks prior that he would send her a gift, but he revealed nothing further, no matter how much she inquired. Let me see it, she said. Huayu carefully opened the box, revealing 2 items inside. Li Huaying picked up a jade ruby, its surface warm and smooth, glimmering with a soft sheen. This jade pendant appears to be quite a fine piece, Ingshi remarked. Having been one of the most distinguished female officials in the palace since childhood, she had seen countless treasures, yet this one was indeed rare. Li Huaying smiled and lifted the small note attached beneath. May you live 100 years without worry, and may all your endeavors be successful. The bold handwriting, with its erratic strokes, was unmistakably Jiang Zhaoye's. Truly, his writing reflects his character. The other item was a jade bangle, quietly resting in the box like a clear spring of water. Li Huaying examined the bangle closely, noting how the 2 jade strands intertwined with exquisite craftsmanship and ingenuity. This bangle is indeed intriguing, she thought, her eyes lighting up as she retrieved the note below. However, the note merely stated intertwined bangle with no further elaboration. Could this be a rare item from the western frontier? Ingshi inquired curiously. Li Huaying nodded slightly, continuing to admire the bangle for a while before preparing to return it to the box. However, after a moment in Appo's hesitation, she decided to keep the bangle, gently slipping it onto her wrist. The azure jade bangle and her fair wrist complemented each other beautifully, producing a delicate sound as they clinked together, pleasing to the eye. A smile graced Li Huaying's face. Your Highness, it looks truly lovely on you. I shall carefully store the ruby and the box. Li Huaying Nudda. At the side gate of the princess and Appo's residence, a frail man dressed in coarse cloth was slowly approaching. The guards furrowed their brows upon seeing him, and one pulled out a few copper coins from his pocket, tossing them onto the ground. Today is a day of joy at the residence. Take these coins and beg elsewhere. The man halted, glancing down at the copper coins before lifting his head. It was Lin Huaiyuan. However, the hard labor had taken its toll, leaving his face gaunt and haggard, a mark of disgrace etched upon it. No one recognized him, prompting the guard to draw his sword threateningly. Who is this outcast daring to cause trouble at the princess's residence? He shook his head. I am no outcast. I am the prince consort, Lord Lin. I have come to congratulate your highness. As he spoke, he seemed to attempt to retrieve something from his bosom. The guard and Appo's eyes sharpened, stepping forward with his sword drawn. Lin Huaiyuan, startled, stepped back and fell to the ground. His arm was immediately grazed by the sword, leaving a mark. A white object slipped from his grasp, accompanied by a clear, ringing sound. Lin Huaiyuan's expression shifted drastically, momentarily forgetting his arm and Appo's injury as he scrambled to retrieve it, only to find it had broken in 2. It was a piece of variegated jade, carved into a plaque. Trembling, he cradled the jade plaque in his hands, his eyes reddening. This was meant to be a congratulatory gift for your highness. I had a hard time acquiring it. Oh, is that not Lord Lin? A clear voice echoed above him. Lin Huaiyuan looked up in confusion, taking a moment to recognize the speaker. It was Su Zhe. Joy illuminated Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's face as he struggled to rise. I have come to deliver a gift to your highness. Please take me inside. However, the once warm and courteous Su Zhe from Lin's residence now revealed a thin layer of indifference beneath his smile. You an outcast, dare to linger before the princess's residence with this shabby trinket? Lin Huaiyuan's struggling ceased as he gazed at Su Zhe in disbelief. You dare to judge me? Chapter 73. Despair. The faint smile on Su Zhe and Appo's face remained, yet the words he uttered were like sharp daggers, piercing deeply into Lin Huaiyuan's heart. I shall count to 3. If you do not leave, I will have your blood spilled on the spot. 1. The guards behind Su Zhe stepped forward, their blades raised. Panic surged within Lin Huaiyuan. He had fallen hard and could not rise immediately. 2. The guard's sword hung ominously above Lin Huaiyuan's head. His body was tense with fear, and he abandoned all dignity, scrambling on all fours like a beast to escape. 3. A jolt of terror shot through Lin Huaiyuan as he desperately crawled, but his back injury thwarted him, and he collapsed once more to the ground. The onlookers in the street whispered amongst themselves, stepping back in disgust, while children laughed mockingly. Lying on the ground, Lin Huaiyuan gasped for breath, sweat streaming into his eyes, stinging them. Through the haze, he could barely make out Su Zhe's mocking gaze. Once a prince consort, he was now reduced to a wretched stray dog. He lay there, laughing maniacally, tears mingling with sweat on his face. Lin Huaiyuan, who once aspired to greatness, who had achieved academic accolades and held high office, now found his life reduced to this. That night, Lin Huaiyuan staggered back to his humble abode. Xia Liu was busy cooking porridge and came to the door at the sound of his arrival. She immediately sensed the overwhelming stench of alcohol on him, but still managed to ask gently, "Have you been drinking?" Lin Huaiyuan paid her no heed, brusquely pushing her aside as he stumbled into the house reeking of liquor. Xia Liu paused, her expression frozen, and after a moment, she closed the door and returned to her room. Upon entering, she found Lin Huaiyuan sprawled amidst his own vomit, unconscious. Nearby, their child crawled chaotically in the mess. Lin and Appo's mother, seeing her, grimaced in displeasure, calling out, Food, bed, dirty." Xia Liu felt an uncontrollable anger rising within her. But after a moment's reflection, she sighed in resignation. She gathered the filthy child, changed his clothes, and set him down on the floor. She attempted to rouse Lin Huaiyuan, but despite his gaunt frame, he was still a grown man. Xia Liu, already frail and weakened from giving birth prematurely, struggled to move him. After a long while, Lin Huaiyuan lay still like a dead weight. Meanwhile, Lin and Appo's mother continued her complaints, food, hungry. Sweat beaded on Xia Liu's forehead from her exertions, and in frustration, she flung Lin Huaiyuan's arm away. To her surprise, 2 objects rolled from his grasp onto the bed. Xia Liu paused. Amidst the foul-smelling vomit lay 2 jade pieces. A thought struck her. Could these perhaps be gifts intended for her? A glimmer of hope flickered in her otherwise dull eyes, and a smile finally graced her lips. She cautiously picked up the jade pieces, meticulously wiping them clean with a rag. Carefully, she aligned the pieces according to their patterns, studying the designs. In an instant, her smile turned to stone. The pattern was unmistakable. It depicted a large, fluffy dog, reminiscent of the one that had perished in the Lin residence. Xia Liu's grip tightened around the jade, her gaze falling upon Lin Huaiyuan's furrowed brow. What more was there to understand? The entire capital knew that today was the coronation ceremony of Li Huaying. What audacity he had to present gifts in his current state. The gifts had been discarded, and he returned home inebriated. How naive she had been, thinking they were for her. They were merely Li Huaying's unwanted rubbish. Fury and humiliation coursed through her veins as she raised the damaged jade to smash it against the ground. Yet at the last moment, She hesitated and tightened her grip. The Lin family's assets had been seized, and now they had no means for sustenance, relying solely on her meager earnings from washing and sewing for others. She could not afford to lose the jade. A profound sorrow enveloped her. But as she regained her composure, a disturbing realization dawned upon her. How had he acquired such a rare item? Xiao Liu and Appo's mind raced, envisioning the possibilities. She cast aside her concerns and hurled the jade onto the bed. Rushing to the foot of the bed, she lifted the mattress and pushed aside the straw underneath. To her dismay, it was empty. Her face turned pale as she continued to dig through the straw, refusing to give up. Still, there was nothing. Xiao Liu swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Behind her, Lin and Appo's mother chuckled eerily. Be cheap. Hiding money. Xiao Liu turned sharply, incredulous. It was you. You told him where to find the purse. Lin's mother, her face contorted, wore an expression of twisted glee. Money is Lin. Family. That was meant to be the child and Amp. Appo's lifeline. It was the money run Zhu left for me. How could you let Lin Huaiyuan squander it on frivolities for Li Huaying? Xiao Liu was on the brink of collapse, shouting in desperation. The child playing on the floor began to cry, though his whimpers were weak. Xiao Liu leaned against the bed, nearly engulfed by despair. Their child was born with inherent ailments, requiring expensive medical care in the future. Yet now, even the money left by Runju was gone. She had thought Lin's mother, bedridden and incoherent, would not have hidden the money from her. But it turned out that even in her incapacitated state, Lin Huaiyuan had managed to steal it for Li Huaying and Amp, Appo's gifts. It was absurd, a reality she could not fathom. With nothing left, how would her child survive? Lin and Amp, Appo's mother continued to laugh unnaturally, and Xiao Liu and Amp, Appo's eyes burned with hatred as she glared at her. In a sudden surge of rage, she lunged at Lin and Amp, Appo's mother like a furious lioness. The older woman, sensing the impending fury, finally displayed fear in her eyes. In an instant, Xiao Liu silenced her, covering her face with the blanket, stifling her cries. Lin's mother, already immobile, could do nothing but endure the fury of Xiao Liu in silence. In the dim, cramped room, only the faint cries of the child echoed, weak as a kitten. Xiao Liu, her eyes ablaze, pressed down on the blanket, her arms trembling from exertion. Time elapsed, though she could not tell how long it had been before she finally released the blanket, utterly spent. Xiao Liu collapsed to the ground, her spirit shattered. The child, worn out from crying, had fallen asleep, while Lin Huaiyuan lay in his own filth, murmuring as he turned over. Xiao Liu sat there, dazed, until dawn broke. The shadows in the corners of the room remained unnoticed. The next day, a new scandal would ripple through the city, stirring the gossip of the townsfolk. Chapter 74. The martial arts school. It is indeed a curious phenomenon that a women and Amp, Appo's martial arts school has recently opened next to the Shun family and Amp, Appo's martial arts hall. Can women truly learn martial arts? This notion is unprecedented. Surely, this women's school is destined to fail. However, do you know who stand behind this establishment? It is none other than Her Royal Highness, the Princess of a nation. Even if the school were to falter, it would not be for lack of support from the princess. Regardless of the various opinions circulating among the populace, on the day of its inauguration, the entrance of the martial arts school was still bustling with eager onlookers. This school welcomes all women, regardless of their age, who wish to learn martial arts. Elderly women can strengthen their bodies, while younger ones can secure a path for themselves. In time, even the bodyguards of noble ladies will be selected from this women and Appo's school. In front of the school, Su Zhe was enthusiastically introducing the establishment to the crowd. The expressions of the onlookers gradually shifted from indifference to sheer delight, and many raised their hands to enroll their daughters. Li Huaying sat on the second floor, observing the anticipated excitement below with a slight smile. After her conversation with Jiang Zhaoye by the riverside, she suddenly experienced an epiphany. She possesses power and wealth, with riches beyond count, and is still in her 20s. Having resolved not to indulge in romance, why not embark on a worthy endeavor? The world is harsh, and life is not easy for women. They rely on their father's status at home and their husband's affection when married. Without these two pillars, life becomes exceedingly arduous. Now, she aims to provide an alternative path, granting more women a chance to breathe and a measure of strength to resist the authority of their fathers and husbands. It is, after all, a means of self-reliance. Lost in her thoughts, she was interrupted by a voice of congratulations behind her. "Sister, how could you open the school without inviting me?" Li Huaying turned to see Li Hongying approaching with Shun Qingqing, her face lighting up with joy. "I was merely concerned that His Royal Highness Yuan Zhao might be unavailable," she replied playfully. Li Hongying, slightly huffy, retorted, "Clearly it was you who did not invite me." Shun Qingqing chimed in with a smile. "Indeed. It was my cousin Yuan Zhao who urged me to come out today. She certainly has ample time." "Is that so?" Li Huaying musha, her gaze shifting from Li Hongying to Shun Qingqing, feigning a sigh. "It seems that among us three, you, Qingqing, are the busiest, always preoccupied with preparing your dowry." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingqing and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment. "Cousin," Li Hongying, intrigued, added, "it seems that my cousin Tingjian has yet to marry after all these years. I thought he might have some hidden ailment, but it appears he simply has not encountered you." "Oh dear, he is merely a shameless fellow. Let us not discuss him." Shun Qingqing blushed furiously, eliciting hearty laughter from Li Huaying and Li Hongying. As the maidservants brought in fruits and pastries, the three sat down to chat merrily. "You all enjoy teasing me. But, dear cousin Yuan Zhao, you are of marriageable age now. Has the Empress not introduced you to any promising young men?" Shun Qingqing tilted her head, inquiring. Li Hongying paused, reflecting for a moment before shaking her head. "Not all." Li Huaying frowned slightly. "This is indeed irregular. You're a young lady now. How can you not be introduced to suitable matches? Otherwise, the eligible young men may soon be betrothed. What do I have to fear? I am Princess Yuan Zhao. Can I truly be desperate for marriage?" Li Hongying replied with a hint of pride. Li Huaying, upon hearing this, instinctively tightened her grip on her teacup, recalling the fate of Li Hongying from her previous life when she was sent off in marriage. It would be best to settle matters sooner rather than later, now that her brother has just ascended the throne and the Empress governs the inner court. It would not bode well for you to remain heedless for too long. After a moment of contemplation, Li Huaying spoke slowly. Li Hongying, sensing an underlying message, inquired, "Sister, has someone said something to you?" "Not at all. It is merely that your brother, being your blood relative, is naturally more indulgent, while the Empress, as the mistress of the inner palace, may not appreciate your impulsive behavior." Upon hearing Li Huaying's words, Li Hongying began to understand. She frowned and fell silent, contemplating the subtle changes in Lu Songyi's demeanor during this time. Meanwhile, Shun Qingqing nibbled on pastries, choosing not to interject. Though the three shared a close bond, the distinction between ruler and subject remained. Knowing when to advance and retreat is essential for enduring relationships. At this point, Li Huaying recalled another matter. Since Jiang Zhaoye returned to the border, letters had continuously arrived from the western frontier. Yet recently, the correspondence had ceased. The memories of her past life were hazy, and she could not recall the current stage of the war, which left her feeling anxious. She worried for both Jiang Zhaoye's safety and Li Hongying's future. "Cousin, what troubles you?" Li Huaying felt warmth in her hand and looked up to meet Shun Qingqing and Appo's concerned gaze. "It is nothing, merely that I suddenly realized there has been little news from the border lately, and I am uncertain about the war and Appo's progress." Shun Qingqing had not anticipated this reason. "Last month, my father wrote to my elder brother, stating that all was well. Why do you, dear cousin, fret daily over the western frontier?" However, Li Huaying did not reveal a smile. According to past routines, Jiang Zhaoye would send 4 letters each month. Yet with half the month gone, she had not received a single letter, making Shun Qingqing's reassurances fall flat. Li Hongying leaned closer, playfully poking Shun Qingqing's forehead. "You do not understand, do you? Her concern is not for General Shun, but for the eligible General Jiang." Li Huaying, who had been anxious, found herself both amused and exasperated by this diversion. "You have certainly become quite the sharp-tongued one." "Well, that is thanks to you, dear sister. Everything I know, I learned from you." "Indeed. Yet it seemed to have taken the lessons to heart, embodying this haughty demeanor. "Oh, dear cousins, let us enjoy our tea." Another round of laughter ensued. Meanwhile, outside the bustling first floor, a solitary figure stood in silence. "Young master, why do you come to observe the opening of this women and amp, Oppos, S martial arts school?" Lin Huaiyuan gazed wistfully at the lively scene, letting out a soft sigh. "After all, it is the martial arts school of the princess of a nation. I merely wished to witness it." Yet his heart was heavy with despair. He could no longer call her sister-in-law. But perhaps it was for the best. Someone as remarkable as her should not be wed to the Lin family. Lin Huaiyuan looked down at his significantly more robust physique. Without her, he feared he would still be languishing over his books at night, with no hope for the future. Now, he considered himself fortunate enough. Yet, he could not help but ponder whether, had he trained in martial arts from a young age, he might have achieved something remarkable by now. With a bitter smile, Lin Huaiyuan turned silently and walked away. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had gone by. Li Huaying visited the martial arts school daily to oversee the enrollment process, the students' uniforms, meals, and other matters. Each day was filled with tasks. Yet a thread of worry lingered within her heart. Jiang Zhaoya had not written in over a month. This situation felt decidedly amiss. Chapter 75. The Imperial Authority. Even though Li Huaying could not recall every detail, she vividly remembered the cold weather when Jiang Zhaoya triumphantly returned to the capital, necessitating the wearing of a light jacket. Yet today, the temperature warmed day by day, while there was an unsettling silence from the borders. Yingfei was just entering with a bowl of lychee syrup when she noticed Li Huaying suddenly rise, her expression darkening as she headed outside. Ying followed closely behind, casting a knowing glance at Yingfei, who promptly set down the lychee syrup and hurried after them. "Prepare the carriage. We are going to the Shun residence." In just a quarter of an hour, Li Huaying arrived at the Shun residence. As she disembarked from the carriage, the guards outside knelt in unison. "Welcome, Protector Princess." Ignoring their greetings, Li Huaying made her way directly to Shun Hongchuan and Appo's study. Upon passing through the flower gate and into the covered corridor, she encountered Shun Qingqing, whose expression mirrored her own concern. "Cousin, Qingqing?" Shun Qingqing hurried over, grasping Li Huaying and Appo's hand with urgency. "What you said that day was true. The Boy Clan secretly mobilized troops a month ago, and now the western frontier is on the brink of collapse. Father and General Jiang are holding the line." Li Huaying's heart sank at her words, yet she spoke soothingly. "Do not fear. I am on my way to discuss this matter with Cousin Hongchuan." With red-rimmed eyes, Shun Qingqing nodded. Hand in hand, they proceeded to Shun Hongchuan and Amp, Appo's study. Li Huaying's mind was in turmoil. The Boy Clan and Amp, Appo's secret troop mobilization echoed an event from her previous life, which had not led to any dire consequences then. The court had received intelligence early on, and her elder brother had commanded with brilliance. Reinforcements had encircled the boy forces, leading to a decisive victory. But how could this situation have changed so drastically in this lifetime? Upon entering the study, they found not only Shun Hongchuan, but also Jiang Yuchuan present. "We pay our respects to the Protector Princess," they greeted one another. Li Huaying waved her hand dismissively, her brow furrowed. "No need for formalities. The situation in the western frontier is dire. Has the court not received advance intelligence regarding the Boy Clan and Appo's troop movements?" At her words, the room fell silent. Both Jiang Yuchuan and Shun Hongchuan wore troubled expressions. Shun Qingqing, taken aback, asked elder brother, "What is happening?" Shun Hongchuan remained silent, directing his gaze at Li Huaying. "How did you learn of this intelligence, Your Highness? If there is indeed such news, why has no action been taken to mobilize reinforcements?" Li Huaying inquired, her tone incredulous. "The Emperor has ordered us to remain silent. How could we defy his command?" Shun Hongchuan responded, while Jiang Yuchuan let out a soft sigh. Li Huaying was taken aback, never anticipating such an answer. Why would her elder brother refrain from deploying troops? The western frontier could have achieved a resounding victory. Now, not only was a mere victory in jeopardy, but defeat loomed if reinforcements were not dispatched. Moreover, the lives of Jiang Zhaoya and her uncle were at stake. What could possibly be more important than the lives of these two generals? Frustration and confusion swirled within her. Imperial authority. Shen Hongquan's eyes reflected a sorrowful understanding as he uttered those two words. Li Huaying's grip on the table slackened. Jiang Yuchuan lowered his gaze, fingers lightly pinching his sleeve. Military generals were expected to be impartial, unwaveringly loyal to the emperor. However, during the struggle for succession, Zhao had chosen to support the crown prince, becoming his indispensable ally. Now that the crown prince occupied the throne, his perspective had inevitably shifted, and he viewed Zhao differently. In an instant, Li Huaying comprehended the grim reality. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. She closed her eyes, her voice trembling. Her Highness no longer trusts Jiang Zhaoye. A general who aligns himself in court politics becomes a thorn in the side of the emperor once he ascends to the throne. Your Highness is astute, Jiang Yuchuan remarked. But why? Why has he returned? In my previous life, he did not return, did he? He remained steadfast at the borders, where he could have decisively defeated the Boy clan and secured the future of the Dashuo dynasty, earning a place in history. Yet now, the general stationed at the borders finds himself ensnared in a political trap, with his life hanging in the balance. Surely, your Highness knows why he has done this? Jiang Yuchuan continued, a light chuckle escaping him. Ultimately, it all boiled down to one word: love. Li Huaying's heart trembled. The possibility she had dared not consider had now become her reality. The only difference between her past and present lives was her own actions. She had intertwined the Lin family with the third prince, willingly plunging into the chaos of succession. But she had done so knowing the outcome, certain that her elder brother would prevail. Yet, Jiang Zhaoye, because of her choices, had waded into treacherous waters. He did not know who would emerge victorious or what the future held. He acted solely for her. He had allied with her elder brother, yet now, as a consequence, he faced suspicion. Tears prickled Li Huaying and Amp. Oppos, sighs. How could someone be so foolish? He said nothing, oblivious to his own fate. His life and fortune lay at her feet, offered with no expectations, solely to safeguard her. Jiang Zhaoye could not die, nor could her uncle. Suddenly, Li Huaying rose. I must enter the palace. Jiang Yuchuan and Shen Hongquan exchanged glances before standing resolutely behind her. We shall accompany you. Shen Qingqing, although worried, had no choice but to remain behind. The three immediately made their way to the palace, but they were unable to enter the Yangxin Hall. Your Highness, the Emperor is currently occupied with memorials and is unavailable, a young attendant advised, his expression troubled. Li Huaying merely laughed coldly. If that is the case, I shall wait here at the entrance of Yangxin Hall until my elder brother is free to grant me an audience. The attendant, seeing her determination, dared not insist further and retreated with a downcast expression. The hall door creaked shut. Li Huaying and Amp, Oppos, as earlier resolve began to fade, her gaze turning somewhat desolate as she stared into the void. How close she had once been to her elder brother, and now she was merely a footnote in the annals of history, a tragic example of royal indifference. After what felt like an eternity, the sun dipped low in the sky. At last, the hall doors slowly creaked open, and the young attendant emerged with a forced smile. Princess, Lord Jiang, Lord Shen, the Emperor has granted you entry. Li Huaying's eyes brightened as she stepped forward, followed closely by Shen Hongquan and Jiang Yuchuan. Upon entering the hall, they found Emperor Shuo Wu seated upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed on the memorials before him. Huaying pays her respects to the Emperor. The three took turns bowing. Emperor Shuo Wu merely acknowledged them with a nonchalant hum, not lifting his head. The room fell silent. Without wasting time on pleasantries, Li Huaying spoke directly. Elder brother, the situation in the western frontier is urgent. I implore you to issue the order for troop deployment. The Emperor picked up his brush and scrawled a few characters on the memorial before flipping through another document. Li Huaying pressed her lips together. Your Majesty, if reinforcements are not sent soon, the western frontier may falter. If that happens, General Shen and General Jiang may very well perish at the borders. I beseech you to show mercy. With a thud, Shen Hongquan knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground as he cried out. The Emperor remained unmoved, his expression impassive. The hall was silent. Li Huaying stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly. Elder brother, must you truly condemn Jiang Zhaoye? Are you willing to risk the stability of the western frontier? At last, the emperor lifted his gaze. The faint smile that often graced his lips had all but vanished as he regarded Li Huaying with calm eyes. Indeed, Chapter 76, Deployment of Troops. Li Huaying swayed slightly, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with the person before her. He was no longer her gentle and accommodating elder brother, but a ruthless and iron-willed emperor. Your Majesty, I have something to say, Jiang Yuchuan said, standing tall and kneeling straight. The emperor and Appo's gaze fell upon him, yet Jiang Yuchuan continued. I implore Her Highness the Princess to take her leave with Minister Shan. Lin Huaiyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yuchuan. He then supported the still-dazed Li Huaying and Appo's arm, and the two exited the hall. With reddened eyes, Li Huaying grasped Lin Huaiyuan and Appo's sleeve. Cousin, will Jiang Zhaoye and uncle still be alive? Lin Huaiyuan furrowed his brow and let out a slow sigh. We shall see how things unfold with Yuchuan. Li Huaying lowered her gaze, lost in thought as she stared at the ground. Her mind gradually drifted back to her youth. Many events that once seemed unclear now appeared strikingly vivid. Li Mingda was humble and gentle, revered by the grand tutor and court official for his gentlemanly demeanor. However, her father was dissatisfied, claiming that the realm of Dashuo was won through the bloodshed of battle, and a gentleman was unfit to be an emperor. At that time, Li Huaying was full of vigor and mischief, often engaging in playful antics, and her father delighted in spending time with her. On one occasion, her father attended a lesson where the grand tutor assigned the topic of governance. Li Mingda's writing was neat and elegant, imbued with the essence of a noble gentleman. In contrast, while Li Huaying's handwriting was not unappealing, it paled in comparison to his, looking rather clumsy. Her composition was a jumbled mess, reflecting only a fierce and unruly spirit. At that time, she understood nothing and merely imposed her mischievous and domineering nature onto the assignment. To her surprise, the emperor, after reading their writings, jokingly remarked, if Huaying were a prince, this crown prince and Appo's position would surely be relinquished. The group erupted in laughter, dismissing it as a mere jest. Yet, in her hazy memories, Li Mingda's restrained and tense expression became increasingly clear. Indeed, had she been a prince, doted upon by her father like her mother, she might have become a rival to Li Mingda. Fortunately, she was not, allowing them to enjoy a rare sibling bond. But now, Li Mingda stood as the supreme emperor of Dashuo. A king cannot tolerate others sleeping beside him. Although she was a daughter, she bore the blood of the Dashuo royal family. If she were to unite with Jiang Zhaoye and bear a child, that offspring would wield the military power and prestige of the father, along with the royal bloodline of the mother. Should that child be foolish, it would be well. However, if ambitious, Dashuo might face turmoil once again. Li Huaying let out a self-deprecating laugh. She, too, was raised in the palace and understood well. Yet, when everything lay bare before her, it remained difficult to accept. Time passed, and the palace doors finally opened. Jiang Yuchuan emerged, pale and weary. Meeting the anxious gazes of the two, he offered a faint smile. Li Huaying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Huaiyuan, burning with impatience, pressed. Did His Majesty agree to send troops? Today we gather the army, and tomorrow we deploy, he confirmed. With this affirmative response, Li Huaying finally smiled in relief. Lord Jiang, I am deeply grateful. Lin Huaiyuan, too, felt a burden lift from his heart, patting Jiang Yuchuan and Appo's slender shoulder with a grin. Brother Yuchuan, your wisdom is unparalleled. I am in awe. Jiang Yuchuan merely smiled, saying, this is just the first step. The true challenge lies in strategizing the deployment of reinforcements from all directions to counter the Boni clan. Upon hearing this, Lin Huaiyuan became serious, declaring, your noble intentions are commendable, and the remaining matters shall be entrusted to the Shun family army. Cousin, take care. Lin Huaiyuan responded with a hearty laugh. Leading troops in a battle has always been my ambition. Should I perish, I shall die with honor. The three exchanged glances and, without further words, exited the palace. Neither Lin Huaiyuan nor Li Huaying inquired about what Jiang Yuchuan had discussed with the emperor. After Lin Huaiyuan departed the capital to lead the troops, Li Huaying still had not received any news from Jiang Zhaoye. As spring warmed and peach blossoms bloomed, Li Huaying came out of the palace to seek Li Huaying for a leisurely outing. However, Li Huaying found herself lacking the spirit to venture out. So Li Huaying joined her in the courtyard to sit idly. They set up a chessboard. But Li Huaying frequently found herself lost in thought as she absent-mindedly fiddled with the pieces. Li Huaying pushed the board aside, saying, "Let us not play. Your mind seems to be elsewhere." Li Huaying returned to her senses, offering a faint smile. "Then let us not play." Behind them, Ying approached, tidying the chessboard and preparing tea and pastries. "You," Li Huaying frowned. "Are you so worried about Jiang Zhaoye? I and Oppose. He never seen you like this." "Not exactly," Li Huaying replied, shaking her head with a sigh. "Perhaps in a way. Is it or ISN and Oppose? Tea it?" Li Huaying, exasperated, raised her teacup and downed it in one go, spitting out, "How have you come to like such bitter tea?" Seeing her wipe her mouth with a handkerchief, Li Huaying chuckled. "I'll get you some honey fruit tea." Once the new tea was served, Li Huaying's expression softened, and she leaned closer to Li Huaying, saying, "Since I've had your fruit tea, how about I ask Baijing to entertain you with some tricks?" Li Huaying was taken aback, not yet comprehending, when Li Huaying called out, "Baijing." A man in black appeared at the courtyard entrance, bowing respectfully. Baijing pays respects to Her Highness the Princess and the Protector of the nation. "Dear cousin is feeling down. Perform something entertaining, like you used to," Li Huaying said casually. Baijing paused momentarily before nodding obediently. "What kind of performance?" "ISNT Baijing your shadow guard?" Li Huaying asked, puzzled. In Dashuo, princes and princesses are assigned royal shadow guards before marriage, and after marrying, they can have their own household troops. Baijing had been by Li Huaying and Oppo's side since childhood, the most skilled of her shadow guards. Li Huaying was unaware that shadow guards could perform as well. Li Huaying smiled proudly. "You'll see." In front of them, Baijing and Oppo's form flickered like a leaf, swiftly leaping to the tallest elm tree in the courtyard. With a graceful maneuver, he hung upside down among the branches, appearing and disappearing among the leaves. A leap later, he swung beneath another sturdy branch, bouncing around like a monkey amidst the dense foliage, occasionally jumping to another tree. Baijing diligently dashed about, and Li Huaying found herself torn between laughter and tears. Turning her head, she saw Li Huaying leaning forward, completely absorbed in the spectacle, laughing uncontrollably. Li Huaying chuckled softly, thinking, still a child at heart. At that moment outside, Lu Ying entered with a look of delight. "Your Highness, news has arrived. The Western Frontier Army has achieved a great victory over the Bony clan." Li Huaying, momentarily stunned, quickly inquired, "And what of Jiang Zhaoye? Is there any news of him?" "Young General Jiang was gravely injured while rescuing General Shun in the final battle and is now being escorted back to the capital by General Shun," replied Lu Ying. Chapter 77. A visit. Li Huaying's expression shifted dramatically as she accidentally knocked over her teacup with a clatter. The tea spilled, soaking her sleeves and dripping down the table. Yingfei hurried over to clean up, wiping Li Huaying and Oppo's hands, but she remained unresponsive, lost in thought. The great Shuo had emerged victorious, yet Jiang Zhaoye was gravely injured. This was not how things had transpired in her previous life. Had Jiang Zhaoye not incited her brother's suspicions on her behalf, he would have returned unscathed, as he had in the past. A wave of inexplicable guilt and concern surged within her. "Elder sister? Elder sister?" Li Huaying leaned closer, calling out to Li Huaying. She finally snapped back to reality. "Xiao Hong und Apos, Elder sister, what troubles you?" "Nothing. I suddenly feel a bit breathless. We shall speak another day." With that, Li Huaying rose and departed, her thoughts in disarray, paying little mind to Li Huaying. Fortunately, their close bond meant that Li Huaying would not take offense and soon followed suit. Li Huaying reached a small pavilion by the pond, sitting quietly as she gazed at the mirror-like surface of the water. Ying, noticing her distraction, remarked, "Your Highness, are you worried about General Jiang's safety?" Li Huaying took a moment before replying, "I cannot fathom the extent of his injuries. If it weren't Oppo's, tea for me, he would not be in this predicament. Her voice bore an unmistakable heaviness. Her countenance dimmed. Your Highness need not fret. In just a few days, General Jiang will return to the capital, and then you may visit him. However, Li Huaying and Amp, Oppo's, brow furrowed even tighter at these words. In but a few days, tales of the Western Frontier Army and Oppo's resounding defeat of the Bo Yi clan had spread throughout Shengjing, with the populace praising General Lin Huaiyuan and General Shun. Yet, Li Huaying remained restless, unable to find solace or a smile. Once Jiang Zhaya arrived in the capital, Su Zhe would surely report to her. Yet she hesitated for several days, unable to muster the courage to visit him. On the night of the Lantern Festival, her intentions had been made clear. Now, she realized the extent of Jiang Zhaya and Amp, Oppo's sacrifices made in her absence. At a loss for how to confront him, she felt equally uncertain about how to distance herself. With her head bowed, the sound of her jade bracelet clinking echoed like a gentle spring brook. She stared vacantly for a while, then sighed deeply. Suddenly, she rose and walked towards the gate of the estate. Your Highness, take me to the general's residence. Ingshi and Ingfei exchanged knowing glances behind Li Huaying, their expressions revealing their understanding. Upon reaching the entrance of the general's residence, they found many kneeling outside. A young servant, tasked with delivering a message, dashed towards the interior. Stop, Li Huaying called out, halting him with her voice. There is no need to disturb your general. I shall enter on my own. The servant, flustered, knelt on the ground. Li Huaying stepped inside, guided by a servant towards Jiang Zhaya's quarters. This marked the first time in either of her lives that she set foot in Jiang Zhaya and Oppo's estate. Perhaps due to his prolonged absence, the expansive general and Oppo's residence felt somewhat desolate, its gardens exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. In stark contrast to the intricately decorated princess and Oppo's palace, it represented two extremes. The servant led Li Huaying to Jiang Zhaya's chamber and then withdrew. As she gazed at the partially closed door, an inexplicable nervousness enveloped her. Noticing her pause, Ingshi gently reminded her, Your Highness, this should be where General Jiang is recuperating. Li Huaying nodded slightly and took a few steps forward, only to see a beautiful woman emerge from the corner, hurriedly carrying a bowl of medicinal soup into the room. Li Huaying halted. From the woman and Oppo's attire, it was evident she was not a mere maid. Ingshi glanced at Li Huaying's expression and whispered. Li Huaying remained silent, her lips pressed together as she stared at the half-open door. At that moment, two figures emerged from around the corner, Jiang Yuchuan and Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang, looking anxious, rushed into Jiang Zhaya and Oppo's room without noticing Li Huaying. Jiang Yuchuan, upon raising his eyes, spotted Li Huaying standing quietly in the courtyard, surprise flickering in his gaze. Nevertheless, he bowed from a distance, saying, I pay my respects to your Highness, the protector of the nation. I was unaware of your visit and beg your pardon for the lack of proper welcome. Whether intentional or not, his voice was not low. Li Huaying raised an eyebrow. There is no need for such formalities, Lord Jiang. Before she finished speaking, a sharp crash resonated from within the room, sounding as if a bowl had shattered. Jiang Yuchuan's smile widened as he approached the courtyard, asking, Is your Highness here to visit Zhaya? Li Huaying lowered her gaze and smiled faintly. General Jiang serves his country and his people. I had intended to pay him a visit, but seeing he is already attended to by someone, perhaps it is best I do not intrude upon the general's tranquility. As she turned to leave, Jiang Yuchuan smiled and said, Since your Highness is already here, why not accompany me for a stroll? Li Huaying, taken aback by Jiang Yuchuan's unexpected cheerfulness, paused before acquiescing. As they walked along the less aesthetically pleasing paths of the general and Amp, Oppo's residence, Li Huaying and Amp, Oppo's mood remained somber, and she fell into silence. Jiang Yuchuan, however, appeared quite intrigued by the surrounding trees, inquiring, What do you think of the scenery here, your Highness? Ordinary, Li Huaying replied curtly. Under usual circumstances, she might have exchanged pleasantries, but her current agitation rendered her unable to engage. Jiang Yuchuan seemed unfazed by her response, merely smiling lightly. As you say, before Zhaya was born, Uncle Jiang fell in battle, and shortly after he learned to walk, his mother also passed away in sorrow. The Jiang residence has always been neglected. And my parents, well, one can only imagine their temperaments. Raising a scholar in a military family is no simple feat. I, too, have my own affairs to attend to, which left Zhao Ye to grow up in solitude. Li Huaying reflected on the Jiang Zhou Ye she had first encountered upon entering the palace, thin yet resilient, tirelessly striving in all his endeavors. Even when injured, he remained silent, tending to his wounds alone like a solitary leopard. Always on the periphery, he watched the interactions of others with a detached gaze. She recalled her own frivolity, reluctant to attend lessons when hurt, causing her teacher no end of trouble. It was Jiang Zhuye, the ever-capable student, who accompanied her, offering her small lessons. Yet, Li Huaying often disregarded her teacher and Amp, Oppo's instructions, let alone Jiang Zhuye and Amp, Oppo's. She reveled in her carefree pursuits, surrounded by Ying Shi, Ying Fei, and Haiwei, laughing and playing. Jiang Zhuye followed silently behind, wordless and patient. As time passed, she had begun to drag him along in her escapades, only to discover his utter lack of experience with games. Fortunately, he was remarkably astute. With just a bit of guidance, he excelled beyond her expectations. Eventually, seeing Jiang Zhuye trailing behind her during their playful adventures, her teacher would chide her for corrupting his promising student. "Your Highness?" Li Huaying snapped back to the present, suppressing a smile as she replied indifferently. "What purpose do you serve in sharing this with me? Then shall I speak of matters that intrigue your Highness?" Jiang Yuchuan suggested amiably. At this, Li Huaying smiled genuinely. "What intrigues me? For instance, why did Zhao Ye return during the power struggle?" Chapter 78. Adorable Li Huaying abruptly halted her steps, turning to meet Jiang Yuchuan's smiling gaze. "Sir Jiang, please feel free to speak candidly." Jiang Yuchuan nodded. Zhao Ye may appear aloof, yet he is undeniably sincere and pure towards those he cherishes. 8 years ago, when he departed, he implored me to write to him frequently. Li Huaying chuckled softly. "Your brotherly bond seems unrelated to the struggle for the throne." Jiang Yuchuan shook his head with a smile. "While I may omit other matters in my letters, I must certainly keep him informed of the prince and Oppo's whereabouts." Li Huaying paused. "I have been writing for 8 years now, about the prince leaving the palace to establish his residence, his engagement, and his marriage. Does the prince know that upon hearing of Xiaolu and Oppo's death, Zhao Ye hastened back to the capital that very day? I know he returned bearing 4 puppies for me." As she spoke, a tender smile graced her features. "And does the prince know what his first act upon returning to the capital was?" Li Huaying hesitated. "Surely it wasn't he. Returning home?" Jiang Yuchuan chuckled lightly. He intercepted Lin Huaiyuan during the guard change and decisively dealt him a sound thrashing, employing the tactics of the army to ensure Lin Huaiyuan suffered greatly. Li Huaying and Oppo's expression turned to one of surprise. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. For a moment, she was speechless, taken aback and amused. "At that time, I thought Lin Huaiyuan and Oppo's punishment was prolonged due to his frail condition. Who would have guessed it was due to this?" She continued, unable to conceal her amusement. The fact that he could take such action truly astonished her. Jiang Yuchuan explained. "Zhao Yi and Oppo's intentions are exceedingly pure, and he has never entertained concubines or similar arrangements within his household. The young woman you saw earlier is my cousin, who merely came to visit my mother." Li Huaying was caught off guard by this revelation, her ears flushing with warmth. "Sir Jiang, how peculiar of you to mention such things." Jiang Yuchuan smiled. "Let us consider it idle chatter, but I suspect Zhao Yi has already dismissed her, likely feeling quite troubled. Would you care to check on him?" Li Huaying felt a stir within her heart. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, she nodded in agreement and proceeded. Jiang Yuchuan watched her graceful silhouette recede, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Upon reaching Zhao Yi and Oppo's courtyard, Li Huaying spotted Jiang Wang craning his neck curiously. Jiang Wang immediately knelt in greeting. "I have the honor of meeting Her Highness the Princess." Li Huaying replied with a gentle tone, "Rise. I have come to visit General Jiang." Jiang Wang beamed with a broad smile, leading the way. "Your Highness, please enter. My general awaits you." Li Huaying nodded slightly and stepped into Zhao Yi and Appo's chamber. Upon entering, she found Zhao Yi reclining against the headboard, his complexion somewhat pallid. "Your Highness, forgive me. I am unable to rise and pay my respects." His usually robust voice now bore a hint of frailty. The sight of him in such a state brought a lump to Li Huaying and Appo's throat. "Zhao Yi, how did you sustain such injuries?" Hearing the quiver in her voice, Zhao Yi hurriedly reassured her, "It is nothing of consequence, merely minor wounds. In another fortnight, I shall be well again, truly." Li Huaying took a seat beside his bed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood he was merely trying to comfort himself. If these were truly insignificant injuries, how could he possibly be bettered in such weakness? "You have lost quite a bit of weight." Zhao Yi turned his head slightly. "Had I known you would visit today, I would have tidied myself up to avoid alarming you." "What nonsense! I am not frightened by you." Li Huaying huffed lightly, leaning closer to scrutinize him. Zhao Yi's chest rose and fell more prominently, the faint blush creeping up from his chest to his ears. He turned his head away, his breathing becoming uneven. Li Huaying smiled gently. "Your face is quite flushed." "Your Highness." Zhao Yi turned to her, his gaze intense and affectionate, yet quickly averted elsewhere. Li Huaying lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. "Had it not been for me, you would not have faced this ordeal, nor would you have been entangled in this mess." Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, his gentle gaze resting on her. "Your Highness need not blame yourself. I embrace this willingly." Li Huaying met his deep, tender black eyes, then quickly looked away. Why must you?" "Your Highness, the woman you saw earlier resides at Brother Yuchuan's residence. Today was my first encounter with her, and I have assured her that she will not return henceforth." Zhao Yi gently rubbed his fingers together, speaking earnestly. Li Huaying, taken aback by his sudden clarification, replied, "Why are you telling me this? I never inquired." "You did not ask, but I wish to prevent any misunderstandings." Zhao Yi smiled faintly, his pale lips curving slightly. Li Huaying felt a rush of warmth in her heart, as if the most delicate and awkward part of her being had been tenderly arranged. She smiled softly, raising her hand to touch her heated cheeks. Zhao Yi and Appo's gaze fell upon the deep green bracelet adorning her wrist, and he exclaimed in surprise, "That bracelet!" Li Huaying paused, quickly lowering her arm to conceal it with her sleeve, inwardly chiding herself for having forgotten to remove it in her haste today. "Have you worn it all along?" Zhao Yi inquired. Li Huaying composed herself before casually responding, "Not really. I wear it occasionally." Seeing her attempt to deflect, Zhao Yi felt an inexplicable sensation, as if a gentle paw were scratching at his heart, a delightful yet torturous feeling. He chuckled softly, "Your Highness, it looks truly lovely on you." Li Huaying's cheeks flushed as his soft laughter felt almost like a whisper against her ear, causing her heart to race. She had merely come to visit him. How could she be so flustered? She had already rejected him. The more she pondered, the more flustered she became. Seeing him casually reclined against the headboard, his long hair disheveled, sent her heart racing. She leaned slightly to peer outside, feigning surprise. "Oh dear, it's so late. I must return home." With that, she nodded slightly to Zhao Yi. "You must rest well. I shall take my leave." As she lifted her skirt to depart, though her steps remained graceful, her demeanor suggested a hurried retreat. Zhao Yi, still processing her sudden exit, looked up at the bright sunlight outside, resting his fingers against his forehead, chuckling softly to himself. "Your Highness, you are truly adorable." In recent days, Li Huaying had limited her interactions, and before she knew it, a momentous occasion was upon her. "Your Highness, today for Miss Shun's makeup, is there anything you wish to personally deliver?" Li Huaying pondered for a moment, then replied, "The crown of seawater jade, adorned with auspicious red gold." With a sigh of amusement, she reflected, "I never imagined that in the blink of an eye, Qingqing would soon be wed." Chapter 79. The ceremony. The atmosphere was vibrant with decorations and the harmonious sounds of drums and music. Shun Qingqing, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing silk, with a touch of vermilion on her forehead, gazed lovingly into Li Huaying and Appo's eyes as they held hands. Now, Shun Qingqing had matured into a young woman, on the cusp of marriage. Li Huaying chuckled softly, opening a gift box beside her. I remember how you adored this golden crown. It is only fitting to present it to you on this joyous occasion. Shun Qingqing glanced briefly at the exquisite crown, crafted from sea-water jade, gold, and adorned with auspicious motifs, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Li Huaying. Cousin, foolish Qingqing, why are you crying? We are still in this grand city of Shengjing. We will remain as close as ever. Li Huaying chided gently, wiping away the tears from her face. I don an oppose. Do you know why, but seeing you and my mother makes me want to cry. Shun Qingqing resembled a delicate child, while her maid hurriedly assisted her with her makeup. Yet, she clutched Li Huaying and Appo's hand tightly, her eyes filled with yearning. Li Huaying smiled warmly and declared, seeing you like this, I hesitate to let you marry young Master Meng. If he ever treats you poorly, come to me, and I shall advocate for you. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingqing's face flushed crimson. After a moment of shyness, she whispered, he won't. What do you mean by what? He won't let me suffer. Shun Qingqing and Appo's voice was soft, yet her expressive eyes sparkled with happiness and hope, brimming with trust. Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback, recalling her own wedding day filled with hopes for a blissful life. Yet, she felt an inexplicable lack of courage to believe in such happiness again. Suddenly, she was reminded of the dazzling fireworks from the Lantern Festival and the intense, flickering gaze of Jiang Zhaoye. Miss, a servant at the back door has received a congratulatory gift, but the sender remains unknown. A maid presented a delicate, carved glass box. Did the sender not reveal themselves? Shun Qingqing inquired, gesturing for the maid to open the box. It was sent by a local scribe. They claimed not to know who instructed the delivery. The maid replied as she opened the box, revealing a wooden hairpin of exquisite craftsmanship. Shun Qingqing and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. This. She picked up the hairpin, admiring its elegant design, intricately carved to depict a mythical bird holding a pearl. Memories flooded her mind of a sweltering afternoon last year, of a tall, refined youth and the wooden hairpin he had carved himself. Could this truly be his gift? Li Huaying noticed Shun Qingqing lost in thought with the hairpin and was about to inquire when a jubilant voice called from outside. The auspicious moment has arrived. Shun Qingqing snapped back to reality. Their eyes met, both brimming with unshed tears. She then covered her face with a red bridal veil and, surrounded by the crowd, stepped outside. Li Huaying watched her magnificent bridal attire fade into the distance, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Your Highness, with Miss Shun marrying so nearby, you shall see her often, Ingshi remarked. Li Huaying sighed, shaking her head. I do not merely consider that. A woman in Appo's life drastically changes upon marriage. Regardless of how considerate her in-laws or husband may be, leaving home is bound to leave a void in her heart. Ingshi fell silent for a moment before replying. Every woman must endure such a transition. Miss Shun is intelligent and capable. She will surely navigate her new life with grace. Ing Fei, playful as ever, chimed in, if that is how you feel, then when your Highness marries, the prince should move into the princess's residence. Wouldn't that alleviate all worries? Li Huaying, initially pensive, found herself laughing at the remark. You little imp, how dare you speak of my marriage? Are you suggesting you wish to wed at your age? As they bantered, the three of them created a lively atmosphere. As the day's clamor gradually faded, the night brought flickering candlelight. The door creaked open, and the sound of heavier footsteps approached. Shun Qingqing sat by the bridal bed, her expression hidden beneath the veil, though her delicate fingers twisted nervously. Qingqing. The veil was gently lifted by golden scale, revealing Shun Qingqing and Appo's blushing face, her eyes shimmering like the spring waters. Meng Tingjian's breath caught in his throat, his rehearsed words escaping him as he stood there, blushing, gazing at her. Shun Qingqing felt the weight of his gaze and shyly lowered her head, exposing her tender neck. Meng Tingjian stood there, dazed for a moment, before softly calling, Qingqing. Shun Qingqing shivered slightly, but did not raise her gaze, merely responding with a gentle affirmation. At that moment, Meng Tingjian felt a profound reality settle in as he reached out to embrace her shoulder, sighing at last. you are mine. In the Shiha courtyard of the princess and Appo's residence, Li Huaying sat before the dressing mirror in a simple nightgown, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a gentle weight on her shoulder. Turning, she saw Ingshi draping a light blue jacket over her. Your Highness, is it not time to rest? Ingshi asked softly. Li Huaying smiled faintly, her gaze fixed on the flickering candlelight. I find it hard to sleep. Are you thinking of Miss Shun? Worrying for her? Yes, and yet perhaps not entirely. Seeing her so joyfully wed today stirred something within me. Li Huaying hesitated, her words trailing off, an unusual vulnerability surfacing. Ingshi smiled tenderly. Your Highness, although marriage may not always be perfect, not all unions are destined for disappointment. Life, too, experiences its trials, yet one does not abandon it in moments of despair. Li Huaying paused, taken aback by her words, before breaking into a smile. You always understand my thoughts, even without me speaking them. Ingshi adjusted the collar of Li Huaying's jacket, her voice softening. During the palace banquet last year, General Zhang's banner still rests with us. Do you wish to return it to him? Li Huaying and Appo's demeanor shifted at the mention of Jiang Zhaoye. Ingshi and Appo's eyes sparkled with mirth. I hear the general's condition has improved. He can stand now. It would be a fitting opportunity for your Highness to pay him a visit. But I have already visited him. Li Huaying hesitated to respond, yet she was unaware that simply mentioning Jiang Zhaoye ignited a spark in her eyes, washing away her previous gloom. Chapter 80. Tenderness. Ingshi listened quietly, a smile gracing her lips without uttering a word. Li Huaying and Appo's slender fingers curled around the ends of her long hair, the jade bracelet on her wrist chiming softly. You speak wisely. Indeed, this grand banner must be returned. It is fortuitous that I can visit him to ascertain the extent of his recovery, sparing me future worries about his condition. Li Huaying spoke with an air of formality, her tone imbued with righteous authority. A soft chuckle escaped Ingshi and Appo's lips. What brings you such mirth? Li Huaying and Appo's cheeks flushed slightly, irritation evident in her raised voice. I would never dare to laugh at your Highness. Now that you have a valid reason, when shall we visit the general and Appo's residence? Ingshi stifled her laughter, her eyes still sparkling with amusement as she tilted her head in inquiry. Naturally, we shall go tomorrow, Li Huaying instinctively replied, but halted abruptly upon meeting Ingshi's playful gaze. You impish Ingshi, have you taken to teasing me? I suspect you've learned this mischief from that little scamp. Ingfei. Just then, Ingfei entered, carrying a plate of lotus chestnut cakes, and immediately protested. Your Highness. Li Huaying feigned panic, covering her face with her hands. Oh dear, what shall I do now that Ingfei has overheard? Ingfei, torn between laughter and annoyance, retorted, Your Highness, you are jesting with me again. Li Huaying waved her hands dismissively, taking a bite of the fragrant, warm lotus chestnut cake. The flavor was exquisite, a testament to Ingfei and Appo's culinary skills. Indeed, your deft hands are remarkable, are they not? With this praise, Ingfei found herself at a loss, only able to nod with puffed cheeks. The following day at the General and Appo's residence, a report was made. General, the envoys of the Bani clan from the western frontier have arrived in the capital. Jiang Zhaoye, who had been polishing his sword, responded coolly, Is there any other news? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wang replied, They are quite decisive. As soon as the general returned, they sought to contact General Shun, who remained at the border. He paused before continuing. It is said that the Bani clan intends to propose a marriage alliance. Jiang Zhaoye halted his polishing, his obsidian eyes narrowing at Jiang Wang. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine. They wish to marry a princess of Dashuo? Indeed, a heavy clang echoed as Jiang Zhaoye slammed the half-polished sword onto the table. At that moment, a servant rushed in, breathless. General, the princess of the kingdom has arrived. Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's expression shifted to one of icy composure, a hint of eagerness tugging at the corners of his mouth. Where is her Highness? Before he could finish, a melodious voice chimed in, right before you. Li Huaying stepped in, a smile subtly illuminating her face. Your humble servant, Jiang Zhaoye, pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess. He dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. Li Huaying advanced 2 steps, gently supporting his arm. You are a distinguished hero of Dashuo. There is no need for excessive formality. Jiang Zhaoye hesitated momentarily as her delicate fingers rested on his leather-clad arm, a juxtaposition of softness and strength. He averted his gaze, his throat tightening slightly. Yes. He rose, following her gentle pull. It has been some time. You're able to rise from bed now. Your injuries have improved? Li Huaying inquired. Jiang Zhaoye gestured for her to take a seat, offering a casual smile. Your Highness need not worry. I have grown accustomed to the perilous life of the battlefield. These are merely trifling injuries. Li Huaying reflected upon his 8 years at the western frontier. A young noble from Shengjing, he had persevered through chaos and strife at the border for nearly a decade. She wondered if he ever missed home, remembering the quiet yet radiant Jiang Zhaoye of their youth. Her heart swelled with an inexplicable tenderness. Now that the western frontier is at peace, do you plan to return? Jiang Zhaoye and Apos. S expression softened as he smiled gently, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Does your Highness wish for me to return or to stay? Naturally, I wish for you to stay. Li Huaying instinctively blurted out, only to realize her faux pas. She cleared her throat. What I mean to say is, you have endured hardships at the border alongside your uncle, securing the peace with the Ban clan. Now that you have the chance to recuperate, and with cousin Hongchuan here, you need not return. Jiang Zhaoye's eyes sparkled with amusement, his voice low and tender. If your Highness does not wish for me to leave the capital, then I shall heed your wishes. I do not wish for you to leave. Li Huaying felt warmth rise to her cheeks, hastily retorting. However, Jiang Zhaoye chose not to engage further, instead smiling silently, his expression indulgent, making her feel as though she were being capricious. I have remained, yet you have not come to see me these past few days. As Li Huaying felt at a loss, she suddenly heard a hint of grievance in Jiang Zhaoye's voice, prompting her to explain, you must know that during your recovery, Qingqing married Meng Er, and I had to assist her with her wedding preparations, which left me little time. I have indeed heard. It is truly enviable. Jiang Zhaoye and Amp, Apos. S voice dropped, his gaze falling as if weighed down by the seasons. Li Huaying pursed her lips slightly. You are not young anymore. It is indeed time for you to consider marriage. Jiang Zhaoye suddenly lifted his gaze, and upon meeting Li Huaying's averted eyes, he let out a nearly imperceptible sigh. I do not envy others for their marriages. I only envy those who can wed the one they cherish. Li Huaying fiddled with her teacup, the jade bracelet on her wrist chiming lightly. Jiang Zhaoye and Apos. S attention was drawn to the bracelet, momentarily lost in thought. Even if your Highness holds no feelings for me, I would gladly remain by your side for a lifetime. Li Huaying's heart stirred as she met his gaze. His deep, dark eyes held an ocean of unspoken affection, yet they were shadowed with sorrow. She averted her gaze, her heart racing. But the thought of Lin Huaiyuan instantly turned her emotions into sharp, treacherous spikes, sending chills down her spine. The adoration of a gentleman can be articulated. However, the affection of a lady remains unspoken. She forced a casual smile, her lips curling enticingly. Would you willingly become a concubine? In an instant, Jiang Zhaoye's neck flushed crimson, spreading to his cheeks. The fearsome general, known to instill dread in the Ban clan, crumbled before Li Huaying and Apos. S light-hearted jest. Yes, I would. Jiang Zhaoye and Apos. S voice was barely audible, his eyes cast down, avoiding Li Huaying and Apos. S gaze. Li Huaying was taken aback. He was the general who had pacified the western frontier. How could he be so foolish as to not even know how to be angry? Her words would be an immense insult to any official in the court, yet the sharp edges of her thoughts, which had just been solidified in her mind, now crumbled into a soft, tender mess. Chapter 81. Political Marriage. Jiang Zhaoye looked up, his eyes sparkling. Li Huaying chuckled softly, placing the large cloak on the table. This is the cloak you wore at the palace banquet, now cleaned. As the conversation shifted unexpectedly, Jiang Zhaoye raised an eyebrow slightly, but refrained from further inquiry. He gently stroked the soft fur collar of the cloak and nodded, saying, Thank you, Your Highness. I have returned the belongings and paid my respects. I shall take my leave now." As Li Huaying spoke, she stood up. Jiang Zhaoye immediately followed suit, offering, "Allow me to escort you, Your Highness." "No need. Your health is still recovering. You should rest," Li Huaying replied before turning to depart. Jiang Zhaoye took a few steps to the door, watching her graceful figure fade from view before returning to the table, pausing in silence for a moment. He reached for the cloak, leaning in to catch a whiff of its warm, sweet floral fragrance, a scent often worn by Her Highness. A faint smile graced Jiang Zhaoye's lips as he carefully returned the cloak to his room. Seeing the cautious demeanor of their general, Jiang Wang volunteered, "General, let me wash and iron this cloak for you. You can keep it afterward." The general smile on Jiang Zhaoye's face vanished instantly, his gaze sharpening. "No one is to touch this cloak without my command, especially you." Jiang Wang flinched under his stare and hurriedly agreed. Days later, in preparation for the envoy from the western frontier and Appo's Boyi clan, the Dashuo imperial palace held a banquet. Emperor Shual Wu and the empress presided at the high table, both wearing faint smiles. The Boyi envoys sat to the left, while Li Huaying occupied the right. The hall was filled with harmonious music and dance, with an array of dishes served continuously. Li Huaying maintained a neutral expression, eating only a little before setting her chopsticks down. Ying Shi, aware of her discomfort in such gatherings, was constrained by the formality of the envoy's visit, feeling disheartened. She subtly signaled to Huayuan. After a short while, Huayuan brought over a pot of refreshing plum tea and the pastries that Li Huaying favored. Upon sipping the tea, Li Huaying felt somewhat revitalized. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Jiang Zhaoye across the room, holding a wine cup, his eyes quietly fixed on her, seemingly lost in thought. Just then, the Boyi envoy stood and saluted. "Speaking, Your Majesty, the Boyi clan of the western frontier voluntarily seeks to pay homage to Dashuo, as our land is rich with treasures. Should not Dashuo express the proper goodwill towards us?" The envoy's tone was somewhat peculiar, subtly different from that of Dashuo's people, and his remarks were rather direct. The hall fell silent. The dancers and musicians ceased their movements and quietly withdrew. Emperor Shual Wu and Appo's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I would like to hear more." The envoy adjusted his curly hair and continued, "The Boyi royal family wishes to form a political marriage with Dashuo, seeking to marry a Dashuo princess and share our customs and techniques with the western frontier. We implore Your Majesty to grant this." The emperor paused for only a moment before smiling. "What is there to refuse? Dashuo and the Boyi clan shall henceforth be united, and a marriage alliance would indeed be even better." The envoy exclaimed the emperor and Appo's wisdom, then added, "The position of the Boyi and Appo's crown prince and Appo's consort remains unfilled. We wish to marry the Dashuo protectorate and Appo's long princess." A soft cracking sound echoed in the hall as Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's wine cup shattered in his grip, blood seeping from the edges. Li Huaying was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Boyi clan's proposal was directed at her. Her slender brows instinctively furrowed. Emperor Shual Wu remained silent, while Lu Songyi gently interjected, "Your Excellency, you may not know, but the protectorate and Appo's long princess is already married and recently divorced. Would it not be inappropriate to propose marriage to the crown prince?" The Boyi envoy initially appeared puzzled, but upon hearing her words, he laughed heartily. The Boyi clan is known for their leniency in such matters. A woman remarrying is commonplace. If the Long princess were to marry into the Boyi, would it not spare her the burden of criticism she faced in Dashuo? Lu Songyi fell silent, casting a barely perceptible glance at Emperor Shual Wu, whose expression remained inscrutable. She sighed quietly within, realizing that since the crown prince and Appo's ascension, the distance between them had only grown. Once they could share intimate conversations, easing each other in Appo's burdens, but now, the heart of an emperor was unfathomable, leaving only a sense of trepidation akin to walking alongside a tiger. Li Huaying felt a bead of sweat form in her palm. Was it possible that her return to this life meant marrying into the western frontier? Faced with an uncertain fate, a subtle regret washed over her. Had she known it would come to this, she might have chosen to accept Jiangji and Amp Appo's proposal during the Lantern Festival without hesitation. This was indeed inappropriate. At that moment, Jiang Zhaya's deep voice resonated in the hushed hall, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. The envoy, taken aback by the open dissent, looked at him in surprise, but stumbled back. "Kill the god of war." Jiang Zhaya smiled slightly at the envoy, yet his eyes were as cold as winter frost. I did not expect the envoy to recognize me. Under Jiangji and Appo's unwavering gaze, the envoy felt an inexplicable chill as if being hunted by a predatory creature. His body trembling, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he forced a smile and replied, "The general's renown is unmatched. There is no one in the western frontier who does not know of it." The air around Jiang Zhaya remained charged with menace as he spoke slowly. "I am already betrothed to the Long Princess. We are merely awaiting the auspicious day for the formal ceremony. For the envoy to propose a union with the Bo Yi clan while jeopardizing another's marriage is surely against the will of heaven." At this declaration, the Dashuo courtiers averted their eyes, pretending to focus on their own thoughts, knowing well that Jiang Zhaya and Appo's statement was a mere ruse. Ultimately, however, the decision lay with Emperor Shuo. If he acknowledged the engagement, it would exist, and if he denied it, it would vanish. No one dared to presume his intentions. Li Huaying was increasingly astonished. In that fleeting moment, the unexpected developments left her feeling utterly bewildered. The envoy, half believing, whispered with his companions before bowing to Emperor Shuo. "If the Long Princess truly has an engagement, we of the Bo Yi clan would not dare to act disrespectfully." Jiang Zhaya instinctively took a step forward, but reason urged him to remain silent. His jaw clenched as his gaze remained fixed on the envoy and the emperor. Li Huaying, too, turned her attention to her brother on the throne, who bore a semblance of a smile that was neither joy nor anger. She knew all too well that Jiang Zhaya's declaration was a mere pretext, waiting to see if her brother would respond. In the past, Li Mingda would have promptly ensured her safety, but after the western frontier and Appo's military actions, she understood that the man on the throne was no longer the doting brother she once knew. He was the supreme ruler of the Dashuo dynasty. Chapter 82 in the Grand Hall, amidst the various expressions of doubt, subtlety, and straightforwardness from the gathering, Emperor Shuo merely remarked, "Indeed, this is the case. The matter of the alliance through marriage will be discussed after the banquet." The envoy and Appo's doubts dissipated as he bowed his head in respect. Li Huaying, feeling a release in her previously taut posture, appeared slightly dazed. Unconsciously, she met Jiang Zhi and Appo's composed gaze, which harbored a hint of concern for her. Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback before averting her eyes, though her ears subtly flushed red. She suddenly felt as if someone genuinely cared for her, sheltering her beneath their wings against the storms of life. If only she had married Jiang Zhaya instead of Lin Huaiyuan back then, how different her circumstances might have been. This thought surged in her mind, causing her to blush and furrow her brow, hastily dismissing the peculiar notion. How could she entertain such thoughts? After the banquet concluded, Li Huaying and Appo's head still buzzed slightly. Upon stepping out of the hall, she heard Jiang Zhaya and Appo's voice behind her. "Your Highness." Turning around, she noticed Jiang Zhaya had followed her without her noticing. Encountering his deep, rich gaze akin to fine wine, coupled with his hesitance to speak, Li Huaying recalled his words from the hall and felt her face flush instantly. Without uttering a word, she turned away, aided by Ying Fei, and hastily departed, her steps betraying a hint of confusion. Jiang Zhaya felt a profound sense of shame. He had already clearly rejected him in front of everyone, yet he had fabricated a story about their supposed engagement. Though he had acted out of urgency, he now realized he had disregarded her wishes, tarnishing her reputation. As the banquet dispersed, he intended to seek her forgiveness. Little did he know her reaction would be this way. The shimmering depths of her eyes and her bashful demeanor, akin to spring blossoms, left him entranced. Jiang Zhiya stood rooted, watching Li Huaying and Appo's flustered retreat. The once proud and graceful princess now had her golden hairpin askew, jingling as she moved. Jiang Jiayakuden and Appos. T helped but chuckle softly, shaking his head. She was truly charming in every aspect. Once Li Huaying settled into her carriage, her emotions gradually calmed, yet her brows furrowed in contemplation. The thin envoy and Appos' sudden declaration had taken her by surprise, and she hadn't had the chance to think it through. Now, reflecting upon it, she surmised that her elder brother may have rejected the envoy due to their friendship. However, apart from her, the only eligible princess of the Dashuo imperial family was Li Huaying. Li Huaying pursed her lips and sighed softly. As expected, within 2 days, an imperial decree was issued. Princess Yuan Zhao, Li Huaying, would soon accompany the thin envoy to the western frontier, escorted by the Princess of National Defense. This outcome mirrored her previous life, yet Li Huaying felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. As the only royal family member to be married off, she had numerous responsibilities to attend to: arrangements for the marriage procession, dowry specifications, and the wedding date, among other matters. Before long, she found herself engrossed in discussions with officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Revenue. As time slipped by, the departure date loomed near, and all preparations for the marriage procession were finalized. Your Highness, the procession is set to depart tomorrow, and it will be several months before you return. Would you like to take a stroll before you leave? Ing Shi, who was styling Li Huaying's hair, suggested upon noticing her troubled expression. After a moment's contemplation, Li Huaying replied, "That sounds agreeable. Everything is in order now, and I am uncertain when I will next return to the capital." The group made hasty arrangements before stepping out. They strolled through various jewelry shops and clothing stores in Shengjing, and, after becoming fatigued, they decided to visit Yuntinghui. As Ing Shi assisted Li Huaying to the second-floor private room, Ing Fei remarked, "Did you notice the minor earthquake last night? You must have slept soundly, for you seemed unaware." Li Huaying expressed her surprise. "An earthquake? I had no idea." Once seated in the private room, Ing Shi poured tea for her. "Your Highness has been exceedingly busy lately. The tremor was not very loud, so it is not surprising you did not notice." Li Huaying sipped her fragrant tea and inquired, "Was there any significant danger from the earthquake?" "No need for concern, Your Highness. The citizens of Shengjing are quite safe. There were no casualties. However, it is said that the tremors were stronger near Tianzhong Mountain on the outskirts. Indeed, I heard that the millennium-long terrace was nearing completion, but this earthquake has caused it to collapse once more. The laborers will need to start repairs again," Ing Fei added. Li Huaying and Appos' thoughts drifted, and she recalled Lin Huaiyuan, who was among the laborers. What kind of life was he leading now, having always held himself in such high regard? But it was no longer her concern. A smile played on her lips as she lowered her gaze. As their conversation continued, several dishes were placed on the table. Ing Shi served the dishes to Li Huaying, who recalled her recent meeting with Shun Qingqing and her rather gloomy expression. Her cousin, Hong Chuan, was stationed in the western frontier, and she was surprised to learn that the position of the guard general had fallen to Meng Er. It is truly pitiful that Mr. Meng and Miss Shun must part so soon after their marriage, Ing Fei commented, shaking her head in sympathy, which made Li Huaying chuckle softly. At that moment, snippets of conversation drifted in from outside. "Has your daughter's marriage been settled?" inquired a high-pitched feminine voice. "Of course. Preparations are underway for her to meet with Lady Jiang," came the reply. "Lady Jiang is the aunt of General Lin Huaiyuan. That would be quite the match, but didn't that young General Jiang claim to have a betrothal with the princess? That is merely hearsay. Who doesn't and Appos? No, it is just to protect the princess. Perhaps they are merely speculating on the emperor and Appos' intentions." The reasoning was sound. Although the Lin Huaiyuan general's family was a good match for the princess, everyone knew she was not. The woman's voice faded away. Li Huaying paused, her hand holding the chopsticks freezing midair. Ing Fei and Appos' face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "What audacity! How dare they speak ill of her highness? I shall go and silence her." Ing Shi and Appos' expression soured as well, yet she restrained Ing Fei, urging her to consider Li Huaying and Appos' demeanor first. Li Huaying and Appos' actions became stilled. Her gaze lowered, her lips pressed tightly together. Their words are not entirely unfounded. Her departure would last at least several months, if not half a year. By the time she returned to the capital, Jiangjia might very well have settled his own marriage. The following day, Li Huaying arose early, donning a resplendent gown adorned with vibrant birds and flowers, complemented by a crown of gold threads and jewels. Although her attire was extravagant, her heart felt heavy. Upon reaching the palace gates, the thin Yi envoy had already set out, and the marriage procession was ready. Li Huaying, donned in her bridal attire, faced Emperor Shuawu, offering 3 bows before resolutely turning to board her carriage. Watching from distance, Li Huaying felt a lump in her throat. This farewell might mean that little Honger would never return to her homeland. The ceremonial officials chanted praises, and the gongs signaled the procession to commence. The convoy began its slow journey out of the city. In that moment, despite not being the one to marry, Li Huaying was overwhelmed with a sense of parting. She lifted the curtain beside her, peering outside, only to be met by the sight of Jiangjia atop a tall black steed, clad in dark riding attire. Raising an eyebrow and smiling at her with undeniable charm, Li Huaying was momentarily taken aback, quickly lowering the curtain, her heart racing. How could it be him? Chapter 83. The relay station Ing Shi, surprised, remarked, "Did the emperor not decree that young Master Meng would serve as the general of the escort for the marriage procession? Yet, at the moment of departure, it has been changed to General Jiang." Ing Fei glanced at Li Huaying, who seemed lost in thought, and Kuden and Appos. T helped but smile. After a long and arduous journey back from the western frontier, she was once again bound for the west. It appeared that General Jiang was indeed unable to set his mind at ease. Li Huaying, coming back to herself, surprisingly refrained from countering Ing Fei and Appos, as remarks. The sound of hooves clopping nearby signaled the arrival of guards delivering reports to Jiang Zhaoye. Each time this occurred, Li Huaying caught snippets of his brief responses. Though he had yet to exchange a word with her, she was acutely aware of his presence. The carriage swayed gently for the better part of the day, leaving everyone feeling rather weary. Not only Li Huaying, but even Ing Shi and Ing Fei had never endured such an extended carriage ride. Li Huaying had never ventured beyond Shengjing in her life. After bouncing around in the carriage for so long, she found herself unable to eat, her head growing increasingly heavy. At that moment, the driver presented a delicately crafted pearwood food box. "Your Highness, this is from General Zhaoye," he announced. Li Huaying leaned languidly against the side of the carriage, her ornate golden hairpin adorned with jewels discarded beside her. She lazily lifted her eyes, stating, "I cannot eat anything." Ing Shi and Ing Fei also appeared pale, yet Huayu and Lu Ying, who had trained in martial arts, seemed relatively unscathed. Huayu opened the food box, releasing a refreshing and mellow fragrance that invigorated the senses. Li Huaying propped herself up slightly. "What is this? It smells delightful." Inside were citrus fruits, plums, and a fragrant pouch. As Huayu arranged the items, Li Huaying examined the pouch closely. The moment it touched her hand, the fresh scent mingled with a hint of herbaceous tartness intensified, clearing her muddled mind. This pouch seemed to alleviate her dizziness. With a smile, Huayu took the pouch and hung it by the carriage window. The escort was bustling with activity, and the general, amidst his many duties, was still considerate enough to think of whether the princess might feel faint. How thoughtful of him. The fragrance from the pouch wafted in with the breeze, enveloping Li Huaying gently. She remained silent, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. She casually picked a plum and popped it in her mouth. Its sweet yet slightly tart flavor caused her to narrow her eyes in delight. As the sun began to set, the evening air grew cooler. The marriage procession arrived punctually at the relay station. With the assistance of Ing Shi and Ing Fei, Li Huaying descended the carriage and immediately locked eyes with Jiang Zhaoye, who was leading a tall, black horse. Though the women appeared fatigued, Jiang Zhaoye stood tall, radiating vigor, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. "Your Highness, please wait a moment while the relay station confirms the documents before we can check in," he said. Li Huaying nodded, but the question lingered on her tongue, and she finally asked, was it not the second bodyguard of Meng who was meant to escort the marriage procession? "Why has it changed to you now?" Jiang Zhi and Appos Smile faltered slightly as he averted his gaze and replied, "The young couple is just wed and are reluctant to leave for a few months. They sought me out, and as someone who values loyalty, I could hardly refuse." Li Huaying observed the faint flush on his ears and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, masking her amusement with a facade of realization. "I see, General, such noble intentions." Jiangzhe lowered his gaze slightly, a smile tugging at his lips. Just then, a servant came to report that the relay station was ready. "The princess is invited to proceed," he announced. Jiangzhe followed Li Huaying closely as she entered the relay station, settling into the main room, followed by Li Hongying. However, the relay station was modest in size and could not accommodate the vast entourage required for the marriage procession. Consequently, most of the servants and soldiers rested outside the station after a hearty meal. After a day spent in the carriage, Li Huaying finally lay on the bed, acutely aware of the aches in her body. Lu Ying sat beside her, massaging her lower back and legs. Meanwhile, Huaiyuan and Ingshi prepared a bathing tub and the usual fragrant powders for Li Huaying, while Ling Fei arranged small dishes and pastries on the table. "Your Highness, after the massage, a good bath will surely bring you much comfort," Lu Ying said with a smile. Li Huaying felt a mix of pain, ticklishness, and relief under the massage, nearly drifting into sleep as she softly acknowledged her words. The four exchanged knowing glances filled with mirth. In the adjacent room, Li Hongying sat quietly before the mirror, her bridal adornments meticulously arranged, the phoenix crown shimmering with brilliance. Yet her expression was serene and subdued, a stark contrast to her usual vivacious demeanor. Beside her, Lan Shi felt a pang of sympathy. Gently grasping Li Hongying and Appo's hand, she softly suggested, "After a day in the carriage, your Highness must be weary. Would you care to eat something to tide you over?" Li Hongying appeared to snap back to reality, instinctively smiling at Lan Shi. On the roof of the relay station, Jiang Zhaoye reclined, gazing at the starry night, a jug of wine beside him. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past, and a figure darted by. Jiang Zhiye and Appo's eyes sharpened as he swiftly drew his sword. "General," came a voice. Recognizing the figure clad in black, he casually returned to his reclining position, resting his hands behind his head. "You are the secret guard of Princess Yuan Zhao. Why are you here instead of by her side?" The visitor was Bai Jing, who shook his head in silence, lying down beside Jiang Zhaoye and reaching for the wine jug. Jiang Zhaoye blocked his hand. "After all these years, you come back just to steal my wine?" Bai Jing smirked. "The bond formed through training together in our youth. Does the esteemed General Zhaoye still acknowledge it?" Jiang Zhaoye chuckled, playfully slapping Bai Jing on the shoulder. "You still have that sharp tongue." Bai Jing laughed and tilted his head back, drinking deeply from the jug. "What troubles you?" Jiang Zhaoye casually inquired. "Not particularly. I will soon cease to be a secret guard," Bai Jing replied, his tone hurried, a flush creeping onto his face. "Once Princess Yuan Zhao marries Bo Yisheng, you will shed your identity as a guard. I shall reserve the position of deputy commander for you," Jiang Zhaoye added. After a long pause, Bai Jing remained silent, his expression suddenly turning melancholic, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Were you not reluctant to enter the palace as a secret guard all those years ago? What has changed now?" Jiang Zhaoye and Appo's question remained unfinished. Both their expressions shifted in unison, and in an instant, they sprang to their feet. A woman's piercing scream erupted from the building below. Without further ado, they leaped down from the roof. Chapter 84. The Princess Jiangzhe shattered the window with a powerful kick and leaped into the room. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and he swiftly drew his sword to strike at an incoming object, only to find it was a supple whip. "General," it was Huaiyuan, his opponent. Once they recognized each other, they paused their confrontation. "Where is His Highness? Is he well?" Jiangzhe sheathed his sword but did not put it away, stepping forward to inquire. Before Huaiyuan could respond, he noticed the mist rising behind the gauze curtain. Li Huaying was peering over the edge of the bath, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Jiangzhe and Appo's previously stern expression flushed a deep crimson as he abruptly closed his eyes and turned away. In that fleeting moment, the sight of her snow-white shoulders and neck, the gentle blush on her cheeks amidst the steam, her delicately arched brows, and her long, flowing black hair was etched vividly in his mind. Silently exhaling, Jiang Zhaya struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him and managed to speak evenly. There has been an intrusion at the post station. It is advisable for your highness to tidy yourself. However, after his words hung in the air for a while, there was no response from behind. Your highness? A voice, that of Ying Fei, echoed from the back. General, please step outside to avoid the disturbance. Jiang Zhaya's mind was almost muddled, completely forgetting the propriety between men and women. At Ying Fei's reminder, his ears turned crimson, and he stepped out of the inner chamber. Yet, the room was not large, and with his keen hearing, he could distinctly hear the sounds of water as the person inside rose, the soft footsteps upon the floor, and the rustling of clothing. Jiang Zhaya and Appo's gaze fixed intently on the window he had broken, while inner flames of irritation surged within him. At that moment, sounds of a scuffle erupted outside. Jiang Zhaya furrowed his brows, but remained still. Lin Huaiyuan, now dressed, approached him with her hair still damp. She was shielded by Huayuan and Lu Ying, her face flushed from the steam of the bath. Jiang Zhaya cast a sidelong glance at her before averting his gaze. Is it not prudent for the general to investigate the situation outside? Jiang Zhaya pursed his lips slightly and shook his head. It is unwise. The marriage envoy was attacked at the post station, which allows us to rule out the possibility of robbery. If not for wealth, then it must be aimed at your highness and Princess Yuan Zhao. The princess has a secret guard led by Bai Jing, yet we only have ordinary guards here. It is neither reasonable nor just for me to leave. Lin Huaiyuan listened to his logical analysis and praised, in the mere blink of an eye. You have already deduced the situation. Truly, you are the great general of Jinyuan. Hearing her words, a barely perceptible smile graced Jiang Zhaya's lips as he replied with calm composure. It is nothing to boast about. Before long, the commotion outside began to subside. Jiang Wang's voice emerged from outside. General, all the assailants who invaded the post station have been captured. Jiang Zhaya responded, and then turned his gaze to Lin Huaiyuan, noting the slight weariness etched on her brow. We must depart early tomorrow. Your highness should rest. There is no need for concern regarding the event